Plundering the Heavens chapter 1217 to chapter 1270. Everyone knew about immortals, but what was an immortal? Since the primordial times, the word immortal represented a person and a mountain. It meant that a person could move a mountain with his or her power alone. A person who was as strong as a mountain, such a person was an immortal. In the eyes of the people of the primordial times, immortals back then were not as powerful as they were now. As long as one possessed extraordinary power, he or she could be called an immortal. To a certain extent, the people who were best known as immortals were only as powerful as the golden elixir cultivators in the cultivation world today. But no matter what, the concept of immortals spread and became the symbol of powerful cultivators. As more and more powerful cultivators were born, the definition of immortals became more and more profound. It was not until the primordial times that the legendary powerhouses were born that the word immortal gained a stable definition. That was to be able to go through the 9 tribulations and refine the source of one's path into the samadhi true fire. In terms of cultivation level, one could ascend to the heavens. In terms of power, one could dominate the universe. In terms of lifespan, one could live for more than 12,600 years. It could even be said that as long as one didn't encounter a tribulation, one could live forever. Immortals represented power and power. One could even say that it represented a kind of extreme, and now, Feng Xing truly felt the power of an immortal. No one would have thought that the Night Clan's divine son would have such magical powers and such good fortune. He had actually devoured a broken immortal and refined that broken immortal into his own immortal body. This allowed him to possess a power that represented the extreme of all living beings in Tianyuan. Feng Xing had now proven his power. He was indeed qualified to fight against the Night Clan's divine son. The great massacre divine technique, sacrificing sins and burning karma, allowed him to gain power comparable to the Night Clan's divine son for a short period of time. The 100 battle soul weapon, on the other hand, had endless transformations. It represented a brand new understanding of martial arts. With these two powers, he even suppressed the Night Clan's divine son for a period of time and saw the light of victory, but then, the divine prince of the Night Clan took out that celestial body, and everything was for naught. Of course, this was not a real immortal, but a remnant immortal who had been devoured by the divine son of the Night Clan. He had little power left and was only relying on the power of the bloodline of the divine son of the Night Clan. Even so, he was already terrifyingly strong. This immortal was clearly a sword immortal when he was alive, and he walked the path of swordsmanship. In the hands of the divine son of the Night Clan, a long sword made of night chi seemed to have reached the great Tao without a trace. Even the 100 battle soul weapon that Feng Xing had recently refined was suppressed by this long sword. What was even more terrifying was that the wisp of divine chi on the divine prince of the Yi clan was getting stronger and stronger. It made Feng Xing feel a sense of awe from the bottom of his heart. It was as if the creatures of the Sea clan had met the true dragon, or the surviving species of the untainted land had met the royal family of the Bone Palace. The Tao of martial arts was completely suppressed. It was only thanks to the 100 battle soul weapon that they were able to hold on bitterly. In terms of power, the ancient saint technique had gradually lost the karma that could be consumed, and its power was almost exhausted. No one thought that Feng Xing still had a chance of winning. The successor of the small celestial realm had even lost the will to watch and was ready to pass away. Even Xiaoshua's eyes were filled with indescribable worry, even though her tone was strict. Am I going to admit defeat just like that? Feng Xing couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. He gritted his teeth and held on. The appearance of the divine prince of the Yi clan was too unexpected. It messed up all his plans and made him feel an indescribable pressure. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have held on when faced with such a situation. His first reaction would have been to call for more people to attack him together, and his second reaction would have been to escape first. He didn't care if there was going to be a flood in the future. After all, he had reached his current realm step by step with great difficulty. His will was extremely strong, but he also had the heart to compete with his opponent in an impossible situation. What's so scary about the divine clan? They're just a bunch of fat lambs that have been slaughtered before. Look at how the immortals bullied them back then. They're basically slaves. I'm the leader of the Calamity sect. How can I be scared by a bunch of fat lambs? In his heart, he asked himself again and again, and his ambition gradually grew. No matter how the world demonized the divine clan, it was the same for Feng Xing. Ever since he heard about the relationship between the immortals and the divine clan, he had always looked down on these races. As a bandit, he had a natural sense of superiority in front of fat lambs, even if these fat lambs were the nightmare of the divine clan. As for the crippled immortal who had suppressed him with a single sword strike, Fang Xing's thoughts were even simpler. Damn it, if you were whole, I could still give you some face, but you're actually just a wisp of a soul. As he thought about this, he became bolder and bolder. When people described Fang Yamo, they would often add the words audacious, but in reality, these words were not wrong. Although he was still suppressed, he had already started to look down on his opponent. His mind was spinning rapidly as he thought about how he could resolve this crisis. The divine child of the Night Clan is actually almost done for. How can the backlash of a small world's destruction be so easily endured? Right now, he hasn't even used his original form. It's not because he doesn't want to, but because he needs to use his current form to control the immortal seed's martial power to suppress me. That's because he has no confidence in the power of his original form. It's still the same old saying, the divine clan isn't that scary, you're powerful, but I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. As he thought about this, Fang Xing's eyes gradually lit up. Now that the ancient sage's technique had lost its source of energy, he finally had a way to deal with it. Although it was a little dangerous, he made up his mind and made up his mind. It only took him 1/10 of a second to carry out his plan. This was because while he was distracted, the divine child of the Night Clan had already seized the opportunity and stabbed his sword towards Fang Xing from afar. The sword radiance was like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying the faintly discernible feeling of flying immortals with a single sword strike. At this moment, Fang Xing could still use his 100 battle soul weapon to block in front of him and continue to struggle. However, he also knew that if he continued to struggle, he would only be repeating the process just now. Instead of that, he might as well give it his all. Whoosh! The sword was extremely fast and was already in front of him in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Xing's 100 battle soul weapon seemed to be a little slower after all. The sword reached Fang Xing's chest. But it was also at this moment that Fang Xing's 5 fingers spread open, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed the sword. You're just weak. Even if you've inherited the ancient sage's technique, you can't change anything. It was the first time that the divine child of the Night Clan's eyes were so close to Fang Xing. His eyes were as cold as a whip, lashing into Fang Xing's heart. His voice sounded like he was announcing Fang Xing's death sentence. As he spoke, he was already holding the sword and was ready to pierce through Fang Xing's chest. At their level, a wound through the chest wouldn't kill them, but the sword formed by the Night Chi of the Night Clan's divine son was no ordinary sword. Once the sword entered Fang Xing's body, it could destroy his vitality, tear apart his flesh, and taint his divine soul. Haha, who said that? I only have the ancient sage's technique? Seeing that Fang Xing was on the brink of death, there was no fear on his face at this moment. Instead, his shifty eyes gleamed as he spoke with great difficulty. The divine son of the Night Clan was stunned by his words. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Fang Xing for the time being. He was already prepared to kill Fang Xing and pierce his heart. However, his expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him that there was an extremely dangerous aura coming from Fang Xing's hand. Boom! Just as Fang Xing said that, a purple flame ignited in his hand that was holding the divine child's sword. The flame was extremely terrifying and didn't fear the Night Chi of the divine child of the Night Clan at all. It flowed along the sword and seeped into the divine child's body bit by bit. It was like a tactile sensation. With his understanding of the great celestial realm, the divine child of the Night Clan quickly guessed what the flame was. It was the unique power of the heavenly essence immortals, the true samadhi fire that represented the acquisition of immortal talent. This demon was clearly only at the 3rd level of the tribulation passing stage. How could he control the true samadhi fire? This was a huge shock, but it wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. His Night Chi exploded. Boom! 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 The two powers collided, but the true samadhi fire couldn't hurt him. I've devoured a remnant immortal before. Do you think I haven't refined the true samadhi fire? The divine child of the Night Clan was still angry. He roared and stabbed the sword in his hand. He wanted to directly cut off Fang Xing's life force, and also cut off the last shred of hope in his heart. So what if it's an immortal flame? It can't hurt me, but what Fang Xing said next made him realize a serious problem. I'm not giving this immortal flame to you. The Night Clan's divine son immediately thought of many things. He was shocked and could no longer care about Feng Xing. He hurriedly retreated thousands of feet. Even the sword formed by the night chi dissipated. At this time, the little celestial soul in the sun and moon above his head seemed to have gained some power and a trace of its own consciousness. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. The Night Clan's divine son immediately thought of many things. It was the true Samadhi fire. The true Samadhi fire was another characteristic of immortals. It was like their source of Tao. When he devoured the remnant immortal, the biggest obstacle was the process of refining the immortal's true Samadhi fire, but now, this demon had poured the true Samadhi fire into his body. It wasn't to hurt him, but to increase the power of the little immortal soul. After all, he was barely able to control the immortal soul with the power of the sun and moon elixir. Strictly speaking, he hadn't refined the immortal soul yet. Now that he had received the true Samadhi fire from Feng Xing, it was like a flame on the verge of being extinguished. His life force suddenly increased by several times. The divine child's biggest problem now was not killing Feng Xing, but suppressing the immortal soul with all his might. He was afraid that the immortal soul would rebel. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him, let alone kill him. Ha 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 ha, I can't defeat your immortal soul, but I'll make sure you can't control it. Just as the divine child of the Night Clan was at a loss, Feng Xing laughed out loud. The 100 battle soul weapon turned into a spear and stabbed forward. I have both sage techniques and immortal techniques. Let's see what else you can use to fight me. Rumble, Feng Xing's spear had almost used up the last bit of energy from the great slaughtering god technique. Like a venomous dragon coming out of its lair, the spear flew out in a flash and ruthlessly slashed towards the struggling Night Clan divine son. This attack was so perfect and so vicious that even the Night Clan divine son couldn't dodge it. With a pfft sound, the spear had already pierced through his abdomen. Then, Feng Xing changed his mind and the spear started to spin violently. It emitted an indescribable tearing force, trying to tear the Night Clan divine son's body into pieces. Unfortunately, the Night Clan divine son had already turned into black smoke and was flying in all directions. Around them, the great golden crow, Xiaoxia, and the others who had already rushed over stopped at the same time. Their faces were full of shock. They had rushed over when they saw that Feng Xing was almost pierced by the Night Clan divine son's sword. They had originally planned to save Feng Xing at all costs, but they didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Feng Xing, who had almost been pierced by the sword, had actually managed to turn the situation around. Not only did he escape, but he had also used a method that even Xianxia couldn't imagine to injure the Night Clan divine son in an instant. This sudden turn of events was too unexpected. From the start of the battle until now, this was the first time that Feng Xing had truly injured the Night Clan divine son. He had injured his body. What had he done? Xianxia was a little far away just now, and the scene had happened too quickly for them to see clearly. Haha, bastard, I don't think you can control that immortal soul. Now that you've been hit by my spear, how are you going to fight me? Feng Xing, however, laughed out loud. He didn't hesitate for even half a breath and rushed towards the direction where the black smoke was gathering. The Night Clan divine son was a creature born under the dark projection, so blending into the night was his specialty. However, Feng Xing had also cultivated the supreme sensing scripture for many years, so his divine sense was very sensitive. If the Night Clan divine son was at his peak and focused on hiding, Feng Xing might not have been able to find him. However, the Night Clan divine son was panicking and could easily expose his aura. Boom, right now, Feng Xing could no longer use the Great Massacre God technique because he didn't have enough karma. However, he knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately mobilized all the power in his body. 3 strands of immortal chi floated in the wind and stretched behind him like 3 celestial ribbons. His entire body carried an indescribable might as he charged towards the black smoke. The true Samadhi fire was also activated, so much so that there seemed to be a huge flaming dragon in his hand. Pow! The Night Clan divine son had no time to dodge the spear, but he didn't just sit and wait for death. The surrounding black smoke suddenly surged and turned into a huge palm, firmly grabbing the fire dragon. Then, a pair of eyes filled with hatred glared at Feng Xing from within the black smoke. The Night Clan Divine Sun's voice was like that of a wounded beast. "You're forcing me, haha, nonsense. I'm clearly trying to kill you." Feng Xing met the Night Clan Divine Sun's gaze, but he wasn't afraid at all. He laughed out loud, and the true Samadhi fire on the spear became even more ferocious and terrifying. It flowed along the body of the spear and into the huge hand formed by the black smoke. Then, it flowed along the huge hand and into the immortal soul. Even if this spear didn't kill the Night Clan Divine Sun, it would make it harder for him to control the immortal soul. Phew, the Night Clan Divine Sun knew of his sinister intentions and was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and the surging black smoke surged over, forcing Feng Xing to retreat a few hundred feet. Then, he turned around. His entire body didn't even seem to have a physical body, only a large black shadow. This shadow was extremely strange and seemed to be able to attract all kinds of energy, including people's gazes. In this massive shadow, there were only two bright spots, his hands, which were staring straight at Feng Xing's face. "How dare you force me like this? I'll make you regret it." The Night Clan Divine Sun's voice seemed to come directly from the black shadow, like the terrifying sound of the wind in the darkness. "Ha ha ha ha, you can't even suppress your own immortal soul. I'd like to see how you'll make me regret it." Feng Xing, on the other hand, laughed out loud. His mana surged as he prepared to rush over once more. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The Night Clan Divine Sun didn't hold back. In a flash, he suddenly took out a pill that emitted a strong smell of blood. Then, without thinking, he swallowed it. At the same time, the sun and moon above his head, which seemed to have dimmed slightly, suddenly shone brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. An unusually terrifying power of time was emitted from the rotation of the sun and moon. The figure of the Night Clan Divine Sun became darker and darker. All the light around him seemed to be attracted to him, and the world became extremely dark. Even the stars in the sky could not be seen. Where he was, he could only see things a few miles away, and they were blurry and difficult to distinguish. Sun and moon pill. Why does he have another sun and moon pill? Feng Xing couldn't help being greatly startled as well, and he almost cried out. He clearly remembered that the Divine Master had given each person who was summoned by him a sun and moon elixir back in the God Palace. How could the Divine Prince of the Night Clan have two? The Master God couldn't have taken care of him so much that he had secretly given him another strange pill, right? "Do you think I only have one sun and moon pill? I have to thank you. You were the one who killed the Bone Clan Divine Sun, so his sun and moon pill fell into my hands, but I'm still going to kill you. I didn't expect you to force me to take two sun and moon pills." Rumble, the strange immortal light above the Night Clan Divine Sun's head had disappeared. It was suppressed by the blood chi that was stimulated by the power of time on his body. The scene that Feng Xing had expected did not happen. The aura of the Night Clan Divine Sun had undoubtedly become even more terrifying. Although the sun and moon pill had stimulated the bloodline power of the Night Clan Divine Sun, his cultivation was still extremely powerful. Hence, the change in the power of time was still within his control to a certain extent. It was just enough for him to control the immortal soul, but now that he had taken two sun and moon pills, the power of time was more than doubled. The power of time was an extremely difficult power to control. Once it went out of control, it would be a disaster for any existence. The divine child of the Night Clan could control the power of time in one sun and moon elixir, but after taking two in a row, the power of time went out of control. His aura was constantly increasing, and it could even be said to be increasing crazily. Hundreds, thousands, even thousands of years of time flowed through his body in an instant, causing the potential of his bloodline to be almost completely unleashed. He could no longer maintain his human form. He directly transformed into the appearance of a giant bat of the night. His entire body was covered in bloody wounds that were caused by his own skeletons. Roar! The Night Clan Divine Sun stretched his neck and let out a long howl. He swallowed the darkness of the world like a heavenly dog eating the sun. Oh no! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Their hearts were pounding. This strange scene made them panic. Who would have thought that the divine child of the Night Clan would be so crazy? He actually swallowed two sun and moon pills in a row. Now, the power of time had already gone out of control in his body. At this moment, almost all the potential of the Night Clan's bloodline in his body was stimulated, making him even more terrifying than a true immortal. Who cared about the wager? Who cared about fighting one-on-one? Who cared about that now? They were all in a panic. Junior brother Fangxing, retreat quickly, little bandit, what are you waiting for? Run, senior brother, come to me. Several figures flew across the sky. Xiaoshue's white hair fluttered in the wind as she rushed forward with her sword. Wang Qiong and the little Yaoqi princess, who was looking out, pushed the skull with all their might and rushed over. The golden crow turned into a small sun that shone brightly as it flew forward ferociously. The little monk Xianxia rushed faster than the great golden crow and was already in front of it. Countless people rushed forward at this moment. They knew that the Night Clan Divine Son was in too much danger, but they still wanted to save him. Sigh. I thought that I would be pleasantly surprised by the results. Qin Mu sighed. The descendant of the small celestial realm laughed softly and blushed. Don't come over. Just when everyone had charged over, Fangxing hastily turned towards them, and then he shouted loudly in a voice that was both anxious and furious. He didn't expect this to happen, but he knew that the Night Clan's Divine Son was too terrifying. The Night Clan's genius, who had a bright future in the Divine Court, was really risking his life. The sun and moon elixir's after-effects were already great, and now he had swallowed two at once. Even though he had one of the best bloodlines in the God Clan, he was still courting death. He knew how dangerous this place was. He couldn't let senior sister Xiaoshui and the others get close. At this moment, they couldn't help him and would only die for nothing. Roar! Xiaoshui and the others were startled by Fangxing's thunderous roar. However, the Night Clan's divine child was also startled by his roar. Suddenly, his body trembled and he charged towards Fangxing with the boundless darkness. His mouth was several miles wide, and wherever it passed, the void was torn apart by his fangs. Furthermore, his body was still expanding endlessly. The mountains, rivers, clouds, and qi engulfed everything. How could he block this? The current Fangxing couldn't even be considered as an ant in front of it. Xiaoshui and the others were only stunned for a moment before they rushed forward again like crazy. The descendant of the small celestial realm looked at this scene with a crazed expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have a way to deal with him. Fangxing could only roar again to stop them from getting close. Then, he quickly turned around and looked coldly at the Night Clan Divine Son who was charging at him. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. He searched his chest a few times and took it out again. There were 3 black divine pills that emitted a strong smell of blood between his fingers. They were exactly the same as the divine pills that the Night Clan Divine Son had consumed. They were the Sun Moon pills, and there were 3 of them. Fangxing stared at the Night Clan Divine Son and roared as if he was angry. You have the Sun Moon pills, but I don't. He made up his mind and took out the Sun Moon pills that he had been hiding and held them in his palm. Not only do I have them, I have more than you. He laughed sinisterly as he held the divine pills in his hand. His eyes were blood red and he looked like a ferocious god. Junior brother Fang, don't. Your body can't withstand the power of the demonic pills. Xiaoshui saw this scene from afar and rushed over to stop him. However, it was too late. A sense of despair surged in her heart. The divine son of the Night Clan had 2 Sun Moon pills. One was bestowed by the Divine Master, and the other was at the captive cliff of the North Sea. The divine son of the Bone Clan, Pafeng, had fallen into Fangxing's trap and died to the captive cliff master's arrow. When the immortal king arrived, he was almost driven mad with anger and naturally forgot to collect the divine son's belongings. Moreover, the Sun Moon pill was not a good thing. With the immortal king's current status and identity, he would not care about it. Instead, the scheming divine son of the Night Clan took it for himself. This was also the origin of the 2 Sun Moon pills. But the divine son of the Night Clan probably did not expect that his 2 Sun Moon pills were already out of everyone's expectations, but Fangxing had even more. Fangxing naturally knew that the Sun Moon pill was not a good thing, but he had a good habit of plucking the feathers off a goose that got lucky. When he had gone to ruin Zhao Yadong's plan to attack the Forbidden Land, Zhao Yadong had been accidentally shot to death by Qiuxin Cliffmaster and Zhang Sun Qinglu had been killed by Fang. Fangxing had casually collected their belongings, the majority of which were useless. He had thrown away what he should have thrown away and discarded what he should have discarded. However, he had kept the 2 sun and moon pills as treasures, carefully storing them away. He had no interest in these pills, nor did he think of swallowing them. But he did not expect that they would come in handy in the end. Pa! 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 With a squeeze of his 5 fingers, the 3 porcelain bottles shattered at the same time. The divine pills were already in his hand. Fang Xing's expression was solemn, his eyes fierce. The surrounding Zhu Xiu were all experienced and knowledgeable. They had already seen the divine palace experts take the pills, and they had also deeply felt the thick power of time. Naturally, they knew its use. More importantly, even a powerful existence like the divine son of the Night Clan had become like this after taking 2 pills. They were even more worried about Fang Xing, Xiaoshui, Xianxia, the Great Golden Crow, Wang Qiong, Li Ying, and the others all rushed over with all their might. The god race's bloodline is strong, and your body is strong. That's why you can resist the power of this pill. Junior brother Feng, you must not be reckless, little bandit, let's join hands to kill him. If we really can't do it, we'll run away first. Don't swallow this pill, senior brother, junior brother will fight alongside you. There's no need for you to face this calamity alone. Their eyes were already red, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats with worry. Although the divine son of the Night Clan was terrifying, they were more afraid that Fang Xing would take the 3 sun-moon elixirs regardless of the cost. Perhaps his physical body was strong enough to withstand the power of time like the living beings of the God Clan. Moreover, it was foreseeable that after taking the 3 sun-moon elixirs, he would be able to unleash a terrifying power in an instant and kill the divine son of the Night Clan. However, the price he would have to pay would be too high. The lifespan of living beings of the human clan was not comparable to that of the God Clan. Mortals could only live for less than 100 years, and Foundation establishment cultivators could only live for 300 years. After reaching the golden elixir stage, one's lifespan would be around 1,000 years. After reaching the nascent soul stage, one's lifespan would be around 3,000 years. After stepping into the crossing calamity realm, every time a cultivator went through a tribulation, his lifespan would increase correspondingly. The lifespan would vary depending on the cultivator's background. But on the whole, almost every cultivator would have a lifespan of 12,600 years after going through the 9 tribulations. Fang Xing was now in the 3rd tier of the crossing calamity realm. In theory, his lifespan should only be about 5,000 to 6,000 years. With such a lifespan, what would happen if the power of time went out of control? It was possible that after a short battle, his lifespan would be completely exhausted. Even if he could kill the divine son of the Night Clan, he would still die of old age. It could even be said that even if he did not die of old age, he would lose thousands of years of lifespan for no reason. His source of Taoism would be greatly damaged and irreparable. When that happened, his entire path of cultivation would be cut off. How would he deal with the next 6 thunder tribulations? To him, this was simply too much of a loss. Of course, if everyone worked together to fight the divine son of the Night Clan, especially now that the divine son had taken 2 sun and moon elixirs and had gone berserk, they would have to pay a huge price to win this battle. All of them had the possibility of dying. Even so, they did not want Fang Xing to bear such a heavy burden for them. Without thinking too much, they rushed towards Fang Xing in a frenzy. Some of them rushed towards the divine son of the Night Clan, who had reverted to his original form, while others rushed towards Fang Xing. There was only one goal: they could not let him ruin his path of cultivation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xiaoshui arrived on her white dragon. Her dragon body soared into the sky and turned into a white bolt of lightning. As her scales opened and closed, she even triggered the lightning, which suddenly turned into clouds of lightning. Xiaoshui stood on the dragon's head, her white hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fairy in the sky, or a god of war in the midst of the lightning. When she was about 300 feet away from the divine son of the Night Clan, she had already swung her sword with all her might. The bone sword in her hand actually gave off a dazzling light and turned into wisps of white sword chi. The sword slashed towards the left flank of the divine son's huge body with indescribable ferocity. Vairocana scripture. Xianxia was the fastest. He rushed to the void above the divine son of the Night Clan. This time, he didn't try to sneak up on him. He had never seen him so serious. He sat cross-legged in the void, and his white monk robe was dazzling. He gently knocked on the wooden fish and slowly began to circulate some kind of scripture that made people want to worship him. At this moment, his figure seemed to be rising endlessly. All the white Buddhist light around him surged like waves, turning into an invisible giant Buddha. He waved his palm toward the divine son of the Night Clan. So. Wang Qiong, Li Hongyi, Han Ning, and Li Ying were not as fast as Xianxia and Xiaoshui, but they also tried their best to rush over. At this time, no one was willing to hold back. They directly activated their strongest magical powers. The azure form, the hell form, the human form, and the hungry ghost form appeared in the air at the same time. The aura between the gods and the demons filled the earth. The four Dharma forms flew thousands of feet, like meteors, and rushed toward the Dharma forms formed by the Night Clan god in four different directions, with a desperate posture. "Little bandit, don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you." The golden crow looked like an adult coaxing a child. Nobody knew if it was intentional, but the seriousness on its face was not fake. It charged faster and faster, becoming bigger and bigger. In the end, it turned into a blazing sun that illuminated the surroundings and charged straight at Feng Xing. However, no matter how strong the blazing sun it had turned into was, it looked so small in front of the Night Clan's divine sun's body that was expanding. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the pitch-black night sky. Why is there so many people who are willing to risk their lives to protect a person like him? There were also people who did not move, such as Song Guichan. He had been quietly standing in the same place, watching the Night Clan god lose control, watching Feng Xing be devoured, and watching him take out 3 sun and moon elixirs, as if he had made the decision to die together with the Night Clan god. Why would a person like you sacrifice his future just to protect the heaven's origin realm? He kept mumbling to himself, as if he was deeply confused. He looked into the distance, as if he was thinking about how Feng Xing had destroyed his Tao source and rushed toward him with the great millstone of heaven and earth. Even saving his life didn't change his impression of Feng Xing. But now, he was a little hesitant. Such a hero is worthy of his life. Kong didn't rush forward to help. She just held her iron rod, lowered her head slightly, and bowed to Feng Xing. As for Little Pun King, Fox Fairy, and the others, they were completely stunned. Is this why Little Ancestor's cultivation path has always been faster than mine? The Little Rock King seemed to have understood something, and he mumbled to himself, that spirit of wanting to defeat the opponent at all costs. Is this why I've always lost to you? Fox Fairy was deep in thought, and her beautiful face was filled with shock. They couldn't figure out what they would do when they saw the Night Clan god go berserk like this. The loss of control of the power of time was too terrifying. The most obvious sign was that the god's body seemed to have lost its restraints, and it kept growing. A monstrous black aura rose from its body, covering the sky. It was as if it had turned into a heavenly realm, covering and devouring everything. And in the middle of this black cloud, a huge night god's original form was opening its hideous bloody mouth, swallowing everything. It was like a piece of heaven and earth was pressing down on him alone. Among 10,000 people, 9,999 would instinctively retreat in the face of such a terrifying scene. However, the devil had actually taken out 3 sun-moon pills. Even if he were to destroy his own cultivation path, he still wanted to. Brothers, some people rushed towards him, while others rushed towards the Night Clan god's son without a care. Feng Xing heard their shouts and felt the urgency in their hearts. He could even feel the anxious gazes of Zhu Xiao of the Feng Tian alliance looking at him from afar. He understood their concern for him, and a complicated smile appeared on his face. These bastards, don't they know how dangerous the Night Clan god's son is right now? If he charged head-on like that, he might lose his life. What a bunch of fools. This is really too touching. Feng Xing couldn't help but wipe away his bitter tears. Then, he raised the hand holding the sun and moon elixirs high. But, he sighed. Then, he suddenly used force and threw the 3 sun and moon elixirs towards the hideous mouth of the Night Clan god's son, who was trying to devour him. At the same time, he turned around and shouted at the great golden crow, Xiaoshui, Xianxia, Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, Han Ning, Li Ying and the others, who said I was going to eat it myself. Am I that stupid in your eyes? That's to be fed to it. The originally solemn and dignified void was suddenly filled with an awkward atmosphere. Whether it was Xiaoxue and the others who were risking their lives to besiege the divine son of the Yi clan, or the great golden crow who was anxious to stop Feng Xing, or the cultivators of the Feng Tian alliance who were watching from afar and feeling inexplicably moved by Feng Xing's righteousness, when they saw Feng Xing's actions and heard his words, they instantly felt embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Damn it, what was wrong with them? How could they think of such a righteous way of doing things in the same way as this demon? They were all impatient and didn't think it through. To put it bluntly, he had been put on the spot by Yi Zichen. Why didn't they think that this demon was actually going to feed the sun and moon pill to the divine son of the Yi clan? They had wasted their passion and emotions in vain. For a moment, whether it was Xiaoxue and the others, or the great golden crow and the others, they all felt that they didn't know what to do. The big golden crow flapped its wings and awkwardly hovered in the air. It slapped its own face with its big wings and scolded angrily, "Why was I blinded by lard? Did I think that he was going to sacrifice himself? Alas, in the end, my brain became slow." Xiaoxue couldn't help laughing as she retracted her sword. She looked at Feng Xing with admiration in her eyes. "No wonder your junior brother Feng. I should have believed you, senior brother is indeed senior brother. Why didn't I think of this method?" In the void, Xianxia, who had already performed the Vairocana Sutra and was about to strike with his palm, was also stunned. He hurriedly withdrew his palm, even the wooden fish and the terrifying Buddha's light around him. He thought to himself, fortunately, senior brother is clever and came up with this method to deal with this monster of the Yi clan that has already gone berserk. Otherwise, he suddenly looked around furtively and sighed. That would expose my true strength, humph. I knew I overestimated you. Song Guichan waved his sleeve and let out a cold harumph, but there was a helpless expression on his face. Kong Konger, on the other hand, had originally lowered his head and gave a half bow to Feng Xing, but when he saw this scene, he was instantly stunned for a while. Then, he grimaced in pain and pretended that nothing had happened as he bent down, pretending to look for something below. Little Pun King and Immortal Fox Fairy glanced at each other, then they turned their heads away at the same time as if nothing had happened. We didn't say anything just now. It was clear that he had good intentions, but this devil made him blush. The same thought appeared in Zhu Xiu's mind at the same time. However, they suddenly realized that this devil had come up with a good idea. If these 3 sun and moon pills were fed to the Night Clan's divine son, the effect would be much better than if Feng Xing ate them himself. After all, Feng Xing was a human. Even if he ate these 3 sun and moon pills, he might not be able to defeat the Night Clan's divine son. However, the Night Clan's divine son had already eaten 2 sun and moon pills, and the power of time was out of control. It was clear that the Night Clan's divine son had reached his limit. If he ate another sun and moon pill, he might suffer a severe backlash. If he swallowed 3 sun and moon pills at once, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, would he really be able to smoothly swallow these 3 sun-moon pills? How could he ensure that the 3 sun and moon pills would not be spat out before they took effect? After all, the Night Clan's divine son did not swallow the 3 sun and moon pills willingly, so they would not be refined by the power of his bloodline. A series of questions arose in everyone's minds. Everyone's attention was focused on the Night Clan's divine son. Swish! 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 The 3 sun and moon pills had been crushed by Feng Xing. They flew towards the Night Clan's divine son's mouth, which looked like it could swallow the heavens. After Feng Xing injected his power into them, they looked like 3 undetectable meteors. The Night Clan's divine son had already gone berserk and was already swallowing everything. The 3 meteors flew towards its mouth effortlessly. Not only that, Feng Xing's 100 battle soul weapon also flew out to protect the 3 sun and moon pills. Swoosh, swoosh, a ball of black light flew in front while the 3 pills followed behind. They were as fast as lightning and were almost undetectable. The Night Clan's divine son was already in a berserk state. He did not even hear the conversation between Feng Xing and Zhu Xiu from the Feng Tian alliance. Or rather, he heard it, but he did not react in time. The 3 pills came too quickly and entered his mouth in an instant. Honestly speaking, it did not seem like Feng Xing had thrown them in, but he had swallowed them. The Sun-Moon Divine Pill took root in the Divine Son's body. After it flew into the Divine Son's mouth, it quickly entered his organs with the help of the 100 battle soul weapon. It connected with the Divine Son's chi and blood and began to take effect on its own. However, this pill was too miraculous. Once it began to take effect, its power was extremely strong. Moreover, it was already in the Divine Son's body, so this huge creature was alarmed almost instantly. Even though he had gone berserk and his consciousness was not clear, he could still instinctively sense the potential danger. Because of this, the Night Clan's Divine Son's eyes, which were hidden in the darkness, suddenly focused and emitted a faint light. His huge body shook violently at this moment. Even the void around him started to ripple. The whirlpool that was swallowing everything in the world slowly stopped moving. The huge black cloud that was like a dark night suddenly started to shrink in the middle. Everyone knew that the Night Clan's Divine Son had sensed danger and stopped swallowing everything. He was even ready to spit everything out. The 3 sun and moon pills had just entered his stomach. If he spat them out, they would not be able to take effect. Everyone's hearts tensed up at this moment. Success or failure depended on this moment. Feng Xing could not stop the Night Clan's Divine Son's all-devouring aura, so when the Night Clan's Divine Son was about to spit out everything, would he be able to stop him? Feng Xing did not disappoint them on this point. Since you've eaten mine, don't even think about spitting them out. Feng Xing seemed to have expected the Night Clan's Divine Son's action. He rushed out the moment he tossed out the 3 sun and moon pills. However, he did not rush towards the Night Clan's Divine Son. Instead, he rushed towards the Great Golden Crow, who was the closest to him. Ayaya, little bandit, I actually thought of your idea just now. I just wanted to remind you, the Great Golden Crow hurriedly explained when he saw Feng Xing coming over. After all, he was now the number 1 among the younger generation of the primordial demon Dao. He naturally did not want to lose face. The Great Golden Crow was no longer the shameless person he used to be when he roamed the world with a small bandit. His face was the most important thing in the world. At first, because he could not use the power of the small world, he refused to follow others into the demon palace because of this reason. Now that he had made a wrong decision and almost lost face because of his good intentions, he naturally had to make up for it. I know. Feng Xing waved his hand and said sincerely, 6th Master Jin, can you do me another favor? Feng Xing's politeness made the Great Golden Crow feel alarmed. He glared at him and said, what favor? What do you think of the Night Clan's Divine Son? Feng Xing pointed at the Night Clan's Divine Son with a serious face. The Great Golden Crow looked over subconsciously. Feng Xing suddenly revealed a smirk on his face. He mustered all his strength and roared, go to hell. With a bang, he kicked the Great Golden Crow's butt. Croak, the Great Golden Crow screamed and flew towards the Night Clan's Divine Son's slightly closed mouth like a shooting star. With his current strength, he could not stop himself from being kicked by Feng Xing in a short distance. He almost instantly rushed to the Night Clan's Divine Son's mouth. Facing the Night Clan's Divine Son's fangs and unfathomable mouth, he panicked subconsciously. He hurriedly used his biggest trump card, the small world that he had obtained from the captive cliff in the North Sea, Rumble. The surrounding void was constantly propped up by it until it turned into a dazzling ball of light that supported a domain. It was neither too big nor too small. This domain just happened to block the Night Clan's Divine Son's mouth. Little bandit, I'm not done with you. The intelligent or cunning Golden Crow naturally understood what Feng Xing meant. It let out a tragic howl. However, before it could finish cursing, the Night Race's Divine Son had already shrunk his body and was about to spit out everything he had just swallowed. However, the Golden Crow happened to block the Night Race's Divine Son's mouth. The Night Race's Divine Son's mouth seemed to be stuffed. There was a series of explosions and sounds of impact. Then, the mucus that was spilling out, the void chi, the mountains, and the rivers that he had swallowed all rushed back into his stomach. The Great Golden Crow, on the other hand, was sent flying by the impact. He was covered in mucus and filth. He actually used the Golden Crow's crown prince to block his mouth. This is really disgusting. Seeing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They could not even bear to watch anymore. As for the Night Clan's Divine Son, he had really gone crazy this time. All living beings felt the same when they swallowed something that they were about to spit out. Naturally, his mood was no better than the Great Golden Crow's. What was more terrifying was that he did not spit out the 3 sun and moon elixirs at the first opportunity. The drug had already started to take effect. Even he did not have the ability to spit out a second one. The power of time had already gone out of control in his body. Now that it had merged with the aura of the 3 sun and moon elixirs, it instantly formed a huge storm formed by the power of time. It started to attack his body. I'm going to kill you. Feeling the storm formed by the power of time in his body, the Night Clan's divine son also felt a deep sense of despair. His last bit of rationality turned into his hatred for Feng Xing. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and rushed toward Feng Xing. At this time, he no longer had any desire to live. He just wanted to swallow Feng Xing and turn that demon into ashes. Unfortunately, before he could finish his last sentence, he suddenly heard a loud bang. His head was hit. Even an existence like the Night Clan's divine son was stunned after being hit. His last bit of rationality was gone. It was as if a giant beast had suddenly been immobilized by an immortal. He froze in the air for a long time, still maintaining his charging posture. Kill, kill, kill. How dare you mention the word kill in front of me? On top of his head, Xianxia, who was dressed in white and holding a huge wooden fish, had a serious expression on his face. How dare you say that I can't hit you? Boom, the Night Clan's divine son's last trace of reason was also destroyed by the huge wooden fish in Xianxia's hand. His body froze in the air, still in the position of rushing forward. After a while, he fell into the abyss with a loud bang. As he fell, he could already feel the power of time suddenly erupting from his body. Zhu Xiao, who was looking at him from afar, could even feel that the flow of time was different from where the Night Clan's divine son was. The Night Clan's divine son's aura became more and more terrifying at the speed of lightning. He tore the void apart with his aura alone. When his aura expanded to the extreme, he suddenly fell, and a sense of sorrow appeared. It was a kind of power of aging. Crack. 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 As he fell, his physical body began to collapse. A huge Night Clan's divine son was torn apart. At the bottom of the abyss, countless cracks had already formed in the void, forming a vortex formed by the power of time. It was faint and unending, slowly but unstoppably rotating at the bottom of the abyss. Due to the power of the 5 sun-moon pills, the endless power of time had erupted, and it was simply impossible to dissipate. However, due to the remnant restrictions left behind by the Sky Demon Palace, the vortex formed by the power of time could not rush out, and it had actually formed a kind of continuous wind of time, and judging from its power, it seemed that it would not stop for a while. The aura of the Night Clan's divine son had completely disappeared. There was only this inadvertently created God's land left in the world. At this moment, everyone's expression was filled with reverence and some disbelief. The Night Clan's divine son had been defeated just like that, he had been killed by Feng Xing alone just like that. This kind of situation even made them feel a little absurd. No matter how they looked at it, Feng Xing should not have been a match for the Night Clan's divine son, but he had won. And what had decided the final victory had nothing to do with magic power or strength. It was just an unexpected thought. The divine son of the Night Clan had always appeared to be a meticulous and gloomy person. However, he had never expected that he would lose his life in the end because of an extremely stupid mistake he had made after going berserk. One wrong step led to a series of wrong steps. In the end, this mistake led to his own death. It was truly an unjust death. Based on his true strength, there was no need for this. Think about it, if he had not been so ambitious from the beginning and had directly fought against Zhu Xiao of the Fengtian Alliance, with his almost celestial killing ability and the powerful bloodline of the Night Clan's divine son, how many people would have been a match for him? Not only that, but under his care, the other little lords of the celestial court would not have been easily killed by Feng Xing and the others. After all, strictly speaking, even if the Fengtian Alliance's young experts all came out together, and they had the help of Xiao Shui and LV Fengxian, the celestial court still had Gu He, the successor of the small celestial realm, and the Night Clan's divine son. The others were also extremely powerful. Overall, they were stronger than the Fengtian Alliance. In a head-on confrontation, the celestial court had the upper hand. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and the power of time could not reverse time and space. If the Night Clan's divine son had not been knocked unconscious by Xianxia at the last moment, would he have sighed with emotion? The celestial court's divine son, who was known for his strength, had lost in the end because of his strategy. The Night Clan's divine son was dead, and the celestial court's plan was ruined. What was left? Everyone was looking at the immortal slaying sword formation, as well as the stone bridge in the middle of the sword formation's protection. My son. Why can't I sense my son's aura? How is it possible? How is it possible? My son. Is he dead? When the divine son of the Night Clan lost his life, or in other words, when the battle officially began, the situation in the vast Tianyuan world had changed drastically. The South Zhang clan, the Demon Land, and the Divine Continent, these three armies were heading straight for the Pure Land. The god race beings that blotted out the sky and the earth roared as they slowly advanced towards the Pure Land. The great army's momentum was unparalleled, causing great pressure to the beings in the Pure Land. All the sects and Taoists sent out their troops to build great formations and deploy immortal weapons to defend against the incoming god race beings. Everyone had an extremely heavy pressure in their hearts. Was the final battle between Heaven's origin and the celestial race coming so soon? The celestial race's creatures were far from ready. The living beings of the celestial race, who only showed signs of mobilizing their troops, didn't attack the Pure Land immediately. Among them, the most violent one was undoubtedly godly King Eternal Darkness. He sensed the disappearance of the aura of the Night Clan's divine son and was instantly shocked and enraged. He couldn't hold himself back anymore. He didn't even care about the Divine Lord's order to deploy the army. He soared into the sky and charged towards the Pure Land without a care for anything else. Rumble, above the 9 heavens, there was only a patch of thick darkness. The surging aura was flying towards the Pure Land. In the depths of the darkness, there were endless roars and screams. They were wrapped in the murderous aura of an enraged godly king as they flew for thousands of miles. A godly king flying at full speed was much faster than the celestial race's army. Within an hour, they were already close to the Pure Land. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Pure Land were also panicking to the extreme. Why? There's obviously a chance for negotiation. Who is it that angered the Immortal Court? Some old cultivators from the Immortal Alliance who insisted on negotiating were panicking. They were angry and anxious. They shouted and scolded, but they didn't know who they should scold. We can't avoid this battle anyway. On a deep mountain in the Pure Land, Bai Qianzhang with fluttering white hair and Daphne in a dark golden robe were looking into the distance with cold eyes. Below them, the mountains were filled with immortal soldiers armed with magical treasures and armors. They looked sad and desolate. They were looking toward the northwest, ready to attack at any time. Bai Qianzhang and Daphne sensed the godly King Eternal Darkness flying towards the Pure Land. They looked at each other and then turned into two beams of white light, flying toward the 9 heavens. Since we can't avoid it, let's fight to the end. Dark clouds filled the air, boundless and traceless. They pressed down on the Pure Land with monstrous power. Behind the dark clouds, there was also a powerful aura from the north flying toward the Pure Land. It was the immortal King Eternal Darkness. After a moment of silence in the Divine Land, there was also a terrifying dark energy rising toward the Pure Land. It was the abysmal King Eternal Darkness. The 3 godly kings were all rushing toward the Pure Land. The reason was simple. With the tragic death of the Night Clan's divine son, the Immortal Court's grand plan had failed. Therefore, even the Master God allowed the godly King Eternal Darkness to be angry and allowed them to come to the Pure Land personally. Otherwise, without his permission, the abysmal King Eternal Darkness and the abysmal King Eternal Darkness wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, the grand plan had failed. Therefore, the only thing left was to use force. Even if they startled the divine item and made it hide in the void, it would be better than letting it fall into the hands of the Sky Origin creatures. This was related to the grand plan, so the Immortal Court had to act. They had no choice but to suppress them with force. The 3 godly kings, 1 at the front and 2 at the back, had an earth-shattering aura. Wherever their aura passed by, all living beings would kneel down. It's impossible for us to stop the 3 godly kings with just the 2 of us, right? In the sky above the Pure Land, only Bai Qianzhang and Daphne were there. Their robes were fluttering in the wind as they faced the 3 godly kings. It won't be just us, Bai Qianzhang said softly as he placed his hand on the sword on his waist. Previously, the Pure Land was known as the #1 forbidden area of Sky Origin. That's because the Sky Demon still has a strand of aura, so the Immortal Court didn't dare to act rashly. But now, that strand of aura has disappeared. Do you think there's still an existence in the Pure Land that the three of them are afraid of? Daphne seemed to love arguing with Bai Qianzhong. He snorted and said in a low voice. Of course there is. Bai Qianzhong said in a low voice as his eyes glanced around. In every generation of Sky Origin, there are many geniuses rising up. There are also many people who have the potential to become immortals. However, because the path of heaven has been cut off, their cultivation path has been cut off. Although not all of them have reached or are close to the sage realm, nor are they qualified to fight against the godly kings, if they are willing to show up, even the three godly kings won't be able to sweep the Pure Land. However, they are used to sleeping. They are used to living in seclusion. They don't want to be contaminated by the mortal world. They are used to not listening to anything. They just wait for the gate of heaven to reopen and the time when the immortal opportunity arrives. As Bai Qianzhong said softly, his face was already solemn. However, we can't continue with this kind of attitude. The sages have important matters to attend to. They are far away from Sky Origin. They are going to an unknown place in the void. Even the ancestors who have the potential to go through the heavenly tribulation, as well as the ancestors who are proficient in divination, formation, alchemy, and talisman techniques, have brought many of them with them. They have important matters to attend to. However, the responsibility of guarding Sky Origin has fallen on the shoulders of those who are left behind. Haha, our children are doing very well. They are doing much better than we had imagined. In the future, they will definitely be stronger than us. However, they still lack a bit of time. Now, it is the time for them to inherit the greatest fortune. Could it be that we, the old people, are going to stay out of it and watch them struggle? Haha, this concerns the fate of Sky Origin. The sword is hanging above our heads. Everyone has to do their part. How can we let them continue to stay silent? As he spoke, he waved his sleeves like an immortal. At the crucial moment, the two of us will be the bricks that attract the jade, he spoke in a relaxed manner. However, when faced with the three godly kings whose auras were overwhelming, there was a determination as if he was staking everything in one throw. Haha, alright then. I will accompany you. Let's see if your prophecy is accurate. When Daphne heard this, he was not afraid at all. He only sneered and his aura soared. Haha, old heretic, now that things have come to this, I have something to say to you. Bai Qianzhong turned his head to look at Daphne. His expression was a little emotional. Daphne turned around and glanced at him. Cut the crap. Tell me. Bai Qianzhong suddenly sighed and said softly, back then, I sealed you for 300 years with one finger. Now that I think about it, I feel a little sorry. Daphne was stunned. Then, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Are you apologizing to me? Bai Qianzhong nodded and did not speak. Daphne looked at him for a while before he suddenly burst into laughter. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and turned into a giant red-feathered bird. Its entire body was like a small mountain. Every single feather was burning with the terrifying Nanmingli fire. It seemed like its entire body was made of flames. With a clear cry, the aura on its body was completely unleashed. It was not weaker than a Taoist master. Even Bai Qianzhong was slightly suppressed by it. It was clearly the appearance of an ancient ferocious bird. Haha, you owe me. That cheap grandson has already paid me back. Daphne flapped his wings very generously. There was a hint of pride in his eyes. He's my disciple, but you call yourself his grandfather. That's equivalent to taking advantage of me. Bai Qianzhong was expressionless, but the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Haha, if you're wrong, perhaps we'll be dead in 10 minutes. So what if I'm taking advantage of you? Daphne laughed out loud. He was the first to spread his wings and flew toward the three godly kings whose auras were surging. That's right, Bai Qianzhong's gaze was distant. He looked around and sighed softly. Then, he flew toward them. Compared to Daphne and Bai Qianzhong, the auras of the three great godly kings were much more tyrannical and massive. In terms of actual cultivation and strength, Daphne and Bai Qianzhong were undoubtedly much weaker. Thus, for the two of them, fighting the three great godly kings would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, at this time, they still charged forward without any hesitation. They wanted to block the three overbearing and tyrannical godly kings outside the Pure Land so that the juniors who had risked their lives to defeat the small saints of the divine court would have some time to inherit those fortunes. The heavenly demons are gone. Who in the Pure Land dares to stop me? Godly King Eternal Darkness, who was at the forefront, was now less than 10,000 miles away from Bai Qianzhong and Daphne. With his cultivation, he had long discovered these two opponents who were not worth mentioning. His hatred flared up, and he spat out a mouthful of dark breath. Rumble, a black cloud spread across the void like a black spear in the vast world, piercing forward. Those who stop me shall die. That black spear was filled with Godly King Eternal Darkness's most terrifying strength. With a rumble, it shattered the void in its path. Even the scorching sun in the sky darkened inexplicably in the face of this spear filled with night chi, as though it did not dare to reveal too much light in front of this black spear. The aura of this black spear even dug a deep trench in the sea below, the four regions of heaven origin, all humans, ghosts, demons, and demons, listen to me. The god race has descended tyrannically, invaded our mountains and rivers, and slaughtered our people. Trillions of living beings in heaven origin have become slaves to the god race. Today, I, the first way of heaven, am willing to expel the god race for heaven origin and fight to the death, even at the cost of my own life. At this moment of life and death, the first way of heaven is willing to ask for everyone's help. We will remember your kindness and repay you. You may continue to watch from the sidelines, but the first way of heaven will remember this forever. In the face of that terrifying spear, Bai Qianzhong and Daphne looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Facing the almost irresistible black spear that had surpassed the true immortal realm, they showed no intention of backing down. Instead, they launched their divine abilities at the same time and launched their attacks. At the same time, Bai Qianzhong took a deep breath and turned into a powerful divine sense. He quickly sent out a decree and sent it to every secret location in the Tianyuan domain. Now that the three god kings had come out, who knew how many terrifying auras had been drawn out and were waiting in the dark. Bai Qianzhong's decree was meant for them. To sum it up, there were two sentences: now, we are going to deal with the god race. You can either lend a hand or continue to watch from the sidelines. Those who lend a helping hand will definitely thank you for your kindness in the future. Cold bystanders, wait until the day the god race is exiled, that will be the day we come back to settle things with you. For a cultivator, this was already too straightforward, because at this time, Bai Qianzhong and Daphne really didn't have time to be polite anymore. Previously, when the Sky Alliance was established, they had already invited countless hidden experts, hoping that they would come out and help the Sky Alliance. But regrettably, many of the younger generation's prodigies were hot-blooded and were willing to serve the Sky Alliance. However, the older generation, or those who had been in seclusion for a long time and were unwilling to come out for no reason, ignored the Sky Alliance's invitation. They were cold and indifferent, and now, at the moment of life and death, it was Bai Qianzhong's last invitation to them. He and Daphne were willing to become bricks to attract the heavenly Yuan domain, and this was also a gamble. They were betting on whether those who were used to staying out of the way would help. Boom. Their combined divine abilities, one gold and one white, intertwined like Tai Chi and rushed towards Godly King Eternal Darkness's dark aura. It seemed like there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. It was impossible to resist Godly King Eternal Darkness's natal black aura. However, as they launched their divine abilities, a deathly aura rose from the void below. Within the deathly aura, there was a white bone spear that shone with a demonic light. Its aura was even stronger than the two of them, but it silently flew into the air and fused with their divine abilities, causing the power of the golden white radiance to increase greatly. Sleeping for millions of years, waiting for the immortal ascension day, below, someone released a long cry, riding on a rotten black cloud, directly rising into the air. It was the white-boned saint, who had been sleeping in the demon abyss. He was the first to come out and help at this time. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Bai Qianzhong fixed his gaze on the young man and memorized his appearance. Then, he sent a voice transmission. Hee, there's no hurry to thank me. If I kill your disciple one day, we might have to fight. The white-boned saint snickered, his face full of malice. Why do you want to kill him? Even at such an anxious moment, the great rock-evil monarch couldn't help but ask. Humph, the white-boned saint glared at him with extreme displeasure. Because he scolded me. Daphne and Bai Qianzhong suddenly didn't know what to say. After waiting for 10,000 years, the path to immortality didn't reopen, but the god race came. Is there really no hope of becoming an immortal anymore? I don't want to bother with your worldly affairs, but why do you have to force me? The god race may be powerful, but they can't destroy the last chance of survival of the heavenly Yuan domain, right? Go back. Go back. Down below, a desolate grave on an isolated island in the West Sea suddenly cracked, revealing a rotten coffin. From the coffin, a jet of dark light flew out, emitting a terrifying tribulation-passing aura. It merged with the spells of Bai Qianzhong and the others, increasing their power. Then, the coffin jumped up and soared into the sky, guarding the Pure Land. That was the famous lord of the fifth forbidden area above the heavenly Yuan domain. He chose to take action at this moment. Alas, the current situation of the world is too complicated. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. But I can't let you destroy the vitality of the heavenly Yuan domain. In the extreme west of the divine land, on an island filled with black smoke, someone sighed in a low voice. Then, all the black smoke flew up into the sky at the same time and turned into a woman in a black robe. She looked extremely young, but the vicissitudes in her eyes indicated that she had lived for countless years. She took out a magic treasure and merged it with the spells of Bai Qianzhong and the others, attacking from afar. If anyone was there, they would know that the Lord of the Forbidden Area, who was ranked second among the 9 forbidden areas of the heavenly Yuan domain, had taken action. Boom. 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 When the 3 great divine kings joined hands and rushed towards the Pure Land, Bai Qianzhong and Daphne acted like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Chi activity exploded everywhere in the heavenly Yuan domain. No one knew how many mysterious characters who had been hiding for thousands of years finally tore off their mysterious veils. When it came to the success or failure of the Pure Land and the life and death of the last territory of the heavenly Yuan domain, they all chose to stop the 3 divine kings. Some of them had already used their influence and turned into forbidden areas to protect the fire seed of heaven Yuan domain. Some of them didn't even take action when the God clan descended because they knew that they were no match for them. They knew that even if they took action, they wouldn't be a match for the great army of the God clan. Instead, they would lose their cultivation and destroy their Tao heart. However, at this time, they all took action. The reason was very complicated. Some of them really couldn't bear to see the Pure Land fall. After all, the Pure Land was the last territory of the heavenly Yuan domain that was still in the hands of the living beings of the heavenly Yuan domain. Some of them saw the deep meaning behind the action of Feng Xing and the others when they took the divine items. Of course, some of them still wanted to continue observing, but they couldn't do so anymore. Since Bai Qianzhong and Daphne had taken action, they couldn't just sit by and watch. Because no one knew whether the Heavenly Alliance would succeed in the end, or whether they had received the instructions of the sages who had left the heavenly Yuan domain. They also didn't know if they would be punished later on if they continued to stay out of this matter. Rumble. Bai Qianzhong and Daphne's divine abilities finally collided with the God King Eternal Darkness's spit above the West Sea. Dark clouds erupted, its momentum shocking the 9 heavens and cutting through the deep sea. It directly formed an incomparably huge curtain that covered the void. It also blocked the 3 God Kings who were charging over, as well as Bai Qianzhong, Daphne, and the others who were coming up to fight. God King Eternal Darkness was extremely resentful. He gritted his teeth and revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. His momentum slowed down a little. Next to him, the Immortal God King and the 9 Serenities God King arrived. They each occupied a corner of the world and looked down on the Pure Land from afar. Then, the smoke screen that was formed from the collision of the 2 divine abilities slowly faded away. Behind the smoke, at the edge of the Pure Land, one could see more than 20 figures in the air. Their auras varied in strength. The strong were almost at the peak of tribulation passing, while the weak were only at the 4th or 5th level of tribulation passing. But if one had to say what they had in common, it would be that all of them had thick traces of time on their bodies. Clearly, they had lived for a very long time. They were all heavenly Yuan experts who had grown up in other eras. Not only did they have no hope of becoming immortals, but they also couldn't be as high and mighty as the 9 sages and control the fate of the heavenly Yuan domain. Thus, most of them chose to live in seclusion. They slept for a long time and didn't care about the world for a long time, cultivating a cold and indifferent heart. But at this time, no matter how cold and indifferent they were, they had no choice but to make a move. The Heavenly Alliance had forced them out. You guys dare to block my path to becoming a God King? God King Eternal Darkness wasn't scared. In fact, he didn't even care about these people. He roared angrily and was about to rush over. If this is a bet, then you've already lost. Why do you have to keep chattering? As an old voice sounded, a golden body as huge as a mountain soared into the sky from the demon abyss. It was majestic and overbearing. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky and the sun. It was the old Dragon King of the Chaos Bone Palace. He flew to the edge of the Pure Land and looked at the three divine kings with a pair of terrifying eyes. Today, with us here, no matter how powerful the three of you are, you won't be able to take a step into the Pure Land so easily. Hee, is that so? Since when did the heavenly Yuan beings have such courage? Behind God King Eternal Darkness, the immortal God King roared angrily. A bone spear appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. Today, I don't do anything else but to kill Feng Xing and avenge my two sons. Who dares to stop me? Hee, that's right. The heavenly court wants to kill the traitor. What say you? God King Nine Nether clearly agreed with this question. His successor had also been crippled by Feng Xing. Now that his last breath was gone, he naturally had to blame Feng Xing. However, unlike God King Eternal Darkness, his successor had been crippled first and was mentally prepared. Thus, he wasn't as angry as God King Eternal Darkness. Speaking of the three God Kings and God King Seamless, who hadn't received permission from the God Master and couldn't come to Heavenly Yuan, the Heavenly Court had 4 God Kings cut off by that demon, Rumble. The combined attack of the 3 God Kings was earth-shattering. And in the distant Sunlansi region, there was even an aura spying on them. Then let's fight. Let's see if the Heavenly Yuan Foundation can stop you 3 God Kings. Looking at the sky-blotting figures of the 3 God Kings, Bai Qianzhong, Daphne, and the other experts also rushed forward. Below the immortal burial slope, when the competition between the juniors of the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Reverence Alliance came to an end, the real competition between the experts began. This time, apart from a few who wanted to continue observing the situation and wouldn't make a move even if the Pure Land fell, Heavenly Yuan was really going all out this time. These people were even taking the risk of dying. Even the weakest among them was at the Tribulation Realm, but compared to the 3 God Kings, they were still too weak. They were so weak that they could be strangled to death. A great battle between experts unfolded at the border of the Pure Land, above the Western Sea. The battle caused the sky and earth to darken. Immortals died and gods were injured. The unceasing sound of thunder even spread 10,000 li away. Even if we can't win in the end, our generation has done our best. I can't live anymore. Little bandit, you bastard. I'll kill you. At the same time, under the fairy burial slope, in the void above the abyss, Zhu Xiu, Feng Xing, Xiao Shui, LV Feng Xian, and the others of the Feng Tian Alliance were all excited and couldn't control themselves. Then, they looked at the fairy-slaying sword formation and the stone bridge in the void. The only one who wasn't interested in the divine item was the great golden crow. He was covered in mucus and was so angry that he wanted to fight with Feng Xing with his life. He thought to himself, after so many years, I've finally become a respectable person. How can I live if this matter is spread out? Won't the world know that I, the great golden crow, was swallowed and spat out? What's so disgusting about this? You're the hero who turned the tide. Once this matter is spread out, the world will know that you tore apart the #1 expert of the ancient tribe, Gu He. They will also know that you choked the #1 little saint of the divine court to death. How awesome will that be? Facing the crazy great golden crow, Feng Xing could only comfort him with kind words. The great golden crow was really tempted. He stared at Suke and said, "Is it really awesome?" Feng Xing nodded vigorously. "That is absolute prestige." The great golden crow flapped his wings. "Don't I look disgusting?" Feng Xing shook his head. "Not at all." The great golden crow suppressed his anger. He took a few deep breaths and looked down. He saw that in the abyss, the place where the Night Clan's divine sun was standing had turned into a thick whirlpool of time. It was so terrifying that no one dared to approach. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked Feng Xing, I remember you threw your powerful weapon into the mouth of the Night Clan's divine son, right? Now, that bastard's flesh and blood has become a time vortex. How are you going to take that weapon out? This was a serious question, but Fangxing waved his hand in disgust and said, "No, it's too disgusting." The great golden crow was stunned for a second and then became angry again. "Then why did you throw me in?" Although he was joking, Fangxing did not intend to take out the 100 battle soul weapon immediately. Firstly, the essence of the bloodline of the divine son of the night race, the incomplete immortal body, the surging devil chi in the abyss, and the power of time contained in the 5 sun and moon elixirs had stirred up a chaotic whirlpool, stirring up all the rules and order inside into a mess. Even though he was connected to the 100 battle soul weapon, it would not be easy for him to take it back. He would need to spend a lot of effort to do so. But now, he naturally didn't have the energy to do so. What was more worthy of his attention was the godly item. "I can't believe you actually won." However, just as he was about to reach the immortal slaying sword array, someone suddenly spoke in a low voice, attracting Fangxing's attention. The descendant of the small celestial realm said fiercely, shockingly, he was still alive. Although he only had 1 breath left, his eyes were extremely bright. In his eyes, there was shock, doubt, astonishment, and a deep sense of loss, but more than that, there was an inexplicable sense of gratification. Although his smile was bitter, he was still smiling. "I won the bet, right?" Fangxing leaped forward and closed in on him. He smiled coldly and softly. "I've won. I have nothing to say about this bet." The descendant of the small celestial realm opened his mouth with difficulty and laughed. The flesh on his face began to fall and turn into ashes. "Then you should also." Just as Fangxing was about to hand over Fairy Qingyu's soul, he heard the descendant of the small celestial realm say, "I will also give this great opportunity to you. In this life, I may have made a lot of mistakes, but I have no regrets. I think, if you were born in my position and felt the pressure on my shoulders, you would probably make the same choice as me. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. I'm not asking you to understand. I just hope that there is someone who can take the pressure off my shoulders and make me feel a little more relaxed." As he spoke with difficulty, his right hand formed a seal in front of his chest. 3 specks of light filled with divinity flew out from between his eyebrows. They were like fireflies and danced around Fangxing's spell seeds. Fangxing was a bit surprised. He opened his right palm and the 3 fireflies floated down and entered his palm. "These 3 seeds are what I'm returning to you." The body of the small celestial realm's inheritor had already turned to dust. It was clear that he had held on for this long and did not plan to hold on any longer. While making arrangements for his funeral, he impatiently gave up on his life. After handing over the 3 firefly-like god skill seeds, a rusty piece of ancient metal flew out from his heart. He looked at Fangxing and said, "When you have time, take this piece of ancient metal and go to the Chaos Immortal Garden. I'll give this to you." "What is this?" Fangxing was confused as he took the piece of ancient metal. He frowned and felt a bit annoyed. However, the successor of the small celestial realm clearly didn't want to say anything more. Even his body started to fade away. His entire body turned into ashes and was blown away by the strong wind in the abyss before disappearing into the void. "Finally, I just want to ask you one thing. When you go to the small celestial realm to seek revenge, kill less people." The descendant of the small celestial realm had turned into ashes by the time he finished his last sentence. Only his last words were left floating in the air. "I didn't promise you anything." Fangxing quickly raised his head, but the descendant of the small celestial realm was no longer in front of him. It seemed like this person couldn't wait to give up his life. He only left behind 3 divine ability seeds and a rusty ancient badge, as if he was running away from something. "Even so, I still won't sympathize with you, nor will I understand you," Fangxing silently said in his heart. He wanted to be more ruthless, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. This was because the descendant of the small celestial realm didn't even try to defend himself before he died. "Junior brother Fangxing, come over and take a look." Just as Fangxing was examining the piece of ancient metal in his hand, he suddenly heard a call from not far away. He quickly turned around and saw LV Fengxian, Wang Qiong, Li Hongyi, and the others gathered in front of the celestial execution sword formation. After the Night Clan's divine son was killed, everyone naturally understood that the most important thing was the divine item. When Feng Xing and the descendant of the small celestial realm were having their final conversation, they had already gone over to investigate and figure out a way to break the celestial execution sword formation. However, when they came into contact with the celestial slaying sword formation, or even just touched it with their auras, something strange happened. They didn't seem to need to break the celestial execution sword formation. LV Fengxian had always been a loner and was never courteous to others. He was the first one to release his aura to touch the celestial execution sword formation. From the looks of it, he was obviously trying to find out if there was a way to break through the sword formation. However, he didn't expect that the stone tablet behind the celestial execution sword formation would suddenly ripple just as he sent out his divine sense. Clouds appeared on the surface of the tablet, and then a line of fine writing appeared on the blurry surface of the tablet. Descendant of the LV family of the southern region of the divine continent. Born with a battle physique. Brave and unyielding. Enter the immortal abode and seize the opportunity on the immortal path. As the words on the stone tablet appeared, a ray of celestial light flew out from the surface of the tablet and circled around LV Fengxian. It turned into a celestial belt. In front of the celestial belt, the celestial execution sword formation suddenly parted to make a path. Then, the other end of the celestial belt flew up as if there was an invisible force pulling LV Fengxian towards the stone bridge. There was no need to break the celestial execution sword formation. He was directly led onto the stone bridge. When they noticed this, Xianxia was shocked. He either used his divine sense to investigate or called out to Feng Xing Nanzhan, daughter of the Western Desert royal family. Outstanding. Proud and unyielding. Entered the immortal abode. Seizes good fortune on the immortal path, Song Guichan of the northern region. Extraordinary talent. Proficient in all methods. Entered the immortal abode. Seizes good fortune on the immortal path, Kong heir of the northern demon tribe. Has the blood of the ancient ape. Unparalleled in toughness. Entered the immortal abode. Seizes good fortune on the immortal path, Nanzhan, son of the Han family of the western desert. Heart of steel. Brave and peerless. Entered the immortal abode. Seizes good fortune on the immortal path. As they probed with their divine sense, rays of godly light flew out from the stone tablet and surrounded them. They were then led onto the stone bridge and directly sent into the immortal abode. Not only did a single sentence appear on the surface of the tablet, but it also displayed countless scenes. Since the beginning of their struggle for supremacy in the mystic domain of Nanzhan, all the fierce battles were displayed on the surface of the tablet. Every single one of them had countless achievements. It was as if they were using this to prove their qualifications to enter the immortal abode. So, there's no need to break the celestial execution sword formation. This good fortune was predetermined long ago. Some people were overjoyed and quickly sent their divine sense into the tablet. Haha, this good fortune belongs to us. Our names have long been on the tablet, the gods are watching. It turns out that our path of cultivation has long been recorded by the stone tablet. Countless people shouted excitedly and fought to congratulate them. They then allowed the immortal abode to lead them onto the stone bridge. Everyone knew that this was a great fortune that was difficult to understand in the world. What they did not know was that the line of words was not only displayed on the surface of the tablet. It was even printed in the 9 heavens. At the same time, it also showed how they were led by the godly light, stepped onto the stone bridge, and then walked toward the immortal abode. This scene shocked all the cultivators in Tianyuan, including the 3 divine kings who were fighting at the edge of the Pure Land. Stop them. The 3 divine kings knew how powerful the immortal abode was. They attacked bravely and rushed into the Pure Land, while Zhu tried his best to stop them. There are still 300 years left. Are you starting to choose the seeds already? In this stalemate, a low voice rang out. It came from the Xianxia Palace on the pilgrimage mountain of the Divine Prefecture. As the voice rang out, a black shadow suddenly escaped into the 9 heavens and flew toward the Pure Land. It was the Divine Master. The Divine Master had actually made a move at this moment. No one knew if it was because they had just resolved the crisis of the Divine Palace Little Saint coveting the divine item, so the stone tablet had a spirit of its own and saved the heavens' prides from the pain of breaking the immortal execution sword formation, or if it was really fate. Everything they had done had already been recorded by the stone tablet. Once they arrived before the stone tablet, they would be guided by the immortal belt, step onto the stone bridge, and enter the immortal mansion to inherit the fortune. In short, this fortune that was even greater than the heavens fell upon the little saints of the Fengtian alliance without any warning. As they threw out their divine sense, the immortal belts flew out from the surface of the stone tablet, like rays of colorful clouds, and tied onto the little saints. It was indeed a fortune of the heavens. Heavenly flowers vaguely appeared, and heavenly music fluttered in the air. Within the immortal execution sword formation, numerous yellow turban warriors appeared. The peerless sword formation split into two sides, revealing a path that led directly to the stone bridge behind the sword formation. Within the immortal mansion, there was a faint, majestic immortal chi. Even if one sniffed it from afar, their cultivation showed signs of improving. It was even more difficult to imagine what would happen if they entered. This was simply like the legendary gate of heaven, one step and they could become immortals. In an instant, they almost lost their minds and roared, "Ioyo, how can I, the great golden lord, miss out on such a great fortune?" The great golden crow rushed over excitedly and obtained an immortal belt. Could it be that this bridge is really the legendary immortal attraction bridge, the pivot that leads to the four ancient realms? Even the spirit handsome little monk seemed a little excited at this moment, but his expression was even more solemn. It was obvious that he couldn't control himself. According to the oldest records in the Bayan temple, through the immortal attraction bridge, there is hope to find the lost western heaven realm. While he was still in shock, an immortal belt flew out on its own and tied around his waist. The immortal ribbons stretched across the void, as if they were welcoming them, but also as if they were inviting them. Entering the stone bridge and stepping into the celestial residence was much easier than they had imagined. The names recorded on the stone tablet were beyond their imagination. Even the fox fairy, Dao Wufang, and the others were listed. Celestial ribbons flew out and wrapped around their waists. Then, they turned into a pulling force that pulled them through the celestial slaying sword formation and towards the stone bridge. Boom! Amidst this joy, a heavy pressure came crashing down from afar. It was a kind of pressure on the level of divine sense. It was as if they had suddenly lost the ability to think. This kind of pressure. Could it be that the Divine Master is here? At this moment, Xiaoxue, who had been standing beside Fang Xing and quietly watching everything, was shocked. She raised her head and looked towards the east. Fang Xing had also raised his head and looked over. In fact, he had already sensed three extremely tyrannical auras coming from the east. However, they were obstructed by someone. Now, it was clearly even more terrifying. That aura was illusory, yet it caused both him and Xiaoxue to feel a pressure on their souls. Clearly, there was an existence with an unimaginably high cultivation that had locked onto them from the unseen world. Enter the celestial residence. Fang Xing made a prompt decision. If it's really the Divine Master, I'm afraid that no one in the Pure Land can protect us. Only by entering the celestial residence can we save our lives. Among so many people, he was the only one who had seen the Divine Master up close, so he knew how terrifying the Divine Master was. With their current cultivation, even if they encountered a Divine King, they would still dare to fight back. However, if it was a Divine Master, it would be better for them to directly avoid him. That person's strength was not something they could imagine at the moment. Not only would it be easy for him to kill them, even if all the old guys in seclusion in Tianyuan took action, they might not be able to save their lives. I've already cultivated the devil skill. I don't know if the celestial residence will accept me. Xiaoshue's expression was solemn, but she still let out a low sigh. She threw out a divine sense into the celestial execution sword formation. Swoosh, out of her expectation, almost at the moment when she threw out her divine sense, the stone tablet had already emitted a bright light. Rays of celestial light were released, and a line of words appeared on the stone tablet. Xiaoxue of the Chu region of the Divine Continent. She is the most talented person in the world. She has gone through all kinds of trials and tribulations, but still has a trace of spirituality in her heart. She can be said to be a dragon among men. She is an immortal seedling. She will enter the celestial residence and become a disciple of the glazed celestial palace. Boom, as the line of words appeared, there was already a ray of divine light that extended over, and surprisingly, it was guided under Xiaoshue's feet. My name is actually on the investiture of the gods. Xiaoxue was clearly a little surprised, but there was no joy on her face. She only let out a low sigh and stepped onto the divine light. Junior brother Feng, come in quickly. Little bandit, come quickly. Senior brother, come quickly. Follow me to explore the lost Western Heaven realm. Currently, in the abyss, it was simply a party. Even though the people of the Fengtian Alliance, Xiaoshui, LV Fengxian and the others all had cultivation and status, and were normally people who did not show their emotions on their faces, they could not help but be shocked by this great fortune. They were incomparably excited. Not only did they fly towards the immortal attraction bridge, they even called out to Feng Xing, fighting to call out to him. Luckily, senior sister Xiao has also entered. Feng Xing also let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Previously, he was worried that Xiao Shui would not be able to enter the bridge. But looking at it now, all his worries were gone. He also laughed and said, I'm here. If I see something good in there, don't blame me for being impolite. Laughing like this, with a swoosh sound, his divine sense condensed into a thread and was thrown into the immortal slaying sword formation. Rumble, the stone tablet shone brightly, and the reaction was even more intense than the reaction caused by Xiao Shui. Rays of divine light dazzled everyone's eyes. Damn, just how strong is this bastard's luck? For a moment, Zhu Xiu, Xiao Shui, LV Fengxian and the others in the Fengtian Alliance could not help but turn pale with fright. They were all meticulous people, and in a short period of time they had already discovered some rules. The reaction of the stone tablet seemed to be related to everyone's luck. For example, those with lower strength and reputation, such as Immortal Fox Fairy and Dao Wufeng, the divine light that flew out of the stone tablet would be slightly dimmer. As for those with high reputation and strength, such as the Great Golden Crow, LV Fengxian and Xiao Shui, the reaction of the stone tablet would be even more intense, and the immortal belt that flew out of it would be even more extraordinary. Especially for Xiao Shui, who had almost become an immortal path. But looking at the reaction that Feng Xing had caused from the stone tablet, it seemed to be even more intense than all of them combined. This amount of luck was truly shocking. So much respect? Even Feng Xing was a little shocked. Then, he was filled with joy, and his eyes lit up as he looked over. However, the immortal belt that he was looking forward to did not appear, and there was no comment on the stone tablet either. After the extremely dazzling divine light flashed, it disappeared just like that. The surface of the stone tablet returned to its original blurry state, and there was not a single bit of light coming from it. Eh? Feng Xing's heart trembled, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. What's going on? Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance, who was being led over by the immortal belt, also felt his heart tremble, and countless eyes looked over. In the distance, the unimaginably powerful aura had already descended, and Feng Xing already felt that it was getting harder and harder to use his divine will. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly rushed towards the celestial slaying sword formation. There was no time to think about what had happened. The Divine Master was about to descend, and he did not have much time to waste here. He had to enter the immortal abode as soon as possible. Swish. 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 Just as Feng Xing rushed towards the celestial slaying sword formation, there was a sudden roar of sword chi, and countless immortal swords appeared and pointed at him. Whoosh! Feng Xing reacted extremely quickly, and he somersaulted away. If he had been a little slower, he would have been pierced through by the immortal swords. The pressure of the celestial slaying sword formation also proved a problem in his heart, and his face instantly turned red. He actually could not enter. It was not because of the death of the divine court little saint that the requirements of the stone bridge had been lowered and they could easily enter. Instead, it was because all the people with names on the stone tablet could easily enter. However, the strangest thing was that he could not enter. It was just like the first time he saw the stone bridge, and the second time he approached the immortal slaying sword formation, but he was rejected outside. This was the third time he tried to enter the immortal slaying sword formation, but he was still rejected outside. He was rejected by this divine object. What happened? Why didn't the little bandit come in? Junior brother Feng, come quickly. What are you waiting for? Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance, who was on the stone bridge, had obviously discovered this problem as well, and he shouted anxiously. Why? Why can't I enter? Feng Xing, who had discovered this problem, subconsciously blushed. At this moment, he was really angry. The Divine Master was about to descend, but he actually could not enter this stone bridge? The celestial luring stone bridge only allows those who are fated, meritorious, and determined. Those who are talented and have the potential to cultivate the great Tao can enter the immortal mansion. Those who care for the common people and have made great contributions to Tianyuan can enter the immortal mansion. Those who are blessed, hold important positions, and influence the overall situation can enter the immortal mansion. However, with Fang Xing's angry roar, he did not expect that it would really attract an extremely powerful divine consciousness from the depths of the immortal mansion. It carried a kind of vast immortal aura, and it floated faintly in the void. Outside the stone bridge, there was a stone tablet that had appeared out of nowhere. With every word that the voice said, a word appeared on the stone tablet. Those who are not of the three categories and who trespass the immortal mansion will have their souls destroyed by the immortal slaying sword. The old voice was reflected in the sea of consciousness, and Fang Xing was about to explode with anger. A kind of uncontrollable anger rose in him, and he almost used all the strength in his body to roar, "Then why the hell are you stopping me? Do you think I'm not talented? Didn't I still cultivate to this realm? Didn't I make great contributions to Tianyuan? If it wasn't for me, even this immortal mansion would have fallen into the hands of the gods." He could not understand why he could not enter this immortal mansion. No matter how one looked at it, he should be qualified to enter this place. However, the question that filled his heart was clearly answered by the voice in the depths of the immortal mansion. To enter the immortal mansion, one must have a name on the investiture of the gods. Fang Xing roared angrily, "No matter what the ranking is, as long as it's from Tianyuan, I should have a name." "You did have a name, but it has been crossed off." "My name was crossed off?" Even Fang Xing found it hard to describe how he felt when he heard that. Grievance? Anger? Sadness? Despair? Or perhaps, he felt a little bit of all kinds of emotions. No matter what list it was, as long as it was related to Tianyuan, his name should be on the list. Fang Xing was incomparably sure of this. When it came to talent, what was talent? Talent was the only thing that could allow one to go further on the path of cultivation. Even though his talent was not looked upon favorably by others when he first entered the path of cultivation, his current cultivation and status had already proved that his talent was unparalleled. As for his contribution to Tianyuan, he had even risked his life to protect this divine item. How could he not have a share of the contribution? All in all, his name should be on the list. If only those who were on the list of investiture of the gods could enter the immortal's mansion, then he should definitely be able to enter. Even if it was in terms of seniority, it should be his turn, but the reality was that the fairy attraction stone bridge, which other people could easily step on, had already rejected him 3 times. He was too lazy to think about who crossed his name off the list of investiture of the gods, and how. He only knew that he had been abandoned. He had done everything he could, but he had been abandoned by that mysterious existence. Even the Lord God had just arrived, but he had been abandoned when he was in great danger. Kill, kill, kill. At the edge of the Pure Land, there was still a tragic scene of slaughter. Bai Qianzhang, Daphne, and the other hermit cultivators who had come out to fight for the last piece of territory of Tianyuan were fighting against the 3 godly kings. It was indescribably tragic. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, countless hermit cultivators had been slaughtered. They had died tragically in the hands of the godly kings, and their souls had left their bodies. However, those who survived still clenched their teeth and fought against the 3 terrifying godly kings. Even though the 3 god kings possessed peerless strength, it was impossible for them to charge through quickly now that they had been stopped by this group of experts with extraordinary cultivation. As a result, they vented all their anger on them, determined to slaughter them all. "We must stop them. Heaven and earth have a heart, and we will not regret it even if we die in battle." The minds of cultivators were extremely firm. Once they made a choice, they would often be able to stick to their original intentions. Even though the 3 godly monarchs attacked so violently and slaughtered so viciously, the group of hidden experts still managed to hold on. The footsteps of the 3 great divine kings were halted. They were forcefully stopped by the group of people led by Bai Qianzhang and Daphne at the edge of the Pure Land. This was the only ray of hope that people could see in the endless despair. However, just as they were desperately trying to stop the godly monarchs, an aura came from the direction of the divine land. This made all of them despair. Some of them had already seen a black meteor rushing up to the 9 heavens from the divine land. Then, it shuttled through the void and headed towards the pure land from afar. It seemed to travel millions of miles in an instant. With an indescribable power, it rushed over with a monstrous aura. This caused all the hidden cultivators and the experts of the Feng Tian Alliance who were blocking the Pure Land to feel hopeless in an instant. Had the Divine Master made his move? Since he had already made his move, who else had the ability to stop him? Had those juniors obtained the inheritances that they should have? How could this be? Who crossed off his name? Who did this? At this moment, in the Bohai country of Nanzhan, when everyone had passed through the immortal slaying sword formation except for Feng Xing, an extremely angry voice was heard. A beam of celestial light shot up to the 9 heavens. It was a young woman with a lotus mark between her eyebrows. Her long dress fluttered in the air, giving her a cold aura that was higher than the 9 heavens. However, at this moment, she was obviously angry. It was an unexpected anger. And there was also a strong sense of pity in her eyes. She glanced at the Pure Land. He has done everything. He has done better than any of you can imagine. Why did you cross off his name? In the midst of her angry rebuke, the void was silent. She looked at several directions, but no one responded. He can't die. If you want to harm him, then I will save him. The woman with the lotus mark between her eyebrows was even more angry because she didn't get an answer. She floated up to the 9 heavens. In the 9 heavens, a black figure was already flying towards the Pure Land. No one could stop him in Tianyuan. Wherever he passed, even the stars had to give way. None of the living creatures in Tianyuan dared to stop him. He had already flown to the sky above the Pure Land and was about to descend. At his destination, everyone had already stepped on the stone bridge. Only a lonely little ghost was still outside the immortal slaying sword formation. The figure flew over from afar and was about to descend. However, at this moment, the cloud in front of him drifted away, revealing a woman in a long dress. The woman with the lotus mark between her eyebrows was thin and weak. She stood in front of the black-clothed man calmly. "Get out of my way." The black-clothed god saw the woman and waved his sleeve at her. He didn't even bother to say a word. However, Lotus Girl just waved her hands and a dense 5-colored brilliance appeared in front of her. She gently pushed back her sleeve. "Nian Nu, do you really want to disrupt our plan?" Lotus Girl didn't intend to continue attacking. After blocking the black-clothed god's attack, she spoke softly. "You know who I am?" The black-clothed god seemed to be taken aback. His eyes were like sharp swords. They instantly pierced through the distance of more than 100 miles between the two of them and fell fiercely on Lotus Girl. After looking at her fiercely, his eyes gradually changed. He seemed to be a little surprised and even a little emotional. He said in a deep voice, "So it's you. You didn't die in that calamity." "Actually, I'm dead. It's just that my father helped me to extend my life." Lotus Girl's voice was soft. After a moment of silence, she whispered, "Go back, now I don't need you to tell me what to do now. Don't block my way, otherwise I'll let you suffer again." The black-clothed god's voice suddenly became abnormally cold with an indescribable murderous intent. The Lotus Girl's words were interrupted, but she was silent for a while. Then, she suddenly said coldly, "Do you really want to be so stubborn?" "So what?" The black-clothed god's voice contained an indescribable cruelty. "If I want revenge, the great immortal world must be destroyed. I have never hidden my purpose, and I have never been afraid of you offending me. Little girl, even if you are the daughter of the immortal king, what qualifications do you have to point fingers in front of me? Even if I only came to Tianyuan with a wisp of my soul, I still have 30% of my strength. What about you? A mere incarnation, how much strength can you have left? If you dare to stop me, do you believe that I will make you disappear into thin air right now? A servant girl dares to threaten me like this?" When the Lotus Maiden heard this, she became a little annoyed and directly rebuked, "Nian Nu, have you gone mad? Or do you think that just because you have a few slaves by your side, you really have the ability to turn the world upside down? Now that things have come to this, I just want to give you one piece of advice. Your stubbornness is simply courting death. The fact that you led the god race to invade the ancestral land of heaven and obstruct the grand scheme of deceiving the heavens means that the All Saints Hall will never let you off. Your ambition is clear, and sooner or later, the eternal immortal palace will kill you. Crazy? The black-clothed god's voice was indifferent, with a hint of coldness. Of course I'm crazy. I've been crazy for a long time. Why do you need to remind me? In this game of chess, we have invested everything we have. I am the least worried, because I have nothing to lose. Even if I lose, I have nothing to lose. As for you, you just have to get out of my way. Boom, he, or rather, she, did not intend to say anything more. She directly attacked. Rays of black light were emitted from her fingers, turning into astonishing sharp sword chi that pierced towards Lotus Girl. Lotus Girl's expression also changed. She knew that her incarnation was no match for the black-clothed god. She turned around in the void and suddenly took out a lotus, which grew silently behind the god. Then, the petals of the lotus turned into monstrous sword chi and slashed towards the black-clothed god's back. The use of divine sense was so wonderful that it was born with Tao. However, she wanted to force the black-robed divine master to turn around and save himself, so that he could hold her for a while longer. Unexpectedly, the black-robed divine master suddenly seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed, and he actually ignored the sword chi coming from behind him. He suddenly bent down and rushed down, allowing the sword lights to slash on his back, but there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clanging, clatter. With the sound of rubble falling, the black-clothed divine lord dove straight down. Oh no! Is it necessary to throw away your life just to kill that boy? This woman is really crazy. Lotus Girl was also shocked when she saw this. She hurriedly chased after the black-clothed god. However, judging from their speed, it was impossible for her to catch up with the black-clothed god in such a short distance. How? How could this be? Why didn't junior brother Feng come in? Big brother, come quickly. Senior brother, I'll bring you in. At this time, on the immortal luring bridge, some people rushed into the immortal abode after stepping on the bridge without looking back. However, some people noticed that something was wrong with Feng Xing and did not enter the immortal abode. Instead, they stayed on the stone bridge and shouted anxiously for Feng Xing. Xianxia gritted her snow-white and neat teeth. Her beautiful face was filled with cold anger. Then, she took off her white monk robe and threw it into the air from the inside out. It turned into a white path and extended towards Feng Xing. At this time, Xianxia was really angry. She actually wanted to break the immortal slaying formation from the inside out and bring Feng Xing in. Okay. Feng Xing did not hesitate. He roared and was about to step onto the white path. He joined forces with Xianxia and directly barged in. Is this the legendary creation? After waiting for thousands of years, has this finally happened? However, just as Feng Xing was about to step on it, an excited and crazy voice suddenly came from afar. At the same time, more than a dozen extremely tyrannical auras flew over from afar and rushed towards the immortal slaying formation. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Feng Xing would not have believed that there were so many experts in the tribulation realm above Tianyuan. They did not come from outside the Pure Land, but from inside the Pure Land. Judging from their auras, many of them had been hiding in the distance for a long time. Now that the divine object had appeared, they immediately rushed over to fight for it. They had clearly calculated the timing. Before the investiture of the gods had reacted, they had not dared to approach for fear of alarming it. It was not until the young geniuses stepped onto the stone bridge that they rushed over. Who is it? Feng Xing roared angrily. He waved his palm and a monstrous palm force swept out. Kid, get out of my way. Don't block my path to immortal ascension. Rumble, those who rushed over had monstrous strength. The few people at the front, judging from their chi alone, were at the 5th or 6th level of the crossing calamity realm. The strongest one was estimated to be at the 7th or 8th level of the crossing calamity realm. Even those in the crossing calamity realm did not dare to underestimate the power of Feng Xing's palm. However, when they joined forces, they were not afraid at all. They directly waved their palms and pushed Feng Xing back far away. Then, like wolves pouncing on food, they rushed forward. Some rushed straight to the immortal slaying formation, while others grabbed the white silk road that Xianxia had thrown out. These people are those hidden cultivators. Fang Xing was pushed back by a palm. His eyebrows instantly furrowed, and he was extremely angry. On the path of cultivation, he naturally knew that there was a group of special people in this world. They were neither sages who had surpassed the 9 tribulations, nor were they the ancestors of an orthodoxy. They controlled the various forces above Tianyuan. They were strong cultivators who had grown up in different eras. However, because the path of heaven was cut off, they could not become immortals. Therefore, after a period of brilliance, they were disappointed and returned to seclusion. They guarded their seclusion and did not show their faces. Even when the Lotus Girl and the sages brought a group of masters to the outer region, they refused the invitation of the Lotus Girl and guarded Tianyuan to the death. No one knew how many people there were in this group, but it was indeed very terrifying. The so-called 9 great forbidden areas were mostly people who were awakened by the aura of the Shin clan. They could not bear to see the cultivation seeds of Tianyuan cut off, so they attacked. Of course, not all of them were like this. There were also scum like the Qiuxin Cliff Master. When he first stepped into the Pure Land, Fang Xing was extremely careful and calculated. He was worried that these people would kill him. This group of hidden cultivators, there were strong and weak cultivators. No one dared to underestimate them, and now, Fang Xing could also sense that there were people fighting at the edge of the Pure Land. Most of the combat power of this group of people came from this group of people. He did not know the details of how Bai Qianzhong and Daphne forced these people out. However, after thinking about it, he could understand why these people did not hesitate to risk their lives to fight against the 3 divine kings. Obviously, they did not want the Pure Land, the last territory that belonged to the living beings of Tianyuan, to be invaded by the Shin clan. Therefore, they came out of seclusion, broke through the defense of millions of people, and participated in that battle, but not everyone had such a sense of responsibility. Other than those who participated in the battle against the 3 divine kings at the edge of the Pure Land, there were actually some who were still hiding. They were only staring at every opportunity to become immortals. They were staring at this divine object. When Fang Xing and the others were fighting fiercely with the minor saints of the divine court, these people did not appear, because they knew that they could not get close to the divine object, and it would be easy to scare it away. They would only end up empty-handed, so they patiently guarded it. Until now, when the list of deification was alarmed and began to respond, it began to receive the juniors into the immortal mansion. This group of people finally took action to seize the opportunity. It's not enough to be rejected, even the last chance that junior brother Xianxia gave me is going to be taken away? The anger in Fang Xing's heart at this time was simply indescribable. However, in this split second, it was too late for him to stop it. Those scum among the hidden cultivators had been guarding for millions of years, just waiting for a chance to become immortals. Now that they had finally seen the legendary stone bridge and the hope of entering the immortal mansion, how could they let it go in vain? That attack, which was as if it had been brewing for millions of years, was simply unfathomable. The surrounding void rumbled and shattered. Some people directly blasted toward the immortal slaying formation, while others grabbed the white frock that Xianxia had thrown out. A nameless person on the list of deification dared to break into the immortal slaying sword, and his divine soul died under the sword. An indifferent voice came from the depths of the immortal mansion, and then the next moment, the sword light of the immortal slaying formation shone brightly. The white gas of the white light illuminated the void and directly turned into a vast heavenly barrier. All the hidden cultivators who rushed toward the immortal slaying formation were directly enveloped by the sword light. They obviously underestimated the power of the immortal slaying formation. Even though they were prepared, some of them prepared extraordinary divine sense, and some of them prepared powerful magic treasures. After stepping into the range of the immortal slaying formation, there seemed to be an inexplicable attraction in the immortal mansion, which directly attracted their divine sense and magic treasures, so that they were directly exposed to the sword light. Puff, puff, countless hidden cultivators were shredded into pieces by the sword light, and even their divine souls did not escape. The only one who had a chance to break the immortal slaying formation was the one who had snatched the white frock that Xianxia had thrown out. However, he was also cursing angrily in his heart. He could only watch helplessly as he rushed to the stone bridge with the power of the frock, but at this moment, Xianxia directly let go. There was nothing he could do. He could only pull a piece of frock and fall out with a sad roar. the remaining hidden cultivators were all shocked. Their faces were pale as they looked at the immortal slaying formation in front of them. They were shocked and angry. They couldn't break in, the opportunity that they had been waiting for many years was right in front of them, but they couldn't break through. It's the immortal belt. In the silence, someone reacted very quickly and suddenly realized something. He pointed at the great golden crow, Xianxia, Xiaoshui, Li Ying, and the others on the stone bridge who had not stepped into the immortal mansion because they were worried about Fengxing. He shouted hoarsely, "The reason why these juniors were taken in is because of the immortal belt wrapped around them. With that immortal belt, they are qualified to enter the immortal mansion." This group of peerless hermits was indeed full of talented and intelligent people. At a glance, they had already seen through the key points. Some people even made a decision directly. Their ghostly claws directly grabbed at Fengxing, who was next to them, and they shouted sternly, "Fellow Taoists, we can only fight for the opportunity of heaven and earth. Let's work together to take down this little devil and force those juniors to hand over the immortal belt, that's right. If he doesn't hand over the immortal belt, we will tear this devil into pieces." As expected, they were extremely ruthless. As soon as they were reminded, countless people immediately attacked Fengxing. They could naturally see that Xianxia and the others had stayed on the stone bridge and refused to enter the immortal mansion because they were worried about Fengxing. The key to their dream of entering the immortal mansion was on those people. Therefore, they could not care about anything else. They directly attacked Fengxing and forced those juniors to hand over the immortal belt on them. Although this was only an unproven idea, and they actually did not know what the immortal belt was or whether they could hand it over, they still did it. The first move was extremely ruthless, and they directly attacked Fengxing. "If you dare to hurt my brother, I will definitely kill your whole family. This immortal belt is not under our control. Don't act rashly." On the stone bridge, the great golden crow and the others were all frightened. They opened their mouths and shouted. Some threatened, and some explained. However, those hidden cultivators seemed to have gone crazy. No one paid any attention to them. They only focused on attacking Fengxing together. In the face of such a joint attack from such a strong cultivator, Fengxing could not withstand it. Each of these strong cultivators was a rare master. Even during the heyday of Tianyuan, any one of them would probably have the cultivation to rival the ancestors of the ancient clans, great families, and great orthodoxies. However, in order to become immortals, they had become extremely cold and selfish. Usually, they only knew how to cultivate in seclusion and wait for the gate of heaven to open again. Compared to the ancestors of the great orthodoxies and great sects, they were even more selfish because they did not even bother to look after their own clans, let alone accept disciples and pass on their skills. Their hearts and eyes were filled with immortals. To some extent, they were even crazy. By Qianzheng and Daphne had rushed toward the three immortal kings in order to provoke them to attack. However, in the end, a group of people made a move and were willing to shed their blood for Tianyuan. However, there was still a group of people who made a completely different choice. They ignored the big picture and only wanted to become immortals. For this, they would even do anything. Fengxing's heart was suddenly filled with disgust for them. Rumble. The terrifying divine abilities of these reclusive cultivators came from all directions, and they didn't have the slightest intention of showing any mercy. Xianxia, the great golden crow, and the others were all shouting with all their might. They wanted to rush out, but they were blocked by the immortal slaying sword formation. It seemed that Fengxing was doomed. However, at that moment, a monstrous and terrifying aura descended from the sky. No one had expected that the Divine Lord would come so quickly. At this time, for this group of hermit cultivators, who did not choose to go to the edge of the Pure Land to fight against the three divine kings, but came to the immortal burying slope to fight for the immortal fate, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In order to seize this opportunity, they clearly felt a powerful aura coming from afar, but they ignored it. Instead, they threw caution to the wind and attacked Fengxing crazily. It seemed that they wanted to lure Xianxia and the others out by attacking Fengxing before the aura arrived, and then snatch the immortal belts from them. Unfortunately, they did not expect that the powerful aura came faster than they had imagined. There was a loud boom, the world seemed to have darkened and slowed down. Even time had been frozen, as if they had been immobilized. For this group of hermit cultivators, after a long time, they suddenly realized that they had not been immobilized, but that an extremely terrifying existence had descended above their heads. Because the aura was so strong that their minds were frightened. In their consciousness, time had been frozen and no longer flowed. In the real world, time seemed to have stopped for a moment. The magic skills and magic weapons of those hermit cultivators had almost reached Feng Xing, but they suddenly stopped for a moment. Then, as a black shadow descended from the ninth heaven, these hermit cultivators who were fiercely pouncing on Feng Xing suddenly exploded one by one, as if they had all turned into light explosive talismans. As the spiritual chi on them moved, they exploded one by one. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere, their spirits were obliterated, and their bones and blood were all turned into flying ashes. Boom. 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 One by one, the wild wind in the field was so strong that people could not open their eyes. Then, when Feng Xing struggled to open his eyes, there were no hermit cultivators around him. Originally, there were 7 or 8 people rushing towards him, but with the arrival of such a black figure, they all disappeared. He did not even know whether the black figure had made a move, or whether his aura alone had suppressed all the people who were close to him and were about to kill him, and those who were not torn apart fled desperately as if they had seen a ghost. However, they were sent flying by the black lines, and they also exploded in the void like fireworks. This scene was simply too terrifying. They were all dignified cultivators who had passed the tribulation. Even if there were strong and weak cultivators, they should not be so weak that they could be easily crushed to death, right? Feng Xing was also in such a state, but at this moment, he felt like an ant walking on the tip of a knife. At the moment the black figure descended, the stone bridge behind the fairy-slaying sword formation and the immortals' abode behind it seemed to have sensed something. All of a sudden, all the immortal chi converged, and the huge stone bridge and the immortals' abode shrank at this moment. The huge fairy-slaying sword formation surrounded them, and actually turned into a ball of light that shone with sword radiance. In an instant, it fled into the depths of the abyss like a shooting star, and no one knew where it went. The traces of the stars were indistinct, and it disappeared. The godly item also chose to escape the moment the black figure descended. Am I going to die? At this moment, Feng Xing's heart shrank violently, and he completely gave up hope. He did not even need to think to know that the person who came was definitely a divine master. The moment he descended, he killed a group of ambitious and secluded cultivators, and even scared the fairy attraction stone bridge away. In the current Tianyuan, there was only one such existence, and that was the Lord of the 3,000 gods on the pilgrimage mountain. He did not expect that he would still fall into his hands in the end. It seemed that his life was in danger. He thought about what he had done. The little saints of the divine palace were almost killed by him, and the divine item that the divine master was determined to get had also fallen into the hands of Zhu Shou of the Feng Tian alliance because of him. If he was the divine master, he would definitely not spare him. After a while, Feng Xing closed his eyes tightly, and waited for the violent power to descend on his head. However, unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, the power that he had imagined did not descend. There was only dead silence around him. Finally, Feng Xing could not help but open one of his eyes. After being stunned for a while, he opened the other eye as well. At this moment, the secluded cultivators who had besieged him and the immortal-slaying sword formation, which was emitting a terrifying sword chi, had all disappeared. The air was empty, and there was only one person standing 30 feet in front of him. That was obviously the Divine Lord. Feng Xing could tell from the cold and hard aura he emitted. However, the Divine Lord's appearance surprised Feng Xing greatly. He was even dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. His face was full of astonishment. Obviously, the Divine Master was no longer a stone statue like when he first descended. In fact, as he descended for a long time, his appearance became more and more vivid, and now he looked like a real person. What shocked Feng Xing was the appearance of the Divine Master. She was wearing a long dress with the corners of her robe fluttering in the wind, and her facial features were delicate. Although there was a trace of coldness at the corners of her eyes and mouth, which could almost freeze the void because she had just killed someone, it was obvious that she was a woman. The Divine Master is a woman? This time, Feng Xing's shock was not small. His heart of gossip was burning fiercely, and it even suppressed his fear. You, he pointed at the Divine Master and shouted subconsciously. However, after saying you several times, he did not know how to continue. After repeating it for countless times, he somehow said, "She's quite beautiful." Obviously, the Divine Master was also stunned. However, very quickly, she suddenly frowned. She could clearly feel that someone was chasing after her from the ninth heaven. She seemed to be a little irritated. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand to grab Feng Xing. Without giving him any time to react, she firmly grabbed him in her hand. After that, she leaped and flew in another direction. The black robe flung her sleeve coldly, but a divine thought was left behind. "If you want to see this little brat being torn into pieces in my hands, just come after me." Naturally, the person who was chasing after him was Lotus Girl. When she arrived at this void, the black-robed Divine Master had already carried Feng Xing and escaped thousands of miles away. Initially, she was extremely worried about Feng Xing's safety and chased after him closely. However, at this moment, she was filled with doubts and didn't chase after him immediately. She frowned and muttered to herself, "No wonder this woman was like a madwoman just now. She would rather transform into my divine power and escape me to come here." So it turns out that she sensed the danger that the little bastard was in. However, that little bastard clearly betrayed her, so why did she come to save him? Could it be that she wants to torture him after saving him before killing him? She thought about it, but soon shook her head and denied it. That woman doesn't seem to be so senseless. All kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, but she still did not know the reason. She could only make up her mind and chase after him from afar. Boom! In the hands of the Divine Master, Feng Xing did not have any room to struggle at all. He was carried by her and shuttled through the 9 heavens. He heard the sound of wind and clouds whistling. He did not know how far they had traveled in just a few breaths. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that he was already in a place that was surrounded by clouds. He touched his body and found that all his parts were still there. His cultivation was still there too, and he could circulate his supernatural power. Only then did he relax a little. He secretly raised his head and took a glance at the surroundings. Then, he was stunned again. It was still 30 feet away from him. The black-robed Divine Master was looking at him coldly with his sleeves fluttering. That face was indeed dignified and beautiful, but there was no expression on it. Her eyes were big and empty as she stared at him. For a moment, even Feng Xing did not know if the Divine Master was really in a daze or if the emotions in her eyes were too intense. Lord Divine Master." The Divine Master did not say anything and only stared at him. This really made Feng Xing's hair stand on end. The surrounding was so silent that it was terrifying. Finally, he could not help but call out softly. His mind was racing, and he did not know how to explain himself. After calling out, the Divine Master still stared at him without any expression. "Well, actually, I'm innocent. You don't know, but the Night Clan's divine son acted on his own and harmed us." Feng Xing plucked up his courage to speak. Just when he was about to lie for a while, the Divine Master's eyes suddenly turned cold and sharp. He snorted in a low voice, and Feng Xing immediately became speechless and did not dare to speak anymore. Of course, the other reason was that he really could not continue to lie like this. "You know, I hate people who betray me the most." After another long silence, the Divine Master finally spoke softly. Her voice seemed to come from the 9 hells, and it was terrifyingly cold. "I don't know," Feng Xing wanted to refute instinctively, but when he looked up and saw the Divine Master's cold gaze, he could not continue. "Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" The Divine Master suddenly took a step forward. The murderous intent in his eyes was so intense that Feng Xing's heart almost stopped beating. However, ever since the Divine Master arrived, Feng Xing was already prepared to die. He tried a few times and realized that the Divine Master was not a fool and would not be fooled by him. He reckoned that the Divine Master was not in a hurry to kill him, and he probably just wanted to torture him. Moreover, Feng Xing had always been audacious, and he was even a little disheartened after being abandoned by the immortal mansion. Since death was the only thing that mattered now, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, when the Master God threatened him like that, anger rose in his heart. All right. So what if I lied to you?" Feng Xing was extremely daring now that he was mentally prepared. He lifted his head directly and met the Divine Master's eyes fearlessly. He said ruthlessly, Come on. Kill me. If I frown, I'll be your pet. After saying this, he frowned, ready to lose his life at any time. However, he did not expect to hear a long sigh instead of the assassin that he expected. Sigh, silly boy, but you're my pet. What? The casual sentence stunned Fangxing. His first reaction was that the Master God was being dishonest and was taking advantage of him. He had to scold the Master God's 18 generations of ancestors to get back at him. However, he also felt that it was a little weird. Looking at the soft expression on the Master God's cold and stiff face, the complicated emotions in his eyes made him feel even weirder. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something, but he didn't know what to ask at the moment. Are you still going to hide from me now? Suddenly, the black-clothed divine lord's gentle gaze on Fangxing turned extremely cold, brimming with killing intent. The pressure that was like the pressure of the heavens and the earth shocked Fangxing to the point his hair stood on end, and he took a step back. You coward, you heartless man, you heartless man. How could you bear to betray me? The Master God approached him step by step. There was an indescribable hatred in his eyes when he looked at Fangxing. I did lie to you for a period of time, but you don't have to be so serious, right? Fangxing was scared out of his wits. He retreated step by step and his eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. I knew you were here long ago, but I didn't want to expose you. I was waiting for you to come out and see me personally, but you didn't. Even at the last moment, you didn't want to help me. Now that I'm here to see you personally, are you still going to hide from me? The Master God didn't seem to hear what Fangxing said at all. He was still pressing forward and shouting fiercely. It's over. Is this woman crazy? Fangxing groaned in his heart. He was panicking, he couldn't understand what the Master God said at all. Didn't he just lie to her for a period of time? Why did it seem like he had slept with her? You ungrateful be ****. If I didn't come, if I didn't expose you, would you never see me again? The Master God's last words were like thunder that shook the void. His anger seemed to have accumulated to the extreme, like a volcano eruption that was difficult to suppress. He was also like a woman who was extremely miserable and let out a roar from the bottom of her heart. He took a step forward and stood in front of Fangxing. He raised his palm and slammed it down on Fangxing. At that moment, Fangxing's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He channeled all his supernatural power to block the attack. However, it was useless. All his defenses seemed so fragile in front of the Master God's palm. The Master God's palm broke through his defenses easily and landed in front of him. It was as heavy as a mountain. Without a doubt, if the palm landed on his face, Fangxing's body would immediately explode and he would die without a complete corpse. His soul would probably be destroyed by the Divine Master's palm and disappear from this world forever. Fangxing cried bitterly in his heart. He had no choice but to accept the fate of dying in sorrow and humiliation again. However, there was a deep sense of helplessness in his heart. He did not know what was going on with the Divine Master. Why did she suddenly try to kill him again? Heavens, have I really driven her crazy with anger? However, the Master God's palm did not land in the end. Just when the palm was about to land on Fangxing's head, a deep voice was heard. Sigh, ugly slave, why do you have to do this? The Master God's palm suddenly hovered above Fangxing's head. It was less than a finger's distance away. At this moment, her expression became extremely complicated, and it was filled with grievance. The Master God with endless power was acting like he was wronged at this moment. What's going on? Who's talking? Fangxing was shocked too. He lifted his head and looked around in a daze. Soon, he realized who the voice belonged to and was even more shocked. In his spiritual realm, there was a foggy area that he couldn't control. At this moment, a being that had been sleeping in the deepest part of the foggy area for a long time suddenly flew out. It flew out from between Fangxing's eyebrows and turned into a thick black fog. The black fog changed and a figure walked out. Fangxing was shocked when he saw the figure. It was a tall and slender man wearing an ancient robe that was embroidered with talismans. He looked to be in his 30s and had elegant features. However, his eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with an indescribable demonic aura. His gaze landed on the Master God's face. Among the men that Fangxing had seen in his life, only Uncle 11, by Qianzhong, and Xianxia could compare with him in terms of appearance. Uncle 11 had an otherworldly temperament, like an immortal, while Xianxia was incomparably handsome and had an otherworldly temperament. However, this person happened to be the complete opposite of Uncle 11 and Xianxia. He clearly had a face that could bring calamity to a country and the people, but the evilness that occasionally appeared was frightening. More importantly, it was the first time that Feng Xing had seen this person, but he knew who he was at first glance. Demon Ancestor, the demon ancestor, who had taught him the way of the demon sword, the sword spirit hidden in the big black sword, had appeared at this moment. This guy had already appeared before, but he had always been wrapped in a ball of demonic aura, and he was so dark that he did not even have a human figure. However, at this time, his true body was revealed. Although it was still an illusion, it was already his appearance when he was alive. He appeared in the void with an unparalleled demeanor. He gently came in front of the Master God with a smile that could topple a city. His smile is so disgusting, Feng Xing could not help but think to himself. You're finally willing to show yourself to see me? When the Master God saw this man, her entire body seemed to tremble. Her eyes were bitter as she asked in a sorrowful voice. Ugly slave, there's not a day that I don't want to see you, but, the demon ancestor who had appeared sighed softly, and her voice sounded extremely helpless. Don't say any more, the Master God suddenly interrupted him. She fixed her eyes on him, and the grievance on her face became more and more intense. She could not hide her sorrow. Her palm moved slightly as if she wanted to reach out and touch the man in front of her, but she retracted her hand in the end. She actually hugged her arms and squatted on the ground gently. She lowered her head and started sobbing like a helpless orphan girl. Damn it, the Master God is actually crying? Feng Xing's eyes widened even more, and they glowed faintly. It was only at this moment that he realized something. Damn it, so it's the demon ancestor. The Master God's words just now weren't for him to hear, but for the demon ancestor who was hiding in the depths of the fog in his consciousness. Moreover, from the Master God's tone, she already knew that he was hiding in the fog in his consciousness, but she just didn't say anything. No wonder this woman was so magnanimous to him in the past. The old B*****, demon ancestor, is really interesting. Ever since the Protoss descended, he said that he had a strong enemy. In order to save his life, he went into a deep sleep and didn't reveal any aura at all. I thought he was talking about a god king at most. Who would have thought that this strong enemy of mine is actually the Master God? Moreover, how is he hiding from a strong enemy? It's clearly his lover, right? Sigh, the handsome man in black naturally knew that he should comfort the Master God, but his body was just an illusion. For some reason, he suddenly turned to look at Feng Xing, and Feng Xing suddenly stiffened. Then, he lost control of his body and walked forward like a puppet. Then, he raised his palm uncontrollably and pressed it gently on the Master God's head. Translator's note, that's right. Translator's note, damn it. I'm touching the Master God's head like I'm touching a dog. Feng Xing was already roaring in his heart. He felt that his hand couldn't take it anymore, and he had to chop it off when he got back. This is the Master God who shakes heaven's origin, the master of the 3,000 Protoss, and the unparalleled Master God is actually touching her head. Demon ancestor, you old B*****, you can't just borrow my hand like this even if you don't have it yourself. What if this woman gets angry? Ugh, Feng Xing's palm pressed on the Master God's head, and the Master God's whimpering became softer. Her body also trembled. She shuddered, but Feng Xing shuddered. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Ugly slave, don't cry. You're an ugly girl to begin with. If you continue to cry, I really won't be able to look at you anymore. Just as he was cursing Demon Ancestor in his heart, his divine telekinesis shook the void, and Demon Ancestor's voice sounded again. There was a hint of mockery in his words, and it scared Feng Xing so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought that he actually called the Master God an ugly girl in front of her. What if she gets angry and wants to kill him? This old B***** better not drag me down. I'm an ugly girl to begin with, a lowly servant of the immortal king. What made Feng Xing feel relieved was that the Master God didn't seem to be angry at all. She actually started to sob and said, "But you, the high and mighty sword demon of the ninth heaven, a big shot who dares to challenge the dignity of the immortal king, why did you provoke me when you met me in the heavens beyond heaven? Since you provoked me, why did you abandon me when they were pressuring you? Sob sob. Even if you abandoned me, I actually don't mind. I know you have your difficulties. You say that I want to kill you, but can I really kill you? But, why are you so heartless to hide for so many years? Even after you found out that I came, you still hid and refused to see me? I thought you really wanted to kill me, demon ancestor muttered softly, and then sighed softly. You're no longer that little girl who serves the immortal king and doesn't even dare to speak now. You're much stronger than me now. You're already the master god who leads 3,000 godly clans. And I'm now, no. Master god, godly clans, they're all fake. I don't care. When the master god heard this, he suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were filled with stubbornness. Everything I've done is to give us enough power to fight against the immortal king, to fight against the great immortal realm. I want to destroy all those who stop us, she said softly, and her gaze softened. I just want to be the ugly servant by your side. I just want to be an ugly slave by your side. The master god's complaint made demon ancestor and Feng Xing fall silent at the same time. Feng Xing was very excited. He didn't expect to hear such a big piece of gossip about demon ancestor when he knew he was going to die. He loved to listen to such gossip, especially when the two were not outsiders. One was the demon ancestor, who had been acting mysterious all day and had only revealed his true face today. The other was the great god master who had shaken Tianyuan and ruled over 3,000 god clans. The master god's status and strength could be said to be top-notch. But who would have thought that she would be as obedient as a cat in front of demon ancestor? However, he was a little puzzled. What did the master god mean when he said that he was raised by her? Sigh, it's easier said than done. Demon ancestor seemed to understand the master god's intention at this moment. After a while, she sighed softly and smiled bitterly. Ugly slave, you're oversimplifying things. If the power of 3,000 gods could destroy the eternal immortal palace, then the All Saint Hall wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up such a deceptive plan. I know. Upon hearing this, the master god suddenly raised his head and looked over. His eyes were unusually resolute, even terrifying, to the point of madness. I also know that going against the eternal immortal palace with just the power of 3,000 gods is simply courting death. That's why I came to Tianyuan. If there's anyone in this world who can fight against the eternal immortal palace, it's probably the fallen immortal king, right? I want to find out what the people of All Saint Hall are thinking and what their plan is, and then snatch it for my use. Sigh, you're really, demon ancestor looked very helpless. She opened her mouth to say something, but could only sigh in the end. Why? Do you think I'm overestimating myself? The master god's voice suddenly turned cold and even a little angry. He seemed to be suppressing his anger as he shouted coldly, have you forgotten what they did to us? Have you forgotten how they treated my family? Do you know how I risked my life to protect you and the child from Xianxia heaven, and how I was tortured when I was caught by them? How can we not take revenge for such a great hatred? If we don't accumulate our own strength, this day will come sooner or later. With this outburst of anger, the master god's aura suddenly rose, triggering a celestial phenomenon. Even demon ancestor shut his mouth at this time and did not say much. He just looked at him calmly. There are many stories. The more Feng Xing listened, the more excited he became. His eyes glowed, and the flames of gossip blazed. Looks like you suffered a lot when I left that time and got caught back. The demon ancestor was silent for a long time before sighing softly. His expression seemed to be a little guilty. It's okay, the master god seemed to be nervous because of demon ancestor's guilt. He hurriedly explained, I volunteered to stay behind to stop them. I was thinking that you and Dolly could escape safely. When I saw that you guys escaped, I wasn't sad at all. Really, I felt very fortunate. At this point, as if to change the topic, he looked at Feng Xing. He sized him up and sighed. Is this the reincarnation of Dolly? Sigh, much uglier than before, but still very cute. Hey, what does that mean? His words made Feng Xing dumbfounded. Although he couldn't speak. His eyes widened. What ugly? Feng Xing didn't understand what she meant, but when he heard the word, he became anxious. Even the demon ancestor seemed to be stunned for a moment, then looked at Feng Xing with a puzzled expression. The demon ancestor seemed to want to explain something, but he was a little hesitant. However, the demon ancestor suddenly spoke and interrupted him. From the first time I saw this kid, I felt very close to him. That pair of eyes is exactly the same as the previous dolly. They are equally bold and not afraid of strangers. Then, I sensed your aura from him. How could I not guess? It's over. The demon ancestor was stunned. He looked at Feng Xing, who was burning with the flames of gossip, with a complicated gaze. We're in big trouble this time. Feng Xing suddenly saw demon ancestor's hand pressing toward him. Before he could say anything, he felt his vision go black. He was forcibly pulled into the depths of the spiritual realm. However, once he was here, he regained his freedom. He looked at the demon ancestor standing in front of him excitedly and exclaimed, "Old thing, you're really something. The Master God is so powerful, but he's actually your lover? What do you know?" "We're in big trouble this time," the demon ancestor glared at Feng Xing and said with lingering fear. Even in the depths of the spiritual realm, he couldn't help but look around when he spoke, as if he was afraid of being heard by the Master God. "What's the trouble? If I knew you guys had such a relationship, would I still be so tired?" Feng Xing found it hard to understand. He was very angry because demon ancestor lied to him. At the beginning, this old bastard lied to him and said that he was sleeping in the depths of the fallen realm to hide from his enemy. Who would have thought that his enemy was actually his lover, and he was as obedient as a kitten in front of him? If he knew about this relationship from the start, he wouldn't have been so polite to the Master God. He would have brought the demon ancestor to find the Master God long ago. After all, they were family. "I said you don't know anything, but you don't know shit. How would you know that this woman is a lunatic?" The demon ancestor's tone was very worried and even a little frightened. It was completely different from the arrogance he showed in front of the demon ancestor. "Isn't her husband going crazy to hide from her?" Feng Xing picked his nose and looked at the demon ancestor with disdain. "And from what you said, you abandoned her before. Alright, cut the crap. I'll split a strand of my divine sense and sink into the sea of consciousness to talk to you. She'll find out after a while. There's really nothing between me and this woman. Sigh, to be honest, there's something between me and her. I was the one who made a fool of myself in the past and provoked her, but our relationship is already over. She didn't just go crazy now. She was already crazy when she was in the great immortal realm. I also found that she was too terrifying when she went crazy, so I used the immortal king's decree to separate from her. But who would have thought that she would be so capable? Not only did she escape from the immortal king's side, but she also has this opportunity now. Her strength is so terrifying." The demon ancestor said anxiously, looking very frightened. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Feng Xing's curiosity was piqued. He looked at the demon ancestor with shining eyes. "I don't have the time to talk to you about this now." The moment the fiend ancestor heard, he panicked and lectured Feng Xing, shouting, "The problem now is you. Do you know that she already thinks of you as someone else? When we were together, we adopted a puppy and named it Baby. Remembering that Noor had a problem with her bloodline and couldn't have intercourse, she naturally couldn't have children, so she treated the puppy as her own son and loved it. She treated it better than she treated me. But when we separated, we were being hunted down. I was injured by the immortal king, so she decided to turn back and stop the pursuers. So she gave that baby to me and made me swear that I would definitely escape with it and help it reincarnate." What do you mean by not intercourse? She's a natural beauty. Damn, you actually hooked up with a hermaphrodite? Bullshit, a beauty isn't hermaphrodite. And when I first met her, I couldn't lift her skirt to look. I really want to know how you survived that period of time. That's not important. What's important is that baby, okay? Damn, I just understood. So she just said that I'm not as good looking as a dog? Feng Xing was stunned when he heard that, but he immediately became furious. Can't you think about proper matters first? Demon ancestor was really speechless. He hurriedly reprimanded, "She said countless times that that dog is the proof of our relationship. As long as it is around, we will never be separated. I didn't dare to see her back then because if she knew that the dog was dead, she would definitely go crazy. She might really kill me. With my current appearance, I can't even take a breath of anger from her. But fortunately, she actually thought that you were the reincarnation of that baby. In my opinion, the reason she can still maintain her rationality is because she thinks that I have never abandoned that baby. Then what happened to that dog? When I first escaped, I was seriously injured and needed nourishment. So I stewed it. F***ck, you're such a bastard. I can't help you anymore. Fangxing directly rolled his eyes at Demon Ancestor. He really didn't like this old bastard. Hee. However, the Demon Ancestor laughed out coldly, you're not helping me. Right now, she's only tolerating you because she thinks that you're the reincarnation of a doll. She's also tolerating me. But if she were to know the truth, hee. Do you think the two of us can still live? Then what do you want me to do? This was a matter of life and death, so Fangxing had no choice but to take it seriously. What I mean is, since she has already mistaken you for a baby, then you might as well. Before Demon Ancestor finished speaking, Fangxing directly became anxious. You old bastard, you want me to pretend to be a dog? Demon Ancestor said helplessly, there's no other way, no way, I won't do it even if you beat me to death. If this matter gets out, where will I put my face? Fangxing was indignant and glared fiercely at Demon Ancestor. Sigh, then do whatever you want. Demon Ancestor let out a long sigh and said, anyway, you understand that if she finds out the truth, the first thing she'll do in her rage is to kill you, and then I won't be able to escape. But what if you pretend to be her? She treats you, no, that child as her own son. Putting aside the fact that she's now the leader of the 3,000 celestial clans and has immense power, just the fact that she unintentionally inherited the heavenly art is a divine ability that can be cultivated to the immortal king realm. Anyway, I've said this much. Do as you see fit. Fangxing fell silent, and Demon Ancestor's figure also faded. The surrounding scene changed, and Fangxing also withdrew from the sea of consciousness. Looking up, the Master God and Demon Ancestor were in front of him. He didn't know what Demon Ancestor had said to him during this period of time in the sea of consciousness, but the Master God's eyes were full of gentleness and expectation as he looked at him. Seeing Demon Ancestor's encouraging expression, Fangxing knew what this old bastard wanted him to do. Damn it, threatening and tempting me at the same time. Am I that kind of person? Fangxing glared at Demon Ancestor and cursed in his heart. Then, he stubbornly raised his head. Mom, when he looked at the Master God, he suddenly smiled and called out affectionately. He even went forward and hugged her waist. The word mom had thrown the fiend ancestor into a state of confusion. The Divine Master was also clearly stunned. Especially the waist that Fangxing was holding intimately, it trembled obviously. Fangxing felt that it was meaningless. The waists of the girls he knew were soft, but the Master God's was hard. After all, her body was carved from black jade. Even if she became more lively and agile as she descended for a long time, her nature couldn't be changed. However, although she trembled and wanted to resist subconsciously, she still didn't release Fangxing's hand after hesitating for a while. Her eyes also softened. Good boy, you. I've really wronged you. The Master God sighed softly and raised his hand as if he wanted to touch Fangxing's head. When Fangxing saw this, he moved his head closer, but the Master God sighed softly and didn't touch him. This, cough, the Demon Ancestor finally spoke. Although she was only a soul, she coughed softly and couldn't help but whisper to the Master God, ugly slave, no matter what, you and I have reunited with you. Isn't this your wish before? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Why don't you stop and find a place to live in seclusion? Wait for me obediently. I have my own plan in my heart. Wait until. The Master God turned his head slightly and glanced at him. His voice was a little disappointed. You just saw me, and you're leaving again? The Demon Ancestor suddenly couldn't continue. Her expression was unusually awkward. Chijuan, you don't have to worry about me. I've always known what I want, and I know what I'm doing. Back when I was captured by the Cloud Desolation Immortal King, I was punished, but it was also a blessing in disguise. I happened to obtain the legacy of a deceased goddess, and took advantage of the catastrophe in the great immortal realm to escape from the Cloud Desolation Immortal King City. After many years of hard work, I have achieved my current level of cultivation. But I know that our strength is far inferior to the Cloud Desolation Immortal Kings. In the past, we didn't have the ability to protect ourselves from him, and I'm afraid it's even worse now. If we want to be together forever, we must take the risk and destroy the eternal immortal palace. So don't try to persuade me on this matter. Demon ancestor looked awkward. Clearly, he was racking his brains, wanting to say something to persuade the divine master to change his mind. You used to be the one protecting me. Now, it's my turn to protect you, okay? The divine lord's eyes were clear and gentle as water as he said lightly. Demon ancestor's expression became even more awkward, and she looked ashamed. Ha 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 ha, this old thing is going to live off a woman. On the other hand, Feng Xing was overjoyed as he watched from the side. He resisted the urge to reminisce with the divine master and the demon ancestor. His eyes were as bright as two little suns, but he couldn't hold it in for long. He couldn't help but say, that. I say, Mom. Old godmother, can you reminisce later? Now that we've finally reunited, sigh, I really have a stomach full of things to say, but what I want to say the most is. The divine lord and demon ancestor both looked at him. Feng Xing immediately revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. The path of cultivation is difficult. There's no good cultivation method. Demon ancestor's eyes instantly widened. This little bastard couldn't hold back his temper and asked for benefits? I see that you have quite a number of powerful techniques, and all of them have the ability to penetrate through heaven and earth. Although I've cultivated some divinities in cloud-desolate celestial city, in terms of cultivation, I'm afraid they're not stronger than the techniques you have. I can teach you a few divinities. The divine lord didn't seem to mind. He sized up Feng Xing lightly and said. The heavenly technique you mentioned just now? Feng Xing raised her head, looking as if she had brought it up casually. The master god was slightly stunned. He then chuckled softly and said, You're my child. Naturally, I'll teach you everything I know. However, you won't be able to learn this heavenly skill because it requires a very special physique. Feng Xing was stunned when she heard that. What physique? The divine lord blushed and didn't continue. Feng Xing was stunned when he saw her like that. He suddenly thought of a problem. Just now, when the devil ancestor was complaining to him, she said that the divine master was a natural jade lady. It was a bloodline that was rare even in the 33 heavens. Her corporeal body was special, and she couldn't have sexual intercourse, nor could she give birth to a child. Could it be that she was referring to this bloodline? With that thought, his heart trembled. He thought that this heavenly technique must not be learned. With that thought, another thought arose, but you're extremely powerful and rule over 3,000 godly clans. Demon ancestor's eyes were already as wide as bells. This is really boasting shamelessly. Are you trying to take advantage of the divine lord's power? Not to mention that you're a fake. Even if you're real, you can't ask for such a thing the moment you meet me, right? The divine lord was clearly stunned, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed softly. I'm the divine lord, and you're my child. In the future, the position of the divine lord will naturally be yours. However, I still have a use for them now, so I can't give them to you. I can only bestow you the position of crown prince. From now on, among the 3,000 godly clans, your position will only be below mine. Who would dare to underestimate you? What's there to talk about in the future? Feng Xing was dissatisfied and muttered. He raised his head and glared at Demon Ancestor. Demon Ancestor was already cursing in her heart. She asked for benefits and was rejected. Why are you so dissatisfied with me? Unexpectedly, Feng Xing was also cursing in his heart. He even called her mother, but she didn't give him any benefits. I'm losing money. After these few words, he confirmed that he had thought too simply. It seemed that he wasn't the divine lord's biological son after all, so the benefits weren't great. If it was a few abilities from the cloud-desolate city, he really didn't care much about them. After all, cultivation was the foundation, abilities were the end, and he actually didn't lack any means of fighting. Only things that could raise his cultivation were fundamental. As for the position of crown prince of the divine court, not to mention whether it was real or fake, it was useless even if he got it. Wasn't he still being restrained by others and unable to roam freely? Moreover, what the divine lord wanted to do was obviously too dangerous. Seeing how scared this demon ancestor was, if he accepted the position of crown prince, he probably wouldn't be able to escape from being implicated in the future. It was better to draw a clear line from the beginning and save himself some trouble. Forget it, if I don't want a good thing, I'd better get something substantial first. After making up his mind, he smiled apologetically and even hugged the Divine Lord's waist passionately. That was called intimacy. We'll talk about the matter of Crown Prince in the future. However, I have to ask you for 2 favors now. You can promise me, right? Oh, I won't refuse if it's within my capabilities. The Divine Lord looked at Fangxing with a smile, looking gentle and kind. On the other hand, Demon Ancestor looked at Fangxing with a frown. He thought to himself that this guy was too thick-skinned. It's definitely within your capabilities, and it's of great importance. Fangxing's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, the first thing is the small celestial realm. Godmother, I'm not trying to scare you, but these bastards aren't good people. They're very ambitious. You don't even know that they've secretly put together a heavenly technique called the Art of Indifference. It's said that its power is extremely terrifying. If you cultivate it successfully, I'm afraid it's enough to threaten you. What's even more infuriating is that they've searched for many talented women to cultivate this heavenly technique. Many of them are my acquaintances. Look. Actually, I've always known about the Art of Indifference. Hearing that, the Divine Lord frowned slightly. Then, he said, it's impossible to cultivate that heavenly technique successfully. They're just a group of idiots. I don't want to bother with them. If you're dissatisfied, you can carry out my divine decree and ask them to hand over the code to me. Then, I'll save your friends. However, it's a troubled time now. I haven't completely subdued the small celestial realms scattered in the universe. Now that the 12 small celestial realms have submitted to me, I can't go too far. I'd better spare those old bastards' lives for a few days. If you're dissatisfied, you can deal with them after I succeed in my plan. You can vent your anger on them, I see. That's fine. Fangxing wasn't satisfied, but after thinking about it, he could only agree to it first. Then, he said immediately, the other one is more serious. Damn it, do you know the Kanglan Sea? The Dragon King is no longer in charge there. Now, it's a demon named Nine-Headed Bug who's making trouble. He's not a good guy. He's definitely not loyal to you. Moreover, he's keeping my wife and won't return her to me. She's your daughter-in-law. Godmother, tell me, should we chop this bastard into 3 pieces or 27 pieces? I'll listen to you. Nine-Headed Bug? The Divine Lord was slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he looked into the distance and sighed, then, you'd better hurry up. Fangxing was stunned and said, what do you mean? The Divine Lord said softly, if I'm not wrong, he should be on his way very soon. On his way, Fangxing was even more confused, I haven't sent him off yet. How is he going to go on his way? The Divine Lord glanced at Demon Ancestor and then at Fangxing. After a moment of silence, he said, the Immortal Ascension Path. There were only 4 words, but Demon Ancestor and Fangxing were stunned at the same time. Then, they were shocked. The path of immortal ascension was not unfamiliar to any cultivator. It was even to the extent that it was the ultimate dream that cultivators pursued. Which cultivator did not want to overcome the 9 tribulations one day and ascend to immortal ascension? However, the immortal ascension path had been cut off a long time ago. Where could they go to ascend? Thinking about those hidden cultivators who had been killed by the Divine Lord, they had been waiting for the immortal ascension path to resume. However, they had only seen a shadow of the immortal ascension path after guarding it for millions of years, which was the celestial attraction stone bridge. However, the stone bridge was completely controlled by the gods, and no one knew where it went. Even the Divine Lord couldn't do anything to it, so how could the 9-headed bug do it? That 9-headed bug is a person with great perseverance. Even I'm afraid of it. As if he understood the shock in Fangxing and the rest, the Divine Lord explained softly, now, he's not going to walk the Taoist's immortal ascension path. Instead, he's going to walk the ancient path left behind by the dragon tribe. In fact, you can say that everything he's doing is to step on that path. There's an ancient path left behind by the dragon clan? Fangxing was dumbfounded by the Divine Lord's words. As a cultivator, he was no stranger to the path of immortal ascension. When he saw the fairy attraction stone bridge, he had already guessed that this bridge was related to the legendary path of immortal ascension. However, he did not know that there was another path of immortal ascension apart from the human clan's path of immortal ascension. Filled with curiosity, he looked toward the Divine Lord. To put it bluntly, the immortal ascension path is the path to the immortal domain. The Divine Lord saw the doubt in Fangxing's heart and explained softly, however, that path is not the only one. In fact, there are a total of 4 immortal ascension paths created by the predecessors of the Taoist sect, the Buddhist sect, the Demon Clan, and the Dragon Clan. All 4 immortal paths lead to the great immortal realm, but there are differences. The immortal path left behind by the Taoist sect leads to the 33 heavens, the Demon Clan leads to the Archean demon realm, the immortal path left behind by the Buddhist sect leads to the Western Heaven realm, and the immortal path left behind by the Dragon Clan leads to the ancient Sky Dragon domain. Cultivators can't step into the great immortal realm just because they are qualified to become an immortal. The Divine Lord let out a long sigh and looked at the vast sea of clouds and the starry sky behind the clouds. The starry sky beyond the immortal domain is too vast and huge. It can be said to be boundless. Even the most powerful cultivator could easily get lost in the boundless starry sky if he were to wander around in the immortal domain. He would then be stuck in silence until his death. Therefore, for cultivators, ascension is actually a very serious matter. Not only must one have sufficient strength, but one must also know how to get to the great immortal realm and the route. The route of ascension? Fangxing's brows furrowed slightly as he slowly repeated this sentence. Yes, it can be said that the most important thing during ascension is the route. The demon ancestor seemed to be aware of the seriousness of the problem. He frowned and explained to Fangxing softly, there are too many dangers between the starry sky. If one doesn't have a route and wander around the starry sky randomly, it is very easy to get lost or encounter a disaster. Even if one has a route and a general direction, it is still possible to get lost due to some unexpected circumstances. Therefore, the once powerful 4 legacies have built their own immortal ascension paths for their descendants. Sometimes, when their descendants are about to become immortals, they will even send envoys to receive them. This is the reason why the immortal envoys will descend after becoming immortals. When Fangxing heard this, he understood in his heart. He had also been on the path of cultivation for a long time, so he understood a lot about ascension in the cultivation world. Naturally, he had heard all kinds of rumors. In some ancient records, ascension was directly to the outer realm. It was like a person's matter. There were also some that when ascending, the heavens and earth would change, and the immortal envoys would descend, chanting immortal gold, immortal wan jade carriages, and flying flowers would pave the road. The people of the world would prostrate themselves in worship, and they would head to the outer realm with great fanfare, hoping that everyone in the world would know of this. The demon ancestor let out a low sigh and continued, to be able to open up a path between the starry sky for their descendants to ascend, they are naturally great legacies with deep foundations. In fact, this is no longer something that an ordinary orthodoxy can accomplish. It must be a sect. Since ancient times, there have been 4 legacies that have opened up this ancient path of ascension. They are the most powerful Taoists. It can be said that the entire great immortal realm was opened up by the ancestors of the Taoists. The Taoist's path of immortal ascension is naturally the most stable and safest. The path of immortal ascension that people speak of actually refers to this path. The immortal attraction stone bridge that you saw earlier is the most important location of this path. Originally, there was only one path to the great immortal realm, but later, in order not to be controlled by others, the Buddhist sects, demons, and dragons also opened up their own paths to the stars. Cultivators of heavenly origin can use these 4 ancient paths to advance all the way to the great immortal realm. At this point, he turned his head with a rather solemn expression. It seemed that even an existence like him would feel rather emotional when he mentioned the miraculous ancient paths that traverse the starry sky. These 4 paths are the legendary path of ascension, and they can lead to the ancient realms of the 4 directions. The ancient realms of the 4 directions, Fangxing also couldn't help repeating it. The conversation today had really let him hear a lot of fresh immortal secrets. The demon ancestor sighed. The ancient realms of the 4 directions are the territories of the 4 orthodoxies in the great immortal realm. They are vast and boundless, and are the most suitable places in the starry sky for immortals to cultivate. The Taoists, Buddhists, demons, and dragons all have their own territories there. They are the 33 heavens of the Taoists, the Western Buddhist realm of the Buddhists, the immemorial demon realm of the demon race, and the ancient heavenly dragon domain of the dragon race. These 4 realms are collectively known as the Great Immortal Realm, and are the blessed lands that cultivators of the world dream of throughout their lives. They are the land of immortality, the supreme land of the universe. It turns out that the so-called ascension is actually entering the Great Immortal Realm. The look in Fang Xing's eyes became a little complicated. He seemed to feel a little disappointed, but also a little emotional. For cultivators like them, ascension was undoubtedly a magical word that seemed to have an indescribable magical power. But in truth, after putting it bluntly, they could understand that ascension was just crossing the starry sky from Tianyuan to another starry sky. That place might be more suitable for immortals to cultivate, but it was not the heaven that some people imagined. It was just another space, but when they thought deeper, crossing billions of miles of starry sky to reach the other end of the boundless sea of stars, they felt that it was very extraordinary. After all, just looking up at the boundless starry sky was enough to tell how difficult it was to travel there. Ascension was really a simple but infinitely difficult thing. That's true. Ascension isn't as complicated as you think. It's just entering the Great Immortal Realm from Tianyuan. Demon Ancestor sighed softly, then smiled lightly. But it's not that simple. After Tianyuan sealed the heavens, no matter how strong Zhu Shou's magic power is, he will no longer be able to escape to the outer realms. Naturally, he will no longer be able to set foot on the 4 ancient paths and enter the Great Immortal Realm. He will also no longer be able to obtain the blessing of the Great Immortal Realm and become a true immortal. This is the true meaning of heaven sealing immortal extinction. But even after Tianyuan reopens, it's not that easy for people to become immortals. After all, the star map that points out the 4 paths to immortality is something that only the most orthodox and most profound inheritances have. Even for immortal kings, if they don't have the correct star map, who would dare plunge headfirst into the boundless starry sky? Once they get lost, even if their lifespan is endless, they might never be able to walk out again. What you're saying is... Fang Xing couldn't help but nod repeatedly, agreeing with what Demon Ancestor had said. The starry sky was just too terrifying. Just thinking about it made one feel endlessly desolate and filled with endless dangers. This wasn't some barren mountain in Tianyuan, where one could go in and wander around for a few days before coming out. Once one got lost in the starry sky, it was simply unimaginable how terrifying it would be. Back then, he had also heard from the little princess of Yaoqi that there were many immortals who were exiled into the boundless starry sky in ancient times. But in the end, how many of them managed to reach a realm where they could survive and even establish their own immortal realm? There were so many powerful beings, but weren't most of them directly swallowed up by the boundless starry sky? Even if they were immortals, compared to the boundless starry sky, they were still too insignificant. But if that's the case, then even if I don't undergo the 9 tribulations, if I can obtain the 4 star maps, I can still become immortal, right? Fang Xing pondered for a moment and thought of another problem. Theoretically, it's possible. There have been special cases like this in the past. Demon Ancestor nodded directly and said, but it's just a theory. In reality, it's very difficult. After saying that, he turned to look at the Master God, as if he didn't know as much about this as the Master God. It should be said that it's basically impossible to work. The Master God's expression was indifferent as he continued, it's no longer the most prosperous time now. After the catastrophe, the 4 ancient paths to immortality have been almost destroyed. The Taoist path to immortality has already been controlled by all saints. You've seen it just now, there are many restrictions on that path. Ordinary people can't even get close to the stone bridge, let alone step on that ancient path. As for the Buddhist path to immortality, it was almost completely destroyed when the sect was attacked. Even the current Tianyuan Buddha, the only successor of the Buddhist sect, has to borrow the Taoist path to immortality and abide by the rules of All Saints' Hall if he wants to find the ruins of the Western Heaven Realm. This is the reason. As for the demon clan's path to immortality, it has always been in the hands of the Celestial Palace. At this point, the Master God paused for a moment before continuing. The 3,000 celestial race used this ancient path to return to Tianyuan. However, we encountered some trouble when we descended. At that time, Tianyuan had already been hidden by the 9 coffins from the starry sky. We knew that we were already close to this star region, but we couldn't return. Instead, we conquered many surrounding small immortal realms. In the end, it was the Sea of Azure Billows that provided the location of Tianyuan that allowed the 3,000 celestial race to finally descend to Tianyuan. The first request of the nine-headed worm was to obtain the star map of the demon clan's path to immortality. However, I disappointed him. It's not that I'm too stingy, but because when we traced back along the way, the demon clan's ancient path had already been destroyed by us. Even with this star map, we can't go through. If that's the case, the only option for those who aren't chosen to become immortal is the dragon clan's ancient path? Fang Xing thought of many things and said hurriedly after pondering for a while. That's right. For those who aren't chosen, among the 4 ancient paths, the dragon clan's ancient path is the only feasible one. Even the Master God sighed in a low voice. However, compared to the Taoist sect, Buddhist sect, and demon clan, the dragon clan is the weakest. The ancient path they open is also the most difficult one. Apart from the true dragon bloodline, no one knows the exact location of this path. However, legend has it that the dragon clan's ancient path is the most difficult and dangerous path among the 4 paths to immortality. Along the way, there are many obstacles that only the people with the true dragon bloodline can pass. Therefore, it's almost impossible for outsiders to pass this path. In fact, the nine-headed worm obtained the star map of the dragon clan's ancient path long ago, but he didn't dare to embark on it because of this reason. Moreover, it's difficult to predict the dangers and variables in the vast star region. Even if he begged me to help him, even if he's well prepared and powerful, the possibility of him reaching the other side after embarking on the dragon clan's ancient path is less than 10%. I admire him. For someone with the bloodline of an outsider, he's considered a great figure since he dares to embark on the dragon clan's ancient path. Less than 10%? When Fang Xing heard this, he was stunned. Then why does he still insist on going? The Master God sighed softly. Because he knows that this might be his last chance to become immortal. The last chance to become an immortal? Fang Xing was dumbfounded by the Divine Lord's words. He did not return to his senses for a long time. However, the Divine Lord did not seem to have any intention of explaining in detail. He merely mentioned it and said, "You'll probably understand very soon. There's no point for me to explain it now." Fang Xing was not in the mood to care about that. He only began to ponder. He finally understood the nine-headed worm's goal from the Divine Lord's words. It was one of the people who sought immortality. As early as when the path to heaven was cut off, immortal ascension had already become an extravagant hope in the cultivation world. And the cultivators who caught up to this immortal-free era often made all kinds of different choices. Among them, the best could not suppress their own cultivation, and under the circumstances that there was no path to immortality, they still broke through the 9 tribulations with their own strength. However, they were not immortals, but chose to become sages, a different path from immortals. Although it was uncertain whether the 9 sages of heavenly origin were the same as the ancient sages, they were still called as such. There was also a group of people who chose to live in seclusion. They guarded their hearts and stayed in seclusion all year round, waiting for the reopening of the path to heaven. Now, with the appearance of the godly item at the bottom of the immortal burial slope, the group of people who reacted the most strongly were undoubtedly this group of people. These people did not react too much even when the sages left heavenly origin and the celestial race descended upon heavenly origin. However, after the appearance of the godly item, almost all of them came out. A portion of them chose to protect heavenly origin and stood with Bai Qianzhong and Daphne. There was also a portion of them who chose to fight the juniors of the Fengtian Alliance for the fortune. Most of them died in the hands of the Divine Lord, while a portion escaped. They also represented a portion of the people of heavenly origin, a portion that could not be ignored. Although they were far away from the core of power, they still possessed powerful cultivation. They were the ones with the greatest cultivation in the Tianyuan continent apart from the sages. To a certain extent, their individual strength might even be above the old monsters and ancestors of the various orthodoxies. However, they were focused on becoming immortals, so they remained in seclusion. They would not come out unless there was an opportunity to become an immortal. To a certain extent, these people could be called the group of people above heavenly origin who had the deepest obsession with immortal ascension, and the 9-headed bug seemed to be one of the most resolute existences in this group of people. Those people were just waiting waiting for the path of heaven to reopen, waiting for immortal destiny to descend. But the nine-headed bug was doing it all along. For the sake of becoming an immortal, he didn't even hesitate to enter the perilous ancient road of the dragon clan. No wonder even the divine master praised him so much. However, Fangxing was a little flustered in his heart. He didn't believe that the nine-headed bug and his sister would rush into the ancient road of the dragon race on a whim. He had never seen the nine-headed bug before, but he had seen the Xianxia dragon queen, the younger sister of the nine-headed bug, Yume'er. Before the immortal fox fairy, she was known as the #1 beauty of the demon race. She was definitely not a kind person. Even such a huge orthodoxy like the Xianxia had been tormented by her. If this pair of siblings were to enter the ancient path of the dragon tribe, they would definitely be well prepared, and if the ancient path of the dragon tribe was related to bloodline, then his wife, Ao Zhen, would be in danger. How could this pair of siblings not think of using Ao Zhen's bloodline to achieve their own goals? After all, Ao Zhen was the last person with the bloodline of the true dragon in the eyes of the world. Of course, Fangxing knew of the existence of another person with the bloodline of the true dragon, but that fellow, I can't wait any longer, I have to hurry and bring my wife back. Fangxing couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. He muttered to himself, this is the right thing to do. Old godmother, did the nine-headed bug say when it would be on its way? Thinking of this, Fangxing quickly raised his head and asked nervously. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He could only stop the nine-headed bug before it was on its way. He promised me initially, but it was after I got the relic. At the mention of this, the Master God sneered in a low voice with disdain in his eyes. However, the relic won't fall into my hands after all. Although I've achieved my goal and managed to see part of their plan through this, I've obviously lost in the eyes of the world. As for the nine-headed bug, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold back his sinister and crazy thoughts. He won't sit back and watch the sea dragon tribe get involved in the great war of the humans and gods. He will definitely be on his way earlier. Earlier? Fangxing was shocked. Does that mean that even you can't determine the time he will be on his way? The Master God nodded lightly. None of the divine kings that I've ruled are completely loyal to me. The nine-headed bug is such an arrogant person, so he won't be. Instead of saying that he's loyal to me, it's more like we're working together. He's helped the God's palace a lot and I've given him many pointers and resources. His ultimate goal is to step on the ancient road of the dragon tribe. Everything else will be for naught. Therefore, when he thinks that he's got enough resources, I'm afraid he'll step on the ancient road immediately and never look back. The Master God chuckled as he spoke to this point. When he steps on the ancient road, he'll draw the line between us. Naturally, he doesn't need to tell me anymore. After all, he knows that I don't have high hopes for him and I won't bless him. That's king betrayal. Fangxing was a little speechless as he thought to himself, this Master God is really crazy. He knows that the nine-headed bug will betray me, but he still gave him what he wants. He knows that the nine-headed bug is going to leave, but he doesn't try to stop him. How can he command his subordinates like this? You know that he's going to draw the line between us, but you don't try to stop him? I don't stop him because I want to send a message to those people through him. The Master God chuckled softly with an unfathomable expression. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I can't stay here any longer. Fangxing suddenly lifted his head with determination in his eyes. I have to save my wife. Demon Ancestor agreed immediately. That's right, that's right. Save your wife. This is too important. Let's go. He then turned to look at the Master God. After all, you guys haven't fallen out with each other. Don't go first in case it's embarrassing. The Master God was slightly stunned, and he said softly, of course I won't go. Demon Ancestor was overjoyed, but before he could speak, the Master God looked at him gently, but it's not easy for us to reunite. How can you bear to separate from me so quickly? Although I've cultivated a heavenly technique and turned the power of 3,000 godly races into my own, I haven't completely stabilized yet. The Kirin, Heavenly Hound, Huanhui, and other races haven't submitted to me yet. There are even some small immortal realms scattered in the star field that refuse to submit to me. I'm afraid a great war is about to break out in Tianyuan. I need your help to carry out my great plan. Moreover, you're only left with your primordial spirit now. I want to help you rebuild your body. I don't need to rebuild my body for now. With my realm, it's not easy to find a body. Demon Ancestor's smile stiffened, and he pointed at Feng Xing and said, I still need this jar to stay, you're the jar. You and the Master God are both jars. Even that dog of yours is a jar. Feng Xing rolled his eyes and glared at Demon Ancestor. Moreover, with my current appearance, I can't help you much, can I? Demon Ancestor glared at Feng Xing and said to the Master God with a flattering smile. When the Master God heard this, his eyes turned red, and he instantly lost the arrogant look he had when talking about the major events in the world. He became lovely. He raised his sleeve and wiped the corner of his eye, and he said softly, so what if it's difficult? Even if I die, I'll rebuild your body for you. Moreover, I'm under a lot of pressure now. It's good to have you by my side to talk to me. Even if there are strong enemies around, I don't need you to help me charge and break through the enemy lines. I can't bear to do that. As he said, his gaze moved slightly, and he looked at Feng Xing's face. Why don't you both stay? Oh no, does she want to make me stay too for the sake of Demon Ancestor? Feng Xing's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly cleared his throat and said with deep affection, actually, old godmother is right. You two have reunited after such a long time, how can you two separate so soon? I don't need you to accompany me on the trip to the Sea of Storms. You just need to lend me something from old godmother. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem to extract this primordial spirit from my spiritual realm and nourish it, right? Of course. If I don't have this ability, wouldn't all these years of cultivation be wasted? Hearing this, the Master God was obviously in a good mood and answered hurriedly. On the other hand, Demon Ancestor looked at Feng Xing strangely. He was extremely angry. He didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but he secretly separated a strand of his divine soul and scolded in Feng Xing's heart, little bastard, how can you be so sinister? The two of us should advance and retreat together. How can you take some benefits and run away, leaving me alone here to suffer? What do you mean by suffering? She's your wife. Feng Xing directly rolled his eyes in his heart. Moreover, look at her. Will she let you go again? The worst outcome is that both of us have to stay here. That's troublesome. We can't just accompany your wife and ignore my wife, right? What wife? We haven't gone through the wedding ceremony, nor have we slept together. Demon Ancestor was already a little furious. He realized that Feng Xing really intended to make him stay. I realize that you're a very uneducated person, Feng Xing suddenly said to Demon Ancestor very disdainfully, directly stunning Demon Ancestor. You said I'm uneducated? That's right, Feng Xing replied matter-of-factly, the problem you're struggling with now has already been explained in the book. What book? Feng Xing's serious look confused Demon Ancestor, and he subconsciously asked in a weak voice. Jade Cattail Hasek. It said that love between a man and a woman is only at the bottom. It doesn't necessarily mean that only thing counts as true love, this. What kind of nonsense do you usually read? Demon Ancestor directly went crazy. Feng Xing had made up his mind to make Demon Ancestor stay for two reasons. Firstly, the Master God was too powerful. He and Demon Ancestor could only go along with him. Thinking of how pitiful he was, he had already called for his mother. It should be fine for Demon Ancestor to stay and accompany him for a few days, right? Moreover, no matter what, the Master God was the one that Demon Ancestor offended. If he didn't stay behind to clean up this mess, who else could he look for? To put it bluntly, the biggest problem between the two of them was that the Master God couldn't have sex. But you don't even have a physical body now, all the more you can't do it. If worst comes to worst, just make do with it for the rest of your life. On the other hand, the Master God was in a good mood. He didn't seem to sense the conversation between the two of them. He said with a smile, what do you want to borrow? Feng Xing tilted his head and thought for a while. He said with a smile, why don't you tell me what you can really give me? Whether it was the heavenly skill inheritance or the authority to rule the 3,000 Protoss, he wouldn't give them to him. Feng Xing learned his lesson and asked what the Master God could give him. However, the Master God didn't stand on ceremony this time. With a point of his finger, a black jade appeared in the air and landed gently on Feng Xing's palm. If Feng Xing remembered correctly, this jade was the material of the jade sculpture that he saw the Master God for the first time. Take this jade and it will be the proof of your identity. No one in the 3,000 Protoss will dare to be rude to you. I believe it should be enough for you to save your lost friends and wives in the small celestial realm and see Azure, the Master God said calmly. However, if you want to go to see Azure, you better be fast. After the 9-headed worm steps on the dragon tribe's ancient path, I don't know if he will still care about my god's decree. After all, he is a very proud fellow. Are there any other benefits? Feng Xing directly shed all pretense of cordiality. He quickly put away the jade stone and asked with a smile. I still have something to deal with, so I can't go to see Azure with you. However, if you need anything, you can come to Xianxia Palace to look for me. The Divine Master agreed immediately. This condition made Feng Xing a little surprised and happy. All right then, I wish the two of you to grow old together and be of one heart forever. Feng Xing laughed heartily and bowed deeply. His figure flew out, and after 100 feet, he turned into a streak of black light and flew away. Demon Ancestor was filled with resentment. He really wanted to leave with Feng Xing, but he couldn't. The Divine Master had already gently stretched out his hand and tugged at his sleeve. Now, he was clearly only an essence soul, but he was firmly held by the Divine Master as if he had a physical body. Little bastard, you betrayed me in exchange for benefits. You're really a bastard, Demon Ancestor's voice sounded in Feng Xing's mind, but as Feng Xing walked further and further away, the voice weakened. In the end, the voice completely disappeared. Feng Xing knew that the Divine Lord had completely pulled away Demon Ancestor's soul. Actually, there aren't any benefits. That Divine Master is too stingy, Feng Xing muttered in his heart as he walked further and further away. His body transformed into a shooting star and disappeared between the clouds. At this moment, a faint bitter smile appeared on the Divine Master's face as he watched him leave. After the current Demon Ancestor was pulled out of Feng Xing's sea of consciousness, he could no longer take human form and was forced to fall into a deep sleep. Then, she took out a small black jade box and sealed it within. She looked down at the box with a slightly sad smile. I didn't expect that I would use this method to make you stay in the end. What are you afraid of me for? Do you really think I'll hate you, resent you, and even kill you because you abandoned me back then and didn't fulfill your promise to the doll to reincarnate as a human? Actually, I only deliberately pretended to recognize the wrong person so that you wouldn't feel guilty about this and keep hiding from me. What's funny is that you actually discussed with this little brat to deceive me. However, you forgot one thing, the doll we raised back then was originally a female. After the Demon Ancestor completely left his sea of consciousness, the mocking expression on Feng Xing's face gradually calmed down. The appearance of him laughing and scolding in front of the Divine Master and the Demon Ancestor gradually disappeared, and the expression on his face seemed a little sad. Most of his joking and arguing with the Demon Ancestor and acting obedient in front of the Divine Master were faked. Even if his nature was probably like this, at least at this time, he was not in the mood to do these things. When he was in front of the Divine Master, he had always been worried. There was nothing he could do. The Divine Master was too strong, so strong that it exceeded his imagination. If she wanted to kill him, he would have no way of fighting back. Therefore, he had no choice but to rack his brains to protect himself and survive. However, how could he be happy? After all, he had fallen to this state to help Tian Yuan seize that divine item. When he was doing this, who would have thought that he would be abandoned in the end and almost lose his life? If it weren't for the old grudge between the Demon Ancestor and the Divine Master, how likely would he be to survive now? Feng Xing, who usually didn't believe in luck, really felt that his luck was very good at this time. Forget it. Anyway, I actually wanted to take the benefits for myself. Anyway, I didn't seize that divine item for anything else. Feeling a little depressed, Feng Xing subconsciously spoke out and muttered, then why did they abandon me? At most, when I see them again, I'll *King snatch them all for you. And that bastard who crossed off my name, you'd better not let me know who you are. With his state of mind, he wouldn't keep some unnecessary emotions in his heart for too long. After secretly gritting his teeth and venting for a while, he finally freed himself and suppressed all the depressed emotions. His eyes lit up again as he muttered to himself, in the future, I'll just quit such unrewarding things. I should learn from the Divine Master. What's the big picture? What's the big picture? It's not as important as finding my own man. Then, I have to find my own women and settle them down. That's the most important thing. With this thought in mind, he felt that he was already tens of thousands of miles away from the Divine Master. He landed on the cloud, prepared to observe his surroundings, and then think about what he should do next. Just now, he was brought along by the Divine Master, and he really didn't know how far he had gone. He didn't know where he was now and how far he was from the small immortal world and the sea of azure waves. Phew, as soon as he landed on the cloud, he felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. Only then did he realize that he was actually above the sea. Looking around, he didn't see any land at all. Let alone find someone to ask. After thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just now, he was originally in the immortal burial slope, but the Divine Master just carried him and flew for a short while, and then he was already above the sea. How far was this? Hualala, as he was pondering, he suddenly sensed something. He lowered his head and looked down. To his surprise, he found that in the sea below, there were countless fish beasts and monsters in the sea. All of them were rushing towards one direction, and it was extremely lively as if they were fighting for something. Fangxing also smiled bitterly and thought, why have I become so stupid? I can't find someone to ask, and it's the same to capture a sea beast. You are the fattest one. Come up. As soon as he said that, Fangxing just pressed down with his big hand, and his Dharma power was channeled. Then, a giant whale as big as a hill was lifted into the air. This giant whale was the one with the highest cultivation among all the sea beasts that passed by him. It seemed to be at the 7th or 8th stage of the spirit tribulation stage. It almost had spiritual intelligence and could ask a few questions like ordinary people. Immortal, please spare my life. I don't know how I have offended you. Please forgive me. When the giant whale was in the air, it didn't dare to resist at all in front of Fangxing's aura. It just fluttered and begged for mercy. What region is this? What are you all doing in such a desolate place? Tell me quickly. Fangxing put on the appearance of a legendary immortal and activated his Dharma power, which was really majestic. This is the West Sea. After flying for more than 30,000 miles in the sunset, we can reach the Pure Land. The giant whale's eyes were filled with shock and horror, and the giant whale's expression was one of honesty. West Sea? The Kanglan Sea should be in the east, right? Fangxing made up his mind. He was about to let go of this pitiful giant whale. Then, he asked casually, what are you going to do there? In front, at the edge of the Pure Land, there has just been a big battle. Countless individual immortals have died, and their flesh and blood have been thrown into the sea, dyeing the area within 100,000 miles red. That is the essence of great nourishment. I am greedy for the flesh and blood of the individual immortals, so I want to go there to improve my cultivation. The giant whale told Fangxing everything it knew. However, its words gave Fangxing quite a shock. When he was in the immortal burying slope, he naturally sensed the big battle, but he didn't know the details. After seeing the Divine Lord just now, he was so scared that he even forgot about it. Now, he was reminded by the giant whale's words. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he became. After thinking for a while, he suddenly let go of the giant whale and flew to the west like a flowing light. Quick, hurry up, don't let the fishes and prawns destroy the bones of these seniors. The further he went to the west, the more shocked he was. The vast sea had turned into a blood-red color. Among the blood-red waves, white skeletons could be vaguely seen floating and sinking. Near the shore, there were already groups of cultivators gathered. Their cultivations were high and low. They were using all kinds of magical treasures to salvage the broken corpses and skeletons in the sea. Their expressions were full of sorrow. When Fangxing rushed to the sky above the sea, he heard a cultivator shouting, "You guys! Have you found the remains of Senior White and Great Rock Evil Lord?" No, many people were crying. They were killed by the Divine Lord, and their bones and flesh are in the sea. How can we tell? Uncle 11 and the old heretic? Uncle 11 and the old evil? Hearing that, Fangxing's heart skipped a beat and he felt a little dizzy. He hurriedly bent down and grabbed the man who had just spoken. Then, he glared at him and shouted, "What did you say just now?" The man was startled and tried to struggle, but he was frightened by Fangxing's aura. He couldn't help but tell everything he knew. Senior by Qianzhong and the two venerables Daphne of the Heavenly Alliance, along with more than 20 hermit cultivators, fought against the 3 immortal kings of the divine palace. It was a fierce battle at the edge of the Pure Land. The 3 immortal kings were finally stopped by them and were summoned back by a god's decree. However, the 2 seniors by Qianzhong and the Rock Evil Venerables, along with more than 20 hermit cultivators, suffered heavy casualties. When we arrived at this part of the sea area, there were no living people on the battlefield, only flesh and blood being eaten by the fishes and shrimps. What? Hearing that, Feng Xing's voice trembled. He hurriedly let go of the cultivator in his hand and scanned the area with his divine sense. Now that his cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the crossing calamity realm, his divine sense was able to travel thousands of miles away. Moreover, it was still spreading out, covering the endless sea area, trying his best to capture the auras of Bai Qianzhong and Daphne. However, as he scanned the area, his heart became colder and colder. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and jumped thousands of miles away. He jumped to a part of the sea area and scanned the area, only to find a broken white robe and a few scarlet feathers. The white robe had the aura of Uncle 11, and the scarlet feathers were the broken feathers of the vermilion bird. Apart from that, there was no aura at all. This made Feng Xing's heart tighten, as if it had sunk into an endless abyss. Uncle 11 is dead, and the old evil is also dead? He was in a daze as he muttered to himself. A feeling of boundless desolation filled his heart. He naturally understood that this battle was also for the sake of the divine object. When the Night Clan's divine child was killed, the investiture of the gods list emitted a divine light that was even printed in the void. It could be said that the entire world knew about it. The 3 divine kings had to forcefully break into the Pure Land to fight for the divine object. At that time, he also felt that there were some powerful cultivators who came to stop them and started a fierce battle with the 3 divine kings at the edge of the Pure Land. However, he did not expect that Bai Qianzhong and Daphne were among them. He himself had put in a lot of effort in this battle, but in the end, he was abandoned. He felt very depressed, but because of his optimistic nature, he tried to mediate the situation. But who would have thought that the greatest loss was not him, but here? Uncle 11 and the great Ping Evil Monarch also lost their lives for the sake of that divine artifact? Both of you are smart people. Why did you do such a stupid thing? For a moment, the strong sense of sorrow almost drowned Feng Xing like a tide. That person, could he be the legendary Feng Xingfeng? Isn't he chasing after the divine object? Why did he show up here? Just now, the godly manifestation in the 9 heavens attracted many sovereigns into the divine abode. Why didn't he go? With his reputation and cultivation level, he should be on the list. Could it be that he stayed behind for some other reason? On the sea below, several cultivators raised their heads and looked at the lonely Feng Xing in the void with complicated expressions. Some of them still regarded him as a little lord who had betrayed Tian Yuan and joined the divine court, so they were full of hostility towards him. However, some of them had heard the news that Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian alliance had released when he first entered the celestial burial slope. They knew that he was the one who had secretly helped Tian Yuan. However, they were even more surprised to see him at this moment when they knew that all the disciples of the Feng Tian alliance had entered the celestial burial slope, because in terms of status, cultivation level, and strength, he should be able to obtain the great creation. My young friend Feng Xing, it's my pleasure to meet you. Just as Feng Xing was standing in the void in a daze, with a strong sense of sorrow in his heart, an old man with fluttering sleeves suddenly appeared in the void in the distance. The old man was wearing a black robe that seemed to be weightless. It was floating in the air. Although it looked ragged, it was obviously of excellent quality. The old man's aura seemed to resonate with the heavens and earth, revealing his extremely shocking strength. He slowly walked over from the distance and stared at Feng Xing with a faint smile on his face. Whoosh! Feng Xing turned his head and looked at him. He did not say anything. His eyes were cold and his face was expressionless. The old man's cultivation level had already reached the tribulation passing realm. In terms of cultivation level, the old man's cultivation level was probably higher than Feng Xing's. However, he was still alive and well. It was clear that he was one of the hidden cultivators, and Feng Xing did not have a good impression of him. Haha, my young friend, there's no need to be nervous. This old man is Withered Cloud Hermit. I've lived in seclusion in the West Sea for 4,000 years. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I want to ask you a question. I heard that the celestial bridge has reappeared and the path to heaven has appeared. I rushed here, but I was a step too late. The immortal burial slope is empty. I heard that my young friend witnessed the reappearance of the path to heaven. I want to ask you what kind of existence the celestial bridge is and where it is now. Withered Cloud Hermit spoke very politely as he slowly walked toward Feng Xing, another person who doesn't care about anything and only wants to become an immortal. Feng Xing looked at him expressionlessly, and then looked around a few times. He sensed several auras rushing towards him. This old man once heard that the celestial bridge can only be crossed by the outstanding juniors of the current era. Now, the outstanding juniors of the primordial demon path, the Great Snow Mountain, and the Divine Continent have all gone up. Although I've been in seclusion for many years, I know that my young friend, Feng Xing, is an absolute genius. I wonder why you haven't stepped onto the celestial bridge after seeing it. Loose cultivator Ku Yun slowly said as he arrived 100 meters away from Feng Xing and gently stood still. So you're here to ask about this. Feng Xing came to a realization in his heart. Then, he was filled with endless mockery. So this group of people came to find him for this reason. Even they believed that if the divine seal decree really existed in this world, and this divine seal decree only recorded the names of the most outstanding geniuses in the world, then his name would definitely be on it. Now that they saw him appear in this sea region after seeing the celestial guiding stone bridge, they thought that there was some reason that he didn't step onto the stone bridge, so they came looking for him. What exactly do you want to ask? Feng Xing was already unhappy in his heart. At this moment, waves of coldness welled up in his heart. This old man knows that the immortal path has a spirit. If one wishes to step onto it, they need a token. Is this true? Withered Cloud Hermit's expression was calm and he had a smile on his face, but the questions he asked were more direct than the last. Feng Xing didn't know if Withered Cloud Hermit really knew or heard these questions, or if they were just his guesses. However, he couldn't be bothered to refute them. He simply smiled and said, "There is indeed a token, but it's not an object. It's just a ray of immortal light. Only those with a name on the tablet can obtain this ray of immortal light and step onto the immortal path bridge and enter the immortal abode." Oh? How can one obtain that ray of immortal light? Withered Cloud Hermit's eyes suddenly widened as he asked anxiously. Either it's useful, or it has potential. Feng Xing sneered and casually made up a story. The immortal bridge has a spirit. As long as it takes a fancy to someone, they can be named on the stone tablet. It's a pity that you people are all hiding like wild dogs when there's a chance. Naturally, you're all useless. In terms of potential, your lifespans are about to run out, and your foundations aren't as solid as ours, so it's even more impossible for you to obtain the immortal light. This was originally Feng Xing's own story, but he didn't expect that Withered Cloud Hermit would actually believe it. Not bad, not bad. We're all a bunch of pitiful people. Why are we so unlucky? The kind smile on his face suddenly became somewhat ferocious. However, I believe that you have this immortal light, right? Upon hearing this, Feng Xing was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course he had it. Or rather, he originally had it, but his name had been crossed off. What else could it be? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because even he realized that it would be ridiculous to tell these people that his name had been crossed off. Of course, with his heart surging with anger, he had no interest in explaining it to these people. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, he only sneered. So what if I have it? So what if I don't? If I do, Withered Cloud Hermit slowly walked forward and suddenly raised his voice. Then lend it to me, rumble. He actually directly made a move. His 5 skinny fingers were as sharp as claws as they clawed at Feng Xing's head. At the same time, countless figures rushed out from the void behind Feng Xing, left and right. They all fiercely grabbed at Feng Xing. In terms of aura, they were all extremely tyrannical. At the very least, they were people who had passed the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, they were charging at Feng Xing like crazy demons. It was obvious that they had already treated Feng Xing as their only opportunity to become an immortal. At this moment, they mercilessly attacked him. It was just like at the bottom of the immortal burial slope. Once they heard that there was an opportunity to become an immortal, they would immediately make a move, regardless of how confident they were. When Tianyuan was in trouble, I didn't see you. When the human race was weak, I didn't see you. When the god race was massacring, I didn't see you. Fang Xing had already sensed those people's aura. Instead of panicking, he was filled with endless anger. And now, where did you get the face to snatch the so-called opportunity to become an immortal? Whoosh, his expression suddenly became ferocious. Facing the violent attacks, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and pointed at Withered Cloud Hermit. For some unknown reason, these people had no grudges with Fang Xing before. In fact, he had never even seen them before. But at this moment, Fang Xing really wanted to kill them. Daoist Master Ku Yun and the others obviously didn't expect that Fang Xing would attack so decisively and ruthlessly. It was as if he had risked his life just because of a disagreement. They were different from the group of secluded cultivators at the foot of the immortal burial slope. Those people were anxious and tried to kill Fang Xing, forcing the Great Golden Crow and the others to retreat from the stone bridge. They missed the opportunity because they couldn't make it to the immortal burial slope. They were lucky that they weren't killed by the angry Divine Master. After they arrived here, they were naive and didn't know that Fang Xing was blocked outside the immortal execution array. They thought that Fang Xing didn't set foot on the stone bridge because of his own reasons. They thought that he was really qualified to set foot on the stone bridge, so they wanted to capture him and see if they could seize the opportunity. Therefore, they attacked to capture Suke alive, but at this moment, because of the anger in Fang Xing's heart and his hatred towards these people, the anger in his heart rose to the extreme. His attack was full of killing intent. Although he was young and only at the third layer of the tribulation passing realm, his terrifying strength was far beyond his opponent's imagination. As he charged towards Withered Cloud Hermit and pointed out with his finger, a woman in a long dress suddenly appeared behind him. She had a slender figure and was extremely beautiful, but her face was expressionless. Her movements were exactly the same as Fang Xing's, and she pointed out with her finger. Then, the world became misty, and all the order and power were shattered by that one finger. Her finger pierced through space. It was a divine ability of the heavenly art of indifference. The successor of the small celestial realm had 3 divine ability seeds that could be used to execute the 3 divine abilities of the heavenly art of indifference. Before he died, he lost a bet to Fang Xing, so the 3 divine ability seeds were casually used by Fang Xing. Fang Xing didn't try to refine the 3 divine ability seeds. However, he had cultivated the supreme energy scripture, so he could see the origin of the heavenly art of indifference. Therefore, he could use the divine ability of the heavenly art of indifference. However, he didn't refine the 3 divine abilities like the successor of the small celestial realm did. Therefore, when he used the divine ability seeds, the original owner of the divine ability seeds appeared behind him and pointed out with his finger. That finger had an indescribable dreamlike feeling. It directly pierced through Withered Cloud Cultivator's 5 fingers, as well as his defenses. It pierced through the void and then ruthlessly pressed down on Withered Cloud Cultivator's chest. Withered Cloud Cultivator was clearly scared out of his wits. He let out a roar and quickly retreated. However, his physical body had already exploded into a bloody mist. More than half of his physical body had exploded, and he staggered as he tried to escape. How can there be people like you in this world? Fang Xing roared and chased after him. He slammed his palm down again to kill them all. He really hated the speculators among the secluded cultivators. Normally, he didn't have a bottom line, but these people still made him grit his teeth. He couldn't understand what kind of existences would go into closed-door cultivation for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They didn't care about worldly affairs, cut off all familial ties, friendships, and even the fetters of their clans, and wholeheartedly wanted to become an immortal. If they went into closed-door cultivation, it meant that they didn't even care about the life and death of their own clans and orthodoxies. Letting them die, that wasn't all. They could even ignore the arrival of the God clan and let the war rage in Tianyuan. They were only willing to show up after the celestial opportunity of Tianyuan reappeared. They were willing to use all means to hold that celestial opportunity in their hands. No matter how shameful he was, Fang Xing couldn't do such a thing. He was a robber, but he looked down on the speculators in the long river of time. The palm that caught up with Withered Cloud Cultivator directly slammed on his broken body. This secluded cultivator in the fifth layer of the crossing calamity realm didn't expect Feng Xing to have such a powerful ability. He instantly screamed in despair. However, under the suppression of the tyrannical strength, the scream was annihilated as soon as it left his mouth. His body and divine soul were smashed into pieces at the same time. How could this be? How could this be? I want to become an immortal. How could I die? His voice was filled with indescribable annoyance and unwillingness as it turned into ashes and dissipated in the void. Becoming an immortal was all about immortality, but who would have thought that he would die so easily? Brat, if you don't want to disappear, you'd better obediently surrender. Feng Xing had killed Withered Cloud Cultivator with a single palm. His method was ruthless and terrifying, but it didn't deter the others. Before he could withdraw his palm, he heard a shout from behind him. It was the hidden people who had surrounded him. They were the people who had spied on the celestial fate with Withered Cloud Cultivator. Several spells almost reached him. Feng Xing secretly clenched his teeth and used the unfettered movement technique. He floated like an immortal and appeared above the group of people in an extremely strange manner. Then, he bent down and slammed his palm down. As he slammed his palm down, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was also the original owner of the 3 spell seeds. As the palm slammed down, the void became even more chaotic. All the laws and order were shattered by the power of this palm. The hidden cultivators below felt like they were being covered by the sky. In a panic, they immediately chose the same method as Withered Cloud Cultivator and fled. 4 or 5 figures simultaneously fled in all directions. Even so, there were still some people who couldn't escape from Feng Xing's palm. They were directly smashed by Feng Xing and a mist of blood scattered everywhere. Good, good, good. The celestial fate is with me. If anyone wants it, then let me test your strength, Feng Xing angrily shouted as he used the unfettered movement technique and chased after them. He was unwilling, and his murderous intent was boundless. He didn't understand why there were people like Uncle 11, Daphne, and those who risked their lives to stop the 3 godly kings at the edge of the Pure Land and lost their lives. There were also people who didn't care about the life and death of Tianyuan and only wanted to become immortals. Why was there people like the Heavenly Alliance, who wanted to fight the God Clan to restore the glory of the celestial ancestors, and why was there people like the Immortal Alliance, who wanted to seek peace and even submitted to the Divine Court? What he couldn't understand was why fate was so unfair. He risked his life to protect the investiture of the gods from falling into the hands of the Divine Court, but he was rejected by the Immortal Execution Array. Uncle 11 and the others had fought to the death for Tianyuan, but they had lost their lives in the sea, but his credit, and the credit of Uncle 11 and the others, were also enjoying all of this. In the end, the divine item was not taken away by the Divine Court, and there was hope for Tianyuan's recovery. But those who didn't contribute were also enjoying this hope, and also relieved from the pain of being controlled by the Divine Court. Uncle 11 and the others risked their lives to stop the 3 godly kings and died in the sea. But these hidden cultivators suddenly jumped out and wanted to share the wisp of celestial fate that Uncle 11 and the others risked their lives to protect. How could this be? His heart was a little confused. At this time, he couldn't understand it, and he just wanted to kill. This demon actually has such terrifying strength. At the moment this great battle suddenly unfolded, countless people had already gathered in the sea below to watch. Feng Xing's reputation and strength had long spread throughout Tianyuan, but no one had expected him to be so terrifying. Those hidden cultivators were all terrifying existences in the crossing calamity realm. Sometimes, they represented some legendary figures, and many legends were still told as legends in the cultivation world. But now, they had joined forces to besiege the demon, Feng Xing. What was more terrifying was that even though they had joined forces, they were still suppressed by the demon. After a few rounds of battle, at least 3 people had died in the demon's hands. This kid is hard to deal with, let's retreat. This time, there were a total of 6 people who came to besiege Feng Xing with Kuyan Sanren. After Feng Xing killed 3 of them, the remaining 3 became afraid. No one knew who shouted, but the 3 of them suddenly flew into the sky at the same time, trying to escape. They were dignified hidden cultivators who wholeheartedly wanted to become immortals and were characters in legends, but they were actually forced to flee by Feng Xing. It was a great humiliation for them. Fortunately, they were people who wholeheartedly wanted to become immortals, so they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with fleeing from a junior. You want to escape after falling into my hands? How can there be such a good thing in the world? However, they clearly didn't expect Fang Xing's murderous intent to chase after them. He used his unfettered movement technique as if he had already escaped into the void. His body moved a few times, but he had already arrived at the side of the person on the right. His palm was like a blade, and he directly cut off the person's head. Then, he floated back and turned into a ray of light. In one breath, he had traveled more than 300 kilometers and killed the old cultivator who was fleeing to the left. At this moment, the last person had already fled almost 5,000 kilometers away, and he thought he'd escaped with his life. But Fang Xing instead gritted his teeth and still chased after them like a fiend. At this moment, he had a belly full of rage, and he wanted to use their deaths to appease it. Little friend, this old man just wanted to ask you about the opportunity to become an immortal. Why do you have to force me? The escaping old cultivator was so frightened by Fang Xing's ferocity that he didn't hesitate to beg for mercy. Because all of you deserve to die, Fang Xing shouted loudly, which shocked thousands of kilometers away. He fiercely chased after the old cultivator. After 100,000 kilometers, he caught up with the old cultivator and killed him with one palm strike. All the cultivators in the Pure Land and the sea who witnessed this battle were shocked by Fang Xing's ferocity and tyranny. This time, the image that Fang Xing displayed in front of all the cultivators in the world was simply that of an immeasurably maniacal and forceful devil. As a cultivator in the third tier of the passing calamity realm, he had killed 6 hidden old cultivators in succession. This kind of strength was simply shocking. Even Fang Xing did not expect that after this battle, he, who had always been disliked by the world and would always be subconsciously belittled by the rankings, would actually start to gain the reputation of being invincible. In just a few days, the news of 6 great tribulation passing loose immortals besieging him on the sea, and in the end, he chased them for 100,000 miles and killed them all spread throughout Tianyuan. His reputation was so great that it even caught up to that of the freak of the Yuan family. Kill them all, the last reclusive old cultivator was smashed into pieces by Fang Xing, and his soul was destroyed. Fang Xing stopped to catch his breath and looked around. In the vast sea, there were a few people watching from afar. When they saw Fang Xing looking at them, they were so scared that they hurriedly flew away. Under the dazzling sunlight, Fang Xing felt a sense of loneliness. When he killed these reclusive old cultivators, his heart was filled with hatred, but after he killed them all, he felt a sense of loss and an indescribable sense of oppression. Fang Xing took out the pieces of cloth left behind by Uncle 11 and the broken feather left behind by the great Ping Evil King. He lowered his head and glanced at them, then looked around. In the end, he was still at a loss. He didn't know if the 2 of them were dead or alive. He sighed in his heart and put them away. Then, he glanced in the direction of the Pure Land one last time. He didn't say anything and directly flew into the sky, turning into a streak of light and flying towards the east. After this battle, he discovered that his strength had imperceptibly increased by a great deal. This trip to the immortal burial slope was obviously an extremely great increase to his cultivation and strength. If it was in the past, he would surely be wild with joy. But now, he only felt lazy in his heart. He actually couldn't arouse the slightest feeling of excitement, and he faced everything calmly. Even when he was flying in the air, his face was still indifferent. As he dashed swiftly all along the way, spying gazes frequently flashed over from the surrounding space, and it was even to the extent that some people tried to follow him. Fang Xing was aware of all of this, and he was originally slightly resentful in his heart. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't be bothered to make a move. He knew the origins of these people, and they were presumably cultivators that lived in seclusion from the world and wanted to become immortals. After all, those he'd killed earlier were only a portion of those that had stood out. Presently, there were still people that had come in succession to pry into the secrets of immortals, and they'd only been deterred by his methods of slaughter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rashly come forward. It could even be imagined that as time passed, more and more people would come to find him. After all, more and more people believed that Fang Xing had the fated chance to become an immortal. After a day and a night, more and more people came to spy on him. But no one dared to come forward. They just watched from afar and hesitated. They didn't dare to provoke Fang Xing, but they didn't want to give up. so they could only follow him from afar. Speaking of which, there weren't many true experts among them. After all, a batch of them had died at the immortal burial slope and the 3 divine kings had died at the border of the Pure Land. The remaining ones could only be considered as mediocre existences. The strongest among them was only at the 5th layer of the Crossing Calamity realm. The rest of them were at the 1st or 2nd layer of the Crossing Calamity realm. Some of them were even at the nascent Soul realm. Fangxing didn't even care about them and treated them like flies. My fellow cultivator Fangxing. Tongtian young sage, please wait. Just as Fangxing was leisurely flying on the cloud and allowing those with ill intentions to follow him, a call suddenly sounded out in the air before him. Then, a cloud carriage actually rushed over from afar. When the cloud dissipated, there were actually 3 old men standing in the cloud. All of them wore ancient robes and had extraordinary bearings. They stood side by side in the air and cupped their hands in greeting towards Fangxing from afar. Someone else is here to spy on the fated chance? A cold smile appeared on Fangxing's face. He activated his Dharma power and caught up with them. If they wanted to follow him, he would follow them. But if they dared to block his way, he would kill them directly. Fangxing didn't even bother to ask them. He was about to kill them again. However, the 3 old men were shocked by his killing intent. One of them realized that Fangxing must have misunderstood, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Tongtian young sage, please forgive us for blocking your way. We are messengers from the small celestial realm. We are here to invite you to the small celestial realm for a talk. Small celestial realm? Fangxing was startled when he heard this. He didn't retract his killing intent as he sized up the 3 of them coldly. He had planned to go to the small celestial realm to save Xiaoman and kill those old men who dared to force Xiaoman to practice the art of forgetfulness. He didn't expect that they would send messengers to greet him. This made him a little suspicious. What do I have to say to you people from the small celestial realm? Fangxing replied in a low voice. His face was expressionless. He just looked at the 3 old men coldly. The 3 messengers looked at each other. One of them bowed and said in a low voice, we are here to apologize to you. Apologize? This inexplicable sentence caused Fangxing to be startled, and the suspicion on his face deepened. Don't worry, little lord. Yesterday, the Divine Lord announced to all the immortal kings that little Lord Tongtian has made a great contribution in the Pure Land. He will be appointed as the leader of the little saints of the Divine Palace. All the immortal kings should treat him with respect. Since the small celestial realm is working for the Divine Lord, how could we dare to disrespect him? The 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm ordered us to go to the Pure Land to look for little Lord Tongtian after receiving the Divine Lord's decree. It is really lucky that we found him. I hope little Lord Tongtian can come with us. The 3 of them bowed again and again. They looked very sincere. It turns out that the Divine Lord didn't lie about this. He really raised my status, Fangxing sneered and thought, but all the little lords are dead. If I don't become the leader of the little lords, who will? Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll go with you. After thinking about it carefully, he nodded coldly and agreed. It was not that he truly believed in the small celestial realm, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was best to make a trip. Now that he was disheartened, the 2 things that could still pique his interest were to rescue Xiaoman and Dragon Lady. Comparing the 2, Xiaoman was more urgent. Now, he did not know if she had cultivated the art of forgetfulness. Moreover, if he were to venture into the Sea of Azure Billows, there was a great expert like the 9-headed bug there. With his current strength, he could not snatch it by force, and the Divine Master was also unwilling to help him. He had to plan properly. Little Lord Tongtian, please, the 3 messengers were overjoyed. They immediately led the way. To Fangxing's surprise, the Heavensward Palace where the 12 small celestial realms were located was on an island less than 200,000 kilometers away from here. After asking around, he found out that the 12 small celestial realms had their own temporary imperial residences. The Divine Land, the Land of Demons, and even the Nanzhan and the Pure Land all had their own temporary imperial residences. However, after the arrival of the God tribe, the 3 immortal kings occupied 3 prefectures and were at loggerheads with the Pure Land. Therefore, the 12 small celestial realms had to go to the sea and found an island full of spiritual chi to build their palaces. Welcome, Heaven's Ward little lord. As soon as he stepped into the 10,000-mile region of the island, he saw celestial energy surging in front of him. A row of 8 people bowed and greeted him from afar. The 8 realm lords are all here, Fangxing sized them up coldly. He didn't think much of it. He knew that the 12 small celestial realms originally had 12 realm lords. When the creatures of the god tribe arrived, the 12 small celestial realms had contributed a lot. However, they had also suffered a great loss. 4 of them had died in the battle. Let's stop with the empty talk. Let's talk about something practical. Fangxing didn't want to waste time with them. He waved his sleeves and put his hands behind his back. Then, he asked coldly, "Do you want to apologize to me?" Obviously, the 8 realm lords didn't expect Fangxing to be so straightforward. They looked a little embarrassed and worried. One of the realm lords hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Indeed, we want to apologize to the Tongtian little lord. We were blind and disrespectful to the Tongtian little lord many times. Now that we have been severely reprimanded by the Divine Lord, we know that we were being unreasonable. Therefore, we invite the Tongtian little lord to apologize to us. As long as the Tongtian little lord's unhappiness can be dispelled, our small celestial realm is willing to agree to all the conditions of the Tongtian little lord." Hearing this, Fangxing was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect the small celestial realm to be so humble. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood that the divine decree issued by the Divine Lord must have put a lot of pressure on the small celestial realm. After all, the small celestial realm wasn't the Kanglan Sea. The 9-headed bug was simply too audacious. Even the Divine Lord didn't seem to be willing to provoke him. Most of the time, the small celestial realm was just a group of ridiculous idiots in the eyes of the Divine Lord. They were not important at all. Perhaps it wouldn't be a problem for Fangxing to kill them, and he could do whatever he wanted with them. As for the small celestial realm, they must have received the news of the ominous Dao's death. Their only hope was destroyed, so they were even more desperate. Moreover, they thought that Fangxing would be killed because he betrayed the Divine Lord in the Pure Land. However, they didn't expect that the Divine Lord didn't intend to punish him. Instead, he raised his status and protected him in every possible way in the divine decree. This made the group of old men even more uncertain. In just one day, they decided to reconcile with Fangxing no matter what price they had to pay. However, Fangxing couldn't understand how they could reconcile with him with so many grievances between them. If you really want peace, shouldn't you show some sincerity first? Facing the humble attitude of the 8 realm lords, Fangxing naturally wasn't in a hurry to fall out with them. After pondering for a while, he decided to capture Xiaoman first. If he was in a hurry to kill them now, it wouldn't be good to force them to do something desperate. Sincerity, the realm lord who stood out was silent for a while. Then, he said, "Little lord, if you need anything, we will grant it." "Well, I only have one question. I have a maid named Xiaoman. Is she in your small celestial realm?" Fangxing was silent for a while. Then, he decided to be straightforward. He was indeed worried about Xiaoman's safety. As he asked this question, he started to circulate his Dharma power slowly. No matter how sincere the small celestial realm was in reconciling with him, if something happened to Xiaoman, he would immediately start a massacre. Lady Xiaoman, at the mention of this name, the expressions of the 8 realm lords turned serious. "Little Lord Tongtian, please come with me." After a moment of silence, the realm lords didn't answer the question directly. Instead, they stood up and spoke in silence. "If something happens to Xiaoman, the entire small immortal world will be buried with her." Seeing the reactions of the realm lords of the small immortal world, Fangxing's heart skipped a beat and he said to himself. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He lifted his legs and walked forward with the realm lords of the small immortal world. The rest of the disciples of the small immortal world who followed the 8 realm lords parted like a tide. When they faced Fangxing, they all lowered their heads and looked docile. However, Fangxing could occasionally catch a glimpse of hatred in their eyes. Fangxing naturally understood that he hated the small immortal world to the core, and the small immortal world probably didn't treat him well either. The successor of the small immortal world was killed by him, and they probably knew about it. It could be said that since he came to the small immortal world, a bloody battle between the two sides could happen at any time. However, before confirming the safety of Xiaoman, Fangxing decided to bear with it for the time being. Looking at them coldly, the disciples of the small immortal world just followed behind them in an orderly manner. They didn't secretly try to seize the position of the small immortal world. After they passed, they scanned the area with the yin and yang godly demon mirror and didn't set up any secret restriction. This made Fangxing sure that the small immortal world really didn't have any hostility, but he calmly followed them in. The cloud flew over the island and came to a dangerous place on the island. This place was the center of the island, and it was surrounded by palaces and pavilions. At the very center, there was a huge formation set up. Countless spiritual lights formed a barrier that enveloped the center of the formation. Purple mist filled the air, making it difficult for outsiders to see what was happening inside. They could only sense that this area was actually the place with the densest spiritual qi in the entire island. All the spiritual qi within 100,000 miles had been drawn over and gathered into one place. There were also countless spiritual essences that formed a heavenly grotto heaven. Could it be that Fangxing's knowledge was extraordinary now, and he was slightly shocked in his heart with a single sweep of his gaze. The grand formation before him ought to be the grand formation of paradise that some cultivators would only use when charging through a bottleneck on their path of cultivation. It converged all the spirit energy in a single point, and then combined it with a formation before being stimulated by spirit essence, causing the spirit energy in this place to be dense, allowing one to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating. It was extremely miraculous. Now, the grand formation before him had even converged the energy of 12 minor immortal worlds, and the ingenuity of its construction was truly rare. Almost in an instant, he was sure that if he was right, this should be the place to practice the art of indifference. Only when cultivating such an extremely dangerous divine ability would one need to specially build such a blessed land of spiritual energy. Thank you, Tongtian little saint. Our small immortal realm did collect the incomplete skill of indifference, and we also found many talented women to practice it. This cloud platform and the vast cloud platform attracts the spiritual veins of the 4 seas to build a blessed land and grotto heaven. There are also people who observe it day and night, recite spells and draw talismans to stabilize the mysteries of heaven. That's why we built it for those women to meditate and practice the skill of indifference. After a short hesitation, one of the 8 realm lords from the small immortal realm stood out and explained in a low voice. At this time, Fangxing had already thought of a terrible result. He suppressed his anger and shouted in a low voice, "Where is Xiaoman now?" After a moment of silence, the realm lord raised his hand and pointed, "She is on the cloud platform." Boom! At the same time that Fangxing heard this, his rage suddenly soared, and his murderous aura billowed into the sky like a volcano eruption. As expected, Xiaoman had been forced to cultivate the art of indifference. When the successors of the small immortal realm had threatened him, they had clearly said that as long as he obeyed their orders, they wouldn't let Xiaoman practice this extremely dangerous art. But when he fought with the successors of the small immortal realm, he discovered that they didn't actually want these women to cultivate the art of indifference. They only wanted them to cultivate one of the divine abilities, and that would be enough. They only needed to extract the divine ability seed from their bodies, refine it into their bodies, and then they would be able to use the power of the art of indifference. And if they wanted to achieve this goal, they would need many women to cultivate. At the time, he had felt that the situation was far from good. In these circumstances, they probably wouldn't waste a single woman. Just like how he had promised Zhao Yadong that he wouldn't harm his little sister, but he had secretly forced Fairy Qingyu to cultivate that art of indifference. To Xiaoman, this was probably a way to appease him while carrying out their plan, and on this trip to the small immortal realm, he had been most worried about this. Now that he saw it, it really was the case. As expected, Xiaoman had been forced into the 8 Desolation Cloud platform to cultivate the art of indifference. At this instant, Fangxing's hair stood on end from anger, and his murderous aura suffused the entire sky. If something happens to Xiaoman, I'll bury everyone in the small immortal realm with her. With a roar, Fangxing was like a fiend. With a rumble, his body swelled up, and his hand reached out to grab the bowed realm lord standing in front of him. At this moment, he was using his full strength. Although he was only at the 3rd layer of the tribulation passing stage, his aura was monstrous and earth-shaking. Even someone at the 5th or 6th layer of the tribulation passing stage would be no match for him. As for the realm lords of the small immortal realm, some were at the 4th or 5th layer of the tribulation passing stage, and some were at the 7th or 8th layer of the tribulation passing stage. But in front of this grab, they seemed so weak. And this was also the reason why Fangxing dared to show his might in the small immortal realm. He wasn't just relying on the might of the Divine Master. The main reason was that although the realm lords of the small immortal realm had high cultivation, they had once poured all their magic power into the descendants of the small immortal realm. Thus, their strength was greatly reduced. Now, they were just empty shells, defenseless, unable to compete with him. Little Saint Tongtian, please calm down. If you hurt us, I'm afraid that Fairy Xiaoman will really lose her life. Facing Fangxing's grab, the 8 realm lords of the small immortal realm didn't dare to fight back. They didn't even resist or dodge. Many disciples of the small immortal realm were extremely nervous. They wanted to make a move, but they were stopped by the masters around them. The 8 realm lords were also very nervous. They just shouted one sentence, and then closed their eyes, as if they were resigned to fate. Are you threatening me? Fangxing was furious, but he didn't grab her. He just looked at the 8 realm lords coldly. From what they said, it seemed that Xiaoman still had a chance to live. What he was most afraid of was that Xiaoman would lose her qi deviation after she failed to cultivate the skill of indifference. Even if she didn't lose her qi deviation and managed to cultivate one of the divine powers, she wouldn't have a good ending. The small immortal realm must have prepared a backup plan. When they finished cultivating the divine powers, they would completely turn into female embryos. Apart from collecting their divine soul seeds, they would have no other use. That was why Fangxing was angry. However, because of what the realm lords said, he suddenly thought of a way to help them recover. The small immortal realm sincerely hopes that the little Saint Tongtian can forgive us. We don't dare to threaten you. We just hope that the little Saint Tongtian can calm down and listen to our explanation. The realm lord standing in front of Fangxing bowed again, then said anxiously, Fairy Xiaoman actually took the initiative to enter the 8 desolate cloud platform at that time. Most importantly, after observing for a period of time, we discovered a shocking sign. As he spoke to this point, he looked up at Fangxing with shock in his eyes. It was obvious that he was still extremely shocked when he mentioned this matter again after such a long time had passed. Fairy Xiaoman might really have cultivated the art of indifference, what? When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly startled and didn't react for a moment. As for the other world lords, they weren't in a hurry to explain anything. They believed that no matter how they explained, it wouldn't be as good as what Fangxing saw. They exchanged glances with each other and the 8 of them flew up at the same time, flying to the 8 corners of the 8 desolate cloud platform. After that, they circulated their mystical techniques at the same time. Above the 8 desolate cloud platform, the purple mist that permeated the air gradually thinned, revealing the scene within. To their astonishment, they could see that on the jade pillar in the center of the platform, there was a beautiful lady sitting cross-legged. Her eyes were closed, exuding a celestial aura. There were 7 mysterious lights dancing around her. They were faintly discernible and seemed to be in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Even with Fangxing's current cultivation, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the 7 rays of light. He felt that even though the 7 rays of light were still very weak now, they actually contained an aura that shook even him, and they were extremely dangerous and terrifying. Most importantly, even though the 7 rays of light were so terrifying, Xiaoman's body actually faintly emanated a shocking aura, and it just happened to suppress the 7 rays of light, causing them to grow and move slowly. Even though they were extremely terrifying, they didn't escape her control. Lord Tongtian, we don't dare to deceive you. At first, we planned to keep Xiaoman here and let her practice the art of indifference until you had a result. However, after many women we chose ended their lives because they were afraid of the art of indifference, Xiaoman stood out and volunteered to enter the cloud platform. At first, we didn't take it too seriously. After all, Fairy Xiaoman was born with a wood spirit bloodline, which was suitable for one of the divine senses in the art of indifference, a realm lord from the small immortal realm explained in a low voice. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Fangxing's face. After a short pause, he continued to explain, but we didn't expect that Xiaoman was so suitable for the art of indifference. Originally, we only hoped that the women we chose could master one of the divine senses. However, after Xiaoman began to practice the art of indifference, she unexpectedly stimulated some kind of power in her bloodline. At the same time, she was able to control the 7 divine senses in the art of indifference. As he spoke, the elder glanced at Xiaoman, who was on the 8 Desolation cloud platform. There was an additional expression of excitement and fear in his eyes. I swear, in my 4,500 years of cultivation, I've never seen anyone with such a powerful bloodline. Upon hearing the words of that world overlord, Feng Xing was also stunned for a moment. His gaze turned heavy as he stared at the cloud platform. He naturally knew about Xiaoman's special bloodline. When he first entered the Blue Cloud sect, it was because of Xiaoman's innate wood spirit bloodline that she caught the attention of others. Then, he was dragged into the Blue Cloud sect. Although the wood spirit bloodline was magical, it wasn't enough to shock the realm lords of the small immortal realms, right? Even a bloodline like Xiaoman's only represented a certain kind of talent. It wasn't a problem for her to become a divine son or a Tao disciple, but it didn't have the advantage to crush all the geniuses in the world. Simply put, this kind of bloodline was rare in the Nanzhan, but in the divine continent, which had a deep foundation, it wasn't a big advantage. For example, Fairy Green Spirit had the water spirit bloodline, but she was most known for her talent in cultivation. The art of indifference is indeed a first-class inheritance in the world. It's a pity that we, the small immortal realm, have only barely pieced it together after going through untold hardships. There are many key points missing in the middle. Therefore, it's almost impossible for a person to cultivate the entire art of indifference step by step. Choosing some female cultivators with special bloodlines to cultivate one of the divine powers is already the limit. Among 100, I'm afraid there might not be one who can succeed. And if it's the complete art of indifference, I'm afraid there won't be one in the entire Tianyuan. The realm lord's expression became even more serious. He explained in a low voice, we also didn't expect that the moment Xiaoman entered the cloud platform, she had already activated the 7 mysterious lights of the art of indifference. This represents the 7 divine powers of the art of indifference. If an ordinary person did this, just the backlash from the 7 divine powers would be enough to shatter her body into powder. This is because there is no complete outline to control the 7 divine powers. However, Xiaoman's body emitted an extremely powerful bloodline power that forcibly suppressed the 7 mysterious lights and even reached a balance with them. She has truly stepped onto the path of cultivation of the art of indifference. Based on the strength and depth of that bloodline, this old man suspects that it's not an ordinary wood spirit bloodline at all. The eyes of the realm lord of the small immortal world were already abnormally serious. His gaze was fixed on Feng Xing's face, and he subconsciously lowered his voice. If it's not the wood spirit bloodline, could it be the god race bloodline? Feng Xing was also startled and couldn't help but interrupt. In terms of the inheritance of bloodline power, the life forms of sky origin were no match for the god race. That kind of creature was born to rely on their bloodline to pass on their power, the Whitebeard realm lord said. It's definitely not the bloodline of the god race. The bloodline of the god race is unable to cultivate, but the power of the bloodline in Xiaoman's body is extremely suitable for cultivation. It can even be said that this power is sealed in her body, waiting for the day when it can be awakened. The moment the power of the bloodline leaked out, people would misunderstand it as the wood spirit bloodline. In reality, this power far surpasses the wood spirit bloodline. It's also because the emotionless heavenly art is too violent that it accidentally triggered the seal and activated the power of the bloodline. So powerful? Feng Xing was also a little moved. He tilted his head and glanced at Xiaoman a few times. His eyes were full of suspicion. The realm lords of the small immortal world also didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, one of them came forward and said, "This old man may be so bold as to ask little friend, what is the background of this Xiaoman? Where did you meet her in the first place? What do you want to know?" Feng Xing naturally still remembered the first time he met Xiaoman. It was when he had just escaped from the Ghost Smoke Valley. She was hung up and sold by the slave traders at the entrance of the market. After he saved her, she had completely forgotten about the past. Ever since she could remember, she had been wandering around the world until the characteristics of the demon barbarian race became more and more obvious. Her appearance also became better and better. Then, she was caught by the slave traders as a valuable demon barbarian slave. As for where she came from, he didn't even know. The realm lords of the small immortal world didn't mind Fangxing's question. After a moment of silence, someone said softly, "We suspect that Xiaoman isn't from Tianyuan at all. Perhaps she should be from the bloodline of the Great Immortal World." Great Immortal World? Fangxing couldn't help but be surprised. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoman. The power of inheritance of bloodline isn't only possessed by the divine race. The living beings of Tianyuan also have it. The descendants of cultivation companions with excellent aptitudes often have excellent cultivation potential. This is a kind of bloodline inheritance, but it's not obvious. However, after a cultivator becomes an immortal, this characteristic will become more and more obvious. Sometimes, the descendants of genuine immortals are born with power that is not inferior to Yuaniing cultivators. Moreover, as they cultivate, they will become stronger and stronger. This is because they are born with the power of the genuine immortal's bloodline. These people are the legendary descendants of immortals. However, after becoming an immortal, although they can inherit the power of the bloodline, it will become more and more difficult to have a child. Among 10 genuine immortals, I'm afraid not even one of them will have a descendant. In the great immortal world, the saying genuine immortals have no descendants refers to this phenomenon. Among the 8 realm lords, an old man in grey clothes explained to Fangxing in a deep voice. "So you suspect that Xiaoman is actually a descendant of a genuine immortal?" Fangxing's eyes lit up as he looked at the old man. This is the only way to explain why the power of her bloodline is so strong. The old man in grey clothes didn't try to explain. He simply admitted it. "You think too much. She is just a little girl that I bought casually. I just spent a few gold leaves on her." Fangxing furrowed his brows tightly. After a long while, he coldly spat out these words. The 8 realm lords of the small immortal realm understood that he didn't want to talk about it. They looked a little embarrassed and looked at each other. Then, the white-bearded realm lord said, "Little Lord Tongtian, you don't have to be so cautious. In fact, after discovering the special bloodline of Xiaoman, our small immortal realm doesn't dare to disrespect her at all. After she cultivates the art of indifference, if she stays, she will be the master of our small immortal realm. If she leaves, we won't dare to stop her. We only hope that she can save our small immortal realm." Haha. When Fangxing heard this, it was as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He sneered and said, "It was all of you who forced Xiaoman to cultivate this heavenly technique in the first place. Even if she really cultivated this Tao, she should still kill all of you. You still want her to owe you?" Hearing that, the realm lords' faces turned gloomy. After a while, the white-robed realm lord sighed in a low voice and said, "How could we not know about this? Haha, to be honest, we used all our Dharma power to perform the art of indifference to help my disciple cultivate the art of indifference. Now, we have lost all our Dharma power and are just an empty shell. It is impossible for us to survive the next disaster. What difference does it make if we die earlier or later? Now we only want to do our best to help Fairy Xiaoman cultivate the art of indifference. When the art of indifference reappears in the world, the 8 of us will be dead. What's the point of appeasing her anger? We just hope that Xiaoman will appreciate our sincerity and allow our small celestial realm to leave a legacy in the world." Haha, Fangxing sneered and remained unmoved. He merely glanced at the 8 of them with a cold smile. After a moment of silence, the white-bearded elder said in a low voice, "Anyway, please believe us. Since Fairy Xiaoming has already started her cultivation, she can't be interrupted. Otherwise, she will lose control of both the backfire of the art of indifference and the bloodline power in her body. The result will be unpredictable. We only hope that you can help us fulfill our wish and help her to cultivate the art of indifference for the sake of the sincerity of the small celestial realm and your friendship with Fairy Xiaoming." Hearing that, Fangxing sneered and said, "Haha, when I came here just now, I wanted to take Xiaoman away and destroy your small celestial realm. Now you want me to help you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became even more silent. It was truly somewhat awkward. Even the disciples from the small celestial realms were filled with anger. The realm lords remained calm. The grey-robed old man said after a moment of silence, "We know this is ridiculous, but what else can we do except ask for help from the Tongtian little saint? Fairy Xiaoman has already started her cultivation. It's extremely dangerous for her to be interrupted midway. We can only hope that she can successfully cultivate this heavenly skill. Whether it's the 3 divine kings, or other living beings of the God clan, or even the divine master, none of them want to see the appearance of an expert who is beneficial to the living beings of the heaven origin world. The small immortal realm can't keep this secret, so we can only ask the Tongtian little saint to help us keep this secret. We also hope that we can get something to help Fairy Xiaoman cultivate this heavenly skill. These old guys are pretending to be polite, but they are actually forcing me. Fangxing couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It was not until now that he finally understood the plan of the small world. It turned out that it was waiting for him here. After the death of the fierce Taoist, he thought that the group of old guys would fall into despair. Who would have thought that they would be so lucky to run into Xiaoman, who had such a strange bloodline? They wanted to take this opportunity to pull him into their camp. However, he had to admit that the group of old guys was really lucky. Now, he really could not interrupt the process of Xiaoman's cultivation. Not only could he not interrupt it, but he also had to help her succeed. However, if they thought that they could take advantage of him just because of this, they would be looking down on him too much. I can help Xiaoman. Without much consideration, Fangxing had an answer and readily agreed to it. However, when the realm lords of the small world were all excited, Fangxing suddenly sneered. However, you have to do me a favor first. What can we do for you, Lord Tongtian? What about you? What do you need my help with? Fangxing and the small celestial realm had their own plans. When their eyes met, their eyes were full of probing and changes. After a while, the 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm discussed in secret, and the old man in the grey robe said seriously, our small celestial realm has done everything we can to help Fairy Xiaomang. However, her chances of successfully cultivating the art of indifference are still not high enough. There are too many dangers and variables. Therefore, the 8 of us secretly discussed and felt that we need to do 2 more things. First, we need to find another 6 talented girls to accompany her to cultivate the art of indifference and inherit the 6 divine powers of the heavenly art. In this way, we can reduce the pressure on her and increase her chances of successfully passing the art of indifference. Find 6 more people? Fangxing was slightly stunned, but he understood the suggestions of these 8 people. Although Xiaoman's bloodline was extremely strong, if she were to cultivate the unmoved heaven art, there would still be a lot of danger, and the method that the 8 realm lords thought of was also extremely sinister, and that was to find the other 6 women to cultivate the 7 divine abilities of the unmoved heaven art with her. This way, it would be equivalent to sharing the danger, and if there was danger, the 6 of them would be the first to suffer the calamity, but if Xiaoman truly cultivated the unmoved heaven art, the 7 divine abilities would first take root in her body, and in this way, the possibility of success would naturally increase. Correspondingly, if the 6 of them really succeeded in cultivating the art of indifference with Xiaoman Fairy, they would also benefit greatly. I heard that in order to find people to cultivate the art of indifference, you have captured a lot of female cultivators. Can't you find 6 people? Fangxing frowned. The realm lord in the grey robe said, those who are qualified to enter the cloud platform and cultivate with Xiaoman Fairy are naturally more talented. Although there are a lot of women in our small celestial realm, there are high and low talents. Although we have selected a few, there are still less than 6. We have targets for the rest, but we can't kidnap them. Hee, do you want me to help you kidnap them? Fangxing sneered in his heart. He didn't mind. He said directly, who did you find? Bring them to me. The realm lord in the grey robe was silent for a moment, then he clapped his hands and signaled his disciples to bring the people over. Immediately, a disciple from the small celestial realm left with the flag. Not long after, a cloud brought a few people over. When the cloud landed, it was 4 disciples escorting a few women. They all looked haggard. After they landed, they hurriedly got up and looked around in confusion. One of them, a tall woman in purple, looked around and saw Fangxing. She was shocked. Fangxing also looked at her, and his expression changed slightly. Boom, he suddenly raised his hand and the spiritual energy in his palm exploded. With a loud bang, the disciples who were escorting the women were sent flying. Their flesh and bones turned into mud. The other women around the tall woman were also sent flying. She was the only one left. She stared at Fangxing in a daze. She didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, she lowered her head. Senior Sister Yi, long time no see. Fangxing also looked at her. He was also silent for a long time before he sighed softly. Junior brother Feng, the woman's body trembled. She raised her head, but her voice was choked with sobs. She couldn't speak. This woman was an acquaintance of Fangxing. She was the disciple of the Great Snow Mountain, Yi Guin. They had spent half a year together under the Great Snow Mountain. Since then, they had parted. He didn't expect to see her again today. But thinking about it, there were some clues. When Yi Guin's Taoist heart was destroyed, she had been living in seclusion under the Great Snow Mountain. Nanzhan didn't have many experts. When the divine race descended, they were defenseless. Back then, the small celestial realm plundered talented women everywhere. There was no reason for her, a female celestial from the Great Snow Mountain, to not be targeted. But then again, if the small celestial realm hadn't abducted her, she would have died under the iron hooves of the divine race. It was just that her reputation was a little weak, so she hadn't set foot on the cloud platform until now. After all, they were deeply entangled in each other's lives. Now that they met again, they naturally had a lot to say, but they were silent for a moment. After thinking for a long time, Fangxing finally thought of an opening remark. Did you give birth to a child for me? Yi Guin's face was pale. She seemed to be waiting for Fangxing to say something to her, but deep down, she was afraid that he would say something. She never expected that Fangxing would say such a thing. She was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red with anger. No. Her answer was resolute and decisive. Fangxing was a little helpless. He scratched his head and said, "It's been half a year, don't mention that half a year anymore. It's like a dream without a trace." Yi Guin was even more furious. She could not help but add, "Moreover, you almost had no Taoist source at that time, how could it be?" Oh, I forgot about that." Fangxing exhaled and looked as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. "I've always been very worried that you would bring a child to me one day and call me father. No, even if I gave birth to a child, I would strangle him to death first." Yi Guin gritted her teeth and said hatefully. You don't have to be so ruthless." Fangxing could not help but shrink his head. He realized that Yi Guin was really a little angry, so he did not say anything more. However, Yi Guin glared at Fangxing hatefully for a long time. No one knew what she was thinking, but her hatred suddenly disappeared. Instead, she laughed. This laughter made Fangxing a little dazed. He hesitated for a long time before he slowly said, "Actually, you don't have to say it, I know. They told us a long time ago." Yi Guin interrupted him and sighed. Then, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she said, "I know how dangerous this matter is, but I also know that if this matter succeeds, it will be a great opportunity for me, and this is what I need now. Junior brother Feng, your current cultivation has already far surpassed mine. I can only look up to you and worship you, but I actually don't like that feeling. This time, I will step onto the cloud platform and cultivate with Sister Xiaoman. I hope that when I come out of seclusion, I can be by your side." Her words made Fangxing feel a little emotional. He looked at her blankly for a long time and did not speak for a long time. Instead, Yi Guin continued. "Moreover, I once retreated at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, and as a result, my Taoist heart was completely destroyed. After going through many twists and turns, I finally got a little better. However, if I want to regain that pride, I still need to be bold for once." At this moment, her expression was rather serious. There was sunlight shining behind her, and she even looked a little beautiful. The way Fangxing looked at her changed and became a little blurred. Yi Guin was a little shy under his gaze. She lowered her head but soon raised it again. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Yes." Fangxing's emotion surged. He took a deep breath, and then said excitedly, "Are you free tonight?" Yi Guin's expression instantly changed. She glared at Fangxing fiercely and shouted, "No." This is a little awkward. When Fangxing and Yi Guin were talking, the people in the small celestial realm wanted to cover their ears and pretend that they could not hear anything. Finally, after the two of them finished talking, they confirmed that one person would accompany Xiaoman to cultivate. The Lord of the Blue Robe realm felt that it was time for him to speak. He could not help but take a step forward and said in a low voice, "This fairy is willing to go to the cloud platform, which is naturally worthy of celebration. However, we still need 6 more people, and this fairy is far from enough. Little Lord of Tongtian, do you want to take a look at the remaining few? Their qualifications seem to be a little poor." Fangxing frowned and looked over. The people who were escorted up with Ye Guin were all young female cultivators. The highest cultivation level was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and the weakest was only at the Foundation Establishment realm. However, they were not as indifferent as Ye Guin. They were obviously very afraid. At this moment, they were huddled together and kept retreating. The disciples from the small celestial realm beside them did not dare to stop them because they were afraid of Fangxing. It was obvious that if they were also afraid, no one would stop them even if they wanted to escape at this time. Just when Fangxing's gaze was complicated and he had not yet made a decision, he suddenly frowned and looked towards the east. The 8 realm lords from the small celestial realm obviously sensed something. They were shocked at the same time and then turned towards the east. In the east, there was a vast sea with undulating waves, reflecting the light of the setting sun like specks of gold. At this time, there was no wind on the sea, but the waves became more and more turbulent. There were actually waves that were dozens of feet high, and they began to surge towards this side of the island. Just when the 8 realm lords could not help but activate the defensive formation on the island, they heard a whoosh sound. The tall waves suddenly split apart, revealing a dark existence that looked like a small mountain. It was even bigger than the island. Phew, the head of the small mountain raised its head high and a long column of water sprayed out. Under the setting sun, a rainbow bridge appeared. What monster is this? Some of the disciples from the small celestial realm were scared out of their wits. They couldn't help but take a few steps back and exclaim in a trembling voice. As for the others, including the 8 realm lords from the small celestial realm, they all had serious expressions on their faces. They secretly circulated their magic power. The newcomer was simply too terrifying. It was a giant turtle that was even bigger than the island. It broke through the water surface and paddled over. With a light movement, it set off a huge wave that was tens of thousands of feet high. Even though it didn't seem to have any hostility, it still caused people to be shocked. Everyone retreated in shock. Only Fangxing didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped into the air. His expression was also quite complicated. However, because he saw the few figures on the back of the giant turtle, his heart was a little excited. Why are you guys here? I deduced that there is a great opportunity here, so I came here specifically to look for it. On the back of the giant turtle, a woman said with a smile. Facing the setting sun, they all looked so beautiful. The giant tortoise trod on the waves and rested its front claws on the edge of the island. It was just a gentle movement, but it shook the island. It was obvious that the force was heavy. Compared to the giant tortoise, the island seemed smaller. Looking at the back of the giant tortoise, one could see a jade palace, like a country. On the back of the giant tortoise, facing the direction of the island, there were several beautiful women standing against the setting sun. The one in the lead was dressed in a light green gauze dress that fluttered in the wind. There was a playful smile on her face. Behind her stood a woman in a white dress. Her face was elegant and beautiful, and she held a long sword in her hand. When he saw the woman in the green gauze dress, Fangxing was startled, and his smile was a little emotional. The person who came was an acquaintance. It was the goddess of the northern region of the divine prefecture of Yin Spirit Path, the self-proclaimed unparalleled little fairy, TT Fairy. During the Battle of Kuaiji Mountain, the two of them had joined forces to fight against the Shin clan. Unfortunately, they were later separated in the chaos of war and had not seen each other for many years. He did not expect that she would appear at this time. Moreover, from the meaning of her words, it seemed that she had specially come for Xiaoman's matter. Before he could ask anything, Fangxing's attention had already been drawn by a woman who had come from behind her. The woman was about 20 years old and looked extremely calm. She stood quietly behind TT Fairy and did not speak. When Fangxing's gaze turned to her, a faint smile appeared on her face. She nodded gently as a greeting. And Fangxing looked at her, smiled, and nodded gently. Sometimes, when reuniting, there were too many things that one wanted to say, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, it was not as appropriate as a nod. Senior Sister Lingyun, I never thought that we would meet again today. In a chaotic world, one had no control over oneself. Even old friends were often not clear about life and death. After all, Su Lingyun was not like Feng Xing. Every once in a while, she would be in the limelight and be active in the eyes of the world. She was so low-key that even Feng Xing heard about her last time was when she was conferred as a goddess in the Lihan heaven. But soon, the small celestial realm descended, and the sects and orthodoxies related to the small celestial realm, such as the Lihan heaven, were all disbanded. From then on, he lost the news of Su Lingyun. Once, on the way to the Pure Land with the other saints of the Divine Court, Feng Xing had intentionally or unintentionally asked about Su Lingyun from the fierce little Dao. However, the fierce little Dao had never taken an existence like Su Lingyun seriously, so he had no idea about this former goddess. Most of the time, Feng Xing thought that Su Lingyun had died in that battle, but now that he saw it again, he relaxed a little. Oh my god, is that the legendary lord of the Ninth Forbidden Area, the mountain sea turtle? When Feng Xing saw TT Fairy and the woman in the white dress behind her, the small celestial realm was already in chaos. Everyone looked at the giant turtle in horror and exclaimed in shock. Some people even took out their magic treasures and prepared to defend against the enemy. They were afraid that the giant turtle was here to destroy the island. Judging from its size, if it had the intention, it could probably overturn the island with its head. After all, it was simply too big. Just its size alone was enough to stun people. On the other hand, Feng Xing also noticed this giant tortoise at this moment. With a thought, he more or less guessed its origins. When the divine race descended, the 9 great forbidden areas appeared in heavenly origin. The first forbidden area was the Pure Land, and the 9th forbidden area was a giant turtle that was rumored to have escaped into the sea. Back then, when they wanted to gain the trust of the Divine Lord and obtain the title of Small Saint of the God Conferment Court, they even thought of using this giant turtle. However, the Saint Conferment battle was completely disrupted by Feng Xing. Few people in heavenly origin knew the origin of this turtle. It was only because of its huge body that it was given the name Mountain Sea Turtle. On the surface, the small celestial realm that served the Divine Court had a hostile relationship with the Mountain Sea Turtle, so it was no wonder that they were so nervous. However, the 8 realm lords could see that Feng Xing knew the person on the back of the giant turtle, so they raised their hands to stop the disciples from panicking. They didn't say anything and just stood there quietly, watching coldly. They had a hunch that the visitor might not have any evil intentions. TT Fairy, Senior Sister Lingyun, why are you here? Seeing that the giant turtle had stopped, Feng Xing also laughed and took the initiative to greet them. We aren't geniuses like you, who cultivate day by day and become itinerant immortals in just a few decades. I'm afraid that in the history of Heavenly Origins cultivation, you can be ranked among them. TT Fairy was all smiles. Holding Su Lingyun's hand, they stepped onto the cloud chariot together. She said with a smile, silly girls like us are not as talented as you. We can only work hard every day to cultivate. Isn't that so? I observed the sky and found that a great creation had descended here, so I rushed over. You came for Xiaoman? Feng Xing didn't believe her, so he smiled helplessly and asked. No, I came for the legendary art of indifference. TT Fairy chuckled and corrected Feng Xing's words. Since the battle at Kuaiji Mountain, she had been saved by Feng Xing, and their relationship had become much closer. Su Lingyun nodded gently and said, we were guided by an expert, so we specially came here to help Xiaoman and find a great creation. There are actually outsiders who know about the art of indifference? As Feng Xing spoke, he led them to the shore. Along with them were several women and some cultivators with different levels of cultivation. The disciples of the small celestial realm weren't blind. They set up a table next to the cloud platform and gave Feng Xing a place to entertain his old friends. Su Lingyun also sat down. The 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm didn't come to ask for trouble. They just stood not far away and watched quietly. They had the same thought as Feng Xing. They didn't know who had guided them to come here. After all, the news of the art of indifference was deeply hidden in the small celestial realm. Ordinary people might not even have heard of it. Su Lingyun quietly looked at Xiaoman for a while, then sighed and sat next to Feng Xing. She continued the conversation, that expert is actually a woman who looks very young. She claims to be the master of the eldest princess of the Kanglan Sea and also your elder. She found us on the sea and told us about the predicament Xiaoman and you are in now. She also said that if we want to have the power to protect ourselves in the catastrophe and want to help you, we need to come to this small celestial realm to find that great creation. She also asked us to tell you that her disciple is about to face a great disaster. If you don't want to be a bachelor, you'd better go to the Kanglan Sea as soon as possible. A young woman, Fang Xing pondered for a moment, but he also realized that the person who had the guts to call herself an elder in front of him and call herself the master of the Dragon Lady, besides the Lotus Girl who lived in seclusion in the Bohai country, who else could it be? He just didn't expect that now that the sage had left Tianyuan, she would still stay here. He also didn't expect that she would actually pass on this matter. However, after thinking about it, with her ability, it wouldn't be difficult for her to find the giant tortoise. He smiled and said, "She's just a braggart. Ignore her. Why didn't she tell me herself?" Su Lingyun smiled and said, "That senior said that she miscalculated something. She felt sorry for you and didn't want to see you." "Oh. I can make this girl owe me a favor." After listening to this, Fang Xing thought about it carefully and understood that what the Lotus Girl said was most likely related to the matter of the list of deification of the gods. She was always mysterious, so it might have something to do with the matter of the inheritance. However, since she said that she miscalculated, it meant that he was not a person who was despised and abandoned by the world. The matter of being rejected by the list of deification of the gods also faded a lot in his heart. He thought that it was a good thing to make her feel guilty. This girl owed him a favor, and it would be great if she paid it back. When we came here, we had already thought about it. This good fortune, we must take it. TT Fairy smiled slightly. Her tone was very firm, as if she didn't doubt anything at all. Fang Xing was a little touched. He smiled at Fairy Cha Cha, but before he could speak, he suddenly heard a blue-robed cultivator beside Fairy Cha Cha say, "Fairy Cha Cha, Fairy Ling Yun, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Although that senior's dermic powers are extraordinary and her origins are mysterious, her words may not necessarily be trustworthy. Cultivating this mystical power is obviously very dangerous. How can it really be as good as she said? How can it be as easy as she said? How can one obtain great creation so easily? Are you really not going to reconsider? After saying that, he turned to Fang Xing and said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Fang, please don't blame me. I'm not suspecting anything, but this matter is too serious. It concerns the lives of the two fairies, and no one dares to take it lightly. May I ask fellow Fang Xing, that woman? Senior, what is her identity?" After pausing for a moment, he added with some lingering fear, "Actually, we didn't want to come, but her cultivation is simply too terrifying. With just a gentle point of her finger, she was able to destroy all the formations we set up. She's simply unfathomable." "Oh, her? In any case, she's very secretive. No one knows what she's thinking about every day." However, when the mysterious coffin descended from the sky, there was someone who appeared and signed a Nine Heavens alliance with the Nine Saints. "That person was her," Fang Xing answered casually, but it shocked the people on the back of the giant tortoises. They looked at Fang Xing with awe. Originally, when the woman found them and assured them of Fang Xing's character, and then pointed out the great fortune, they did not believe her. They were only shocked by her strength, but now that they heard about her past, they did not dare to have the slightest doubt. On the other hand, TT Fairy and Su Lingyun did not seem to care about this. When the others were inquiring about the woman's identity, the two of them just quietly drank their tea. When they finished speaking, they smiled gently and said, "We have already decided on this matter before we came." After saying that, TT Fairy looked at Su Lingyun, and Su Lingyun looked at Fang Xing and laughed softly. "We don't believe in that senior, but in Fang Xing's junior brother Fang. If he wanted to help Xiaoman, he needed 6 people to cultivate on the 8 Desolation Cloud platform with her and share the danger of the 8 Divine Art Seeds." Now that Yi Guin, TT Fairy, and Su Lingyun had appeared, Fang Xing and Zhu Xiu from the small celestial realm heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 people, he only needed to find 3 more people. There were still many female cultivators present, so it should not be difficult to find 3. However, Fang Xing actually rejected the idea of finding 3 more people from the remaining female cultivators. Instead, he took off the skull that was tied to his waist. He threw it into the air. The skull expanded in the wind and turned into a door. It opened its mouth and called out. Then, the little princess of Yaoqi walked out while supporting Fairy Qingling. When they saw so many people outside, they were clearly shocked. Daughter of the Zhao family of the Divine Prefecture, the 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm were also shocked when they saw the stunned Fairy Qingyu. They were not unfamiliar with this woman. Back then, they had plundered talented female cultivators to find suitable female embryos to cultivate the art of indifference. This little princess of the Zhao family of the central region of the Divine Prefecture was the most talented woman they had found. She was also the first person to cultivate the divine art and marry fierce Dao. They had a deep impression of her. When they saw her again, their expressions became extremely solemn. Even they did not know what Fangxing intended to do by summoning this woman at this moment. Someone gave me 3 divine art seeds before he died. I think you all should understand his intentions. Fangxing turned his head and swept his gaze across the 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm. Then, he opened his palm and 3 specks of light flew out. They were the 3 divine art seeds that the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Dao, had given to him before he died because he had lost a bet. Now, under the influence of his magic power, the 3 divine art seeds immediately changed. Celestial light appeared and they turned into the appearance of 2 women. Looking at the woman on the left, wasn't she Fairy Qingyu? The woman on the right and the woman in the middle looked unfamiliar, but their temperament was also extremely outstanding. Dao this was left behind by Dao Upon seeing the 3 seeds, the 8 small immortal realms realm lords felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their expressions suddenly changed. This was especially so for Vicious Dao's master. After seeing the 3 seeds, his expression became even more sorrowful and he almost fell to the ground. His expression became incomparably complicated. They naturally knew that unless the ferocious path was willing, no one would be able to remove the 3 seeds from his body. Thus, when they saw them, they instantly thought of many things. At this moment, their hearts violently twitched, and they found it difficult to control themselves. This child, in the end, he still kept what we gave him back then. The white-bearded realm lord's eyes were moist. He sighed as he looked at the 3 seeds and sighed. He was a peerless genius. The 12 small immortal realms also placed all our hopes on him. We gave him too many things and gave him too much pressure. This child has always been very tired. He had no choice but to listen to us and earn merit for the divine court. He fought for the position of divine king, but under the suppression of the other divine kings and divine lords, no matter how hard he tried, how could he succeed so easily? He lost, and he died. The moment his life lamp extinguished, I actually let out a sigh of relief for him. Everyone says that death is a great release, but that is pure nonsense. Summer bugs talk about ice. Who would want to die if they could live? Who would want to seek release? But only Dao this genius who was pressured by us from the moment he was born, is a release for him. He can finally relax. The disciples of the small immortal realms knelt down in front of the 3 seeds and worshipped silently. Although Fangxing and the others wouldn't worship the successor of the small immortal realm, they didn't interrupt them. However, what we didn't expect was that before he died, he returned all the things we gave him. Did he think that he couldn't live up to our expectations, so he didn't want to keep the fortune we gave him? As the white-bearded old man spoke, his voice actually started to whimper. This silly child, no matter how heavily injured he can still borrow the power of the 3 divine ability seeds to send a strand of his spiritual consciousness into the cycle of reincarnation. Soon, Fangxing understood why the people of the small immortal realms were so sorrowful. Before his death, the vicious Dao gave up his only hope of entering the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, he returned the fortune that the small immortal realm had given him. His innocence was finally freed. The fortune was the 3 divine art seeds. They were originally taken from the female embryo that cultivated the heavenly art of forgetfulness. Now, they were taken away by Ferocious Dao. Not only that, but Ferocious Dao's Dao source was also sent back together with the 3 divine art seeds. It was added to the 3 divine art seeds. His Dao source had been created for him by the 12 realm lords of the 12 small immortal worlds through the garment shifter divine incantation. Now, that power hadn't dissipated with him. Instead, he'd added it to the 3 divine ability seeds, as compensation? In short, the fierce Tao walked a very clean path. He didn't fulfill the expectations of the small immortal realm, but in the end, he returned everything. Before he died, he said that with the God ability seed, he can cure Fairy Qingyu. After the people of the small immortal realm finished paying their respects to the fierce Tao, Fangxing asked the white-bearded realm master. He can be cured, all 3 of them can be cured. The Whitebeard realm lord sighed in a low voice. Not only that, they will also receive the foundation that we transferred to Daoer. It is equivalent to the 3 of them sharing the cultivation base of the 12 of us. Not only will they be cured, but they will also receive great fortune. Just treat it as interest, it's what they deserve. Fangxing said gloomily. He didn't try to understand the sadness in the hearts of the realm masters. They were the ones who forcefully took away the souls of the 3 people, so it was only right that they returned the favor. At this time, the matter of helping Xiaoman could be said to be ready. The first thing the 8 realm lords of the small immortal realm considered was to find 6 extremely talented women to enter the 8 Desolation Cloud platform and cultivate with Xiaoman. This would greatly increase her chances of success. Now, Yi Guin, Su Lingyun, Fairy Cha Cha, Fairy Qingyu who returned 3 divine ability seeds, and the 2 other female cultivators who encountered misfortune were all present. It could even be said that with 3 successful divine ability seeds, cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. Apart from Fairy Qingyu, the bodies of the other 2 divine ability seeds were still sealed in ice coffins in the small celestial realm's treasure vault. Now that they were taken out, they were in the same state as Fairy Qingyu. They were muddle-headed and unconscious. However, with the divine ability seeds, they weren't worried that they couldn't be cured. The 8 realm masters of the small celestial realm worked together to refine some secret pills for them and placed the divine ability seeds into their sea of knowledge. Then, they waited to enter the cloud platform with Yi Guin, Su Lingyun, and the others. They wouldn't wake up so soon. Instead, they would cultivate with Xiaoman and the others and wait for the great accomplishment of the heavenly art of indifference. The second problem that the small celestial realm was worried about was also very simple. They wanted to find a place where they wouldn't be disturbed during the cultivation of the heavenly art of indifference. This was originally the most difficult problem, but with the help of Lotus Maiden, it became the simplest. She went to find the hill sea turtle not only to inform Fairy Cha Cha and Su Lingyun that there was a good fortune here, but also to lure the hill sea turtle to come and carry the cloud platform away. Then, it would escape into the vast sea of knowledge. Who would be able to find it then? Yi Guin, Su Lingyun, Fairy Cha Cha, the little princess of Yaoqi, and the others gathered together to talk about what happened after they parted. They sighed endlessly. When Fangxing casually mentioned how he was rejected by the investiture of the gods, the women were also indignant. They could see the disappointment under his relaxed and playful expression, so they didn't expose him. They exchanged wine and drank with him. Junior brother Fang, you sent us into seclusion today. I hope we can still see you when we come out of seclusion. The next morning, when the sun leaped out of the sea, it was also the time for the women to step onto the cloud platform. Standing beside the cloud platform, Su Lingyun and the others turned around and bowed gently to Fangxing. Okay, I'll definitely come to get you out of seclusion. Fangxing laughed and cupped his fists as he promised solemnly. I was supposed to accompany you. The little princess of Yaoqi was a little reluctant to leave. She stood beside the cloud platform and looked at Fangxing with red eyes. With you taking care of them, I can be more at ease, and I'll be able to know their situation immediately. Fangxing laughed and said in a low voice. In addition to Su Lingyun, Yi Guin, T Fairy, and the owner of the 3 soul seeds, the little princess of Yaoqi also decided to stay and take care of them. Her heart was in Fangxing's body, so if anything happened, Fangxing would know immediately. Moreover, to a certain extent, she and Fangxing were growing together. If they were really in danger, she could borrow Dharma power from Fangxing. Keeping her here was equivalent to keeping Fangxing by her side. Now, she was one of the people that Fangxing trusted the most. They were all cultivators and were not as long-winded as mortals. The women looked at each other and smiled, then stepped onto the cloud platform hand in hand. Little Lord of Tongtian, I wonder what the condition you mentioned is. The 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm were still a little worried. They looked at Fangxing with complicated expressions. Originally, they wanted to use the matter of Xiaoman to reach an agreement with Fangxing in terms of interests and get his protection. However, they didn't expect that Fangxing's appearance would solve all their problems in just 2 days. Therefore, they began to worry about Fangxing's condition. They had been worried that Fangxing would burn the bridge after the dust settled and harm the small celestial realm. I can forgive everything that the small celestial realm has done, and I can protect you in front of the Divine Master. In fact, if the small celestial realm is in trouble in the future, I can also help you once. At least, I can let your inheritance continue. Out of their expectations, Fangxing's words made them practically beaming with joy. However, what Fangxing said next immediately made them tremble with fear. But you have to help me do one thing first, and that is, attack the Sea of Waves. The Great Golden Crow and his men had crossed the Celestial Attraction Stone Bridge and entered the Immortal Abode. Uncle 11 and Daphne had disappeared after the battle in the Pure Land. Now, Xiaoman, Yi Guin, Su Lingyun and the other women had also entered the 8 Wilderness Cloud platform. He did not know when they would meet again. Fangxing's heart felt a little empty. However, he still had one thing to do. That was to go to Canglan Sea and rescue his wife, Dragon Lady, and Ao Zhen. In fact, this was also the reason why he could quickly solve all the problems near the 8 Wilderness Cloud platform. After all, Lotus Maiden had sent word that Ao Zhen was in danger. Regarding this question, Fangxing had thought about it many times. The difficulty of dealing with Canglan Sea and the small celestial realm was on a completely different level. After the death of Ominous Tao, the small celestial realm was scared out of their wits. They had lost all hope. They were scared too. Death of themselves, Canglan Sea was different. Even the Master God thought highly of the 9-headed worm. Even when the Master God and the demon ancestor reunited, the Master God was unwilling to agree to help him deal with the 9-headed worm. From this point of view, one could see how powerful the 9-headed worm was. With his own strength, Fangxing was far from being able to fight against the 9-headed worm. Not to mention that the entire Canglan Sea had fallen into the hands of the 9-headed worm. The power of the 4 seas was shocking and terrifying. Therefore, Fangxing's idea was very simple. He would find helpers and fight his way to Canglan Sea together. The foundation of the small immortal realm was not bad. Not only did it have tens of thousands of disciples from the 12 orthodoxies, it also had 3,000 immortal soldiers and 8 realm lords who were at the tribulation stage. This force was not much weaker than a divine king. The only thing that was lacking was that the 8 realm lords had used the energy shifter godly mantra before, so their individual strength was slightly weaker. Now, although they were at the tribulation stage in name, they were actually just empty shells. If they really fought, each of them would at most have the strength of a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, it was enough to lend it to him, pressing down on the border with the army, fighting their way to the Canglan Sea and challenging the sea race of the 4 seas was no problem at all. It was better than fighting his way to the Canglan Sea alone. Borrowing the power of the small immortal world to attack the Blue Wave Sea was one of the conditions that Fangxing had long thought of. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the small celestial realm. Even though they had helped the Xiaoman to stimulate the power of her bloodline, and even had the hope of cultivating the art of forgetting emotion, even though they behaved pitifully after the death of the fierce Taoist, even though they were respectful in front of him, and even though they looked like they wanted to repent, Fangxing still didn't like them. There was no reason for him to let them go with just one sentence. You want to reconcile with me so that I won't cause trouble for you? Sure, help me fight a tough battle first. However, the small immortal world couldn't refuse this request. The 8 realm lords knew very well how dangerous it was to attack the Blue Wave Sea. But they also knew that the small immortal world was like a candle in the wind. It had broken off all ties with the forces of Tianyuan and was hated by everyone. The only way left was to cling on to the thigh of the divine court. However, the fierce Taoist was already dead, and the immortal king that they had been nurturing had died prematurely. Therefore, they could only choose another immortal king, and this immortal king was undoubtedly the first little saint of the divine court, Fangxing. When the minor saints of the divine court went to the Pure Land to look for the divine objects, they had heard some secret rumors. The minor saints of the divine court had been annihilated, and the divine lord's plan had failed completely. They were afraid that this young man had something to do with it. However, when everyone thought that the divine lord would kill him in a fit of anger, a divine decree was sent to all the forces under the jurisdiction of the divine court. Surprisingly, the decree protected this devil in every possible way, exonerated him, praised him, and even conferred him as the first minor saint of the divine court. What did this mean? It was impossible for the 8 realm lords of the small immortal world not to see it. The divine master had already chosen the immortal king of the human clan. It was this guy in front of them. Most of the cultivators in the small immortal world were human clan, so he was their only thigh. More importantly, Feng Xing's cultivation was so amazing at such a young age. His potential was really amazing, agree with him. After hearing Feng Xing's words, the 8 realm lords of the small immortal world began to discuss in low voices. Soon, they reached an agreement. This guy is not broad-minded. Now is the time when he hates our small immortal world the most. If we don't dispel his anger as soon as possible, when he becomes the immortal king, I'm afraid that not only will he not help our small immortal world to prosper, but he will also suppress us in every possible way. It's better to use the trick of injuring ourselves to gain the confidence of the small immortal world, so that he can no longer bring up the old grudge against us, and we will have a chance to rise again. But we can't bet all our bets on him. All the true disciples will go into seclusion, and we old bones will take the inner and outer disciples to accompany him to the Sea of Azure Billows. Alas, I only hope that our speculation about him is correct. The 8 realm lords of the small immortal world quickly finished their discussion and happily agreed to Feng Xing's conditions. Even Feng Xing was a little surprised by the extent of their straightforwardness and effort. After that, they used another day to order the immortal soldiers, gather the disciples, and prepare the talismans, weapons, pills, and other resources. The 8 realm lords personally went into battle and surrounded Feng Xing. Then, they went to the Sea of Azure Waves in a grandiose manner. This action simply shocked the world. The Sea of Azure Billows was the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, one of the most powerful inheritances and orthodoxies in Tianyuan. To some extent, the Dragon Clan, the Taoist Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Buddhist sect were known as the 4 great inheritances, but now, the devil Feng Xing was going to lead the army of the small immortal world to attack the Dragon Clan in the Sea of Azure Billows. No matter which angle one looked at it from, this was a shocking event. As for the cultivators of the Pure Land, they couldn't understand Feng Xing's position. After the battle at the Immortal Burial Slope, there were many rumors that Feng Xing had snuck into the divine court to steal the divine item for the creatures of Tianyuan. In the end, he did it. The plan of the divine court was destroyed by him alone, and the immortal attraction stone bridge was obtained by a group of young geniuses of the Heavenly Alliance. It could be said that the greatest fortune of Tianyuan was now firmly in the hands of the creatures of Tianyuan, but if that was the case, why didn't Feng Xing say that he was the real person and return to the Pure Land? Why did he receive the important task of being the Divine Master and become the first little lord of the Divine Court after this incident? This identity was incredible, and it was the prelude to being conferred as the Divine King. More importantly, the people from the small celestial realm were a bunch of traitors. How did he end up with these people? However, why did he lead the small immortal realm to attack the dragon tribe of the Blue Wave Sea? Wasn't he trying to stir up a dispute within the divine court? Feng Xing, Feng Xing. Now, Zhu Shou of Tianyuan found that he couldn't understand the real position of this devil. As for Feng Xing, he didn't care about other people's messy guesses. Perhaps he didn't even know where he stood now, he only knew what he should do. He led the army of the small immortal realm to the Blue Waves Sea, and he even made the elders of the small immortal realm wear red robes and carry the red bridge, while he rode the jade water golden eyes beast to marry his wife. After all, although he had been engaged to the dragon lady for a long time, he hadn't officially married her. Now, he might as well do it together. Although the Blue Wave Sea was famous, he wasn't afraid of it. Firstly, it was only right and proper for him to pick up his wife. Secondly, if they didn't agree, he would fight them. Why would he be afraid of the 9-headed worm? Boom. 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 The most powerful wedding procession in the past 10,000 years of Tianyuan set off, flying across the sky and shocking the 4 seas. The small immortal realm was originally located on the sea, and it was only more than 100,000 miles away from the Blue Wave Sea. Now that the army set off, although it was delayed a lot, it only took about 1 day to arrive at the Blue Wave Sea, the place where the spiritual veins converged in the middle of the 4 seas. When they arrived at the Blue Wave Sea, the sun was just rising. The sunlight reflected on the sea, and the rich spiritual chi in the sea reflected a colorful brilliance, which was gorgeous and magical. It was indeed worthy of the name Blue Waves. At first glance, people felt envious. Blue Wave Sea, idlers stop. As soon as they arrived at the edge of the sea, some shrimp soldiers and crab generals in armor jumped out of the sea, pointed at them and shouted. Heh, heh, I am not an idler. My name is Fang Xing, the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan in the Blue Wave Sea. I am here to pick up the bride. Fang Xing said with a smile, riding on the divine camel, a spirit beast raised by the small immortal realm, while waving the horsewhip. What son-in-law? The shrimp soldiers and crab generals didn't buy it. They waved the weapons in their hands and said, My dragon mother has ordered that the Blue Wave Sea is sealed. Even divine masters can't enter. I don't care who you are, if you don't want to die here, leave quickly. Heh. How arrogant. Fang Xing and the 8 realm lords were stunned. They didn't expect these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who hadn't even changed their human forms, to be so arrogant. They didn't want to argue with them. Anyway, they were ready to attack, so they simply gave the order. The immortal soldiers of the small immortal realm immediately rushed forward, and all kinds of magic treasures fell like a meteor shower. In an instant, the group of sea demons was wiped out. Let's go straight in. I want to see who dares to stop me. Fang Xing shouted, and directly used his divine power to split the sea water. Then, he led the army into the Blue Wave Sea. Sigh, they went deep into the sea and rushed forward. He felt a little emotional. I have a deep relationship with the Blue Wave Sea. From the Dragon Lady to the Sea Lord, and then to Deguzi, I even got a Dragon Ball. But, since I stepped on the path of cultivation, I have never stepped into the legendary Blue Wave Sea. Now that I have come here, I have to fight my way in. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. After parting the surging seawater, they entered a strange underwater region filled with corals and reefs. It was a formation technique that surrounded them from the east and blocked them from the west. Large formations that combined the special scenery of the seabed blocked their way, making it difficult to move forward. This made Fang Xing and the cultivators of the small immortal world feel a little serious. It seemed that the Kanglan Sea was really going to be sealed. They actually activated all the formations as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Not to mention the prawn soldiers and crab generals that were hiding in the surroundings at all times. Just these formations alone were enough to make one feel extremely dangerous. Fortunately, the small immortal world was also well prepared. There were people who were good at formation techniques in front of them to break the formations. Fang Xing was relaxed. He didn't need to do anything. He just followed them and moved forward step by step. Lord Tongtian, I feel that something is wrong. Be careful of the tricks of the Kanglan Sea. Along the way, the 8 realm lords of the small immortal world also became vigilant and reminded Fang Xing, what are you afraid of? Let's just fight our way in. Fang Xing sneered and waved the flag without any fear on his face. However, he was also vigilant. He thought that the strength of the Kanglan Sea was not inferior to that of the small immortal world. There was no reason for it to take a beating and not fight back. Could it be that it really set a trap inside? After thinking about it carefully, he was not afraid. After carefully thinking about it in his heart, he wasn't afraid. Since he had already fought his way in, he couldn't lose in terms of momentum. He had to fight his way in. At worst, if he really encountered any danger inside, he would first ride on the skull and fly away. With this divine palace, no matter how dangerous this Tsanglan Sea region was, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape. As for the others, he wouldn't feel heartache even if they died. Boom. 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 The immortal soldiers from the small immortal realm advanced steadily. They broke through 3 great arrays and 9 passes in a row. Like a sharp sword, they went straight to the deep sea. The Tsanglan Sea array was indeed exquisite, and there were even many ancient arrays. However, at this moment, it was just an empty shell. In addition, they had encountered an unreasonable person like Fang Xing, so they didn't feel any pain in breaking the arrays. They actually went straight into the depths of the Tsanglan Sea. They saw a sea area with brilliant divine light in front of them, and felt the spiritual waves surging from that sea area. At the outskirts of the sea, in front of the final formation, rows upon rows of sea demons were surprisingly piled up. They were glaring fiercely at the people from the small immortal world with their swords and sabers in their hands. Shockingly, their appearances were murderous and terrifying. Heavenly reaching little lord, I've come to the Sea of Azure Waves to attend an immortal banquet. If we go further, we'll reach the Dragon Palace. I suggest we stop for a while and send an invitation card. Otherwise, if we really fight our way into the Dragon Palace, we'll have to fight to the death with them, the Lord of the Small Immortal World suggested anxiously. Fangxing thought for a while. Breaking through the mountain gate was really a taboo in the cultivation world. He just wanted to bring back his wife. He didn't want to fight to the death with the Kanglan Sea. Therefore, he agreed and sent a Lord of the Small Immortal World out. He used his Dharma power and shouted to the back of the Dragon Palace of the Kanglan Sea, Fangxing, the Lord Tong Tian of the Divine Court, is here to visit the deity king of the Sea of the Kanglan Sea, nine-headed Divine Lord. Please show yourself. His voice mixed with the seawater and spread into the depths of the Kanglan Sea, creating traces of water. But when the voice was heard, there was no reply for a long time. On the other hand, the group of sea demons who were stationed at the periphery moved their troops again when they heard the voice. The general jumped to a high place and shouted fiercely, "What kind of heavenly saint is this? How dare he attack our Kanglan Sea? Now that the Kanglan Sea has been sealed, you'd better leave quickly. If you dare to be rude again, don't blame us for being rude." Huh? When Fangxing heard this, he frowned slightly. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Something's not right. The Lord of the Small Immortal World beside Fangxing also frowned. Now that they had fought to the outside of the Dragon Palace, they stopped and reported to the inside of the Dragon Palace. They didn't want to ruin the Dragon Palace. No matter how sealed the Kanglan Sea was, it didn't make sense that no one would show up here. Even if the nine-headed worm was arrogant, Dragon Mother and those mixed-blood dragon descendants couldn't show up and say something to him. Lord Tong Tian, the Tsongpao Realm Lord of the Small Immortal World hesitated as he looked at Fangxing. "I'll go and have a look." Fangxing suddenly slapped the jade chariot and dashed out like a dragon. With a rumble, his Fali was raised to the extreme at this moment. He was like a bolt of lightning in the sea. Wherever he went, the seawater would be driven by the strong wind around him, turning into countless terrifying whirlpools that flew out in both directions. The sea demons that were blocking the last formation were almost unable to fight back and were swept away by the force of his charge. One by one, they cried out in pain and fell to the sides. They were unable to resist Fangxing at all as he rushed straight to the last formation. "Open up!" Facing the final formation in front of him, Fangxing's face was cold as he directly pressed his palm down. The magical power of the third tier of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm burst out completely. The three immortal belts behind him floated in the air, and the power of his palm was almost tangible. It landed heavily on the surging seawater. There was a loud bang, and the seawater exploded in all directions like iron and stone. It surged up to the 9 heavens, and a void realm appeared. Then, the great formation exploded from the point of contact with Fangxing's palm. It spread from the point to the surface, and spread to the 8 most fundamental positions of the formation. Then, there was a huge shaking that could destroy mountains and uproot trees. All the points of the formation exploded at the same time. Is this the strength of a junior in the third layer of the Heaven's Calamity stage? The 8 realm lords of the Small Immortal World were shocked when they saw this attack. Their mouths twitched as if they had seen a ghost. Their eyesight was extraordinary. With this attack, they were sure of one thing: this devil, if he was given a little more time to grow, he would have a bright future. Fangxing, on the other hand, clearly did not think too much about it. He slapped open the formation with a palm, and at the same time, dispersed the group of demon soldiers blocking his way. Then, with a roll of his body, he flew straight inside. With a rumble, wherever he passed, the seawater was stirred up in all directions, leaving behind a long trail of vacuum water. When he landed, he had already appeared in a huge deep pit, and he looked around with rapt attention. Then, with a sweep of his gaze, he suddenly froze. His eyes suddenly became incomparably deep, mixed with indescribable shock and loss. At this moment, the place he was at was astonishingly a stretch of ruins. There were broken fences and broken walls, the spiritual energy was exhausted, the broken jade pillars were crooked, large pearls were scattered all over the ground, the broken array flags were fluttering in the sea, and the sluggish sea demons were swaying everywhere. This place was supposed to be the most glorious dragon palace in the world. But now, it looked like a battlefield. More importantly, there wasn't even a shabby house left where the dragon palace used to be. All that was left was a huge pit. It looked like someone had directly uprooted the entire dragon palace. The Azure Billow Sea's legacy had completely disappeared at this moment. No one would have imagined that this was the former site of the dragon palace of the Azure Billow Sea, the place where the dragon clan had flourished for generations. What happened? Where's the dragon palace? How could this be? Who has such great power to uproot the dragon palace? At this time, the realm lords of the small immortal world also followed up. They were about to order their disciples to rush forward and snatch the dragon palace, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. For a moment, they were dumbfounded. All of them looked at the ruins with indescribable shock. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? The dignified dragon palace of the Blue Wave Sea, the ancestral land of the true dragons, how could it become like this? In the midst of the shock, Fangxing also froze for a while. Suddenly, he flipped his palm and a broken array flag that was floating in the sea not far away fell into his hand. After examining it with the yin-yang god and demon mirror, his expression suddenly became extremely disappointed. An indescribable feeling of exhaustion rose from the bottom of his heart. After a long time, he threw away the array flag and sat on a broken jade pillar. He hugged his head with both hands and shook it. Then, he let out a long sigh and didn't speak for a long time. Am I too late? He sighed in a low voice. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. From the broken array flag, he saw the traces of a teleportation array. Obviously, the dragon palace of the Blue Wave Sea wasn't uprooted by someone, but teleported away by themselves. All the powerful demon generals of the Blue Wave Sea, as well as all the dragon descendants, left with the dragon palace of the Blue Wave Sea, and the destination they were heading for. Fangxing raised his head weakly. Through the clear blue sea, he looked at the sky with a few white clouds floating around. Even though he came very quickly and even joined forces with the small immortal realm to rush to the Blue Wave Sea, he didn't expect that he was still one step too late. The nine-headed bug's actions were faster and more daring than he imagined. Perhaps it knew that he would come looking for it, or perhaps it was worried that the war between the Heavenly Court and the Pure Land would implicate him, so it actually set off ahead of time. There was a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if he had lost interest and motivation in everything in an instant. The Great Golden Crow, Xianxia, Xiaoshui, Han-Ing, and Li-Ying had entered the immortal abode. Uncle 11 and Daphne were dead. Xiao Man, senior sister Lingyun, and Yiguin were all on the 8-point cloud platform. There was no one around him, and he didn't know where to go. Saving Dragon Lady was already Fangxing's final goal, but he didn't expect that he was still too late. The nine-headed bug was already on its way, and it took Dragon Lady away. The world was vast and boundless, but Fangxing's side was empty, and he was the only one left. His heart felt like it had been hollowed out, and the emptiness was unbearable. Young Lord Tongtian, we've already asked someone. The Kanglan Sea has been sealed off 3 days ago. All the demons with cultivation above Yuanying were summoned into the Dragon Palace. Only the prawn soldiers and crab generals with insufficient cultivation were left behind to guard the Dragon Palace. No one was allowed to enter. 2 days ago, they heard the sound of mountains collapsing and seas splitting in this sea area. The vast spiritual energy fluctuation almost reached the highest point. However, it was concealed by a big formation that was set up in advance, so it didn't shock the world. According to my speculation, the Dragon Palace of the Sea of Azure Waves had already been teleported to some unknown place at that time. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were just abandoned. It seems like they had planned this beforehand. The grey-robed realm lord of the small immortal world had already ordered his men to interrogate the prawn soldiers and crab generals. He came to report to Fangxing in a low voice. Fangxing had already guessed this, but he didn't react to it. He just sat quietly on the stone pillar and didn't speak for a long time. He looked extremely disappointed. Seeing this, the realm lord of the small immortal world secretly waved to the others and guarded him from afar, not daring to disturb him. Fangxing was extremely disappointed. He sat in the sea area for a long time before he stood up in a daze. He patiently wandered around the sea area for a long time, but he could only see some remnants of the teleportation formation. It was obvious that the person who set up the teleportation formation had used the entire Dragon Palace of the Kanglan Sea as a magic treasure and teleported it away. Feng Xing tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he couldn't find any clues. It seemed that the entire dragon palace had escaped into another world. The ancient road of the dragon tribe. Feng Xing knew very well that the nine-headed worm must have set foot on the ancient road of the dragon tribe. The nine-headed bug must have already set foot on the ancient road of the dragon clan. However, he didn't expect the nine-headed bug to be so domineering. He wasn't alone as he had imagined, nor did he kidnap the female dragon to set foot on the ancient road. Instead, the nine-headed bug had uprooted the entire Kanglan Sea, as well as all the experts in the Kanglan Sea. Such domineering, such boldness, it was simply shocking. After all, even the Divine Lord said that the ancient road of the dragon tribe was so dangerous that the chances of success were less than 10%. Didn't this nine-headed bug want the entire Azure Billow Sea to be buried with it? But the key problem was that Feng Xing didn't even have a star map of the dragon clan's ancient road. He couldn't save anyone even if he wanted to. Was he really going to be such a failure? After wandering around for a while, Feng Xing once again returned to the ruins. He sat down on the jade pillar with a lonely expression. His friends had left, his teachers had fallen, his confidant had stepped onto the cloud platform, her fate unknown, and now, he wanted to save his wife, but he had nowhere to go. He didn't know where to go and how to save her. He, who had always been optimistic and full of enthusiasm, couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of loneliness at this moment. He just sat there, as if he had suddenly lost all his motivation. He didn't want to go anywhere. Supreme Tong Tian, Little Lord, we've sent your message to the Celestial Palace. The Divine Lord has given us a divine decree. She said that she doesn't know where the ancient road of the dragon tribe is, so she can't send you there. Besides, she also said that you'd better give up on this idea. The ancient road to immortality is extremely dangerous even for genuine immortals. With your current cultivation, you'll definitely die if you set foot on the immortal road. More importantly, you're just a mortal. Even if you find the immortal road, you're not qualified to set foot on it. Supreme Tong Tian, Little Lord, we've searched the surrounding area for 100,000 miles, but we didn't find any valuable clues. Supreme Tong Tian, Little Lord, the Celestial Palace has started to send troops to attack the Pure Land from 3 directions. A Divine King has ordered us to send troops. Supreme Tong Tian, Little Lord, the Divine Lord has sent you a divine decree. She wants you to go to the Xianxia Palace. Feng Xing just sat quietly on the jade pillar for 3 days. He didn't go anywhere. He didn't care about the situation of the war in Tianyuan, the pressure from the Divine King, or the divine decree from the Divine Lord. He just sat there as if he had turned into a stubborn stone. The army of the small immortal realm could only accompany him and send him different messages every day. However, he didn't respond at all. Supreme Tong Tian, Little Lord, we can't wait here any longer. We have to retreat. On the 3rd day, even the small immortal realm couldn't wait any longer. After asking Feng Xing for an answer, they took the initiative to withdraw most of their troops and return to the heaven-returning island. Only 4 of the 8 realm lords stayed to watch over Feng Xing. They were worried about him every day. They didn't dare to disturb him, but they were very worried about his current state. There's something wrong with him. His Taoist heart seems to be on the verge of collapse. How sad. It wasn't easy for the small immortal realm to bet on him again. Can't we rely on him? The 4 realm lords discussed in private. They couldn't figure out Feng Xing's current state of mind at all. Logically speaking, how could his Taoist heart collapse since he is so capable? What's more, he didn't suffer any blow. At most, he came here to look for someone, but he didn't find him. It shouldn't affect his Taoist heart, right? Alas, he became famous when he was young. His cultivation progress is terrifying, but correspondingly, his state of mind is not good enough. In my opinion, he is already an individual immortal, but he still has a mortal heart. He is not cold enough or resolute enough. Although I don't know why he suddenly suffered such a serious blow, I'm not worried that his Taoist heart will collapse. I'm worried that he will directly pass away. Then what should we do? The 4 world overlords all had bitter looks on their faces as they sighed at how unlucky their fates were. This seems to be a little too much. At this moment, in the clouds above the 9 heavens, there were 3 people looking at the Kanglan Sea. One of them was wearing a white robe and had white hair. He looked like a celestial being. He held an ancient scroll in his hand and looked at the direction of the Kanglan Sea with pity. He sighed softly, although that kid is crafty and strange, and has done all kinds of bad things, he is a person who cares about his feelings. It doesn't matter if Tianyuan abandons him or if the fate of our friends is unpredictable. Although it seems that they are all small things that he can bear, when added together, I'm afraid the blow is no less than the thunder tribulation. In addition, Dragon Lady has been taken away, and the two of us are hiding. It seems a little too cruel. That's right. An old man in a red robe beside the white-haired man sighed in a low voice. I'm really a little worried that he will be too desperate and pass away in a sitting posture. It's better to let the two of us show up. At the very least, we can reprimand him and comfort him a little. You don't have to care about him. I have my reasons for teaching you to hide. She glanced at Fangxing and the Tsanglansi and sighed. Pointing at the scroll in the white-haired man's hand, she said, Now, the two of you have great responsibilities on you. This investiture of the gods was imprinted by me from the immortal subduing monument. Today, I'll hand it over to you. Those who succeed will be granted the chance to become immortal. Those who fail will be destroyed and will never be able to reincarnate. Remember, do not let what happened to little Fangxing happen again. Hearing that, the white-haired man gently opened the scroll in his hand. Many names appeared on it, including the names of the White-Boned Saint and the Old Dragon King of the primitive era. He quietly looked at the list for a while with a complicated expression. He sighed softly, those hermit cultivators are so sad. Who would have thought that the one who fought against the three immortal kings for the righteousness of heaven's origin, broke out of seclusion, fought with us, and died in the Pure Land, finally got the chance to become immortal through this list. But those who would rather stay in seclusion for thousands of years and let heaven's origin be invaded by the God clan, just to get the chance to become immortal. But those who would rather stay in seclusion for thousands of years and let heaven's origin be invaded by the God clan, just to get the chance to become immortal. After whispering, he looked at the white-haired woman with a puzzled expression, But, why did you hand this list to me? The woman with the lotus mark between her eyebrows had a profound look in her eyes. She said softly, Because you've already lost all hope. You still have the will to fight for heaven's origin. People like you, who have no family or friends, are the most suitable to take charge of the list. When the white-haired man heard that, he fell silent for a long time. He bowed respectfully and sighed, I'll accept this list. The white-haired woman bowed to him and said softly, This is a great responsibility. Thank you, sir. Then, she looked at the red-robed old man and said softly, Chaos is about to break out and war is about to break out. This is a calamity for heaven's origin, but it might also be an opportunity. I need someone to control the Feng Tian alliance and lead the cultivators of heaven's origin to fight against the heavens and expel the god race. I need someone to forge an immortal weapon in the furnace. When the calamity arrives, I'll have some strength to protect myself. I wonder if you. When the red-robed old man heard that, he chuckled and interrupted her, I couldn't ask for more. It's my honor. Alright, I shouldn't have interfered in these matters. But since someone else has interfered in advance, I can only take action. The white-haired woman's eyes were deep as she said softly, One of you is in the light and the other is in the dark. The fortune of heaven's origin is in your hands. The white-haired man and the red-robed old man agreed at the same time. However, they could not help but look in the direction of the Kanglan Sea with hesitation. What about him? The white-haired woman smiled softly and said, He has his own fate technique. I'll help him make up for what others owe him. While the three of them were talking, Fangxing was completely unaware of what was going on. He was immersed in a deep sense of loneliness. He did not even know that the other four realm lords of the small immortal realms had left. He was the only one left in the vast ruins of the Kanglan Sea. His heart was at a loss. He did not know where he should go or what he should do. His heart was dry and heavy. He even had a thought in his mind. If he really could not do it, he would just sit there like this and turn into a rock, unaware of anything for the rest of his life. However, as he sat there alone for 3 to 4 days, sinking into the depths of loneliness and not wanting to wake up, he suddenly heard a shocked and angry voice behind him, How did the Kanglan Sea become like this? Fangxing was taken aback. He turned around and saw a young man with a puzzled face staring at him. Who are you? The man who had suddenly appeared in the ruins of the Kanglan Sea without a sound had completely stunned Feng Xing. When he first saw him, he was a little unfamiliar, but a sense of pleasant surprise immediately rose in his heart. Feng Xing could guarantee that he had never seen the man's appearance before. This person was thin, about the same height as Feng Xing. His face was a little pale, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. However, his eyes were very spirited, as if there was a starry sky buried in them. Although Feng Xing did not look as good as Yi Qingyu, there were some vague traces of familiarity between his brows. He was wearing a shabby white robe, which Yi Qingyu did not know where it had come from. The quality of the robe was very poor. At this moment, he was standing in the ruins of the Kanglan Sea, looking left and right. His brows were full of shock and doubt, and he looked suspiciously, or even vigilantly, at Feng Xing. Feng Xing had never seen his human appearance before, but his aura immediately evoked countless memories in his heart: the pursuit in the South Sea, the reliance and loyalty due to fate, the resistance and interdependence between the various tribes in the sinkhole, the sacrifice of his life to save him on the path of the Grand Supreme Orthodoxy's assessment, the reluctance to part by the creation lightning pool. Countless scenes appeared in Feng Xing's mind. Each scene was vivid and lifelike, as though it was infinitely far away, but also as though it had happened just yesterday. Deguzi, the Azure Wave Sea Dragon Palace's third prince, Ao Lai, one of the closest people to Feng Xing in this life. He never expected that he would suddenly appear in front of him at this moment. Back in the Taishan Taoism ruins, Ao Lai had risked his life to save Feng Xing, and Feng Xing had done everything he could to save him. He had placed Ao Lai into a deep slumber in the pool of creation lightning. Feng Xing did not know when Ao Lai would wake up again, and he was even prepared to wait for Ao Lai to sleep for 10,000 years. However, it had only been a few decades, yet Ao Lai had awakened and returned to the Dragon Palace. Although he was in his human form, Feng Xing recognized him immediately from his aura. At this moment, Feng Xing's mood was simply indescribable. It was as if he was treading on a river and treading on a sea, and a gale was howling past. Because of its appearance, all the depression and disappointment had been swept away completely. How could you be so early? Feng Xing turned around stiffly. His eyes were filled with ecstasy, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he sounded a little confused. There were too many questions to ask. Why did you suddenly appear here, you bastard? Why did you leave the fortune lightning pool so early? Have you become an immortal, you? Do you still remember that big brother-in-law who rode on top of your head? All sorts of questions churned in Feng Xing's heart, but when they reached his mouth, he didn't say them out loud. Who exactly are you? While Feng Xing was looking at Ao Lai in surprise, Ao Lai was obviously staring at Feng Xing too. Feng Xing's complicated yet ecstatic expression left him in a daze for a moment. However, he soon threw it to the back of his mind. His eyes suddenly turned stern and arrogant. He raised his hand and pointed at the ruins around the Kanglan Sea and shouted coldly, "What exactly happened here? Why did I wake up in a strange place and return home in such a horrible state? Who destroyed my dragon palace of the Kanglan Sea?" As he spoke, he glared at Feng Xing coldly. "And who are you? Why are you sitting here crying?" Ugh! Ao Lai's words left Feng Xing in a daze, before he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stomped his feet and scolded, "You're the one who's crying, human cultivator, answer my question." Ao Lai stared at Feng Xing coldly without any hint of a smile on his face. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. Feng Xing suddenly felt this aura, which was like a mountain or a sea, and his heart trembled slightly. It was too terrifying. At this moment, he finally got the answers to a few questions that he wanted to know. Although Ao Lai had only slept in the creation thunderbolt pool for a few dozen years, which was much shorter than Daphne had estimated, it was obvious that he had benefited a lot from it. The terrifying aura actually made him feel extremely pressured, which showed that Ao Lai's growth in the past few decades was astonishing. Although he had not reached the genuine immortal realm, he was not far from it. At least, he had passed 70% to 80% of the heavenly tribulation and was probably only one step away from the genuine immortal realm. Another problem was that this brother-in-law obviously didn't remember him. Even though he felt a slight sense of loss in his heart, he was mentally prepared since a long time ago. All those years ago, the injury to his soul was truly too severe, and even evil King Rock had said that even if the creation lightning pool was able to heal him, it would most likely cause his memories to become blank. He wouldn't remember him when he woke up. Feng Xing couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. After a moment of silence, he said softly with a last glimmer of hope, "My name is Feng Xing. Do you remember me?" Feng Xing? Aolai was obviously stunned. He frowned slightly as if he was thinking about something. Feng Xing was overjoyed. He nodded his head and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's me. Do you remember me?" Feng Xing. Feng Xing, the heavenly lord of the divine court. Aolai gradually came back to his senses, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. On my way home, I heard people talking about how the divine court's heavenly court's little sage Feng Xing wanted to lead the immortal soldiers to attack the dragon palace of the Xanglan Sea. When I rushed back, I saw that the place was in ruins. So it was you. So it's you who destroyed my dragon palace. Are you the one who did all this? Rumble, it would have been better if Aolai hadn't mentioned this name. Now that he mentioned it, he was furious. His vigorous aura swept out, overturning rivers and seas. "I'm going to kill you." After shouting this, Aolai suddenly took a step forward and grabbed at Feng Xing fiercely. Chi. His 5 fingers formed a claw, which vaguely looked like a dragon claw, surrounded by terrifying purple lightning. Wherever it passed, all the seawater was instantly evaporated, and even the void was torn into pieces by him. What was more terrifying was that even the void collapsed when he pointed his 5 fingers. The area within 100 feet where Feng Xing was enveloped by his claw at the same time. There was simply no way to escape. It was as if the entire void where Feng Xing had been intimidated even before his claw had reached him, and his body was directly bound. He's so strong. Feng Xing was also shocked. No wonder he was a real dragon who was half a step away from becoming an immortal. The strength of his claw was much stronger than his. Under this tyrannical claw, it was impossible for him to fight it head-on. Even though his real strength was far beyond the 3rd stage of the crossing calamity realm, he was not qualified to fight against it. Whoosh! Fortunately, Feng Xing was also a veteran of hundreds of battles. His martial arts were almost nature-defying. When Aolai's claw was about to grab him, Feng Xing also abruptly used his unfettered movement technique. His figure was like a fairy, fluttering in the wind. In a split second, he flew out of the void that was locked. Then, he leaped in the void and appeared behind Aolai like smoke. He said hurriedly, "Don't be in a hurry to attack. Let's talk for a while. I'll interrogate you after I take you down." Aolai obviously did not have such a good temper. He grabbed the air with his claw and squeezed with his 5 fingers. With a poof sound, a large piece of the void was actually crushed by him casually. Feng Xing felt a chill in his heart when he saw this. He thought that the power of a half-step true immortal was really terrifying. If he hadn't reacted fast enough and escaped from the void in time, wouldn't he have been crushed by Aolai? Boom! Before this thought flashed through his mind, the void around him was empty. It was Ao Quan who had turned around and slapped back. Like a divine dragon swinging its tail, the power of this slap directly shook the void thousands of zhang wide, forming a distorted space. Every move of Aolai's was earth-shattering. At this time, Aolai was just casually exerting such a strange power. Feng Xing was simply unable to imagine how formidable this fellow's strength would be if he revealed his true form. However, this was naturally not the time to consider this. He did not doubt whether Aolai would kill him at this moment. His carefree movement technique was executed to the extreme, his figure was as light as smoke, and he once again escaped from the gap of his attack. He was already rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, this big dog had slept for tens of years. Although his cultivation had increased, it was obvious that his martial arts and battle awareness were still at the golden elixir realm of tens of years ago. There was almost no improvement at all. He only had a body of brute force, but there were flaws everywhere. As for the current him, he was unable to do so. His battle experience and insight far surpassed his own realm. With the 2 of them on top and 1 on bottom, it gave him some ability to protect himself. Although he might not be able to restrain Aolai, it was clear that he wouldn't be so easily restrained either. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged several moves. To be precise, it was just 1 fighting and 1 escaping. Although they were just casual moves and didn't use their full strength, they formed an extremely terrifying destructive power, which destroyed the ruins even more. The vast sea area was like the bottom of the sea, and a volcano that was 10,000 zhong high erupted. Tsunamis rose in all directions, and countless sea clan creatures were killed. Stop, stop, stop. There's a misunderstanding. How could Fangxing have the mood to fight with Ao Lai? He shouted anxiously as he fled. The facts are here. You dare to say that the tribulation of my CC has nothing to do with you? However, at this time Ao Lai seemed to be really angry. He attacked again and again, as if he wouldn't be satisfied until he took down Fangxing Qi. He attacked several times, but Fangxing dodged all of his attacks with his outstanding insight and rich experience in fighting. However, Ao Lai's current cultivation realm was originally higher than Fangxing's, and Fangxing only dodged passively and didn't attack. Finally, Ao Lai still made a mistake, and his chest was swept by Ao Lai's dragon claw. His robe was directly torn, and even his chest was left with a shallow wound. If it was a little deeper, he would have been cut open. It really shocked Fangxing so much that he felt cold all over, and his anger also rose. Mother Vaster's Cur, do you really think that I, your brother-in-law, don't dare to beat you up? Annoyed, Fangxing also directly scolded. He took a posture and was ready to exchange a few moves with Ao Lai. However, as he scolded, Ao Lai was obviously stunned, and his face showed a confused expression. Big dog, why is it so familiar? He murmured to himself, as if he vaguely remembered something. You remember now? Fangxing saw the perplexed expression on Ao Lai's face, a burst of ecstasy in his heart. He also remembered that back then, he had specially bestowed the name Deguzi to him. Moreover, he didn't know how many times he had used Deguzi to summon him to his front. If he had to say one sentence that left the deepest impression on him and was the most familiar, then it really had to be the 3 words Deguzi. Thinking like this in his heart, he had already hurriedly flew over to him, pleasantly surprised, saying, How is it, have you remembered? Deguzi. Deguzi, Ao Lai murmured these few words repeatedly. After an unknown amount of time, the confusion on his face suddenly disappeared. You remember now? Fangxing almost burst into tears. He wanted to open his arms and hug Ao Lai. Unexpectedly, Ao Lai suddenly frowned and said, You dare to scold me? Rumble, the dragon claw swiped at Fangxing, almost splitting the seawater in half. Who the hell am I supposed to reason with? Fangxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He used the carefree footwork and narrowly avoided the attack. Faced with such an opponent, Fangxing felt helpless. The current Ao Lai was not the same as before. He was half a step away from becoming an immortal. His powerful cultivation was simply terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he could split mountains and split seas. If it were not for the fact that Fangxing was no longer an ignorant person, and his insight and battle experience far surpassed Ao Lai's, he would not have been able to hold out against Ao Lai. But the problem was that it was not that easy to subdue him. This bastard seemed to have gone crazy and kept pestering him. Fangxing could not bear to hit him. How was he going to end this? I didn't expect you to be so capable despite your low cultivation. Ao Lai launched a few attacks at Fangxing. Obviously, he was a little surprised by the brilliance of his body movement and the exquisiteness of the fight. He clearly controlled a power that was far beyond his, but he just couldn't catch him. This actually aroused the courage hidden in his dragon tribe bloodline, and his attacks became even more violent. However, he seemed to know that he just wanted to capture Fangxing for interrogation, and not really tear him into pieces. Therefore, he had been suppressing his power and didn't show his true form. He only chased after Fangxing in his human form. Are you done or not? What is it that you can't stop and talk about? Fangxing gritted his teeth in hatred. He shouted as he dodged. What's there to say? Ao Lai attacked like a devil. Lightning energy surged violently and shattered pieces of space. I'm your brother-in-law. Fangxing was so anxious that he could only reveal his identity. You dare to take advantage of me? Ao Lai was startled, yet his attacks became even more ferocious, and were even a bit heavier than before. Damn. I'm really your brother-in-law. Even your father promised her to me. My sister is the eldest princess of the Sea Dragon tribe. She has the noblest bloodline in the world. How could she marry a despicable human like you? Ao Lai didn't believe a single word of Fang Xing's explanation. When he attacked, he didn't show any mercy at all. Boom. Boom. Boom, the battle between the two of them affected a lot. After all, they were two individual immortals. When they started fighting, even if one of them didn't want to use too much force and the other just wanted to capture the other alive, the impact was still very terrible. The sea area within thousands of miles was stirred up by them. They fought from the bottom of the sea to the ninth heaven, and from the ninth heaven to the surface of the sea. The rumbling swept across the wilderness and scattered the drifting clouds. In the sky full of whistling wind, only two faintly discernible stream-like figures could be seen, like immortals. As the fight went on like this, Fang Xing couldn't hold back anymore. After all, Ao Lai's cultivation and supernatural power were much stronger than his. Even if his current battle awareness and skills were not good enough to hurt him, if they continued to fight like this, he would definitely be the one to exhaust his supernatural power first. He had no choice but to take out his trump card to make Ao Lai believe him. So he flew into the air and shouted, "Damn it, I already said that I'm your brother-in-law and you're my brother-in-law. You just don't believe me, right? Well then, look at my two supernatural powers." As he shouted, he tilted his hand and scooped up some seawater from the sea area. Then he sprinkled it into the sky. Boom, 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 it was just a little bit of seawater in his palm, but when it was sprinkled into the sky, it caused thousands of miles of dark clouds. It was so dark that it seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. After a long while, in the dark clouds, there was a heavy downpour, densely covering the area. This skill was one of the two great skills that the dragon god passed down to Fang Xing in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, the great skill of rain. And this was not the end. After the heavy rain fell, Fang Xing had already made a Dharma seal, recited a spell, and fixed it in front of his chest. Crack! 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 Above the nine heavens, among the dark clouds, bolts of lightning as thick as mountains swooped down like giant pythons, nimbly and terrifyingly striking towards Ao Lai, who was shrouded in the heavy rain. These thunder pythons seemed to have a life of their own. No matter where Ao Lai tried to hide, as long as he was still shrouded in the heavy rain, the thunder pythons would always be able to reach him as soon as they descended from the sky. This was the second great skill that the dragon god passed down to him that day, the great skill of thunder manipulation. These two great skills were the secret skills of the dragon clan of the Sea of Azure Waves. If it was not personally taught by the people of the Dragon Palace, it would be impossible for outsiders to see even the slightest trace of it, let alone to be so proficient in it. Fang Xing also thought in his heart, with these two great skills as evidence, you have to believe me. When Ao Lai saw these two great skills, he was obviously slightly taken aback. His figure wandered in the void, and seeing that he could not avoid the thunder pythons, he simply stopped and took a deep breath. A huge vortex seemed to appear in front of his mouth, and in the midst of the rumbling sound, several thunder pythons were swallowed into his stomach in one breath. After that, the rain that filled the sky, as well as the dense dark clouds in the sky, were all swallowed by him in one breath. The heavy rain, the dark clouds in the sky, actually became clear and transparent for a moment, like a mirror for thousands of miles. Just how strong is this brother-in-law now? When Fang Xing saw this scene, he was a little stunned, and revealed a look of disbelief. However, in his heart, he thought angrily, even if you can break my skill, don't you believe me? Now I believe that you are indeed somewhat related to our Sea of Azure Waves. Ao Lai swallowed the dark clouds that filled the sky in one gulp, and looked at Fang Xing with a deep gaze, his voice like muffled thunder. It's more than related, this is basically my mother-in-law's home. Fang Xing was very helpless, and he muttered bitterly, thinking that he had finally solved this knot. But who would have thought that as he spoke, Ao Lai suddenly took a step towards him. When he took this step, his body had already swelled up, and two horns grew on his head, and his claws turned into dragons. The clothes on his body burst open with a swish, and then rays of dazzling golden light flashed, piercing people's eyes. The golden light on his body shone into the sea, and it even boiled a part of the sea directly. Then, purple lightning appeared out of thin air, and it flickered incessantly around him, wrapping his huge body and rushing forward. At this moment, he had transformed into his original form, which was actually a 5-clawed golden dragon, and it was like a primordial legend. In that case, the calamity of my Sea of Azure Waves Dragon Palace is definitely related to you. Quickly capture me, and wait for me to interrogate you. A deep voice resounded in the void, and Ao Lai, who had transformed into his original form, clawed at Fangxing with a rumbling sound. Fangxing was stunned. It was not only because of Ao Lai's ferocity and terror after revealing his original form, but also because of his brother-in-law's stubbornness. What kind of person is this? No matter how I persuade him, and even use the two great techniques of the Dragon King, he still doesn't believe me. Moreover, not only does he not believe me, but he also becomes even more aggressive, and directly transformed into his original form to kill me. This is simply a stance of not stopping until one of us is dead. Damn it, if I don't teach you a lesson, I don't think you know how to write the word brother-in-law. Fangxing was not a good-tempered person to begin with. After seeing Ao Lai again, he was excited to see him again, and he was a little more tolerant of him. But now that he saw that Ao Lai was so unforgiving, how could he control his little temper? He rolled his strange eyes, reached out to untie the skull on his waist, and looked fiercely at the golden dragon in the void in front of him. Why won't you listen to me? His magic power suddenly surged, and 3 immortal belts fluttered in the air. His angry roar spread all over the place. Beat your brother-in-law. Boom, facing Ao Lai, who had transformed into his original form, and the body of the true dragon that was almost impossible to look at directly, Fangxing suddenly rushed toward him. The skull in his hand had already become bigger and bigger, like a small mountain, but in his hand, it was light as a feather, as if it had no weight at all. Just as he was about to collide with the golden dragon, the sharp dragon claws passed through the void, and terrifying purple lightning was mixed in between the claws. It was about to scratch fiercely at Fangxing, but he dodged it at the critical moment, and then the skull smashed down fiercely. Boom! This time, it smashed directly in front of Ao Lai's head, but was dodged by a shake of the head, and the tail swept horizontally. Fangxing used the carefree footwork, and dodged this dangerous sweep. He once again waved the skull and smashed it down. At this time, the ferocity in his body had been stimulated, and he attacked mercilessly, smashing randomly toward Ao Lai. As he smashed the stone, he scolded, "You heartless, rotten bastard. Did you forget how good I was to you in the past? Now that you've woken up, you don't care about what you're supposed to do and come to me to act tough. Do you think that just because you slept in the lightning pool for a few days, I can't do anything to you? Now that your red skin has turned into gold skin, have you forgotten that I raised you with a pile of sh*t and piss? And you want to f*king interrogate me? Why don't you stick a cannon in your ass and fly to heaven?" Boom. Boom. Boom, his attacks did not stop, and with the help of the carefree footwork, he circled around Ao Lai and kept smashing. He scolded even more fiercely, "Why don't you think about what has become of your kinglancy now? The Dragon Palace has been uprooted by you, the star map has been stolen, and your biological sister has been kidnapped and taken to the starry sky. I am so worried that my hair has turned white, and it is not easy for you to come back, you ingrate, and not only do you not want to save people, but you are also here to fight with me endlessly. You heartless thing, do you really think that I don't have a temper? Today, I will f*king fight with you." Since he appeared, Ao Lai had never been in such a difficult situation. Not only was he a little clumsy from Fangxing's sudden violent attacks, but he was also scolded badly. His confidence as a true dragon was inexplicably gone, and he actually felt a little guilty subconsciously, seeing that Fangxing was getting more and more aggressive, and the more he scolded, the more Ao Lai wanted to retreat. Wait, he did not show any mercy, and his head was knocked by Fangxing dong. It was a clear and loud sound. However, after suffering such a big loss, he did not retaliate, but instead took the opportunity to fly a few hundred feet away. He waved his 5-toed golden claws in a rather pathetic manner, and stopped Fangxing, who was rushing towards him fiercely. He called out weakly, "You. Is what you said just now true? Eh? Brother-in-law is scared?" Ao Lai's words caused Fangxing to be slightly taken aback. Originally, he saw that this fellow would not listen no matter what he said, so he got angry and scolded him harshly while preparing to have a few rounds with him. However, he did not expect that when he was persuading him with kind words, this fellow would be arrogant and stubborn, looking as if he was asking for a beating. However, after Fangxing lost his temper, his aura weakened as if a mountain of gold and jade had been toppled over. Even his movements were not as agile, and he had even been knocked on the head by Fangxing. With a strange expression on his face, Fangxing looked as if he was outwardly strong but inwardly weak. As an elder, I really need to have some courage, Fangxing sighed in his heart, but he did not kill the dragon. Instead, he flew forward and placed the skull in his hand on the ground. Then, he stood on top of it and looked at the dragon from the corner of his eyes. Still in a bad mood, he shouted, "What are you doing?" Aolai seemed to be startled by this shout, and his posture was a little awkward. However, he forced himself to raise his head and tried his best to maintain that arrogant look from before. But in the eyes of a person like Fangxing who was good at reading people, he could tell that Aolai was not confident at this moment. He was just barely maintaining his cold and arrogant appearance. "You just said that the nine-headed insect clan destroyed my dragon palace? If it wasn't the nine-headed insect clan, then it was me?" Fangxing was still angry, and had the intention to kill him. When he heard this, he acted very angry. He directly rolled up his sleeves, and looked like he would rush forward at any time. He shouted angrily, "If it was me, I would have pulled out all the dragon tendons in your body first, you." Aolai was startled by the aura on his body, and he shrunk back slightly. Seeing that he didn't rush over, he calmed down and said with an unnatural expression, "You aren't my match anyway, so don't be in a hurry to attack. Let me ask you something first. I have some impression of that nine-headed bug. He's a senior who has always been on good terms with my dragon palace. His sister, Meiji, is my father's wife. Speaking of which, I have to call him uncle. How dare you say that he harmed my dragon palace? Do you have any proof?" Fangxing became anxious again when he said it. "I'm going to tear you apart, you damn loach who deserves to be skinned alive. You call the enemy who killed your father uncle, but you challenge me when you see the real brother-in-law. If I don't give you a good beating today, I'm going to change my surname to your sister." Cursing fiercely, he took a step into the air and slapped down on the dragon's head. "How can you turn hostile just like that?" Aolai was anxious and angry. He turned around and dodged subconsciously, not daring to fight with Fangxing. Even he himself was confused at this moment. Why do I get scared when he's angry, even though he's such a stranger? He was scared for no reason. His cultivation was obviously higher than his. Fangxing didn't really hit him, but stopped after scaring him. After all, he knew that the third prince of the Dragon Palace was actually very powerful. In terms of martial arts and divine sense, Fangxing was much higher than him. But in terms of cultivation, Fangxing was afraid of Fangxing deep down. Fangxing seemed to be afraid of Fangxing. He was fierce just now, but when he saw Fangxing was angry, he became timid. But this timidity was not due to suppression, but a psychological reaction. Fangxing pretended to be out of breath, and then scolded angrily, "I really don't know what's in that big head of yours." He pretended to be out of breath and scolded angrily, "I really don't know what's in that big head of yours. How dare you call the sworn enemy of the Dragon Palace of the Sea of Azure Dragon's uncle? Do you still remember that it was the uncle you mentioned who once conspired to seize the foundation of the Sea of Azure Dragons? It was also the younger sister that your uncle mentioned who chased your sister to the South Sea to hide for dozens of years. She didn't even dare to return home. She didn't even dare to ask for a good reputation. She even chased you, who had already gone mad, to chase after her. Humph, if it wasn't for your wise brother-in-law, your sister would have been torn into pieces by you. Even you are still a lunatic now." I was once crazy?" Aolai was obviously a little confused by Fangxing's scolding. Before he transformed into his original appearance, a huge dragon head shook violently for a few times. His big eyes were filled with confusion and distress. "There is indeed a blank space in my memory, but so it turns out that from the moment he became crazy, that memory disappeared." Fangxing had a rough idea, but he still refused to show mercy. He scolded angrily, "You're not the only crazy one. Back then, you were practically crippled. If it wasn't for your brother-in-law who didn't despise you and fed you with feces and urine, do you think you would still be where you are today?" He paused. To be honest, he also felt a little guilty about his experience in the Ultimate Ruins. He subconsciously didn't want to tell Aolai about it, so he changed the topic to the Sea of Azure Seas. Now, That precious uncle of yours has already captured your sister and uprooted the dragon palace of the Sea of Azure Seas. Using the star map he stole from the Sea of Azure Seas, he set foot on the ancient starry sky path of the Dragon Clan in search of immortal opportunities. Not to mention that the Sea of Azure Seas is now empty, even your sister is in danger. You bastard, instead of thinking of saving her, you still want to fight with me? Ancient starry sky path? Aolai was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the sky with an unusually deep gaze. You know of this path? Fangxing was slightly stunned, but he immediately pressed Aolai. He knew that the ancient starry sky path was the greatest secret of all orthodoxies. It wouldn't be spied on easily. Although Aolai was a legitimate descendant of the Dragon Palace, he was still young when he was persecuted by the Dragon Mother. After that, he had been in a deep slumber in the thunder pool of creation. There was no reason for him to know such a secret, right? Is everything you said true or false? Aolai's expression was very solemn. After a while, he turned his head to look at Fangxing, his gaze distant. I want to slap you again. Fangxing raised his hand in anger, but when he saw Aolai's solemn expression, he couldn't help but sigh. He said unhappily, the nine-headed bug and his sister originally used a scheme to deal with the Sea of Azure Seas, but in the end, it was more or less an open plan. Who in the cultivation world doesn't know about it? Just find a few neighbors and ask around. Even if it's something secretive about the Kanglan Sea, you can just capture a few sea demons and interrogate them. Don't tell me you can't tell if it's true or not. Wait for me. Aolai's heart was obviously in a fierce struggle. When he heard this, his dragon eyes swept around, and then he looked in a direction. Fangxing followed his gaze and looked in that direction. He saw a few golden elixir realm sea demons behind a submerged reef a few thousand miles away, shivering. They were secretly watching the commotion. When they saw Aolai charging over, they instinctively wanted to escape, but they were deterred by the dragon breath on his body. Fangxing wasn't worried. After all, Aolai was a true dragon. Under the deterrence of his dragon breath, there weren't many sea demons who would dare to lie. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer me honestly. As expected, Aolai shouted coldly from afar, and those golden elixir realm sea demons directly knelt on the surface of the sea. At this moment, Fangxing was in a great mood. The haze of the past few days had been swept away. He looked around and saw many corpses of prawn soldiers and crab generals floating on the surface of the sea. They were all affected by their fierce battle. He picked the fattest one, squatted on the cloud, and started a fire to burn it. As he burned it, he looked at Aolai and asked the few sea demons about it. Then, he leaped and flew further away. When a crab and 2 lobsters entered his stomach, a golden light tore through the void in the distant sky. Aolai had already rushed back. You're right. That 9-headed bug is indeed hiding a seed of calamity. Not long after I lost my memory, the 2 siblings revealed their true colors and started to harm my dragon palace of the Tsunglan Sea. Sigh. I only hate that I was young and ignorant at that time. I even treated them as good people. Forget it, now that I've achieved my cultivation, how can I let them go? After saying that, he raised his head again and looked at the starry sky. He said in a low voice, Sister is my only family now. No matter what, I have to save her. This? Fellow Taoist, it was a misunderstanding just now. Aolai apologizes to you. As he spoke, the golden cloud under him floated, as if he had the intention to leave. What the F***ck, what are you trying to do? Fangxing got a shock and threw a lobster pincer over. Then, he smeared oil on his body and stood up. He shouted, Your sister is my wife. She is closer to me than you. If you want to save her, how can you leave me behind? As he spoke, his eyes lit up and he looked at Aolai excitedly. Tell me the truth. Do you have the ancient road of the galaxy star map of the Dragon Clan? These few days, he had been in despair because he didn't have the map. Even if he wanted to save his sister, he didn't know where to go. He was frustrated and sat there all day. But today, not only did he see Aolai, who had woken up from the thunderous pool of creation, he also found out that Aolai had the ancient road of the Dragon Clan's galaxy star map. If this was true, it would be a double blessing for him. He didn't expect Aolai's expression to change when he heard his question. He shouted, "Humph, even if I believe that you have no enmity towards my Tsang Lan Si, the ancient road is the dragon clan's biggest secret. How can we let an outsider like you know about it? Even if I believe everything you said, I don't believe that my father would betroth my sister to an ordinary human like you. Do you believe that I will really slap you?" As soon as Fang Xing saw that he had given him a few good looks, this brat's arrogance was a little bit like pretending to be ill. He immediately glared at him again. "Humph. Goodbye." Ao Lai was obviously a little afraid. However, he learned his lesson and didn't say anything to Fang Xing. He gathered his spiritual energy and was about to soar into the sky. "Wait," Fang Xing jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted to stop him. With this brother-in-law's cultivation, he might not be able to catch up to him if he really flew away. His mind was also spinning rapidly, and he knew that he couldn't use force. Very soon, he had an idea, and he shouted, "You stupid idiot! You want to escape into the starry sky without even a piece of clothing? Do you know what dangers there are in the galaxy? Do you know how long it will take to reach the end of this path? Do you know what kind of resources you need to prepare for emergencies? Even the nine-headed worm has prepared for God knows how many years before it dares to step on that path. Are you going to save someone or are you going to die?" Ao Lai was stunned. He turned around with doubt. "I really don't know." "Do you know?" Fang Xing crossed his arms proudly. Beg me, and I will tell you." The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ao Lai looked at Fang Xing with a strange expression and did not speak for a long time. Only when Fang Xing was a little embarrassed did he suddenly say in a low voice, "Why do I always feel like you're treating me like a child?" Actually it's not a child, it's a fool," Fang Xing thought to himself. When he saw his brother-in-law, especially in his dragon form, he felt really familiar. However, judging from the current atmosphere, it was clearly not the time to find that feeling in his memory. He could only clear his throat and change the topic. "The ancient starry sky path is not so easy to step on, especially the ancient path of your dragon tribe. It is extremely dangerous inside. There are too many dangers and difficulties that ordinary people can't understand. Moreover, you are going to deal with the nine-headed bug, that is a powerful guy. With your current strength, you can only be happy in front of me. Do you think that when you are in front of him, he will also give in to you like I do?" Ao Lai frowned and was obviously a little impatient. "If you want to help me, just tell me what I need to prepare." Hearing this, Fang Xing was also sure that this brother-in-law must have the ancient starry sky map of the dragon tribe. At the same time, he was also sure that he only had the map and had no idea about the dangers and the resources that needed to be prepared. This meant that Ao Lai had to cooperate with him to have a chance to go on the journey. Fang Xing relaxed a lot and said, "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to find everything. There are many things that even Tian Yuan can't find. Just wait for me to prepare." Hearing this, Ao Lai immediately frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied. However, after a long time, he did not say anything. He only thought quietly for a while, then looked at Fang Xing and lifted his chin, asking in a low voice, "Then how long do you need to prepare?" 3 days. Fang Xing stretched out 3 fingers, but after thinking for a while, he broke off one and said, "Maybe 2 days." After saying that, he did not say anything else. He looked at Ao Lai and smiled. Suddenly, with a long laugh, he turned into a flowing light and flew towards the east. "Wait for me here in 2 days." Ao Lai frowned tightly as he watched him fly towards the direction of the divine prefecture. After a long while, he sighed softly. Since he had the hope of setting foot on the ancient road of the dragon tribe to rescue the dragon lady, and he also had a good companion like Deguzi, Fang Xing's heart could be said to have seen the light again. He was also full of motivation to do things. He had a feeling of being swift and decisive, and directly rushed towards the northern region of the divine prefecture. In fact, he didn't really understand what he had told Ao Lai. He had only heard part of it from the God Master, but he didn't need to understand it. In the past, his biggest worry was that he didn't have the ancient road star map of the dragon tribe. Now that this problem had been solved with the appearance of Ao Lai, the remaining problems were just small problems to him. If he wanted to prepare something, he could just ask the God Master directly. If he needed something, he could just ask the God Master directly. He had already called her mother, so how could he not give it to her? Boom. Boom. Boom, above the ninth heaven, a flowing light sped up from time to time, crossing the vast sea area and rushing towards the divine prefecture. The three armies of the divine palace were gradually moving towards the Pure Land. On the side of the Pure Land, the celestial soldiers of the Feng Tian Alliance had gathered, and the elite soldiers of the forbidden areas had also come out. It was the time when the battle was in full swing. However, probably because both sides were not fully prepared, the advancement of the troops was very slow. If it was in normal times, with his character, Feng Xing would definitely go down to join in the fun. But now, everything was focused on rescuing the Dragon Lady, and other things had to be put aside. Even if he could buy a little more time, it would be good. In addition, he had just been abandoned once, and his heart was dead. How could he have the mood to care about these things, whether it was Tianyuan or the Divine Palace, who was more important than his wife, old godmother? I'm here to see you. With Feng Xing's current cultivation, it would not take him long to reach the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. On the way, no one dared to stop him, whether it was the forces of the Pure Land or the Divine Palace. If he wanted to borrow some transmitting formations, no one dared to refuse. In less than a day, he arrived at the Worship Zen Mountain in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. He did not stand on ceremony, and directly leaped to the top of the mountain. Then, he shouted at the top of his voice toward the Xianxia Palace. His voice was so loud that it could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of the Xianxia Palace? Inside the Xianxia Palace, a few gray-clothed old servants were shaken by Feng Xing's shout. They shouted at the top of their lungs. Are you blind? Don't you know the first little lord of the Divine Palace, Feng Xing? Feng Xing was used to taking advantage of his power to bully others. If he really treated the Divine Lord as his mother, how could he still care about these servants? Oh, it's the sky-reaching little lord. The Divine Lord summoned you 3 days ago. Why did you only come now? Among the gray-clothed old servants, there were naturally some who knew Feng Xing, but they did not dare to act arrogantly in front of him. Among them, an old servant with the most terrifying aura said coldly. Without waiting for Feng Xing's reply, he turned around and walked toward the back of the Xianxia Palace. At the same time, he said, 3 days ago, the Divine Lord planned to go into seclusion to refine the black jade body for a lord. She wanted to see you before she entered seclusion, but she did not see you. She ordered that if you came, she should directly lead you to the Jade Mansion at the back of the mountain. Come with me, but don't make any noise. Refining the black jade body? Is it for the demon ancestor? Feng Xing was slightly stunned, but he did not pursue the matter. He followed him to the back of the mountain. He understood in his heart that no wonder the God's court did not attack him. It was because the Divine Lord was busy with other things in seclusion. Behind the Xianxia Palace, there was a vast forest with towering peaks. The old servant brought Feng Xing to a black jade platform and lit a talisman. Then, he turned around and left. He did not even tell Feng Xing where the place of seclusion was. Has the nine-headed bug left? Just when Feng Xing was at a loss, wondering if he should call out to the Divine Lord, the voice of the Divine Lord resounded in the mountains. Feng Xing did not know where the voice came from, which surprised him. Now that he had a favor to ask of the Divine Lord, he did not dare to act rashly. He said honestly, he has left. When I arrived, the Kanglan Sea was already in ruins. Even the Dragon Palace had been uprooted, not to mention the Divine Lord's figure. However, he had set up several big formations outside the sea area to isolate his aura. Therefore, no one could find out the truth. The Divine Lord's voice fell silent for a while, and he chuckled softly. He's quite capable to be able to leave Tianyuan and enter the starry sky without me knowing. That's because he set up the teleportation formation and left Tianyuan directly. Feng Xing sneered and replied, I guess the reason why he put in so much effort is to hide from you, right? Or maybe it's to hide from other people's senses. The Divine Lord replied casually, and there was another period of silence. So, what's your plan now? Feng Xing perked up when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, of course, I'm going to chase after him, kill that bug, and take my wife back. Sigh, he still refuses to stay by my side obediently after all. The Divine Lord seemed to be a little frustrated, but it was just a fleeting moment. Then, he said again, but have you thought it through before you set off? It's not easy to walk the ancient road in the starry sky. It said that you can only walk the path of immortality after going through the 9 tribulations and becoming an immortal. That's because there are so many dangers in the star area. Only when you become a genuine immortal can you walk the path of immortality. Now, you're only in the 3rd stage of crossing calamity. It's even more dangerous for you to walk the ancient road of Dragon Tribe. Previously, the 9-headed worm asked me what's his chance to walk the ancient road of Dragon Tribe. I told him it's 10%, but you don't even have a 10% chance. Then I have to go too. Feng Xing didn't even wait for the Master God to finish his sentence before he subconsciously followed up. Hearing that, the Divine Lord fell silent and did not continue. After a short pause, he said, "Then you can go." Hearing that, Feng Xing was stunned. He thought, "I'm not here to bid farewell." Fortunately, the Divine Lord added, "I know what you need. I've already told my servant Zhao He." Hearing that, Feng Xing was overjoyed. He bowed to the void sincerely and said, "Then take care. Mom. You take care too." Hearing what Feng Xing said, the Divine Lord seemed to sigh. His voice, which seemed like it would not be heard again, sounded again at this moment. He seemed to be hesitant. If you really pass the ancient road of Dragon Tribe, remember my words. Don't step into the 33 heavens easily and don't make contact with people from the immortal realm." "Alright, I got it." Feng Xing was not in the mood to listen to that. He laughed, turned around, and rushed to the Xianxia palace. On the other hand, after a long silence, the Divine Master's long sigh resounded in the mountains, and it dissipated into the mountain wind. What will be the outcome of this strange move? After the voice deepened, another gaze seemed to pierce through the pilgrimage mountain and look towards a certain place in Tianyuan. There was a hint of mockery in the voice. "And what about you? You were once the daughter of an immortal king, one of the guardians of my great plan to deceive the heavens. You should have stopped me from making this move, right? Even your companions were worried that there were too many variables on this child, so they refused to let him stay outside. But what were you thinking? Why would you wake up that dragon in advance to help him step on the boundless path of stars? Did you have too much confidence in him, or did you not care about him enough to leave him to his fate?" At the Divine Lord's level, his voice was filled with endless confusion, as if he could not see through the variables. After a long time, she said in a huff, "Everyone says that I'm crazy, but who in the world is crazier than all of you? I need to prepare a lot of things to enter the starry sky. But the most important thing is that the Tongtian little lord already has it." In the Xianxia palace, Feng Xing found the old servant named Zhao He. This old servant had been waiting for Feng Xing for a long time. Seeing that Feng Xing had entered the Xianxia palace, he picked up a jade slip and read it carefully. Then, he said softly, "I have it?" Feng Xing was startled for a moment, then said with a solemn expression, "Could it be that you're referring to my courage and resolution?" The old servant looked at him mockingly and said, "It's the small world, which is that godly palace. The godly master gave it to you." Feng Xing was speechless. Luckily, he was thick-skinned. He waved his hand and said, "Then don't keep me guessing. Just tell me the rest." The old servant Zhao He's face was dark and expressionless as he continued, "The star path is empty and filled with endless dangers. Especially since you are only an independent immortal, it is even more dangerous for true immortals to step into the boundless star region that is extremely dangerous even for true immortals. If you don't have a small world to protect you, you won't be able to move an inch. That's why the small world is the most important thing, just like the spiritual boat of cultivators. With the spiritual boat, the second important thing is the huge amount of food and water resources. Although you are an independent immortal and have reached the realm where you can cut off the mortal world and can survive by breathing spiritual essence, you should still be careful and prepare more resources in the boundless star region, food and water, and wine." Feng Xing nodded and said, "Yes, I do need to prepare. Moreover, you need to prepare a lot of spiritual essence. The more, the better. There is no upper limit. Spiritual essence. Okay." Feng Xing was slightly stunned. He didn't need spiritual essence anymore. After all, his cultivation was improving very quickly and he had already become an individual celestial. As he breathed, he consumed clouds and clouds, and his supernatural power naturally came rolling in. If he used spiritual essence, he really didn't know how much it would take for him to absorb. However, this matter was of great importance. Since this old servant specially pointed it out, then he just had to listen carefully. Apart from the things mentioned above, there are a few things that must be prepared. They are all kinds of elixirs, talisman weapons, attack and defense, healing and detoxification, life-saving turtle breath, and so on. The more prepared, the better. There are too many variables in the starry sky. Even if you don't need it, it's better than not being able to get it when you need it. You should understand this, right? I understand. Go on. One of them spoke and the other memorized. It took half a day before Zhao and the old servant explained the general situation. According to him, this was only a rough explanation. It was all because Fangxing was anxious and kept urging him. That was why he saved a lot of chapters. After he finished talking about these things, he took out the 1,000 immortal gold and a galaxy object index from the treasury and gave them to Fangxing. The object index was fine, but when he took out the immortal gold, his expression was extremely serious. What is this thing used for? Fangxing also frowned in confusion as he received the 1,000 pieces of immortal gold. Before this, he had already received 200 taels of immortal gold from the 2 divine kings as compensation. He just didn't know what it was for. When you enter the starry sky, put this gold in the divine palace. You know how good it is. At the last moment, the old servant Zhao he actually kept him in suspense and didn't say anything, so he chased Fangxing out. How dare you act all high and mighty in front of me? Fangxing was very indignant. He spat at the entrance of Xianxia Palace and left with the things. Time was of the essence, but he had no time to waste. The Divine Master didn't prepare everything for him. Instead, he gave him some important things that Tianyuan didn't have. However, he only pointed out the resources that could be gathered in Tianyuan and told him to prepare them himself. It had already been a full 5 days since the 9-headed bug left Tianyuan. He was very worried. With every step he took, Dragon Lady would be in greater danger. Therefore, he had to race against time. After leaving the pilgrimage mountain, Fangxing walked on the clouds and looked down at the ground. He took a deep breath. He made a decision that made him rather excited. It's time to prepare the resources. Secretly observing his target, it didn't take long for him to choose a celestial mountain that was under the rule of the divine court. Surprisingly, it was also a lineage with hundreds of disciples cultivating in it. In the current withered cultivation world, it could be considered a large sect. Fangxing didn't stand on ceremony. With a single thought, he descended in a mighty manner, bringing with him a fierce gust of wind, and crushed the tallest mountain of this orthodoxy with a single stomp. Oh no, what happened? A powerful enemy is attacking. Who dares to trespass into my divine academy? Oh heavens, are the lords of the divine court here again? This orthodoxy had submitted to the divine court and cultivated under the rule of the divine court. They had never seen such a scene before. They were in a panic. A few powerful auras in the mountains seemed to want to attack, but when they sensed Fangxing's third-layer tribulation transcendence aura, they suddenly concealed their auras and didn't show themselves. Instead, they seemed to be afraid that Fangxing would discover them. After a long time of chaos, a long-bearded Taoist nervously rode a cloud to welcome Fangxing. He bowed deeply and asked in a trembling voice, "May I ask who Senior is? If the Divine Academy has offended you in any way, I hope Senior won't take it to heart." "You haven't offended me in any way," Fangxing smiled and squatted down in the air. He looked down at the orthodoxy with interest. Then, "Senior, what brings you here?" The long-bearded Taoist was frightened. He didn't have much confidence in front of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. "I am the first little saint of the divine court, Immortal Tong Tian, Fangxing. Have you heard of me?" As soon as he heard Fangxing introduce himself and took a closer look at that grinning face, the long-bearded Taoist shuddered. His face looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he directly prostrated himself on the ground, trembling. For ordinary cultivators, this demon was truly the #1 nightmare, especially for cultivators under the rule of the divine court. Perhaps even divine kings and divine masters were not as frightening as him. "Immortal Tong Tian, you have come. Excuse me for not going out to meet you." "What do you have for me?" "Hee, I am an important figure of the divine court, and you are the people of the divine court. Do you think I should? Feng Xing smiled and carefully considered his words. Then, he twisted his fingers and said in a low voice, "Pay me some taxes?" Taxes? The long-bearded Taoist was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and said, Of course, of course. How much do you want? This is really different. Feng Xing sighed with emotion in his heart. Then, he straightened up. 500,000 caddies of meat, 10 lakes, 10,000 jars of fine wine, 180 types of elixirs, 100 of each type, 100 taels of spirit essence refined by Yuaniing cultivators, 100,000 taels of spirit essence refined by Yuaniing cultivators, and 180 caddies of all kinds of talisman weapons. Oh, if there are any beautiful fairies, I can also send a few. Oh. Why don't you just rob someone? The long-bearded Taoist was so afraid of Feng Xing that he was ready to pay a lot to get rid of this god of plague. However, when he heard Feng Xing's request, he couldn't help but scream. He was so scared that he had lost his mind. It wasn't just him. Even the few auras that had hidden themselves earlier had appeared once again, and they even seemed to be filled with hostility. Feng Xing's request was too outrageous: 5 million kilograms of meat, 10 lakes, and even 10,000 jars of fine wine were acceptable. However, the price of 100 of each of the 180 types of spirit essences refined by a nascent soul cultivator was simply nonsense. Their Divine Tao Academy was considered a powerful force and could be considered a first-rate sect in the withered cultivation world. However, even if they sold everyone in the academy, they still wouldn't be able to sell it for such a price. Under the rule of the Shinto temple, they had to pay taxes. However, although Feng Xing was a little lord of the Shinto temple, he didn't have his own territory. Strictly speaking, he didn't have a title, nor did he have the right to collect taxes. To put it bluntly, he came to the Shinto temple to collect taxes, but he made such an unreasonable request. The long-bearded Taoist almost broke down. However, when the long-bearded Taoist screamed, Feng Xing looked at him with a strange expression, as if it was a matter of course. I'm robbing. As the headmaster of the Divine Academy spat out a mouthful of blood on the mountain peak, another catastrophe began in the cultivation world of Tianyuan after the arrival of the Shin clan. It was also the devil, Feng Xing, who was hard to distinguish between good and evil in the eyes of the world, who began to act in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture. He unified the orthodoxies one by one in the name of collecting taxes, but in fact, it was robbery. Those who refused to pay either destroyed their mountain gates or forcibly robbed their treasuries. Whether it was elixirs, spirit essence, or magic treasures, they were all swept away, leaving nothing behind. These orthodoxies were naturally unwilling, but in the face of Feng Xing's absolute strength and status, who would dare to resist? Logically speaking, since they were under the rule of the God Court, they should naturally receive the protection of the God Clan. Unfortunately, even the three great godly kings did not dare to provoke him. It was as if the God Master had given the three godly kings a strict order to forbid them from provoking Feng Xing. All kinds of complaints were delivered to the Shinto temple on the worship Zen mountain like snowflakes. Even the old servant, who was temporarily handling various matters on behalf of the Master God, had a headache. He had to disturb the Master God again, hoping that she could come up with an idea. However, the Master God only fell silent for a while after hearing it. Then, she laughed and replied calmly, "Forget it, let him be. Just treat it as his last gift to the cultivators of Tianyuan." The world was in chaos. Everyone was disgusted by them. Now, chaos was about to descend upon Tianyuan. Everyone was in a state of panic, but it was also like a general trend had stabilized the world. If there was someone who could achieve this in just a few days, it would be Feng Xing. His terrifying looting started from the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, then swept through the central region, the eastern region, and the western region. In the end, even the southern region couldn't escape his clutches. During this period of time, he even sent an order to the small immortal realm, asking them to go to the Nanzhan and the land of demons to search for all the resources he needed. The silence of the big shots of the Divine Court undoubtedly further boosted his arrogance, so that in just a few days, he almost swept through the entire Tianyuan. In just a few days, countless orthodoxies went bankrupt, and many countries fell into poverty. It was like a plague of locusts. It was ridiculous to say that the Great War was imminent, and danger lurked everywhere. But in the end, Zhu Xiu's attention fell on Fangxing. Fortunately, Fangxing was in a hurry. In the end, he only plundered for 3 days before he stopped. He also had something on his mind, so he rushed to the Sea of Azure Waves early to meet Ao Lai, the third prince of the Dragon Palace of the Azure Wave Sea. Then, they went to the ancient road of the Dragon clan together. In fact, he had been worried about Ao Lai, fearing that Ao Lai would slip away in advance, so he had arranged for the 2 realm lords of the small immortal realm to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, although he arrived 2 days later than expected, Ao Lai was still there. "Why are you so late?" Ao Xian, the third prince of the Dragon Palace of the Azure Wave Sea, was sitting cross-legged on the sea far away. Obviously, he was a little impatient. "My God, are you still blaming me?" Fangxing carried a mountain-sized bundle as he rushed over. From the cracks in the bundle that were not tightly fastened, one could see that it was densely packed with storage pouches. There were tens of thousands of them, and every storage pouch could hold a large amount of resources. It was really unknown how many things were contained in these tens of thousands of storage pouches. Fangxing was also huffing and puffing. He threw the big bundle into the clouds, gasped for breath, and shouted, "This is only Master Fang, how could others so easily gather so many resources in just 3 days? Do you know how many orthodoxies have been wiped out by me?" Even Ao Lai had a strange look in his eyes when he saw so many storage pouches. "What did you collect?" Fangxing took out a wine gourd out of nowhere and poured 2 mouthfuls into his mouth. Panting heavily, he said, "There are all kinds of delicacies from the land and the sea. There are hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat from strange birds and beasts. I collected water from 20 large lakes, and they are all clear water sources from deep in the mountains. There are also fat fish in them. There are also thousands of jars of fine wine stored in the white jade kiln, and 100,000 jars of ordinary wine. We can slowly drink them when we are free. As for the other kinds of pills, I don't know how many of them there are. I didn't count them one by one." "Are you crazy?" Ao Lai's face was stiff at first, but after listening to Fangxing's detailed description, his expression became a little sluggish. "How far is this? I have even caught a few hundred live pigs, why would I tell you?" Fangxing was immensely proud of himself. His fingers lightly tapped on the huge bundle, looking like he was showing off. Ao Lai found it a little hard to understand why Fangxing had caught a few hundred live pigs, but he knew he couldn't argue with Fangxing, so he was silent for a while, forcibly suppressing his desire to vomit, and asked in a low voice, "Are all the supplies ready?" "Almost." Fangxing shook his head and said, "Nanzhan said he would send a few singing fairies over, but they haven't arrived yet." "Why are you bringing fairies?" Ao Lai almost went crazy, and he couldn't help but roar. "The journey is lonely." Fangxing picked his ears indifferently, and rolled his eyes at Ao Lai. Phew, Ao Lai took a deep breath, and forcibly told himself not to quarrel with Fangxing, and not to quarrel with him. After a long silence, he said in a low voice, "Anyway, I have troubled you these days. If you hadn't reminded me, I really wouldn't have known I needed so many preparations to set foot on the ancient road. I have thought about it these days. According to the ancient records of the Dragon Palace, every time an ancestor ascends, there is indeed a record of the Dragon Palace purchasing all kinds of resources in large quantities. If I had escaped into the starry sky rashly, I would have suffered a lot." Seeing his sincerity, Fangxing was also a little relieved. "You finally understand my painstaking efforts." Since they reunited with this crazy dragon, the 2 of them hadn't really reconciled. At the beginning, they fought fiercely. Later, Fangxing found that as long as he was angry, this guy would inexplicably lose his confidence. Finally, he could communicate with him in this way. But then again, the 2 of them could only be regarded as strangers, and Ao Lai might not treat him as one of them. Now that Ao Lai was willing to admit his shortcomings and thank him, there was a possibility that the relationship between the brother-in-law and his brother-in-law would warm up. About that, you young people are always rash, and we elders," clearing his throat, he was about to comfort this brother-in-law, but he didn't expect that before he could finish his sentence, Ao Lai had interrupted him again. He lowered his dragon head to look at Fangxing. "Although I am grateful, I still have to say something." Fangxing was stunned. "What?" "The dragon tribe's ancient road to immortality does not allow outsiders to set foot on it." Ao Lai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice was unquestionable, "I don't care who you are." Hearing this, Fangxing was a little anxious. This guy had said this a few days ago, but didn't he take back his words when he scolded him? Didn't they agree to set foot on the ancient road in the starry sky together? He had even prepared the resources. Before Fangxing could react, Aolai's eyes suddenly shone with a ferocious light. In an instant, he transformed into the form of a dragon and charged toward Fangxing. Then, a dragon's breath that was mixed with the terrifying intent of thunder and lightning came toward Fangxing. Fangxing was so shocked that he could only retreat in an instant. The huge bag fell toward the sea below, and Aolai took the opportunity to pick it up. At the same time, he swung his dragon tail, and clouds gathered. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and flew toward the 9 heavens. F***ck. Fangxing was dumbfounded. This son of AB***tch actually dared to snatch my things. It was only now that he understood Aolai's intentions. This brother-in-law of his had never planned to bring him along from the start. He had waited for these few days because he was simply waiting for him to deliver the resources to him. Then, he would immediately snatch the resources and leave, leaving him behind. At this moment, Fangxing was both relieved and angry. He was relieved that he had not slept in the creation lightning pool for nothing. The silly dog had learned to play mind games and steal things. He was angry that this bastard could not steal from anyone, but he actually wanted to steal from Fangxing. "Little bastard, you dare to steal from me. Don't you know that you're still very inexperienced?" As he spoke, he easily plucked the skull from his waist and jumped in. The skull instantly grew in size and turned into a ray of blue light that rushed toward the 9 heavens. At the same time, his laughter spread throughout the regions. "You only stole a few things? All the good things are in my divine palace. The bag originally couldn't fit in the divine palace, so I wanted to give it to you to carry. Brother-in-law, I just want to see how fast you can fly with so many things on your back, and how you can leave me behind." As he laughed, he sped through the sky and actually got closer and closer to Aolai's dragon body. At this moment, Aolai was also extremely embarrassed. He had originally decided to steal the resources that Fangxing had prepared and leave. He did not intend to bring him into the Dragon Clan's ancient road. However, he did not expect that the bag in his hands was really so heavy. He was a divine dragon soaring into the sky, so his speed was extremely fast. In terms of speed alone, Fangxing would not be able to catch up to him. However, he just had to carry such a huge bag, so he flew slower and slower, and Fangxing actually managed to catch up to him. Seeing that Fangxing had caught up to him and was loudly mocking him, Aolai's heart was filled with anger. Boom! Having been provoked into a corner, he directly threw his bag at Fangxing and fiercely threw it at him. In his embarrassment and anger, he did not even want the resources anymore. He only wanted to make Fangxing stay. However, now that Fangxing was in the small world, his skull instantly became smaller, and he turned into a stream of light and squeezed through the bag. However, the bag was also torn to pieces, and the tens of thousands of storage bags inside fell like rain from the 9 heavens. However, Fangxing did not care about it at all and directly chased after Aolai. One man and one dragon, they turned into 2 streams of light and flew into the sky. "Today, I have made up my mind to go to the celestial path with you. Don't even think about making me stay." Fangxing's final roar echoed between heaven and earth, slowly descending on the Tianyuan continent, and no one knew how many people were awakened. Someone is going to ascend? It's that devil. He is actually going to ascend and become an immortal? Countless cultivators, who were kept in the dark, were extremely shocked. They looked up at the sky and cried out involuntarily. Very few people knew that Fangxing was going to leave Tianyuan. Even the 8 realm lords of the small celestial realm did not know that. They did not know that Fangxing was crazily collecting all kinds of magic treasures to use in the celestial path. Now that they were shocked to hear the truth, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that the small celestial realm would be so unlucky? It was not easy for them to find someone to rely on, but this person just left without any hesitation? There were even more people who were incomparably shocked. They could only raise their heads in a daze and look at the 2 figures that flew into the outer realm. Clatter, as the 2 figures flew straight up to the clouds, countless storage bags began to fall from the sky. Some of the storage bags had been broken, and some were loosened. The things inside fell one after another. There were spirit essences surrounded by purple chi, all kinds of panacea, strange magic treasures, floating talismans. There were even countless exotic delicacies, strange birds and beasts, large jars of wine, countless chickens, ducks, fish, goats, and a few jumping fresh fish. All kinds of things fell one after another, blocking the sight of the cultivators looking up at the sky. In the Bohai country of Nanzhan, the lotus girl in a white dress was also looking up at the sky. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but smile. It's strange. In the past, when immortals ascended, heavenly flowers and immortal clouds would fall from the sky. Today, when these bandits ascended to the sky, they scattered stolen goods on the ground. They soared into the 9 heavens at the same time, but Ao Lai was obviously much faster than Feng Xing. Ao Lai was originally a real dragon who was half a step away from becoming a celestial. His cultivation was terrifying, and he was much faster than Feng Xing. Now that Feng Xing was hiding in the heavenly palace and could not use the unfettered body movement technique to make up for his lack of speed, he was left far behind by Ao Lai. Ao Lai seemed to have made up his mind. He did not want Feng Xing to follow him into the ancient road of the dragon race. He wanted to shake him off here, even abandoning the huge bag of resources. It looked like both of them had escaped into the starry sky, but in fact, Ao Lai was much faster. By the time they soared into the 9 heavens, Ao Lai had already left Feng Xing behind for almost 1,000 miles, and rushed into the void far away. Trying to shake me off, you are still too naive. On the other hand, Feng Xing, who was sitting in the heavenly palace, shook his head and sighed. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, and had a look of exasperation on his face. He did not expect his brother-in-law, who had regained his sanity, to be so stubborn and reckless. In order to shake him off, he even threw away the huge bag of resources. This was a classic case of caring about the head and not caring about the tail. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Boom! Boom! The two of them soared into the 9 heavens one after the other. Suddenly, like 2 flying fishes, they broke away from the limit of the void above Tianyuan and arrived in the star field. At the moment they broke away, the clouds in the 9 heavens of Tianyuan were stirred up, and 2 fireworks-like ripples appeared. It was a beautiful sight, as though they had broken through one world and arrived in another. Even Feng Xing could not help but think that it was no wonder the law of Tao mentioned the words breaking through the void. At the moment before they entered the starry sky, they felt as though they had broken through the barrier between realms. When he completely charged out of the sky origin's mist, he completely appeared in the star region. His entire body instantly experienced a tremendous change. When he looked down, Sky Origin had already turned into an incomparably huge planet. It was silent, magnificent, and fixed in the star region. The countless planets around it were countless times smaller than it. They surrounded it and rotated slowly. With a single glance, he understood why the living beings of the god race said that Sky Origin was the center of the universe, the home of immortals, and the place where karmic luck gathered. Tianyuan was indeed the center of the vast star field. Regardless of its shape or size, it deserved to be the center of the star field. After they were in the starry sky, the surrounding environment immediately changed greatly. It was common sense for every cultivator to be colder when they were high up in the sky. However, after they left Tianyuan completely, the loneliness and indifference became even more unimaginable. They were like fish that had left the water in an instant. There was nothing around them at all. Moreover, they felt like they had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. The temperature around them was countless times lower, or rather, there was no temperature at all. If an analogy had to be used to describe this indescribably severe coldness, then it was simply as if there were countless nascent soul realm cultivators by one's side, and they were executing divine abilities at the same time, causing icy cold and cruel air to strike onto one's body. Even if Feng Xing and Ao Lai were both at the independent immortal realm and possessed formidable and invincible bodies, they still had to circulate formidable magic energy to resist this sort of cruel coldness and boundless expanse, otherwise they would be frozen stiff. Now, it was as if there were invisible Yuanying realm enemies hitting them with magic powers from time to time. As for them, they could only resist the attacks head-on. They could neither dodge nor escape. As for Feng Xing, he was fine. He stuck his head out of the heavenly god palace to feel the coldness and shivered. Then, he hid in the heavenly god palace again, allowing the small world to protect him. As for Ao Lai, who had directly entered the starry sky with his real body, he was a little miserable. Even the water vapor on his dragon scales turned into frost at this moment. His body was stiff. He stayed upright in the starry sky for a few breaths. Then, his terrifying chi and blood surged and shook off the frost. Then, he continued to rush forward. This kid is really stubborn. Feng Xing could not help but shake his head and sigh. He could see that after Ao Lai felt the coldness and vacuum of the starry sky, he hesitated for a moment. However, he did not turn back. Instead, he rushed into the boundless starry sky without any hesitation. What a disobedient brother-in-law. No wonder Zhao He said that the heavenly god palace is the most important thing to enter the starry sky. It is indeed very useful. Let's see how you are going to get rid of me. Feng Xing sighed in his heart and continued to rush forward. He was very proud of himself. Although Ao Lai's speed was faster than his, he needed to operate his powerful Dharma power to resist the coldness. His speed was visibly slowed down. On the other hand, Feng Xing was hiding in the small world and his speed was not affected at all. Under this circumstance, his speed was much faster than Ao Lai's. Hee, brother-in-law, are you cold outside? Translator, Transin editor, Transin amidst the starry sky, a skull circled around the vast stars and chased after a golden dragon that was flying swiftly in the starry sky. The scene was strange and cold, with a magnificent scene that could not be described with words. However, Feng Xing's words, or rather, his divine sense, kept coming out of the skull. It's very warm inside my divine palace. It has its own space, its own world, and the temperature is the same as that of heaven's origin. Compared with the outside world, it's so comfortable. At this time, Ao Lai could not help but turn his head and look at Feng Xing, who was rushing towards him. His eyes were full of resentment. His divine sense was transmitted back from a distance. You should go back. I can't take you to the ancient road to immortality in the Sea of Kanglin. Do I have to go back just because you say so? Feng Xing's divine sense was immediately transmitted back. It was unknown whether he did it on purpose, but the mouth of the skull was still opening and closing, as if the skull was talking. Besides, I'm not following you. I'm just taking a stroll in the starry sky. The starry sky is boundless, and the road leads to the sky. I just happened to be passing by you. Who said that you can only go in this direction? You are simply abominable. This scoundrel's words directly made Ao Lai speechless. He was so angry that the dragon whiskers at the corner of his mouth floated up. Haha, beg me. Beg me and I will let you in to warm up for a while. Feng Xing was complacent. He did not take Ao Lai's anger seriously at all. He looked as if he was going to eat Ao Lai. In reality, he was indeed going to eat Ao Lai. In the void, Ao Lai had to constantly circulate his Dharma power to resist the true coldness of the starry sky. It was like resisting the magical powers of several Yuanian grand cultivators. Under such circumstances, he could not speed up at all. Naturally, he would not be able to get rid of Ao Lai, who was hiding in the micro-world. Unless he never went to the ancient road to immortality in the starry sky, he would definitely take Feng Xing there. Ao Lai was arrogant. Obviously, he would not be subdued by Feng Xing's scoundrel tricks. On the contrary, he was even more arrogant and angry. He said with hatred, I am of the noblest real dragon bloodline in Tianyuan. I soar in the 9 heavens and command the wind and lightning. Why would I lower my head to a human cultivator like you? You want to use such despicable means to follow me to the ancient road of the dragon tribe? Dream on. We are not far from Tianyuan. It is not too late for you to go back. Once we go deeper into the starry sky, it will be too late to turn back. Don't blame me for not reminding you. After saying that, the dragon scales on his body gradually opened and closed. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere. He increased his speed and rushed forward with a rumble. Children are too stubborn. It really gives me a headache as an elder. Feng Xing patted his head helplessly. The skull hurried to catch up and stared at Ao Lai. The man and the dragon were really at loggerheads. They chased each other in the starry sky. One was unwilling to give up, and the other was unwilling to give up. Gradually, they left Tianyuan and went deep into the starry sky. If it was any other cultivator who stepped into the starry sky for the first time and saw such a bright and deep starry sky, they would probably be excited and deeply afraid. They might even worship it. But now, the two of them did not feel anything at all. The further Aolai went, the more annoyed he was by Fangxing. On the other hand, Fangxing was seriously thinking about how to train the dragon. In the past, in the mortal world, there was a man who trained the eagle. He tamed the fierce eagle and made it his minion. And now, Fangxing was thinking of using this method to tame his brother-in-law. The starry sky was treacherous. There were countless different and mysterious environments, and it just happened to give him this opportunity. When Aolai passed by the sun star, which was emitting intense heat from time to time, even though he was a golden dragon and half a step away from becoming an immortal, he was sweating profusely. His golden scales felt like they were about to melt, and he had to circulate all his dermic powers to resist the heat. At this moment, Fangxing was sitting in the mouth of the skull, holding up a parasol. He was wearing flowery pants and holding a glass of iced grape wine in his hand. He raised the glass to Aolai from afar and laughed heartily. Aya, this is really nice. Brother-in-law, do you want to enter? Beg me. Aolai's hatred for Fangxing increased by 2 levels. Then, he ignored him and stubbornly endured it. After passing through an entire star region where there were no suns, the temperature had almost dropped to the lowest point. When Aolai felt as if all the dragon blood in his body had been frozen, Fangxing had changed into a big fat coat and was sitting in the mouth of the skull, drinking some aged wine and dipping into a hot pot. He was excitedly yelling at Aolai, who was outside, "It's the coldest winter, you should eat something hot." Brother-in-law, beg me. Aolai's hatred for Fangxing increased by 2 levels. He clenched his teeth and refused to look at Fangxing's despicable smile. The starry sky was torturous. Fangxing's actions made Aolai's suffering even more unbearable. "We are almost at the ancient road of the dragon clan. I want to see how you are going to follow me." As Aolai felt tormented, he could only grit his teeth and comfort himself in his heart. The starry sky is endless. Just the basic environment is already so harsh. What's more, there are countless dangers waiting for us. At this time, Fangxing was also thinking, "I want to see how you are going to shake me off." In the silent starry sky, there was no sky, no earth, no day, no night, no sound, no person, and no shadow. The vast starry sky was like an eternal vacuum filled with desolate planets of different sizes. It was so desolate that it was terrifying. Traveling in this starry sky was like traveling in silence. Silence was the eternal theme. Occasionally, one would hear mysterious sounds that one had never heard before in the depths of the starry sky. Sometimes, one wouldn't even know whether it was real or just an illusion. Even immortals would feel as small as a speck of dust in such an environment. On the way, even if one saw a dust-sized star shift, if one flew straight towards it, one would find that it was as large as a continent. It was just that it was too desolate and deathly silent, without any possibility of producing life. It was an eternal deathly stillness, ascending to immortality and traveling across the starry sky. How exciting and desirable did it sound, however, after one set foot in this starry sky, one would find that it was actually a great horror under the splendid appearance. It was hard to imagine how those immortals who had been expelled from the heaven's origin sector felt when they stepped into this boundless and seemingly impossible realm that was suitable for them to cultivate. After all, Fangxing and Aolai knew that there were prosperous realms on the other side of the starry sky, and that there were many small realms that human cultivators could live in. However, the first batch of immortals who had been expelled from the heaven's origin sector knew nothing about it. How could they face the silent starry sky, apart from the loneliness and coldness, as well as the cruel heat when approaching the sun? The scariest thing about traveling through space was the fact that one had no direction to take. Up, down, left, right, front, back, and back were actually all sorts of reversals. They were all endless, and they were all forever moving forward. There were no familiar points of reference, nor were there any clearly distinguishable directions. It really made one feel that it was far too easy to get lost. Any small mistake could send one into the astral wilderness. Naturally, both Fangxing and Aolai felt the panic of not being able to control their own fate. After they had left the heaven's origin sector for a period of 2 to 3 days, the panic had reached its peak. However, the two of them seemed to have a telepathic connection. Of course, it might not have had a chance to sit together and talk about this great horror. They had been busy bickering with each other. As for Fangxing, he didn't have to worry about getting lost. He just followed Aolai closely and provoked him from time to time. As for Aolai, Fangxing's provocations also made him furious from time to time. Instead, he looked down on the great horror in the starry sky. It should be his first time to step into the starry sky. However, no one knew what method he had used to control the route. During this period, he had also thought of taking a detour on purpose, trying to get rid of Fangxing. However, given Fangxing's quick-wittedness, it was too difficult for him to get rid of him. Therefore, Aolai had no choice but to continue moving forward along the fixed route. Being ridiculed by Fangxing along the way, Aolai had to endure it. There was no day or night in the starry sky. Naturally, it was impossible to tell the time. The two of them could only rely on the circulation of their magic power and the circulation of their blood to calculate the time. However, they roughly knew that they had been traveling in the starry sky for 3 days. When they looked behind them, they could vaguely see a faintly red star. That was their immortal hometown, Tianyuan. Soon, I won't even be able to see Tianyuan, but I haven't officially stepped into the ancient road of the dragon tribe. This starry sky is so king big and exciting. It's interesting to wander around, but it's a little boring. Luckily, I have this brother-in-law to teach him a lesson. Looking back at Tianyuan, which was almost out of sight, Fangxing muttered to himself. He picked up a bucket and fed the pigs he kept in the palace. He really did bring a lot of live pigs, about 100 of them. He built a huge pigsty behind the palace. Then, he filled the bucket with a liter of wood, a jar of wine, and a pig's head that had been simmering for an entire day. He ran to the entrance of the palace, which was also the mouth of the skull, and prepared to continue his daily life. Simply put, he was flaunting his wealth and provoking his brother-in-law at the same time. This kid can really take it. No wonder he has the bloodline of the true dragon and is half a step away from becoming an immortal. Through the skull, Fangxing could see Aolai's figure slowly traversing between two vast planets. His figure was still as strong as ever. Fangxing couldn't help but sigh in admiration. 3 days had already passed, and they had already crossed a star region at a terrifying speed. Hiding in the palace, he didn't have to worry about food or drink, nor did he have to freeze or starve. He could even quarrel with his brother-in-law every day to pass the time. Naturally, he was carefree. But this brother-in-law had taken it all the way here in the starry sky. Ever since they left Tianyuan, he hadn't rested at all. That was quite an impressive feat. This boar's head meat stewed with pine wood and wujia skin from the southern view and western desert, it's really amazing. Sitting at the edge of the palace, Fangxing began to yell, "Brother-in-law, do you want it?" After saying that, he took a big gulp of wine and sent a voice transmission with a grin, "Beg me." In the past, he would always shout like this. In order to save energy, Aolai had long since ignored him and only cared about his own journey. But this time, he was actually different from the past few days. Not long after he heard this voice, he suddenly stopped, raised his head, and looked ahead silently. It turned out that he had actually arrived at an extremely empty starry sky. It was actually a pitch-black void that could be seen with the naked eye. There was not a single star. It was as if he had seen a vast ocean in the starry sky. "Eh? You've succumbed to my demonic claws so quickly?" Fangxing was a little curious. He stuck his head out to take a look, curious about Aolai's strange behavior. Over the past few days, no matter how complicated the star regions they had passed through, this brother-in-law had never stopped. "If you're really tired, come in and take a rest." Just as Fangxing's heart softened and he was about to give this brother-in-law a way out, he saw Aolai lower his head and look at something for a long time. Then, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at him with a sneer. His divine thought came in waves. "Do you really want to set foot on the ancient road of the dragon clan? Eh? Are you really going to give in to me?" Fangxing was taken aback. He felt a little better, but before he could answer, Aolai had already turned his head. All of a sudden, the qi and blood in his body began to circulate. After a long time, the dragon's mouth suddenly opened and a mouthful of golden hot blood sprayed towards the star region where there was not a single star. This scene stunned Feng Xing. Aolai had actually spat out the blood of the real dragon in his body. That was his lifeblood. However, before he could say anything, he saw that the empty space in front of him, where there was not a single star, had undergone a strange change as Aolai spat out a mouthful of blood. In this empty and deep star region that seemed to have been dark since ancient times, a lamp suddenly lit up. Feng Xing's eyes widened. He stared blankly at the ancient bronze lamp that had been lit up in the eternal starry sky because of Aolai's real dragon blood. He could actually sense a strong divine chi from that lamp, and this was only the beginning. That bronze lamp suddenly lit up another bronze lamp, and one after another, they passed down bit by bit in the dark star region. In the end, they formed an unusually majestic dragon that coiled around this vast star region. The bronze lamps were like small suns that tore apart the darkness in this place. When these bronze lamps were lit up, a huge bronze door gradually emerged from the boundless darkness. Its edges and corners flickered with a strange cold light, causing people to feel cold in their limbs and heart when they looked at it. The huge bronze door had been rolled up by the bronze lamp in the shape of a dragon. If these lamps had not been lit, who would have been able to discover this secret? Perhaps if it wasn't someone who was familiar with the inside story, it would be utterly impossible to notice that there was actually such a miraculous building in this silent starry sky, and it resided majestically in this area. Even the stars and the surroundings were so tiny in comparison to it, and it could truly be said to be a marvelous work of art. This is the official entrance to the ancient path to heaven of the Dragon Clan. In fact, it is a teleportation formation left behind by our ancestors. It can be used to send the descendants of the Dragon Clan to the real ancient path to heaven. Even for me, this is the first time I have seen it. After seeing the door, Aolai also seemed to be relieved. It seemed that he was not very confident that he would be able to find the door before he actually saw it. But after confirming its existence, his tone was clearly more relaxed. In a low voice, he slowly introduced the door to Feng Xing. His eyes were solemn and cold as he looked at Feng Xing. "Do you really want to go in with me?" "Yes, yes." Feng Xing stood up in a daze, nodding his head repeatedly. He did not even notice that the pig head in his hand had fallen into the starry sky. He only looked excited. He did not have many opportunities to be so honest. But when Aolai heard his words, a faint mischievous look suddenly appeared in its bright eyes. Its huge head shook proudly, and it raised its head high. "Then beg me, what?" Feng Xing was dumbfounded, and he looked at Aolai with a confused look. Aolai was obviously pleased with himself. He said proudly, "This is the ancient path to immortality of the Dragon Clan. It is the path to immortality that the ancestors of the Dragon Clan have left for their descendants. It can be said to be the greatest fortune of the Dragon Clan. Didn't you follow me all the way here to enter this path?" Even if this door is right in front of you, it is easier said than done. Beg me, and I will let you in." "Damn, this brat is taking revenge on me." Feng Xing finally came back to his senses. However, he didn't feel the slightest psychological pressure when his expression changed. Suddenly, he rushed towards Aolai with a sullen face. His divine sense fluctuated violently. He was so emotional that it was hard to tell. "Brother-in-law, I'm begging you. Quickly bring brother-in-law in." It is different from what I expected." Aolai was dumbfounded. Looking at the enthusiastic Feng Xing rushing towards him, he wanted to smash his head against the bronze door and die. What a big mistake. Aolai realized that he shouldn't judge his cheap brother-in-law's heart with his own gentlemanly heart. He had suffered enough in the past 2 days and was infuriated by this brat. Not only did he not leave his side, but he also deliberately showed off in front of him, which made the originally difficult journey in the starry sky even more unbearable. It was precisely because of this feeling that he could not help but vent his anger when he finally opened the door to the ancient road of the Dragon Clan. Giving him a taste of his own medicine was supposed to be a perfect ending, but he didn't expect that the other party had no bottom line at all, and would beg for help at the slightest disagreement. Aolai, who had the noble bloodline of the dragon tribe and valued his face more than the sky, really did not know how this guy was so thick-skinned. Hurry up, let me in." Feng Xing rushed over excitedly with a jar of wujia skin in his hand. He was in high spirits, but Aolai was in a difficult position. His expression changed a little, and he suddenly made up his mind. With a leap, he had already rushed into the dark void. His body was directly between the bronze lamps floating in the starry sky. Immediately, a faint divine qi wrapped around his body, and when Fang Xing came, the divine qi suddenly became fierce and directly bounced him out. The Dragon Gate formation. Fang Xing was taken aback, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. With his insight, he naturally knew that the 99 bronze lamps were not useless. In fact, it was the same principle as the immortal killing formation outside the Taoist stone bridge. It was the formation that guarded the door to the immortal road, and its power was infinite. Damn it, I begged you, what do you mean? Fang Xing was worried and afraid, and could not help but curse angrily. Aolai had taken human form as soon as he entered the illumination of the bronze lamp. At this moment, his pretty little face was flushed red with embarrassment, and he seemed to feel ashamed for going back on his word. However, he'd clearly made up his mind. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It's my fault. I was just joking with you earlier. I can't take you in. Let's go back. Go to hell, you rotten worm. I'm already here, and you want me to go back? Fang Xing was unable to restrain his anger and cursed loudly. At the same time, he scanned the formation to see if there were any flaws. Aolai sighed, we're only 3 days away from the Tianyuan continent now. We can still see the qi of ways of the Tianyuan continent in this region of space, so you won't get lost if you turn back here. This really is your final chance. I'm not going back. You bastard, hurry up and clear the way for me. Fang Xing was furious. How could he listen to what Aolai said? He was so angry that his eyes were perfectly round. You. Why are you so stubborn? A hint of fear appeared in Aolai's eyes when he saw Fang Xing's anger. However, it only lasted for a moment before he made up his mind again. He sighed softly, then raised his head to look into Fang Xing's eyes. His gaze was very calm, and after a pause, he said in a deep voice, I didn't let you in not because I didn't want you to see the supreme secrets of the Dragon Clan. The main reason is, you're an outsider, so you don't have to accompany me to death. When I was very young, my father told me that the Dragon Clan has its own path to immortality, but this path is extremely difficult, especially for outsiders. It's almost certain death. Even for creatures of the Dragon Clan who have cultivated to the 9th layer of the tribulation, it's extremely difficult to pass through this path, not to mention that you're only at the 3rd layer of the tribulation, not to mention that there's a terrifying expert like the 9-headed worm on this path. At this point, he raised his head coldly, and his face was filled with pride. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, before I left Tianyuan, I already asked many questions. Haha, right now, I should be the only true dragon successor in the Tsanglan Sea apart from my sister, so I have no choice but to embark on this path. I have to stop the 9-headed worm from stealing the Dragon Clan's fortune and save my sister. Even if I have a slim chance of survival, I have no regrets. But you? Why must you accompany me to death? As he spoke, he had already turned his head and lowered his voice. So. You should go back. Hearing Aolai's words, Fang Xing also became anxious. He didn't think that this bastard would actually eat a steelyard weight and want to keep him outside. Seeing that Aolai already had the intention to step into the bronze door, when the time came, no matter how he shouted, Aolai wouldn't be able to hear him. Fang Xing was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but roar, little bastard, stop right there. I have a question for you. The fury contained in the consciousness seemed to have struck a chord in the depths of Aolai's soul, causing his entire body to tremble. In the end, he still did not step into the bronze door resolutely. Ignoring Fang Xing's words, he stood in the middle of the field and did not make a sound. You said I'm an outsider? Fang Xing knew that this was a rare opportunity. His mana surged and swept out, *T. Go and ask your father first. When your sister was still being hunted by you, you mad dragon, in the South Sea, I once used my life to exchange for hers. Later, for her, I even caused a ruckus in the Divine Prefecture's Tiani Palace and made countless enemies. Even your father approved of this marriage and gave the Dragon Clan of the Tsanglan Sea 2 great techniques as a witness. Now, your sister has raised her daughter for me. How dare you say I'm an outsider? Daughter? Aolai was obviously stunned. He turned his head and looked at Fang Xing in disbelief. And you son of a b asterisk tch, you rotten worm who can't remember things. Have you really forgotten about me? Fang Xing's face was full of anger. His divine consciousness surged like thunder and rushed towards Ao Lai. He had never been so serious in his life. Now you're putting on the airs of the third prince of the Dragon Palace. Have you really forgotten the silly days when we depended on each other? I even gave you the thunder pool of fate that you were sleeping in. Now you're talking about a slim chance of survival. When you chased after the path of inheritance of the Taisheng orthodoxy to save me, it might not have been as easy as it is now. Back then, you risked your life to save me. Now, I'm so heartless that I'm going to watch you die. Back then, you were basically a fool because of the Dragon Mother. Only I could take care of you so that you could survive. Although you're fine now, you're still AF asterisk king fool. Apart from your cultivation, you have almost nothing. How are you going to fight against the nine-headed bug? You should know that even your father couldn't defeat the nine-headed bug. Are you courting death by sending yourself to him? Towards the end, he couldn't restrain his anger and sneered, also, don't forget, even you belong to me. If you really can't remember, then take a piss and look at yourself. Look at whose name is carved on the two horns on your head. Two horns? When Ao Lai heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He raised his hand and touched his head. With a thought, his head transformed into a dragon, revealing the two golden horns on his head. However, when he touched his head, he didn't feel anything. Then, he pointed at the space in front of him. Water vapor rose and formed a mirror in the air. It was very clear, but when he looked into the mirror, he still couldn't find any words on the corner. He immediately looked at Fang Xing with a puzzled expression. It's at the back. I was afraid that you would find it too quickly, so I carved it at the back so that you wouldn't see it in a daze. Fang Xing coldly folded his sleeves behind his back and snorted as he spoke. Ao Lai quickly touched the back of his horns. Then, his expression suddenly froze and became extremely strange. With how sensitive his divine sense was, he naturally found out what was on the back of his horns. On the back of his two horns, where their roots were two small, crooked words. Fang. Yes. Under what circumstances did I allow him to carve these two words on my horns? I already felt that he was unusually familiar with me. How familiar were we back then? And when I saw him get angry, I subconsciously became afraid. Was that fear, or was it another kind of indescribable feeling of attachment? With countless questions in his mind, he raised his head and looked at Fang Xing in a daze. This little bastard couldn't have heard the loopholes in my words, could he? I didn't treat him so well in the past. If he really forgot everything in the past, I don't know if these words can move him. At the same time, the anxious Fang Xing also looked at him attentively. He looked very serious on the surface. Their gazes collided in the starry sky. There was a clash of complex emotions at the intersection of their gazes, then, in the next second, both of their expressions changed drastically. They shouted at the same time, "Be careful!" Just as their divine senses reached each other's position, a huge change suddenly occurred in this part of the starry sky. From Ao Lai's position, he happened to see that in the vast starry sky behind Fang Xing, several meteorites were suddenly pushed by a mysterious force and silently flew forward. There was no sound in the starry sky. The meteorites flew faster and faster, but they didn't cause any ripples. They were about to smash Fang Xing to death, but at this time, he had no idea what was happening. He could only hurriedly warn Fang Xing. But in Fang Xing's eyes, he saw that the huge bronze door behind Ao Lai suddenly opened without a sound. From behind, several black shadows came out, each holding a magic weapon, and fiercely attacked the back of Ao Lai, who was completely unaware of what was happening. The two of them actually fell into a terrible crisis at the same time. One came from the starry sky behind them, and the other came from behind the bronze door. The crisis had arisen so suddenly that it was hard to imagine. Logically speaking, there should only be the two of them in this starry sky. No one had expected such an abrupt scene to occur. Two groups of people had attacked the two of them from behind while they were completely unprepared. Moreover, the environment in this starry sky was completely different from that of Tianyuan. There was no sound or aura, and even the ability to sense things was difficult to adapt to. As a result, the attacks that should have been detected beforehand were only sensed when they were extremely close to them. how could there be an enemy attack in this deathly silent starry sky? The same thought appeared in the minds of Feng Xing and Ao Lai at the same time, and they both took a step forward. In that instant, they both looked behind each other and saw the sneak attack that the other party suffered. Thus, at that moment, they both rushed towards each other without prior agreement. At first glance, it seemed as if they were attacking each other. However, from each other's expressions, both sides could tell where the other's goal was. Thus, they did not put up any defenses at all and only brushed past each other. In the blink of an eye, they had already stretched their shoulders past each other. Then, at the same time, they circulated their powerful fa li and attacked violently towards the powerful attack that came from the other party's back. All of their actions seemed to have been rehearsed in advance. Boom. 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 Ao Lai extended his claws and viciously swatted at the meteors that were charging towards Feng Xing from behind. As the lightning surged, all the meteors silently exploded dozens of kilometers away, as if they were huge and silent fireworks. Only the power of annihilation swept out in all directions. Behind these fireworks, there was a light blue star that flew over like a meteor. The star looked very ordinary. In this vast starry sky, it was like a speck of dust. It was like an inconspicuous dead object. It could be said that it was everywhere. Even if one saw it, one would not pay attention to it. Just now, when Feng Xing and Ao Lai were talking, it was quietly floating a few hundred miles away. It did not move at all and did not reveal any flaws. It was only now that it flew over that it noticed something. It clearly had its own intelligence, and had disguised itself very well. It was something like an artifact. So. When they got close, the blue star was suspended in the starry sky. It paused for a moment, and then several figures flew out from it. As soon as they entered the starry sky, they immediately soared and turned into 5 towering figures. They were 5 cultivators with powerful auras. Judging from their auras, it could be concluded that these 5 people had already stepped into the tribulation realm. Their auras were so strong that they could look down on the starry sky. Their cultivation level was above the 7th level of the tribulation realm. Huh. I'd always been wondering where the strand of immortal luck in that kid's possession had landed, yet I never imagined that it would actually be the Dragon Clan's path to immortality. After the 5 figures appeared, one of them was an old man dressed in a white robe and riding on a sick deer. He held a crystal-clear white jade staff in his hand, and the head of the staff was carved in the shape of a crow. At this time, his deep and sharp eyes swept over Ao Lai, and then looked at Feng Xing, who was fighting fiercely in the bronze lamp. He laughed softly, and his eyes flashed with a frightening light. The Dragon Clan's ancient path is rumored to be very difficult to walk, but there are inheritances left behind by the Dragon Clan for generations. Even at the end of this path is the Dragon Clan's ancient world with endless opportunities. Once you obtain that inheritance, how can you just become immortal? Haha, this is a risk worth taking. The other old man was an old woman who was as skinny as a monkey. She laughed and was very satisfied. It's all thanks to Mr. Land's small world. Haha, using the outer space as a portal, it's just right to disguise itself in this starry sky. If we hadn't hidden in this small world, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to smoothly follow them all the way here and take advantage of this opportunity. The next to speak was an elegant middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. Haha, you're too kind. I'm afraid I can't snatch this path on my own, and I can't enjoy this opportunity. Everyone should work together. Discovering this ancient path is also a pleasant surprise. Once we capture this dragon, we can break through the many restrictions, and once we step on this path, immortal ascension is just around the corner. The last to speak was obviously the owner of the Azure Star. He was an old man wearing a robe with trigrams. These 5 people were the best of the best among the secluded immortals, and from what they said, they had actually chased Feng Xing all the way from Tianyuan to this starry sky because they coveted the immortal opportunity on him. They also had a small world, but unlike Feng Xing's small world, which used a skull as a portal, Mr. Land's small world used a meteorite as a portal. This also allowed them to hide in the small world, and they were extremely good at disguising themselves. As long as they didn't get too close, it was almost impossible to detect them. This forbearance, this scheming, they really deserved to be the best of the best among the old monsters. Of course, the main reason was that Ao Lai's head was dizzy from Feng Xing's actions, and he let his guard down. "Where's the nine-headed bug? Ask him to come out and see me." At this moment, Feng Xing was also shouting in the direction of the bronze gate. He had just discovered that someone was ambushing Ao Lai from behind, so he hurried over. Coincidentally, just as Ao Lai entered the formation formed by the bronze lamps, he used the gap to rush into the formation. The formation set up by the Dragon Clan was different from the immortal slaying sword formation outside the fairy attraction stone bridge. Its spirituality was very low, and to a certain extent, it could even be said to be a dead formation. After Feng Xing rushed into the formation, as long as he didn't touch the restrictions, he wouldn't trigger the operation of the formation. Thus, he stayed in the formation without being suppressed by the formation. However, inside the bronze gate, there were several figures holding various kinds of Dharma treasures. They all rushed towards the starry sky. Even Feng Xing felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of those Dharma treasures. There were dragon binding ropes, bone spikes, dragon suppression pillars, and a large number of specially refined Dharma treasures. All of them were refined to deal with the living beings of the Dragon Clan, and they formed a large formation between them. Once they were trapped, they would immediately be like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. In that moment of danger, Feng Xing didn't have time to think carefully. He hurriedly summoned the skull and then hid his hands inside it. At the same time, his mana surged. With a series of clanging sounds, all the attacks landed on the skull and then bounced off. After that, Feng Xing quickly controlled the skull to retreat, pulling away from those people. When he looked again, he saw that there were 7 or 8 powerful sea demons. Most of them were sea demons, but their cultivation was not high. Most of them were around the peak of the Yuanying realm, and only one had passed the first lightning tribulation. However, it was obvious that they had been lying in ambush for a long time. They were well prepared, and they had powerful Dharma treasures in their hands. It was truly impossible to guard against them. If Ao Lai hadn't shown mercy just now, he might have been trapped in their trap and then slaughtered at will. With a quick thought, Feng Xing had already guessed their identities, and immediately shouted loudly. They were actually lying in ambush here and had prepared so many Dharma treasures that were specially used to deal with the Dragon Clan. It was obvious that they were the nine-headed bug's men. The Nine-Spirit King Palace has long set foot on the Dragon Clan's ancient road. He expected that some people in Tianyuan would not let him do as he wished, and he also expected that the old Dragon Lord was not as metal-headed as he looked on the surface. Who knows, there might be fish from the Dragon Clan that slipped through the net and would enter the ancient road at this time to disturb his immortal ascension. Thus, he specifically left us, the 8 great demon kings, here to guard the Dragon Gate. If you all want to step through this door, it is clearly wishful thinking. If you do not want to sleep in this boundless star domain, it is better to quickly turn around and return to Tianyuan. Among the 8 figures, the one in the middle was a great demon with a bird's head and a human's body. That 9-headed bug is indeed not easy to deal with, Feng Xing cursed in his heart and swept a cold glance over. The 8 great demon kings each held their Dharma treasures and formed a large formation, firmly guarding the bronze door. As expected, it would not be easy to charge through. After all, they were all within the range of the Dragon Gate's formation. If they fought with all their might within the formation, they would be easily suppressed, and the 9-headed bug had clearly set foot on the Dragon Clan's ancient road, yet it could still predict this and leave people to ambush them. It was truly impressive. For a time, Feng Xing and Ao Lai stood with their backs to each other and fell silent. Behind them, there were the reclusive immortal ascension cultivators eyeing them covetously, and in front of them, there were 8 great demon kings blocking their way. They were in a dilemma. I have to think of a way to solve this problem. Feng Xing's expression did not change, but he began to ponder quickly in his heart. Ao Lai's thoughts were clearly the same as his. After this half-step immortal true dragon sized up the reclusive immortal ascension cultivators in front of him, his aura surged. His golden eyes were slowly covered with a layer of blood. With a roar that came from the depths of his body, he spread his divine sense with a murderous intent. This is the Dragon Clan's ancient road. Those who have entered this door are the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. How dare you have such wishful thinking? Roar. As soon as it finished speaking, it immediately rushed out. In the face of 5 high-level tribulation-passing cultivators, he actually attacked without saying a word. In an instant, the golden dragon soared through the sky, and lightning filled the sky. With a rumble, it swept through a large area of the star region. Its sharp dragon claws went straight for the deer-riding elder who was closest to it. The power and speed of the dragon far exceeded the expectations of the 5 reclusive immortal ascension cultivators, especially the elder who was riding the deer. He realized that the dragon's power and speed were many times higher than he had expected. With a loud roar, he teleported to the starry sky 100 miles away and watched from afar. Pfft! He escaped, but the deer was swallowed by Aolai in one gulp. It did not even have the chance to burp. In the dragon's eyes, there was a blood-red light. Do you really think that the dignity of the dragon clan is something that anyone can challenge? Aolai's terrifying divine sense swept out in all directions. At this moment, his murderous intent rose to the extreme. Young people are just too hot-tempered. Even Fengxing did not expect Aolai to be so hot-tempered. He had directly fought with the 5 hidden elders and swallowed their mounts. This made him, who was still thinking about how to solve the big problem before him, a little confused. After all, the current situation could be triggered at any moment. Aolai's violent attack immediately alerted the 5 hidden elders. These 5 people were also determined to enter the ancient immortal path of the dragon tribe. How could they be afraid of Aolai at this time? Seeing his violent state, they were just a little stunned. Mr. Land's spiritual will was already running wild. For fellow Taoists, let's attack together and subdue this little dragon brat. Boom, he was the first to jump into the air. With a wave of his hand, the azure meteorite that was floating in the air had already flown into his palm. Then, he condensed his mana and flicked it in his palm. Like a meteor, it smashed straight towards Aolai. At the same time, the skinny old woman among the 5 old men had actually silently appeared behind Aolai like a ghost. Her white and withered hair suddenly grew like rain, and like tentacles, they entangled Aolai. Her attacking methods were all strange and vicious, but they contained great power. Break! Aolai's ferocity was unbearable. Facing the azure meteor that was charging at him, his 2 dragon horns suddenly glowed brightly and actually emitted a monstrous sword light. They were like 2 primordial divine weapons with shocking auras, and they slashed directly at the 2 meteors. It was the dragon horn sword. It was said that the mystical dragon tribe was a heaven-bestowed throne. Their entire body was a treasure. Whether it was the dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon tail, dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, or dragon teeth, they all had great potential. When cultivated to the extreme, they could be turned into mystical weapons. When the dragon horns were cultivated to the extreme, they could be turned into 2 dragon horn divine swords. They were incomparably sharp and could cut through everything in the world. Today, Aolai had obviously not slept in the thunder pool of creation for decades in vain. Although he was only half a step to true immortality, his pair of dragon horns had been cultivated to the extreme. Boom! Boom! 2 beams of sword chi rose from the dragon horns, smashing the azure meteorite into pieces and turning it back. The old man's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly leaped up and held the azure meteorite in his arms. After carefully examining it, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. He angrily looked at Aolai and kept cursing, "Damn snake, you deserve to be skinned and pulled out of your tendons. You almost destroyed my treasure." But in a moment of desperation, he forgot to use his spiritual will to communicate. His mouth only opened and closed, but no sound came out. The meteorite didn't hurt Aolai in the slightest, but the skinny old woman's sneak attack had already neared Aolai's body. Strands of withered hair had already reached Aolai's body, burrowing into his body as if they were alive. It was extremely strange, but no matter how hard Aolai tried, he couldn't get rid of them. Even the old woman's face revealed an excited smile. "Come, come, come. Witch, get out of my way." In the face of such a strange divine ability, Aolai let out a roar, and then the golden scales on his body gradually expanded. Below each golden scale, dazzling lightning suddenly bloomed. The withered hair of the skinny old woman that was attached to her body was suddenly ignited by the lightning, bounced off, or directly scattered into nothingness. In the end, it actually directly ignited a strange lightning fire, burning along the hair, causing the skinny old woman to retreat in shock. Aolai turned around and grabbed with his claw. It was unusually fierce, but he grabbed nothing. The old woman had already escaped. The true dragon's bloodline is really something. The 5 hidden elders' expressions became serious. They did not dare to look at Aolai anymore. In an instant, Aolai had defeated 2 old cultivators. No one dared to look at him directly. A long night is fraught with trouble. It's better to work together to suppress him. The 5 of them were old and cunning. They did not care about the so-called morality. When they saw that the situation was not good, they stepped forward at the same time. Those who despise the dragon clan's divine power will die. Aolai did not seem to be afraid at all. He roared and rushed forward. In an instant, the divine dragon soared in the air. The 5 great cultivators were fighting fiercely. Their magic power was overflowing. God knows how many small stars were swept away. Human Fangamo, come to my front and die. At the same time, danger was everywhere on Fangxing's side. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. The 8 demon kings left behind by the 9-headed bug held all kinds of magical treasures and stood in front of the bronze door, setting up a spell formation within a spell formation. Clearly, they knew about Fangxing and recognized him. Even though they knew that his cultivation base was higher than theirs, they weren't afraid. They sent out cold messages to challenge him to a fight, ready to kill. Do you think I'm stupid? Come out and kill me if you can. However, unlike Aolai, who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement, Fangxing did not have the slightest intention to fight. He glanced at the 8 monster kings from the corner of his eyes, and was completely unmoved. He only replied lazily, but the 8 monster kings could not say a word. Based on their cultivation, they were naturally no match for Fangxing. Right now, they were only relying on various magical treasures to block the bronze door. If they tried to break through the formation, even if Fangxing and Aolai joined hands, they would most likely be buried in the formation. However, if they took the initiative to come out and face the enemy, it would be making things difficult for them. This made things awkward. The 8 demon kings stared at each other and did not know how to respond. The 9-headed bug really has no more subordinates. That's why he left you guys here to die, Fangxing snorted coldly. He simply turned around and ignored them. He only focused on Aolai's battle. At this moment, Aolai was fighting 1 against 5, and surprisingly, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Wherever the dragon's might arrived, the immortals and Buddhas would avoid it, and even the 5 old men seemed to be constantly pushed back by him. Not many people dared to fight him head-on, and they could only advance while I retreated. They attacked left and right, and they surrounded Aolai while doing their best to support the battle. With their status and cultivation, such a result of the battle was truly extremely unsightly. Brother-in-law is really powerful. I underestimated him before. Fangxing could not help but let out a long sigh. He looked a little sad. Previously, he had always thought that Aolai had been in a deep slumber for too long. Although Aolai's cultivation had improved, his battle awareness and vision were far inferior. At that time, he had used this to deal with Aolai. But now, it seemed that he had wronged Aolai. For the true dragon clan, many battle awareness were innate and were sleeping in their blood. Once they were enraged, they would naturally reveal it. Just like now, if Aolai had used the method he used to deal with the 5 elders against him, he would probably not have been able to withstand it at all. From the beginning, this brother-in-law had been lenient to him, even if he did not remember him at that time, or perhaps, he did not even realize that he was lenient to him. Unfortunately, you still have to rely on me, brother-in-law, to help you. Fangxing sighed with emotion in his heart, and then he laughed in a low voice. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Aolai was fighting the 5 elders, and he felt that he was brave and invincible. But in the eyes of Fangxing, he did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that the 5 elders were even more terrifying. They were really cunning. As the best among the secluded cultivators who sought immortality, how could they retreat so easily? In fact, the 5 of them had great magic power, but they were not willing to fight Aolai head-on. Instead, they wanted to trap Aolai to death and capture him alive. First, they definitely wanted to capture Aolai alive and force him to reveal the secrets of the immortal path. Second, they did not want to fight Aolai to the death. They had consumed too much energy and were unable to step onto the immortal path. Help me take him down. Just as Fang Xing was thinking of countermeasures, Aolai suddenly roared and caught up to him. At the same time, a silhouette, like a kite with a broken string, fell towards Fang Xing. When he looked closely, he saw that it was the elder who rode the deer. This elder was unlucky. Not only did Aolai swallow his mount, but he was also restrained by Aolai. He summoned his white scepter and transformed into a monster with the body of a dragon and the tail of a crow. He roared and rushed towards Aolai. However, this monster also had the bloodline of the dragon race. Aolai turned around and glared at him. His innate divine might erupted, and the monster immediately became timid, not daring to come forward. Aolai, on the other hand, took the opportunity to rush forward. He spat out a dragon's breath, and the old man fell backwards. In this direction stood Fang Xing, who was watching the battle. Aolai did not hesitate and hurriedly shouted for Fang Xing to help. Although he was in the battle and did not understand the sinister intentions of the 5 elders, his natural battle instinct told him that if he could injure one of them, it was worth it. He wanted Fang Xing to join forces with him to kill this elder first. At the very least, he could let Fang Xing restrain this elder and not let him escape from his claws. However, he did not expect that Fang Xing's eyes narrowed and he actually ignored him. He suddenly rushed out from between the bronze lamps, bypassed the elder, rushed to Aolai's side, and transmitted a message to him. Good brother, why take the risk? Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to win against these 5 elders. It's better to kill with a borrowed knife. As he spoke, he pulled on the dragon's claws to bring Aolai out of the battle. Shut up. Aolai was furious when he heard this. He struggled to break free from Fang Xing's hand and shouted, I am the descendant of the real dragon. Why would I be afraid of this group of rascals? The path of immortal ascension is to advance courageously all along the way. If I can't even protect the divine might of the dragon clan today, and I can't even slay this group of demons, then how can I have the face to step onto the path of immortality left behind by my predecessors? After saying that, the dragon's power surged and he turned around to fight again. This sentence stunned Fang Xing for a moment. Then, his face was filled with exasperation for not living up to his expectations. He frowned and thought to himself, this little bastard doesn't listen to his elders at all. Then don't blame brother-in-law for playing a little harder on you. As he spoke, he retreated from the battle circle. He really had no intention of helping. Instead, he floated to the left. On the other side, Mr. Lan was holding a meteorite and was about to rush over to attack Aolai. Suddenly, a pair of eyes looked over from the side. His heart shuddered. He turned around and saw that it was Fang Xing. Immediately, a murderous intent rose in his heart. Monstrous magical power gathered and he was about to attack Fang Xing. However, out of the blue, Fang Xing suddenly grinned at him and said, don't be in a hurry to attack. How about we talk first? Talk? In such a dangerous situation, Mr. Lan could not help but be startled. He looked at Chu Li suspiciously. However, Fang Xing looked as if it was a matter of course. Yes, we are actually on the same side. You. How can you tell that we're on the same side? Even in such a dangerous situation, Mr. Lan could not help but be stunned. They had never let down their guard against Fang Xing. In fact, these reclusive cultivators had been eyeing Fang Xing since the beginning. They all thought that Fang Xing had an immortal fate and was their only hope to become immortals. As such, they had already focused their attention on him in the heaven's origin realm. However, they were different from those who had rashly charged into Fang Xing's hands to seek death. They were truly astute and had profound cultivation. They could vaguely sense that there were 2 extremely powerful figures in the heaven's origin realm paying attention to this little brat. As such, they did not dare to attack him in the heaven's origin realm. After Fang Xing left the heaven's origin realm, they had undoubtedly seized the opportunity and hurriedly followed him. It was only when they saw the Dragon's Gate formation that they realized that Fang Xing's path to immortality was not in the Taoists, but in the Dragon Clan. Since they had already chased him all the way here, they did not intend to give up. After all, according to legend, the immortal realm of the Dragon Clan was extremely close to the 33 heavens of the Taoists. Furthermore, they were connected. It did not matter which path they took. As long as they could obtain an immortal fate, their wish would be fulfilled, It was with this thought that they attacked and wanted to capture Ao Lai so that they could enter the path of immortality. Although Fang Xing was now of secondary importance in their eyes, they did not let down their guard against him. They were constantly on guard against him. Because this matter concerned the path of immortality and Ao Lai was so ferocious, they did not even use the usual method of negotiation. They did not even exchange a few words before they started fighting. They did not expect that Fang Xing would take the initiative to negotiate with them. What are you trying to do? Mr. Lan did not let down his guard. Instead, he became even more suspicious. He stared at Fang Xing with his old eyes. None of us are good people. Who would treat each other as a fool? Fang Xing looked at the old cultivator with some contempt and sneered, I do know this stupid dragon, but you must have seen it just now. It has no intention of letting me step onto the immortal path, forcing me to play the emotional card. But given its temper, it will most likely not take me in. So isn't my goal the same as yours? Let's go in first. Hee hee. The old cultivator sneered, not believing in Fang Xing at all. Hee hee, your grandpa, I'm talking serious business with you. Fang Xing also rolled his strange eyes and directly let loose a torrent of abuse. How dare you? Mr. Lan was furious. He had lived for a long time and was a legendary figure. He had never been scolded like this before. Moreover, he did not believe in Fang Xing and had been secretly accumulating his magic power. Now that he was scolded by Fang Xing, he was so angry that he struck out with his palm. His magic power was so powerful that it crushed everything in its way. He wanted to take down Fang Xing, who was in the third tier of the passing calamity stage, with the power of one palm, but Fang Xing was prepared. After he cursed, he quickly took out the skull and rushed in. The old cultivator's palm hit the skull squarely and sent him flying like a meteor. He crashed into 2 or 3 distant stars, but he was not injured. He circled in the air and turned back. He hit in the skull and laughed, old bastard, do you really want to test my ability? Do you think you can hurt me? The juniors nowadays are really amazing. They even have a small world. That was a supreme magic treasure that only a genuine immortal could have. The old cultivator glanced at the azure meteorite floating next to him with a gloomy expression and sighed. Of course, I have a good relationship with the Lord God, Fang Xing laughed and agreed. He smiled and said, if you want to break my small world, you have to fight poison with poison. You have to use your small world to hit me. Although my small world is not big, it was given by the Lord God. It is extraordinary. This skull was obtained from the primitive bone palace. It is so hard that even the arrow of the captive Heartcliff master could not break it. If you insist on smashing it, I'm afraid your small world will not be able to stay. On this long immortal path, without a small world, how confident are you to cross it? Hearing this, the light in Mr. Lan's eyes disappeared. He said coldly, tell me, what do you want? You're finally willing to listen to me seriously. Fang Xing sighed and looked at him coldly. Let me ask you a question. If we really fight, what will be the result? Mr. Lan knew what he meant. He glanced at Ao Lai coldly and said, the 2 of you are not a match for me. Yes, I also realized this. Fang Xing immediately agreed and said calmly, the 5 of you are all old foxes, vicious and merciless. Just now, you obviously wanted to use the old man riding the sick deer as bait, so that you could find an opportunity to injure my brother-in-law. That's why I didn't help him. This appearance of sacrificing everything for the sake of immortal ascension is really the style of you people. However, we are not easy to bully. If I really joined forces with my brother-in-law to fight you, even if the 5 of you can win, I'm afraid that 2 or 3 of you will die. Mr. Lan's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, after a long time, his eyes dimmed. He chuckled and sent his divine sense over. Not bad, not bad. The 2 of you are indeed the best of the younger generation. It is not difficult to kill the 2 of you, but the price will not be small. That's right. Fang Xing smiled. My brother-in-law is a real dragon who is half a step away from immortal ascension. Who would dare to underestimate him? Besides, everyone's goal is to enter the dragon tribe's path of immortality. Why must we fight to the death at the entrance? Even if we fight, we should do it after we set foot on the path of immortality. If we fight at the entrance and both sides are injured, we won't even be able to enter the door of immortality. Wouldn't that be a great loss? You are willing to let us enter the path of immortality? Mr. Lan ignored Fangxing's nonsense. Instead, he focused his eyes and caught the main point. Why not? Fangxing was all smiles, looking as if it was a matter of course. He transmitted his voice, if there was only one Dharma treasure or spirit pill, then of course we would fight to the death for it. But this is just a path. You walk, I walk. Isn't it the same? It's not like I can't go after you go. On the contrary, we can help each other if we go together, right? This, Mr. Lan clearly did not expect Fangxing to say such a thing. He stared at Fangxing. Fangxing also had a magnanimous look on his face, and he looked extremely serious. Haha, although it hasn't been long since I came out of my seclusion, I have heard of your reputation. You have stirred up a storm in the Tianyuan Empire in recent years. Even an orthodoxy that I once left behind suffered a loss in your hands. Originally, I thought that you only stirred up a storm with the help of a few powerful figures, but now, I believe that you do have some ability. You did not rely on luck to reach where you are today, Mr. Lan chuckled after a while. He then looked at Ao Lai, who was engaged in a fierce battle. However, while I agree with what you said, that Dragon Cub doesn't think that way, he is stubborn, which is why I came to discuss with you. Fangxing smiled and shook his head gently. He looked like an elder who could not do anything to a stubborn junior. Tell me your idea. Mr. Lan said coldly. He did not want to waste time with him. It's simple. Help me take it down. Fangxing replied quickly. It was obvious that he had already planned this out. First, restrain my brother-in-law. Then, we will use its dragon blood to enter the Dragon's Gate formation. We will work together to destroy the nine-headed worm's trap. At the same time, we will set foot on the ancient road to immortality. As for the dangers along the way, we will take care of them together. The immortality road of the Dragon Clan is dangerous, but with the strength of the six of us, we might be able to solve it. You really want to join forces with us? Mr. Lan was stunned. He looked at Fangxing suspiciously. After we subdue it, the young dragon needs to be in our hands. He quickly made up his mind and looked at Fangxing coldly. However, when Fangxing heard this, he did not reply. He merely chuckled and looked at him quietly. His attitude was clear. I am not a fool, old man, how can I guarantee that you will not play any tricks? Mr. Lan didn't raise any more conditions. He asked his second question in a low voice. Fangxing answered confidently, first, before I'm sure that the five of you are useless, I won't try to kill you, because it won't do me any good. Second, after I subdue my brother-in-law, I'm afraid that I can't play any tricks on you with my own strength. At most, I can hide in the worldlet to save my life. Third, even if I play tricks on you after you enter the immortal path, you'll have already entered the immortal path anyway. It won't be a loss, right? Besides, you are an old monster. Why would you be afraid of me? Such an eloquent reply immediately made Mr. Lan sink into deep thought again. A few breaths later, he suddenly raised his head and laughed, you're right. Boom, as he laughed, he suddenly made his move, a vicious slap landed on Fangxing's skull, immediately sending Fangxing flying towards the battlefield like a meteor. Fangxing fell in disarray, cursing all 18 generations of Mr. Lan's ancestors. However, the direction in which he fell was shockingly Ao Lai, who was fighting intensely with the other 4 elders. Ao Lai was also full of suspicion. Just now, he had already noticed that Fangxing and Mr. Lan had been talking for a while, and his heart was filled with suspicion. However, he did not suspect that Fangxing would lie to him, and subconsciously reached out to catch it. Roar, however, he did not expect that Fangxing, who seemed to have been hit by Mr. Lan's palm, would suddenly move his skull when Ao Lai got close. In an instant, his skull became as big as a mountain. His mouth opened wide and was as big as the sea. It produced a powerful force and swallowed the defenseless Ao Lai. Ao Lai was shocked. However, he was careless and fell into Fangxing's pocket dimension. Ao Lai obviously did not expect that Fangxing would play such a trick. In addition, the small world itself was a mysterious magic treasure. He was not careful and was swallowed by Fangxing's skull. He was shocked and angry. He subconsciously turned his giant dragon body over and his monstrous dragon power surged. He crashed in all directions, obviously trying to break the shackles of the small world and return to the star domain. At this moment, Mr. Lon, who was outside, also had a malicious expression. He rushed forward and his supernatural power was already surging to the extreme. Does this little brat really think that it is so easy to trap people in the small world? At this moment, his eyes were also flickering and terrifying. That young dragon has a terrifying thunder power. To a certain extent, it is even stronger than the tribulation thunder. Even I do not dare to use the small world to suppress it. How dare you lure it into the small world so casually? In his heart, he sneered at the other party and was ready to attack at any time. He was just waiting for Ao Lai to break out of the small world, and when he and Feng Xing were both injured, he would capture the two of them alive. But obviously, he did not expect that Feng Xing's methods were far more brilliant than he imagined. Just when Ao Lai was shocked and angry and was about to break out of the small world, Feng Xing sat coldly in the small world and shouted at Ao Lai, "Coil up." When he was angry, Ao Lai subconsciously shrank his heart and was a little afraid. But it only took a moment for him to react. He roared again and continued to struggle. But just when he was hesitating, in the small world of Feng Xing, there was suddenly a sound of Sanskrit. In the void, a giant illusory Buddha appeared, solemn and solemn. The Buddha's power was boundless. The giant Buddha's palm slowly fell from the sky, and an indescribable Buddha's power fell from the sky and collided with the violent Ao Lai. There was no earth-shattering sound of the collision. It was as if the Buddha's power was invisible. The Buddha's power slowly melted the ferocity of Ao Lai's body like it was melting ice. Ao Lai's gigantic dragon body, which almost filled half of the small world, became smaller and smaller under the Buddha's palm. In the end, it was only the length of an arm, and its power was getting weaker and weaker. Its aura was almost undetectable. Haha, brother-in-law, the core formation of my micro-world is the most powerful Buddha slaughter formation of the Buddhist sect. How can other micro-worlds compare to it? No matter how mighty you are, once you enter my divine palace, you will have to coil up for me. When Feng Xing saw that he had succeeded, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily, feeling very proud of himself. How dare you harm me? Ao Lai was furious. He jumped up and grabbed at Feng Xing's face with his dragon claws like swords. If it clawed with its full strength, Feng Xing would absolutely not dare resist. But now, most of Ao Lai's strength had been sealed by the Buddha's grand formation, and even its body had become like a small snake, so how could it injure Feng Xing, who was within this small world? Feng Xing only stretched out his hand to grab onto Ao Lai's tail in an instant, and then he held Ao Lai up before him as he said solemnly, "What harm? I'm saving you. I trusted you so much, but you colluded with them to harm me." Ao Lai shouted angrily and struggled fiercely. But in Feng Xing's hand, he was like a live loach. Who asked you to be disobedient? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and clenched his fingers in the air. From a chest in the corner of the divine palace, several strands of immortal gold flew out. Under the control of Feng Xing's mana, they transformed into a birdcage. Then, he casually threw Ao Lai into the cage. Ao Lai regained its freedom and immediately began to run around in the cage, making loud banging sounds. However, with its current strength, how could it possibly rush out? Listen to me obediently, there are many more. Feng Xing put the cage aside and no longer paid attention to Ao Lai. He turned around and walked towards the entrance of the divine palace. Hey, why are you so serious, seniors? When he reached the entrance of the divine palace, he stopped and looked outside. Feng Xing smiled. At this moment, the 5 old men surrounded the skull and stared at the divine palace like tigers watching their prey. Seeing Feng Xing's behavior, these people were also stunned. Then, they looked at Mr. Lon with puzzled eyes. Mr. Lon was also very surprised. His eyebrows were tightly knitted into a knot, as if he was very surprised that Ao Lai was so easily subdued by Feng Xing. However, he was also very straightforward. He immediately hid the murderous intent on his face and laughed softly. "Young friend, it's time to fulfill your promise." His calm demeanor made it seem as if the murderous intent from before did not exist at all. Feng Xing did not expose him. He smiled and said, "Of course, but let's wait for a while." Mr. Lan's expression immediately changed. The other four old men also had unfriendly expressions. They looked coldly at Fangxing and said, "Young friend, are you going to break your promise?" Faintly, their figures moved slightly and they were already staring at Fangxing. They would not give him a chance to escape. That won't happen. I, Fangxing, always keep my word. Every word I say is as good as a nail. Fangxing Lan couldn't be bothered to wave his hand, and he looked towards the Dragon's Gate formation and said, "I just want to ask all of you to think about how we should break through the formation within the square formation and kill the dogs left behind by the nine-headed bug." Haha, the nine-headed bug is also a powerful person. He specially left people to set up the formation there. It is not easy to charge through, nor is it easy to break. It is the biggest obstacle before us. A formation within a formation? The five old men looked at each other. There was a fluctuation of divine sense around them. They were obviously discussing something. After a while, they came to an agreement and withdrew their murderous intent. It was the scholarly old cultivator who stood up and looked into the Dragon's Gate formation. He slowly spread his divine sense and said, "Although King Jiuling is a junior, he is really extraordinary. He is much stronger than the current juniors. This formation of his is a dragon-taming killing formation that is specifically targeted at the bloodline of the dragon clan. It is indeed difficult to deal with. If you don't have enough strength, you will be killed by the dragon-taming killing formation. If you use your full strength to break the formation, you will easily trigger the suppression of the Dragon Gate formation. These old guys really do have some powerful means." Fangxing listened to the scholar's clear and logical explanation and secretly nodded his head. He knew that he had done the right thing. "Supreme Lu, 3,000 years ago, you were famous for your formation skills. You still haven't given up on this skill, have you?" The old monsters discussed in a low voice for a while, and then they all looked at the old man in the robe. None of them could do anything to the other in this battle, but the old man was obviously the one who suffered the most. The Cicadier was swallowed by Ao Lai at the beginning, and then he was almost used as bait by the other four people. At this moment, he was still panting with anger, but at this time, he didn't dare to anger the others. He just coldly glanced at the other four people, and sneered, "This old man thought you didn't need me anymore." Among the others, some smiled, some were expressionless, but no one said anything. Supreme Lu did not say anything. He looked up and said, "It is not difficult to break this formation, but we need the help of the old witch." "It does not feel difficult at all." Fangxing was overjoyed and felt that he was wise and powerful. But he had already thought that the five old men who had joined forces to challenge the immortal path were definitely not a motley crew. Not to mention that their cultivations were extremely strong, they must have their own strong points to make up for their weak points. That was why they cooperated. And these old guys, any one of them had lived for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. If they were old enough, even if they were not very talented in a certain field, they could become an old pedant just by piling them up. And these strengths besides combat strength were exactly what he needed. Now, it seemed that it was true. The difficulty of the formation was that the checkpoints were really annoying, and the 8 demon kings guarding the formation were actually nothing. Fangxing thought that with his half-baked level, there was really no way to break the formation easily, so he thought of using the power of the 5 old men to solve the problem. Now, he found that the 5 old men did not let him down. As soon as Lu So spoke, he was confident. "Oh? I am not good at formation techniques, I wonder how I can help." The skinny old woman heard this and her divine sense slowly swept out, but it was as sharp as her voice. "Nothing else, I just want to borrow your 3,000 threads of worry." Venerable Lu replied and stepped forward. He stared at the Dragon's Gate and quickly calculated with his fingers. In less than 10 minutes, he raised his head coldly. "I am confident, let's go." When Fangxing heard this, he was so excited that he almost jumped. Mr. Lan looked at Fangxing indifferently. "Little friend, it is time for you to show your sincerity." "Haha, no problem." Fangxing agreed readily and turned back into the Divine Palace. He reached out to scare Ao Lai, who was running around in the cage and banging against the cage. He did not care that Ao Lai was angrily scolding him, he just turned a deaf ear and forcibly took a drop of dragon blood from the tip of Ao Lai's tail. Then, he turned his divine sense into a sharp sword and divided the drop of dragon blood into 6 parts. Only then did he throw the cage and return to the entrance of the divine palace. He held one drop and scattered the other 5 drops of dragon blood into the starry sky. The 5 old men hurriedly caught them. "This is the most I can do, I don't care if you lose it." After doing this, Fangxing did not discuss anything with the 5 old men. He immediately flew into the Dragon's Gates formation. As for the 5 old men, they looked very nervous as they rushed over with the dragon blood in their hands, afraid that Fangxing would play some trick and leave them outside. However, everything went smoothly. As they neared the Dragon's Gate Grand Spell formation, the bronze lamp sensed the aura of the dragon blood in their hands, and slowly opened it. Including Fangxing, there were 6 of them, and none of them were stopped from entering the Dragon's Gate Grand Spell formation. "We are under the orders of the 9 Spirit King to guard here. All of you, quickly." In front of the bronze door, the 8 monster kings immediately shouted and pushed the dragon binding formation to the extreme. "Sigh, immortal ascension, Lu Shou murmured in a low voice. Then, his expression suddenly froze and he looked forward coldly. A shocking murderous intent burst out from his eyes. "We are determined to become immortal ascension. If God blocks us, we will kill God. If Buddha blocks us, we will kill Buddha. How can we be blocked by little monsters like you?" Boom, as he spoke, he raised his crow staff and struck forward. The old man attacked mercilessly and with hatred in his heart. How terrifying was that! Not only were the 8 monstrous kings in front of the bronze gate shocked, even Fangxing and the others were shocked. After all, they were in the Dragon's Gate Grand Array. Wasn't he afraid of triggering the suppression of the Dragon's Gate Grand Array by attacking so fiercely? However, an old demon like Lu Shou's control of strength had obviously far exceeded Fangxing's imagination. That palm strike seemed extremely fierce, but when it hit the dragon binding formation, it did not release a strong aura. In an instant, all the mana gushed out along with the force of the palm strike, but it did not simply rush towards the dragon binding formation. Instead, the power split up like the tide, following the flow of the formation's power, and gushed towards the 8 legs of the formation. Fangxing already wanted to clap and cheer for him. There was indeed such an extraordinary person in the world, who had calculated the pattern of the formation's operation before striking out with his palm strike, and then struck out with the utmost ingenuity, wanting to pull out the 8 legs of the formation's eye. However, it was obvious that the dragon-taming formation that the 9-headed worm had left behind was not so easily broken. Defense formation. The 8 monster kings were shocked and jumped up at the same time. They circulated their Xianxia and poured it into the 8 dermic treasures. The 8 dermic treasures shone brightly, and various powers intertwined. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from within the formation. They were like 8 pillars that blocked Lu Shou's 8 dermic powers, stabilizing the formation. No matter how skilled Lu Shou was in formations, as long as the 8 of them guarded the 8 dermic treasures, no one else could do anything about it. After all, Lu Shou did not dare to use his full strength within the Dragon's Gate formation, fearing that he would cause a backlash from the Dragon's Gate formation. In reality, he had already carefully calculated the power of his palm. He was sure that he could use his full strength without worrying about triggering the Dragon's Gate formation. On this basis, even if he increased his strength a little more, it would immediately cause chaos. However, if he did not increase his strength, he would not be able to break the dragon-taming formation no matter how much he knew about formations. It was just like how a person who understood a tiger would not be able to hurt it without a few 100 pounds of brute force. After all, it was the 9-headed bug's contingency plan, so how could it be so easily destroyed? However, the 9-headed bug probably didn't expect that the one he left behind wasn't the true dragon bloodline left behind by the dragon monarch, nor was it the devil Fangxing who wanted to go against the Kanglan Sea, but the 5 secluded immortal seekers. Before Lu Shou entered the Dragon's Gate formation, he had said with certainty that it would not be difficult to break the dragon binding formation. At their age, there was no point in boasting. If they said it wasn't difficult, then it wasn't difficult. Open! Lu Shou shouted coldly. His dermic powers were endless as he charged towards the dragon-taming array. He did not increase his strength. He only maintained this kind of strength to maintain a balance with the 8 dermic treasures in the dragon binding formation. Then, outside of this balance, he slightly changed the flow of the formation's power, causing a flaw to appear in the dragon binding formation. When this flaw appeared, he had already glanced at the withered old woman. Hee hee, 3,000 strands of worry, once broken, 1,000 worries will be solved, the withered old woman laughed sinisterly. She did not seem to make any movements, but the burnt, broken strands of hair on her head suddenly began to grow. They floated in the starry sky like snakes. It looked slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it followed the flaw that Lu So had created and entered the dragon binding formation. Then, strands of hair stuck to the bodies of the 8 monster kings. The entire process was extremely strange, but extremely smooth and natural. But, what the hell is this? Quickly use your dermic powers to resist, the 8 monster kings cried out in shock. Their voices were filled with panic. Unfortunately, all attempts to stop it were futile. The eyes of the 2 monster kings who were the first to touch the strands of hair instantly glazed over. Their hands that were pouring their dermic powers into the dermic treasures froze in midair. They ignored the dermic treasures in front of them and allowed the dermic treasures in front of them to dim. The other monster kings instantly felt that something was wrong. Those who were touched by the strands of hair did not care about anything else. They desperately circulated their dermic powers to get rid of the hair. Those who were not touched by the hair even picked up the dermic treasures in their hands, turned around, and ran. Humph, do you think you can escape? Lu So shouted coldly. His palm force followed closely, but it caused the figures of the monster kings who were trying to escape to freeze in the starry sky. The withered old woman's hair followed them like a shadow and drilled into their bodies. The old woman even showed a satisfied expression on her face. Her black forked tongue licked her shriveled lips. Those who were difficult did not know it, but those who knew it would not be difficult. The dragon binding formation that had left Fangxing helpless, the backup plan that the 9-headed worm had painstakingly laid out, was easily resolved. The 8 monster kings were naturally not ordinary to be able to guard this place. However, in front of these 5 old men, they were like paper. This strong contrast not only made Fangxing feel that what he had done was right, but it also made him very wary. Motherf *Ker, they really do have their ways. Fangxing couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. Just now, these people had all come out and fought a fierce battle with Ao Lai. At that time, he only felt that their methods were strange and disgusting, but now that he was standing on the same side, he felt that their methods were very useful. Once the formation was broken, Fangxing immediately rushed forward. His transcendence energy rushed forward to grab the 8 Dharma treasures that were scattered in the starry sky. However, Mr. Lon reacted very quickly. He scoffed coldly and grabbed 3 of the Dharma treasures before Fangxing could. The withered old woman's withered hair also swept 2 Dharma treasures back. Lu So took advantage of the recovery of his transcendence energy to sweep 2 Dharma treasures back. On the other hand, Fangxing's transcendence energy was the lowest. He only had time to grab the bone-suppressing nail in his hand. He was very angry. These magic treasures were all targeted at the dragon clan, so he naturally wanted to get his hands on them first. But now, he realized that these old and shrewd fellows were not easy to deal with. Their schemes were deep, and their schemes were ruthless. They were not inferior to him at all, and they had seized the initiative. The immortal gate is open, and the path is under your feet. My friends, let's go on our way. The middle-aged man dressed like a scholar did not pay attention to this. His eyes were fixed on the bronze gate, and he looked very excited. At that moment, the dragon binding formation in front of the bronze gate was gone. It made the gate that was only slightly open seem even more mysterious. They could even feel a faintly discernible immortal chi flowing out from behind the gate. It made them feel relaxed and happy. There was a throbbing in the depths of their blood. It was like a pervert smelling the fragrance of a beauty. There was a strong feeling of impulse. Wait. However, at that moment, Mr. Lon suddenly sent a voice transmission. He looked at Fangxing with a faint gaze. Fangxing became vigilant in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He chuckled and said lazily, "Senior, we had a good chat just now. Are you sure you want to make a move on us now and have a fight in front of the immortal gate?" There was a hint of mockery in his words, as if he had Mr. Lon in his grasp. Now, he was really not afraid of these 5 old men. No matter how bad the situation was, the dragon binding formation had been broken, and he could release Ao Lai at any time to fight. The situation had not changed from before, and he did not care whether they would fall out or not. After all, if they really fought and both sides were injured, the 5 people in front of him would be in despair. Immortal ascension was their obsession, and Feng Xing had their lifeline in his hands. That was why he dared to cooperate with them, let them become immortals, and invite them to become immortals, as long as they helped him clear the way. As expected, Mr. Land's eyes flickered, but he ignored Feng Xing's mockery. Instead, he said kindly, "My young friend, you're being naughty. Since we've agreed to explore the dragon tribe's immortal path together, how can we destroy ourselves before we even set foot on the immortal path? I just want to make some preparations. Behind this bronze gate should be the teleportation formation, which will send us to the real immortal path. However, during the process of the teleportation formation, it's extremely easy for there to be deviations. I'm worried that there will be problems when the time comes, so I've come up with 2 solutions. 1. My young friend and the Dragon Prince can come to my micro-world and be teleported together. So you are afraid that I will use the teleportation formation to run away?" Feng Xing chuckled and clapped his hands. "That's no problem. I will not be at ease if I go to your small world. I am afraid that you will do something behind my back. Although I will definitely not run away and will still wait for you to clear the way. To reassure you, just tie me up if you want to." When the other 5 old men heard his words, their expressions became a little strange. Relying on us to clear the way, this young man really dared to speak the truth. However, when he spoke the truth, they felt a little more at ease. They were determined to become immortals and did not care if they would be used by others. On the contrary, if they could guarantee that they would become immortals, not to mention being used by others, it was not impossible for them to be used. After the 5 old men discussed, the quietest among them took out an extremely thin black rope. He tied one end to Mr. Land's meteorite and the other end to Feng Xing's skull. Then, he chanted a few spells and the black rope disappeared. This caused Feng Xing to look at the man curiously. However, he found that his body was wrapped in a faint mist and he could not see his appearance clearly. Even when he used all his magic power, he only managed to catch a glimpse of a part of the man's face when he was chanting the spell. White and smooth, he is definitely not old. Feng Xing thought to himself. He did not pursue the matter further. He cupped his hands towards the 5 old men and flew towards the bronze gate with a smile. The path to immortal ascension is right in front of us. My friends, please. Mr. Land's eyes lit up. With a deep shout, he waved his big sleeves and strode through the air towards the bronze gate. After guarding for 3,000 years, whether I can become immortal or not depends on this. Behind the bronze gate, there was another star area. It was just that this star domain was enough to make people feel incomparably shocked with just a glance. There was a stone platform in the middle of the bronze gate. After stepping on the stone platform, one could see that there was a building that looked like a clear pool in the middle of the stone platform. However, there was no water in the pool, only a faint starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 8 large stars rotating slowly, forming a huge vortex. The depths of the vortex seemed to be able to attract people's eyes. Just a glance at it would make people feel dizzy, as if they had fallen into the vortex. With the stars as the eye of the formation and the galaxy as the source of the formation, the Dragon Clan is really powerful to set up this amazing teleportation formation. When they saw this pool, even the 5 old men were shocked and praised sincerely. Haha, the immortal path is right in front of us, why are you still so long-winded? Feng Xing laughed and looked around. Without hesitation, he urged the skull and directly rushed in. It only took a moment for it to sink into the pool. It was also at this moment that he fell into the galaxy, into the vortex formed by the 8 large stars. He is so impatient. The 5 old men could not help but frown when they saw this. However, the situation was urgent. Since Feng Xing had jumped into the teleportation formation, then their small worlds were connected to the skull, so they could not hide. Moreover, with their knowledge and cultivation, they could naturally see that this was indeed a teleportation formation and there was nothing wrong with it. Therefore, they also made up their minds and turned into 5 streams of flowing light that rushed into Mr. Land's small world. They followed closely behind Feng Xing and jumped into the small world surrounded by the 8 large stars. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Boom. 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 Space was distorted and time was reversed. The teleportation formation surrounded by the 8 large stars directly showed its magical effect. Originally, when Fangxing fell into this formation, he was going from top to bottom. However, after entering the depths of the formation, he felt that he could not reach the bottom at all. Instead, it felt like he was going straight forward instead of going from top to bottom. Through the eye sockets of the skull, he could clearly see that the light in the outside world was twisting, and bolts of void lightning were striking at him densely. Fortunately, he was hiding in the pocket dimension. Otherwise, if his real body entered the space, even if he was not torn to shreds, it would definitely not be a good feeling. To be able to set up such a formation in the starry sky, it is eternal. How powerful were the immortals in the past. Even Fangxing, standing in the skull with his hands clasped behind his back, looked into the distance, and felt a little emotional. Even though he had always only cultivated his combat strength and had never spent time on formations, talismans, or alchemy, but after all, he had come all the way here, so he naturally had a good eye. He could see the beauty of this Dragon Clan teleportation formation. It actually made use of some of the unique vortexes in the starry sky, the distorted space, and so on. It was really amazing. In addition to great courage, there were probably countless deductions and countless failures in order to finally build this Dragon Clan ancient road across the starry sky. It was really amazing. Looking at this miracle, Fangxing actually felt a little yearning in his heart. He stared at the distorted starry sky outside. In vain, I treated you as a friend and showed you mercy. How dare you collude with others to harm me? You colluded with others to steal the fortune of my Dragon Clan. I will definitely not forgive you. At this time, the noise of Aolai in the small world called him back from his contemplation. At this moment, Aolai was extremely angry. Originally, he had regarded Fangxing as someone he could trust, but he did not expect that Fangxing would suddenly use a strange trick to suppress him. Not only did Fangxing use the Buddhist formation to suppress his magic power, but he also locked him in a birdcage in shame. For a proud and arrogant dragon, this really made him so angry that he wanted to swallow Fangxing. What are you shouting for? Fangxing did not want to pay attention to him at first, but Aolai did not want to stop. He banged against the cage and was so annoyed that he did not even feel grateful for the great power of his ancestors. He sighed, turned around, and walked towards Aolai. He kicked the cage angrily and scolded, "You damned worm and loach that needs to be cleaned up. How can I be considered your friend?" When the little dragon that Aolai had turned into heard this, he was stunned. Something seemed to break in the depths of the dragon's eyes, and a misty water vapor appeared. In the next second, he immediately rushed out even more crazily, as if he wanted to tear the immortal metal apart. Fortunately, this cage was made of immortal metal. Otherwise, ordinary dark steel would have been torn to pieces by his sharp claws. Good, 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 I was blind to treat you as a friend. Let me out, I will fight you to the death. Aolai's cries were mixed with endless hatred, and even a little grievance. It was clearly the grievance of a child who had been betrayed, the kind of grievance that would only arise after a relationship of trust was broken. In reality, although Aolai was extremely powerful now, if one thought about it carefully, when he was schemed against by the dragon mother, you may err, and his spirit was destroyed, he was only a teenager of the dragon race. If he was compared to the human race, he would probably only be considered a child. In the following decades, if he went crazy and lost all his memories, or if he remained in a deep slumber in the creation lightning pool, his mind would never grow. In other words, no matter how powerful he was now, he was still a child at heart, and such a proud and sensitive child, or rather, a little dragon, had originally trusted Fangxing very much in the depths of his heart, or rather, been very close to him. In the end, he had been betrayed by Fangxing, and had even said in front of him that he was not his friend. That sense of loss was indescribable. Fight to the death. Fight to the death, my ass. Fangxing did not care about that, and instead lost his temper. He kicked the cage and scolded, "Of course I'm not your F***king friend. I'm your brother-in-law, your family, your elder. If I were your friend, I would definitely give you face. Even when you do stupid things sometimes, I would accompany you in your madness. At most, we would bear the consequences together. But family is different. If I see you do stupid things, I have to beat you up. If I can't convince you, I have to tie you up and bring you to the right path. This is family, you idiot, do you understand? This round of scolding stunned Aolai, and the fury on his face disappeared. He stared blankly at Fangxing a few times. The disparity was too great, and it actually calmed down a little. But soon after, it roared again, if you treated me as family, why would you harm me and give away my dragon clan's fortune? Heh, what should I do if I don't give it away? Fangxing lazily sat down next to the cage and took out a jar of immortal wine from somewhere. He took a sip and sighed. He looked disdainfully at Aolai in the cage and said, even if you're stupid, there's no way you don't understand. Which of those 5 old fellows are kind? You are indeed quite capable now, but do you really have the confidence to defeat the 5 of them? Even with my help, do you think it's possible for the 2 of us to win without paying a huge price? Haha, don't forget, after dealing with the 5 of them, there's still the dragon binding formation in front of the bronze gate, the dangers along the way, and the 9-headed worm ahead. Fangxing's voice grew colder and colder as he spoke. In the end, his gaze became icy. What I'm doing is precisely to use the smallest price to catch up to the 9-headed bug in front of us and rescue your sister. Those 5 old things aren't good people. But their abilities are real. Moreover, they wholeheartedly want to become immortals, and the greatest clue to becoming immortals lies with you. Thus, they will definitely protect you at all costs and rush forward. It's equivalent to getting 5 laborers to clear the way for us for free. Is this not worth it? These words rendered Aolai speechless. With his personality, he naturally wasn't afraid of the 5 old men, but he wasn't one to talk nonsense. He wouldn't be so ignorant as to say that he could easily take care of the 5 old cultivators. He was momentarily speechless by Fangxing's words, but the anger in his heart was still difficult to quell. Even though he knew that what Fangxing said was true, as the pride of the dragon clan, it was difficult for him to accept this matter. Even if we're going to save my sister and eliminate the scourge of the Blue Billow Sea, we're still on the path to immortality. As long as we pass through this path, we'll become immortals. When I was very young, I heard my royal father and the others say that to become immortals, one must have an immortal heart, to be unyielding, to be impervious to all dangers, and to have the ambition to break through everything. Only then is it possible. Yet you don't have the slightest bit of manliness, you don't have the slightest bit of ambition, you only want to play tricks. Even if you reach the end of the path to immortality, how will you become immortal? After a long while, Aolai seemed to have thought it over and actually said such words seriously. However, in response to his words, Fangxing only glanced back at him coldly. Perhaps you're right. I don't have a true immortal heart, just like those 5 old men and your uncle 9-headed bug. Perhaps I won't be able to become immortal even if I reach the end of the path to immortality, but at least I know one thing. Fangxing was silent for a long while, then laughed mockingly. A dead man can't become immortal. In terms of eloquence, Aolai probably would not be a match for his brother-in-law even if he slept for dozens or hundreds of years. Originally, he was seriously trying to persuade Fangxing, but he could not say a word because of Fangxing's words. He was extremely resentful, but he did not know how to refute, so he fell silent angrily. Undoubtedly, a strong contempt for Fangxing arose in his heart. However, Fangxing obviously did not care about his psychological changes. He looked up at the outside of the small world, sensed for a moment, and said in a low voice, "We're about to leave the teleportation formation and set foot on the real path to immortality. Quickly take out the real star atlas and give it to me. Share the dragon tribe's immortal atlas with those with evil intentions?" Hearing this, Aolai was instantly furious. He looked at Fangxing with extreme stubbornness. "Don't even think about it." Huh? Fangxing narrowed his eyes and looked at Aolai. Aolai did not show any weakness and stared back at him. He clenched his teeth and thought, no matter what you say, I will never give you the atlas. However, Fangxing obviously had no intention of saying anything more. He smiled slightly, and his voice made Aolai feel a little dangerous. "Uncle, brother-in-law wants to ask you, have you been beaten since you were young?" Aolai had never been beaten before. When he was young, he was the 3rd prince of the Dragon Palace. Who dared to beat him up? Even when it was harmed by the Dragon Queen, it was only because she had been nice to him on the surface, and when he was not paying attention, she was ruthless. As for later on, her soul was in a mess. Although she had suffered a lot, it was not something he could remember. And because of this, when she found out that Feng Xing had really pulled her out and pulled a vine out of nowhere to slap her butt, she went crazy. You dare to hit me, smack. Smack. If you don't listen to your elders, you will be the one who will be whipped. Feng Xing pulled the arm-thick dragon out of the cage, pressed him on his thigh, and whipped him for a while, very rhythmically. Ow! The furious Aolai turned around and bit his arm, incomparably ferocious. You dare to bite brother-in-law? Feng Xing took out a fairy-binding rope from his sleeve and tied it to his mouth. The rattan in his hand whipped even more forcefully. Hit me, if you have the ability to, I will not tell you even if you beat me to death. Aolai was so angry that he almost fainted. He was like a stubborn and prideful young man who had been beaten by Feng Xingzhen's rattan vines until he lost his temper. He could not resist or struggle, but as a dragon, his temper was also extremely tough. It was impossible for him to really beg for mercy. He simply roared in anger and put on a stance that he would not say anything even if he died. He, in front of brother-in-law, you can only show off with your glib tongue. When Feng Xing heard this, he laughed out loud and lifted Aolai up. His gaze swept over Aolai's chest. What are you doing? Seeing his action, Aolai was shocked. He stretched out his claws and tried to cover his chest. Then, magic power surged out from Feng Xing's hand and firmly locked it in midair. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. After sizing it up a few times, he sneered, Do you really think I have to ask you to know where the ancient road of the Dragon Clan is? When I put you into the Thunderbolt pool of creation, I saw clearly that you were completely naked. But when we met in the Kanglan Sea, when you mentioned the ancient road of the Dragon Tribe, you immediately had the intention to fly to the 9 heavens and did not want to take anything. As he spoke, he looked at Aolai and a smirk gradually appeared on his face. At that time, I knew that if there was a star map, it must be on you. Moreover, it should have been on you for a long time. However, we have been together for quite some time and I did not find anything special on you. So, I guessed that the star map must have been hidden for a long time and only appeared after the Thunderbolt pool of thunderbolts fell into a deep sleep for a few decades. So, where exactly is it? As he spoke, his gaze swept across Aolai's body and the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a mischievous smile. Aolai's body could not move at all. His eyes gradually became filled with fear and unease. Meanwhile, Feng Xing's gaze had already slowly swept across the scales on his chest. The current Aolai had transformed from a crimson dragon into a golden dragon. His scales had been baptized by the pool of creation, causing them to shine brightly and were covered in innate talisman markings. These talisman markings were something that he didn't possess when he was a dragon. Feng Xing knew that the star atlas was definitely hidden within these talisman markings, so he slowly swept his gaze over them. The sovereign Tao-seeking scripture was already circulating slowly, and his divine sense was like water as it lightly swept through all the talisman markings. An aura that was similar to the Grand Tao slowly rose up. Dragon runes were the natural meridians of the dragon tribe. Naturally, they had nothing to do with the star map. Dragon runes were runes that were similar to the Great Tao. Therefore, the runes that were slightly incompatible with the Great Tao were definitely where the dragon runes were. The current Feng Xing sovereign Tao-seeking scripture was already quite proficient. It was perfect to use it to sense the dragon runes. Gradually, his eyes fell on a piece of reversed scale on Aolai's chest, just below it. It was a sparkling and translucent scale that exuded a sparkling and sacred radiance. It was as exquisite as a piece of beautiful jade. When he looked over, Aolai's gaze suddenly became extremely ferocious. It was as if the scale would be completely enraged if Feng Xing looked at it. Dragons have reverse scales. Wolves have hidden thorns. Looking at it will enrage me, and touching it will lead to death. As it spoke, a boundless murderous aura rose, bringing with it an indescribable sense of violence. However, before it could finish speaking, Feng Xing had already reached out and touched the reverse scale. Aolai was instantly stunned. He had just warned him. I've also heard of the rumor that dragons have reverse scales. However, we're family. So what if I touch it? Are you really going to fight me to the death? If you get angry after touching it once, you'll get used to it after touching it a few more times. Feng Xing ignored Aolai's furious and terrifying gaze. He smiled nonchalantly and said, I've finally discovered that the dragon runes on your reverse scale are a little different from other places. Logically speaking, dragon runes are bestowed by the Great Tao and are like watermarks. However, why are the dragon runes on your reverse scale filled with starry spots? As Fangxing spoke, he chuckled softly. Deep down, he felt a little emotional. This star map had indeed been on Ao Lai's body for a long time. In fact, it had already been on Ao Lai's body before he knew it. However, this star map had been concealed by a great power, so it wouldn't have appeared before Ao Lai's bloodline had awakened. Perhaps some words that had been imprinted on Ao Lai's body along with the star map had remained dormant in his sea of consciousness. When he had awakened in the thunderbolt pool of creation, the power of his bloodline had caused the star map to appear, and Ao Lai had also known how to search for it. He was indeed the only descendant of the dragon tribe. He was destined to obtain the greatest inheritance and creation of the dragon tribe a long time ago. You can't take the star map away. When Fangxing saw the star map, Ao Lai's furious and desperate cry rang out in the divine palace. My young friend Fangxing, can you come out for a chat? Outside the divine palace, in the starry sky, the 5 hidden elders of Tianyuan were surrounding Fangxing's skull and calling out in a deep voice. The 5 of them looked a little gloomy. It was obvious that they had discussed something and were secretly plotting something. What's wrong? Something wrong again? After 3 calls, Fangxing lazily appeared in the mouth of the skull. He looked a little impatient, but there was also a hint of joy on his face. No one knew what he was doing just now. He showed himself openly and rudely glanced at the 5 hidden elders. We've arrived at the real immortal path. Mr. Lan spoke in a low voice, reminding Fangxing faintly. It's not like I can't feel it, Fangxing mumbled discontentedly, but he also looked up. Now, they had indeed arrived at the real immortal path. Behind them was a huge nebula that formed a slowly disappearing vortex. Just now, they had fallen out of the vortex. Although they didn't feel that they had stayed in the transmitting formation for a long time, when they looked around, they could only see a vast starry sky. They couldn't see the familiar Tianyuan star region at all. Even the faint red Tianyuan star region that they could vaguely see before they entered the Dragon's Gate formation had disappeared. They had arrived at a completely unfamiliar star region. Everything around him was a vast expanse of deathly silent stars. Behind him, the vortex had already disappeared. There was no way out. The remaining choices were simple. They could either go straight to the great immortal realm, or get lost in the starry sky forever. Even though their lifespans were much longer than others, they were destined to never find their way back to Tianyuan. The starry sky was vast and boundless. No matter how long one's lifespan was, it was not enough to last for a long time in the vast starry sky. Because of this, even with their cultivation, a sense of panic rose in their hearts. They felt that they should talk to Fangxing. My young friend, we've already set foot on this immortal path together. Shouldn't you give us a copy of the star map? Mr. Lan spoke in a low voice. Even though it was a question, there was no intention of discussing it. Fangxing understood that in the boundless starry sky, the star atlas was one's life and one's only hope. If he didn't have the star atlas, then even a golden immortal would probably get lost in the boundless starry sky. Thus, these 5 old men had come to ask for the star atlas from him. Even if he'd already agreed to go with them now, these 5 old men would probably not believe him. After all, if he played a trick and made them stay, then the fate that awaited them would only be to get lost in the boundless starry sky. Of course. The star map is here. Take it. Fangxing immediately smiled when he heard that. Then, he took out a scroll. The red lines on the scroll were clear, and the ink was still wet. Obviously, it had just been printed. He didn't hesitate to throw it at Mr. Lan. Mr. Lan stretched out his hand to catch it. He glanced at it indifferently, but the expression on his face didn't relax at all. Even the other 4 old men only glanced at him and didn't have much of a reaction. What? Don't you believe me? Fangxing laughed in a low voice and said, I knew that the first thing you would do after setting foot on this immortal path was to ask me for the star map. I also knew that you wouldn't believe me after I gave you the star map. After all, the star map is too important. Even if it's 99% true, as long as you tamper with a certain point, you are destined to be lost in the starry sky. I wouldn't believe you either. But even if you don't believe me, what can you do? Could it be that you have to capture the two of us and force the truth out of us? But I can promise you that once you make a move, the two of us will be in despair, and we will definitely drag you down with us. That's why I've already destroyed the original version of the star map. The real one is only in my head, and no one can get it. Fangxing spoke eloquently and confidently. So, there's nothing you can do except to believe the two of us. The five old men's expressions became extremely complicated when they heard that. They looked at Fangxing solemnly. So, let's go. Fangxing waved his sleeves and said in an extremely determined tone, the immortal path is right in front of us. Let's go together. If there's a problem, you solve it. If there's a danger, you block it. No matter how difficult the immortal path is, you have to grit your teeth and endure it. Even if 4 of the 5 of you die, the remaining one has to protect the 2 of us as long as he wants to become an immortal. It's that simple. Are you really ordering us around like cattle? Lu Shou's face was filled with anger when he heard that. We'll solve all the problems. What about you and that dragon? We'll naturally be in charge of leading the way. Fangxing answered frankly. You can treat this as a cultivation. The 2 of us are the core of your cultivation. As long as you send us to the other side, you will also have the Dao fruit to become an immortal. Otherwise, everything will be over. As he spoke, there was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you really think that I didn't know that you were following us? Ever since I knew that the immortal path is extremely dangerous, I have been begging you to follow us quickly. Anything that seemed like a headache actually had a simple solution. Now, Fangxing's solution to the chaos was simple and direct. Since there were too many people who coveted the ancient road of the dragon tribe, he would just bring them all up. After all, he did not want to fight with them. He just wanted to smoothly pass through the ancient road and rescue his wife. Moreover, to a certain extent, he hated these hermits who wholeheartedly sought immortality. Now that he had them working like cattle and horses by his side, it was also a very satisfying thing. Now, even if he laid all his cards on the table with the 5 old men, he would not care about what they thought or whether they would secretly plan to deal with him. After saying that, he returned to the divine palace. For him, there was no other way to solve this problem. You guys want to become immortals, I want to pass through this ancient road. The rest is simple. You guys lead the way, I'll follow. To a certain extent, such a crude and direct method was really effective. At least, after discussing in low voices for about 15 minutes, the 5 old men in the starry sky set off. Protecting the skull, the 5 of them fled to the vast star domain and set foot on the immortal path of the dragon tribe. The 5 of them did not hide in Mr. Land's microworld again, probably because they were worried that Fangxing would find a chance to escape if they hid in the microworld. Therefore, it was safer to guard the skull, making the 5 of them look like the 5 guardians. The journey to the stars was long, and the road to immortality had begun. You are simply opportunistic. Even if you pass the immortal path, you can't be considered an immortal. Ao Lai was very disdainful of Fangxing's way of doing things, even very contemptuous. In the starry sky, time could be said to fly. It was simply like sand that had been loosened. It flowed with a rustling sound, giving people no time to lament the passing of time. This was because loneliness had always been a big deal on the starry sky. Even if they walked for several months, the starry sky outside would still look exactly the same to a certain extent. If one did not look closely, they would even feel that there was no change at all. Even a journey that could traverse the heavenly Yuan continent would only be an insignificant distance in the starry sky. In normal times, even if they encountered some dangers, such as the oncoming meteor shower or the inexplicable starry sky turbulence, they did not pose any threat to them at all. They were all taken care of by the 5 elders outside. Fangxing and Ao Lai, who were in the skull, lived like princes. Every day, they only meditated, cultivated, drank, and raised pigs. As several months passed, even the arrogant Ao Lai was no longer as angry as before. He no longer fought with Fangxing as if he was on steroids every day, and Fangxing no longer locked him in a cage. At one point, when he saw a meteor shower that was almost the size of the moon crashing towards him, which almost killed Lu Shou, he even felt a little emotional. It seemed that Fangxing's approach was indeed correct. After all, there were some dangers in the starry sky that even he could not resolve. However, according to his character, he still looked down on Feng Xing's way of doing things. The bloodline of the dragon tribe was revered. To some extent, he felt that the immortal path should be broken through, according to his temper. If he could regain his freedom, he might have rushed out long ago and fought with the 5 elders. Then, he would break through the immortal path with his own ability. However, Feng Xing kept a close eye on him. If he was not obedient, he would beat him up. Although Aolai was stubborn and would not be frightened by a few rattan strips, he became much more obedient after a few rounds of beating. He felt that it was too embarrassing. At the same time, it also had a chance to ask Feng Xing about the location of the Star Atlas. Since he had already guessed where it was, why did he have to beat it up before revealing it? Feng Xing's answer made it gnash its teeth in anger. Nothing else, I just want to beat you up. When there's an opportunity to steal, when there's a chance to take advantage of it, you're not an immortal, you're a fool. At this time, Feng Xing was holding a piece of cloth and reading it carefully. There was a jar of wine by his hand. When he heard Aolai's words, he simply snorted disdainfully. He replied without raising his head, think about it. How did the first batch of immortals survive when they were exiled to the starry sky? How did they find a place to continue their cultivation and build the great immortal realm? It's impossible for them to break through with brute force. In my opinion, apart from great luck, the rest must be their unscrupulous methods, right? You're not that batch of immortals. How do you know that they didn't break through? Aolai sneered and retorted sarcastically. You're not that batch of immortals either. How do you know that they broke through? If Feng Xing wanted to quarrel with Aolai, he didn't even need to use 1/10 of his strength. He could make Aolai speechless the moment he opened his mouth. Aolai angrily grabbed a jar of wine from a pile of jars and hid to the side to drink. For the first 10 days in the Divine Palace, he was extremely stubborn. He didn't drink a drop of water or eat a single pill. But after a dozen days, he seemed to have thought it through and began to choose good wine to drink and good pills to eat. It was as if he was using this method to take revenge on Feng Xing for imprisoning him. What are you looking at? After waiting for a long time, Feng Xing didn't reply at all. The pigs in the pigsty next to him were barking with hunger, but Feng Xing didn't seem to have any intention of feeding them. Aolai was really annoyed and couldn't help but ask Feng Xing. He felt a little strange in his heart. In the past, Feng Xing would quarrel with him for no reason, but now, after looking at that cloth robe, he suddenly became very quiet. He was obviously a bandit, but he sat there quietly studying every day. Aolai also guaranteed that the cloth robe wasn't from his collection of erotic paintings. I'm looking at a scripture that a friend gave me. Feng Xing didn't hide it. He sighed softly and answered indifferently. What scripture? Aolai wanted to directly tell Feng Xing that it was time to feed the pigs. But he remembered that the last time he reminded him, he was directly thrown into the pigsty and was forcibly imprisoned for a whole day before being released. Now, he didn't dare to say it directly. Alas, I think this should be the most important scripture on my path of cultivation. Feng Xing gently put down the cloth robe and sighed softly. My path of cultivation began with a scripture called the Spirit Transformation Scripture. Later, by chance, I obtained several other scriptures. Every scripture that I obtained was always of great help to my cultivation. It could really be regarded as a great achievement. Later, I also learned that there are 9 such scriptures in total. If I can obtain all 9 scriptures, I think my path of cultivation will also reach a peak. And this scripture was given to me by an old friend in the Tianyuan period. Since you got it, you should practice it well. Why do you hold it and frown all day long? Aolai was a little puzzled and asked with a frown. Because I suddenly realized that I can't understand it. Feng Xing suddenly looked worried and said with a wry smile, when I first saw this scripture, I felt shocked. I knew that it should be one of the scriptures that I need. It is understandable why it fell into the hands of that person. After all great inheritances have spirituality and will automatically find an owner. As for the scripture of the Taishang path, if it didn't come to me, it could only find him, who also has a connection with the Taishang path. I was happy at first, but when I really started to read this scripture, I found that I was in trouble. I know every word in this scripture, but I just can't understand it. Feng Xing smiled bitterly with a worried look on his face. I can confirm that this scripture doesn't have any description of cultivation at all, and it doesn't have any guidance on comprehending the great Tao. It seems to be an ordinary monk scripture. It's so confusing. Now I suspect that the fellow gave it to me because he couldn't understand it either. Can't understand it. Aolai was a little confused. He hadn't cultivated for a long time, and he had the bloodline of the dragon clan after all. Most of his supernatural powers and battle instincts had long been imprinted in his spirit. Now that the thunder pool of creation had been in a deep sleep for decades, he had gradually awakened. However, he had never encountered a problem like Feng Xing on the path of cultivation. Moreover, he was annoyed by the hundreds of hungry wild boars. He subconsciously said, if you can't understand it, just put it down first. Why waste time on it? There are many things around us that are worth caring about. As he spoke, he looked at the pigsty, hoping that Feng Xing could understand it quickly. Although I can't understand it, it's still useful. However, Feng Xing replied softly, when I first stepped onto the starry sky path, my greatest feeling was that I was suffocating. I was bored to the point of going crazy, so I wanted to take out this scripture and properly study it. In the end, I accidentally discovered that when I began to recite these scriptures, I began to feel calmer. Perhaps unintentionally, I had already begun to touch upon the true meaning of this scripture. So magical? Aolai was also stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "Give it to me to take a look." As he spoke, his eyes flickered. It was obvious that he was pondering something. Feng Xing did not suspect anything. He handed it over casually. What can you see? When Aolai's fingertips touched that piece of cloth, he suddenly pulled hard and grabbed the entire piece of cloth in his hand. An extremely excited light appeared in his eyes. With a so sound, he jumped to the other side of the divine palace. He brought the cloth to his mouth and shouted, "Finally, I found a sore spot. Quickly remove the seal and give me back my fa li, otherwise, I'll immediately burn it." Feng Xing was stunned. Then, he looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "I've memorized all the scriptures. What can you do even if you burn it?" Aolai was stunned. Instantly, he felt ashamed. He really felt that he had done something stupid again. He slipped back dejectedly. His butt was already aching. He forced a smile and said, "I'm just joking. Let's study it together." In the end, Aolai read it a few times, but still threw the robe back dejectedly. Then, he took a few buckets to feed the pigs. Obviously, he didn't have a clue. In order to avoid getting beaten up, it was better to feed the pigs first. I suspect that this is some kind of messy scripture fabricated by the mortal world. It looks all-encompassing and profound, but it's actually nonsense. I don't know what it's talking about. Or maybe it's that friend of yours who messed up the scripture and gave it to you. Aolai clearly didn't have a good impression of this scripture. Simply put, he didn't understand it either. That's what I thought at first, and I even gave up on studying this scripture. If it wasn't for the fact that my spirit was greatly shaken when I first saw this scripture, and I knew that this scripture was extraordinary, I would have thrown it away long ago. However, a few days ago, I picked up this scripture again and carefully read it. Although I still haven't understood its meaning, I have a different feeling. It seems that some kind of opportunity has been triggered in my spirit. It is precisely because of this that I decided to study it properly these few days, but the result isn't very optimistic. Feng Xing's expression was solemn, and he even felt a great deal of pressure. There were some things that he hadn't said to Aolai directly. How could this trip to the immortal path be so simple, even if he had grasped the weakness of the Tianyuan hidden 5 old men and forced them to be his slaves and paved the way for him? The terrifying opponent behind him was not someone he could underestimate. The 9-headed insect, who would dare to underestimate such an opponent, even if Aolai was half a step away from becoming an immortal, even if his strength had greatly increased, he still wouldn't be a match for him, right? More importantly, before he stepped into the starry sky, Aolai, that little bastard, had rushed into the starry sky ahead of him. He hurriedly chased after him and didn't have time to go to the immortal burial slope to retrieve his 100 broken soul weapon. His strength was greatly reduced. Of course, from another perspective, it wasn't a bad thing for the 100 broken soul weapon to be left in the whirlpool of time. It was a demonic weapon with all-encompassing power. If it was buried in the whirlpool of time, it would be baptized by the power of time. When he retrieved it after dozens or hundreds of years, as long as it didn't rot, there would be some surprising changes, and its power would be even greater. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be able to return. If he couldn't think of a way to deal with the nine-headed bug, how could he go back? What did you experience to trigger that mysterious opportunity? Aolai turned around and asked while feeding the pigs. He was obviously curious. After all, he was a true dragon and had a body that was half a step away from becoming an immortal. It was a shame that he could not understand the scripture. Heart. Fangxing thought about it carefully and decided to tell the truth. He was not afraid of losing face in front of his brother-in-law. Back then, under the persuasion of the primordial Bone Palace's old dragon king, I decided to do something great for Tianyuan and seize a certain opportunity. Now I know that it was actually the Taoist path of immortality. After many twists and turns and countless dangers, I finally seized the opportunity. However, when my friends around me obtained the opportunity and were led to the path of immortality, I discovered that I, who was so busy with this matter that I did not even take care of my wife, was rejected. I was rejected because someone had crossed out my name, but why would I care about that? I didn't feel good about it. At this point, Fangxing paused for a moment and sighed. After that, I raised my spirits and decided to do a few things. However, when I wanted to look for my elders, I discovered that they had fallen in the battle between the Pure Land and the Celestial Court. I didn't know if they were dead or alive. When I went to save my servant, I discovered that she had also obtained a great opportunity and had already entered seclusion. She didn't need my help at all. In the end, I went to the Sea of Azure Billows and wanted to save your sister. However, when I reached the Sea of Azure Billows, all that was left was a pile of ruins. The Dragon Palace was no longer there. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Aolai. He said calmly, "At that moment, I suddenly felt that this world was very boring. I sat on the ruins of the Dragon Palace of the Sea of Azure Billows for 3 whole days. There was even a moment when I thought about turning into a stone." This experience, which had troubled him for a long time and made him dispirited for a long time, was now spoken of calmly by him, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. In his words, there was even a hint of mockery towards himself at that time. However, in Aolai's ears, the indifferent "this world is especially boring" and "directly turning into stone" were especially terrifying. As a cultivator, there would occasionally be people who would lose all their thoughts and have the thought of returning the world to the world, and then turn into a stubborn stone. It was a kind of great demon on the path of cultivation. Your Taoist heart is not firm enough. After listening to these words, Aolai remained silent for a long time. However, he gave such an answer very seriously. My Taoist heart is not firm enough? Fangxing didn't mock Aolai. Instead, he looked at him with interest. That's right. Aolai put down the food bucket and tapped the fence of the pigsty with a wooden spoon. He said, "Think about it yourself. Whether it was you being abandoned in front of a great fortune, or the disappearance of an elder, or even the catastrophe of the Sea of Azure Billows, they were all external factors that greatly affected your mind. You can even say that the reason why you are spirited now is because of my appearance. I let you see the hope of saving my sister. On the path of cultivation, this is also a kind of external factor that affects one's mind." At the end, he suddenly asked, "I really want to know, when you first stepped on the path of cultivation, what was your ambition?" Ambition? Fangxing was stunned. He then said, "At first, I wanted to kill a spirit formation realm cultivator to avenge my uncles." Aolai was too lazy to find out who his uncles were. He asked again, "And then?" "And then, of course, it was robbing everywhere." Fangxing's eyes lit up. He seemed to recall the fun of the past. His face revealed a faint smile and sighed. That period of time was really cool. Robbing the most valuable treasures, fighting the most ruthless people, riding the most majestic great golden crow, sleeping with the most beautiful dragon, no, women. Anyway, life was quite interesting. Although it was a little dangerous at times, it was still very interesting. Now, I can't. Although I will rob some things, it's not that interesting. The entire Tianyuan is filled with acquaintances. Other than robbing, have you ever thought of anything else? Aolai furrowed his brows tightly and asked in a puzzled manner. Other thoughts, Feng Xing really racked his brains. Is having a child with your sister to see what breed it is? Huff, Aolai suddenly panted heavily, and a 10-feet-long flame spurted out from his nostrils. Okay, I won't say any more. Feng Xing hurriedly waved his hand and replied, you have a lot of thoughts, but I really don't have the kind of ambition you mentioned. Alas, that's it. Aolai breathed heavily for a while, but he still ignored the disrespect in Feng Xing's words to his sister. The main reason was that Feng Xing had been saying the same thing in front of him every day. He was a little numb to it. Therefore, he decided to ignore him and said what he understood. To put it bluntly, what you lack is a Taoist heart. There are too many explanations in the cultivation world to care about a Taoist heart, but I only remember one sentence that my father once told me when I was young. The so-called Taoist heart is a great aspiration in the heart, the bone of the soul, and the bridge of the body. Only with a Taoist heart can I make a great aspiration, even if millions of people are against me. Only with a Taoist heart can my soul be established. It can be destroyed, but it will not dissipate. Only with a Taoist heart can I look to the other side, support the body, and finally find the fruit of way at the end of the cultivation path. The more Aolai spoke, the more agitated he became. His eyes turned cold, and his body, which was a few feet long, looked at Feng Xing with a condescending air. It was as if the Dragon King, whom Feng Xing had met before, had possessed him at this moment. He looked at him with incomparable seriousness. What you lack is a Taoist heart, so you are easily bewitched by external things, just like those 5 old bastards outside, just like the 9-headed worm on the immortal path. Although they are not good people, they wholeheartedly want to become immortals. They can kill anything except immortals. This is the Taoist heart. Taoist heart to seek immortality. When Feng Xing heard this, he was a little confused. In the past, he had only seen secluded immortal seekers and the 9-headed bug. In order to seek immortality, they would resort to unscrupulous means and use all sorts of schemes. It was truly detestable and laughable. However, he had never thought that these people's obsessions could only be manifested when their willpower had reached a certain level. Could it be that only for a goal that can kill anything with a single thought can it be considered a Taoist heart? He was a little dumbfounded. Perhaps what Aolai said was really the simplest truth in the cultivation world, but he had really never heard of it. Firstly, this sort of principle would only be taught to their disciples by great clans and sects of the Grand Tao because they were bound to walk very far on the path of cultivation. Small sects would avoid it if they could, and teaching this sort of Tao heart would be like a toad trying to eat the sky, and it was slightly laughable. Secondly, all along his path of cultivation, he'd always been dazzling and advancing by leaps and bounds, and no one had really thought about whether he possessed a Tao heart or a great ambition. So naturally, no one had thought of giving him guidance and giving him such a simple lesson. It sounds cold, but to a certain extent, it is. Aolai was very serious. Of course, this does not mean that you must cut off other things before and after, but you must be mentally prepared. That is, when the path of cultivation is blurred, you will not hesitate to cut off all karma to protect that one thought. Rather cut off all things, leaving only one thought, and that thought is the Taoist heart. These words were obviously a great blow to Feng Xing, and his whole body was numb. He held the cloth and sat there for a long time, then said blankly, "But I really can't bear to." If this scroll has something to do with the Taoist heart, Aolai sighed softly and said, "Then perhaps you'll never be able to understand. Is it really possible that I can't comprehend this scripture?" The discussion of the Tao with Aolai caused Feng Xing's mind to be rather restless. He did place a lot of importance on the matter regarding the Sutra of Supremacy. After all, although he had many fortuitous encounters along the way, almost all of his foundations were built up by the Sutra of Supremacy. Therefore, searching for the Sutra of Supremacy naturally became one of his wishes. However, the problem he encountered now made him feel very troubled. The sutra was clearly in his hands, but he could not comprehend it. This feeling was really better than not having the sutra at all. Moreover, if he really had to cultivate the Tao heart to comprehend this scripture, then it would really be quite difficult for him. The Tao heart and Tao heart, to a certain extent, were great aspirations and ambitions. But did he have such a thing? He was obviously muddling along, and after robbing enough, he would take his wife to live a simple life. However, although he did not have much confidence in himself, he did not give up on studying the Taishang scripture. After all, he still felt that what Ao Lai said was only the general principle of the Tao heart, and this scripture might not be as it said. Moreover, in terms of his current cultivation realm, even if he found the Tao heart, what benefits could it bring? The Taisheng scripture in front of him did not seem to be about cultivation. Old Lu. Old Lu, I have good Wujia skin, do you want to try it? In the star field, Fangxing appeared at the mouth of the skull at fixed time and called out with his divine thoughts. Hey, little bastard, what do you want to cheat this old man of? Not long after, in front of the skull, among the rocks, a figure sprang out. It was Lu So, one of the 5 elders, who was looking at Fangxing with disdain. However, Fangxing did not bother to be polite with him. He smiled and shook the wine jar, saying, that depends on what else you have. You don't want to learn my formation technique, and you've cheated most of the spiritual pills I carry with me, right? Lu So saw the wine jar in Fangxing's hand, and his Adam's apple moved unnaturally. Although he said that, he still flew over. How is this cheating? Fangxing laughed heartily. It's obviously an exchange of fine wine for spirit pills. It's a perfectly justified exchange. After saying that, he handed over a futon and sat opposite Lu South. Then, he took out a wine goo the size of a longan and carefully poured it into a cup. The wine goo was not big to begin with, but it was still not satisfied, causing Lu So to stare at it. Fangxing, on the other hand, didn't seem to care at all. He gently handed the cup over and rolled his eyes at Lu So, saying, this cup is a gift, why are you not satisfied? Hoof, just the burning fire pill that you swindled from me last time is enough to buy all the skins of Wujia in China. Although Lu So was not satisfied, he still took it and drank it in one gulp. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the aftertaste. Heaven Yuan is Heaven Yuan, starry sky is starry sky. Apart from me, where else can you buy it? Fangxing chuckled with a smug look on his face. Now, this was a new way for him to play. The journey on the immortal path was too long, and the time could be counted in months. It was really boring, especially for people like Fangxing who loved crowds. Even if he had the Taisheng Sutra to calm himself down, he couldn't stand the loneliness. Therefore, when he had nothing to do and was tired of fighting Ao Lai, he began to get in touch with the 5 elders. Initially, his purpose was to understand the thoughts of these people who only wanted to seek immortality and could give up everything. Perhaps, through their insights, he could understand the Taisheng Sutra. But later, it became a way to kill time. After some contact, he got along well with Lu So, one of the 5 elders. The main reason was that this old man was also a wine lover. During the long years of seclusion, he naturally did not drink a single drop of water, so he gave up on this idea. Now that they were in the starry sky, perhaps because of the long journey, Fangxing was bored and squatted beside the skull, looking at the nebula while drinking. At that time, Fangxing generously treated him to a jar of wine, but the wine bug was aroused, and he would come over every 2 or 3 days to ask for wine to drink. But how could it be so easy to ask for Fangxing's wine? The first time he treated him to a drink, the second time he came to exchange for it with good stuff. This made Lu So very angry, but he really couldn't do anything to Fangxing. He couldn't snatch his wine, but he couldn't resist the temptation if he didn't drink it. When he rushed to the star region, he naturally prepared a lot of various elixirs and resources, but he didn't bring wine. He asked others, but only a few jars were found, that was to say, at least on this journey, Fangxing was the only person who had wine. Speaking of which, how many people would remember to prepare a few jars of good wine before they set off for a major event like Ascension and becoming an immortal? No one planned to get drunk on this immortal path, right? Because of this, in less than a month, Lu So's 3 divine weapons, 13 elixirs, and 2 divine ability incantations were all cheated out of Fangxing's hands by Fangxing in exchange for the most common 7 jars of wine in Fangxing's wine kiln. Give me another cup. Lu So emptied the cup in his hand and handed it over shamelessly. But Fangxing turned around and hugged the wine jar. He glared at him and said, "You're too greedy. If you want to drink again, you'll have to exchange for something good." Lu So was speechless, and he looked at Fangxing angrily. Fangxing, on the other hand, was grinning from ear to ear. He placed the wine jug to the side and pulled out a scroll from somewhere. He opened it in his hand and said with a smile, "Didn't you always say that I set sky-high prices? Now I've given you a detailed list." Look, it's written clearly, 1 jar of 5 elemental skins, 100 tales of spiritual essence, 3 precious pills, half a caddy of pig head meat, 2 divine weapons, 1 cultivation scroll, a plate of dried fruits. Sell it cheaply, just give me a few hundred divine talismans, and… Little bastard, why don't you go rob someone? Lu Shou's face changed when he heard this. He wanted to slap Fangxing's wicked smile. If it weren't for the fact that I can't see anyone else in this star field, I would have robbed them long ago. Do I need you to teach me? Fangxing put on a pitiful look. In fact, he knew that Lu Shou would not be able to afford his things. This old man had been generous in the past few days, and he was addicted to alcohol. In just a month, he had almost emptied the old man. Now, he turned his attention to the other 4 old men. He said to Lu Shou with a smile, "Don't worry, I know you're so poor that you only have a robe left. Spiritual essence is a life-saving item, so you won't be willing to give it to me. I don't want it either. Now, I'll show you a way out, and you'll have wine to drink. Tell me about it." Lu Shou squinted at Fangxing. He did not trust him at all. "Take this scroll back and show it to the others. Tell them what they want, they can come to me to exchange for it." Fangxing winked at the deep blue meteorite, looking like a little fox. Them? Lu Shou finally understood Fangxing's intention. He glanced at the meteorite and shook his head with a sneer, "You'd better give up. I've been addicted to alcohol all my life, and I've been hooked by you in this starry sky. You've cheated me of so many things. The others didn't let you take advantage of them. Apart from when they're on duty, they've always been guarding their hearts, not even willing to open their eyes. Don't worry, there will be a time when they need it." Fangxing slapped the scroll into Lu Shou's arms and poured a small cup of wine for him. He said with a smile, "Seeing how poor you are, I'll treat you to a cup of wine today." As he said this, he noticed a silent black figure above Fangxing's meteorite. He sent a divine sense over and said, "Old senior, I'll treat you to a free drink today. You must be bored flying over there, come and have a drink." The one flying over there was the black-robed man of the 5 old men. The 5 old men were no longer on guard in the starry sky like they were in the first few days. Instead, they took turns to be on duty. Each of them would fly in the starry sky for 10 days, just in case. The shift had just been changed half a day ago, and it was the black-robed man who was usually the most taciturn man on duty. Fangxing was very curious about him, so he called out to him. However, it was unknown whether the black-robed man did not hear him or ignored him. He did not respond at all. "You'd better give up. He's not as gullible as I am." Lu Shou drank half of the wine in his cup and looked at Fangxing contemptuously. He sneered and transmitted his voice. "He doesn't want to drink wine that costs nothing. Is he a fool?" When Fangxing saw that he was ignored, he was a little angry and said to Lu Shou angrily, "He's such a loner. Even when I talk to him, he ignores me." Lu Shou replied. He and Fangxing were both transmitting their voices through divine sense, so they were not afraid that the black-robed man would hear them. "Oh? He's so arrogant in front of you. What's his identity?" When Fangxing heard this, he was slightly stunned and asked curiously. After several months of traveling together, he had at least greeted the other 4 of the 5 old men and communicated with them a few times. The 5 old men were not all stony-faced. There was Lu Shou, who was greedy and shameless, there was Mr. Lan, who was astute, the withered old woman, and there was also the arrogant iron sword scholar. However, he had not even seen the black-robed man's face. "I don't know who he is. Usually, I just call him Mr. Ghost," Lu Shou replied without raising his head, causing Fangxing to be slightly taken aback. "The 5 of you are working together to seek immortality, but you don't even know who he is?" This question piqued Fangxing's curiosity. He looked at Master Lu suspiciously. "Don't doubt me. I really don't know who he is. I'm afraid the others don't know either." Lu Shou drank the wine in his cup and said with a smile, "But it's strange. Although the 5 of us are not from the same generation, we've heard of each other's names and know of each other's existence. However, this Mr. Ghost is very mysterious. Except for Mr. Lan, the other 3 of us can't figure out his origin. We only know that his divine sense is powerful and his cultivation is not inferior to ours. Is he really that mysterious?" Upon hearing this, Fangxing could not help but look at Mr. Ghost suspiciously. The 5 immortal-seeking elders were once prominent figures after the Tianyuan sealing of the heavens. They had severed their karma and secluded themselves for the sake of becoming an immortal. They had only reappeared in the world today. They were not familiar with each other. Most of them were only introduced by Mr. Lon before they embarked on the immortal path. However, they were once famous, and the fact that they were able to survive until now showed that they were extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, it was still possible to figure out their identities. Now, they had already severed all the karma between them. They even abandoned their previous names and randomly chose a name to distinguish themselves. For example, the owner of the small world was called Mr. Lon, the middle-aged man dressed like a scholar called himself Mr. Wen, and the withered old woman called herself Granny Yao. As for the greedy old man in front of them, because of his mount, he was called Lu South. However, if one were to talk about their previous identities, their names would resound like thunder and they would be famous for a while. They had thought that the black-robed man was like them, but they did not expect him to be a mysterious figure with unknown background. If you don't even know his background, why are you still willing to go with him? Fangxing still could not believe it. He tilted his head and glanced at Lu South. The path to becoming an immortal was not a child's play. Especially for these 5 old men, it was like their lifeblood. Fangxing found it hard to believe. How could they, who were old and experienced, let a person of unknown background sneak in for such a big event? Do you want to know? Lu Shou suddenly smiled proudly and handed over the wine cup. Fill it up. Fangxing immediately rolled his eyes at him in dissatisfaction. After a moment of deliberation, he poured half a cup for him. You stingy kid, you're not a good person. Lu Shou shook his head and scolded Fangxing in dissatisfaction. Are you going to say it or not? Otherwise, you won't even have this much. Fangxing lost his temper and reached out to snatch the cup from Lu Shou's hand. I won't lower myself to your level. Lu Shou hurriedly gulped down the wine in his cup. Only then did he put on the demeanor of an expert. He rolled up his sleeves and sighed lazily. We've staked everything on the path to immortality. The 5 of us have been waiting for so many years. Now that we've finally found a glimmer of an immortal opportunity, how can we let it go so easily? Everything is fake. The only way to reach the other side of the path of immortals is to increase our chances. There are many cultivators in Tianyuan, but a group of people are tempted and decided to stay behind to deal with the God clan. There are also a group of people who are useless. When they talk about becoming immortals, it is just wishful thinking. They are not worthy of our attention. Therefore, Mr. Lon has also carefully selected the 5 of us. Lu Shou said. From the looks of it, he was quite pleased that Mr. Lon had chosen him. Fangxing was also well behaved. He felt that what the old man said was beneficial to him, so he took the initiative to pour another cup for him. Old man Lu drank it in one gulp and was very satisfied. He then said, to be able to seize, to challenge this path of immortals is naturally not just a few people. Not only must you have sufficient cultivation, even if you can't pass the 9 tribulations, you must have 6 tribulation thunders. More importantly, you must have your own ability. This path of immortals is long, and it is not something that can be broken through by force. There are many dangers in the star area, but how many of them can be broken through by brute force? If you don't have some ability, how can you resolve them? The 5 of us happen to have strong abilities. For example, I am the best at array techniques. Haha, I am not bragging, but many famous array techniques masters in Tianyuan actually relied on the notes that I left in the past to cultivate. Before I went into closed-door training, there was a hidden great demon in the northern demon land of Tianyuan who lived in seclusion on Mount Fusang. He was the best at array techniques. I used to compete with him in arrays and lost 2 rounds, but I won the last round. Even he praised me a lot and invited me to stay and study the path of sainthood with him. However, I didn't want to be a short-lived saint, so I rejected him at that time and focused on pursuing immortality. The hidden great demon in Mount Fusang? Could it be Uncle Jen? Fangxing, on the other hand, was rather surprised as he sized up the old man. He thought that if even Uncle Jen, with his unfathomable cultivation, thought highly of this old man, then he really couldn't underestimate him. After that, Lu Shou drank another cup of wine and continued, As for the scholar called Mr. Wen, he is also extraordinary. His attainments in the Tao of Talisman can be considered as a peerless scholar. Do you know that 2000 years ago, in the western part of the Divine Prefecture, there was a Tao orthodoxy called True Talisman Tao, especially in the art of talisman. It had many disciples and was as famous as Fuyao Palace. That was the orthodoxy that he founded. However, he was defeated by the current palace master Fuyao and was forced to disband his orthodoxy. He then went into closed-door cultivation and decided to become an immortal. I think he was just acting out of spite. Even if he couldn't defeat Palace Master Fuyao, he still wanted to live longer than you. Palace Masters Fuyao are not all short-lived. Feng Xing refuted a few words, but then he remembered that he had also been the Palace Master of Fuyao Palace for a few days. To be honest, he had not abdicated yet. As for that old demon woman, although she looked crazy, her identity was actually very impressive. She was the talisman tool goddess of the Divine Prefecture's northern region more than 1,000 years ago. She was full of ambition and wanted to unify the northern region of the Divine Prefecture to compete with the central region. She almost succeeded in accomplishing this great thing that no one had achieved in 10,000 years. However, such a person with the mandate of heaven was betrayed by her close relatives in the end. Not only did her career disappear, but she herself also became crazy and started to practice evil arts. She only believed in puppets and not humans, only seeking immortality and not fame. After saying this, he handed over the wine cup, and Feng Xing immediately filled it for him. As for Boss Lan, he was even more impressive. He was born in the Pure Land, but due to fate, he cultivated in the Divine Prefecture. He was the junior brother of the Goli Great Sage of the Divine Prefecture. Although his cultivation was not as good as his brother, his cultivation was profound and his strength was profound. He once cultivated on the sea for 1,000 years, and even the Sea of Azure waves always respected him. During the birthday of the old Dragon King, he would be invited every year. Moreover, there were at least 3 times in the Jade Lake Fairy Society, and he also sat at the highest seat. However, he was not on good terms with the Goli Great Sage. It was said that not long ago, the Goli Great Sage personally visited him and wanted to invite him to the extraterritorial regions to plan something big together. However, he was rejected, so they all have a background. Feng Xing was a little emotional. The old monsters that could live until now were really frightening when it came to their roots. Yes, although they haven't shown up in Tianyuan for many years, the traces of the past can't be erased. Lu So sighed and said in a low voice, however, the black-robed guy's cultivation is not weak, but we can't see through his real body. Even when Mr. Lan introduced him, he didn't say much. We originally didn't want to join hands with such an unknown person, but he has an ability that we can't compare with. His spirit is extremely powerful, far beyond what we can compare with. For example, a few days ago, I was on duty, but even I didn't notice the meteorite storm that was rushing towards us from 10,000 miles away. However, this person was in the small world and accurately sensed it. He jumped out in time to warn us, and only then did we manage to avoid it. After saying that, he sighed softly and said, I'm good at formations, Mr. Wen is good at talismans, and the old witch's refining skills are unmatched by ordinary people. Mr. Lan, on the other hand, has a wide circle of friends and refined his own small world. His combat strength is also extremely extraordinary, but compared with Mr. Ghost's powerful spirit, our abilities can't be mentioned in the same breath. After all, we can solve problems, but he can help us avoid all problems in advance. Because of this, although we don't know much about his background, we all agreed to join hands with him to break through the immortal path. My spirit is also very powerful, Feng Xing muttered, but the expression on his face was a little unnatural. He naturally remembered the meteor shower that they encountered a few days ago. At that time even he did not know anything about it, but Mr. Lan suddenly said that they wanted to change the route and go around it. Later, they narrowly brushed shoulders with a large meteor shower. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. At that time, he thought that they had detected it in advance through some secret method that he did not know. He did not expect that it was actually a fellow who was sitting in seclusion in the small world who had sensed it in advance with his powerful divine sense. He had to admit that this ability was really amazing. After all, he had cultivated the supreme sensing scripture. There was no reason for his spirit to be so far behind others. Sigh, how should I put it? If he doesn't have some ability, he won't be able to enter our eyes. Lu Shou shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he pretended to casually reach for the wine jar. That's enough, I've drunk 4 cups in a while. Fang Xing became vigilant and hugged the wine jar in his arms. This little bastard, he's really not a good guy. Lu Shou scolded angrily. Lu Shou cursed angrily. He stood up, stretched his back, and said with a smile, but it's enough for today. It seemed that the old man was very satisfied that he had cheated a few cups of wine with some small talk. Just as he was about to return to the small world to continue meditating, he suddenly sensed a violent divine sense fluctuation coming from ahead. It was transmitted by Mr. Ghost, who was on duty in front. Not good, fellow cultivators, come out quickly. There's trouble ahead, big trouble. Trouble? Swoosh. Lu Shou was shocked when he heard this. He threw away the cup in his hand and hurriedly flew forward. In an instant, he broke through the hundreds of feet of star domain and came to the side of the azure meteorite stone. He stood side by side with the black-robed Mr. Ghost and looked ahead. It was also at this time that 3 figures also sprang out from the azure meteorite stone door. They were the other 3 old men. All of them looked ahead as if they were facing a great enemy. Trouble? Fang Xing was also shocked when he heard this. Then, as Lu Shou rushed forward like lightning, Fang Xing's speed was not slow either. With a swoosh, he carried the wine jar and hid in his divine palace. After a long while, he poked his head out to see what was going on. Mr. Ghost's reminder, Xianxia 5 elders had already flown out of the small world, prepared for battle. Towards the strength of this Mr. Ghost's spirit, they still trusted. The meteorite shower they encountered previously already proved that his spirit sense was far superior to the rest, and right now, his tone was so solemn, made everyone's hearts in their throats, focused and looked ahead. Even Fang Xing, although he was hiding in the palace and had no intention of coming out to resolve these dangers, but he was also very concerned, popped out ahead to look. Beside him, Ao Lai's head squeezed out from under his arm, his dragon claw still carrying the wooden bucket used to feed the pigs, but before the pigs were finished, he heard the shout and hurriedly came over. But in such an austere atmosphere, the starry sky ahead did not change at all. Zhu Shou did not stop, only slowed down, slowly flew forward. After a long while, after traveling for several thousands of miles, they finally saw a blurry long river. It was indeed a long river. From afar, it was only a white line that abruptly stretched across the starry sky, blocking their way. From afar, it didn't seem very wide, but when they got closer, they were surprised to find that it was actually a star stream composed of countless white gravel. It was difficult to see the end of it, and it stretched across the starry sky in front of them. They didn't know where it led to, but when they looked closely, they could even see that the countless gravel were flowing slowly, like a real long river that stretched across the entire starry sky, and they couldn't see the end of it. It is here, stop. That Mr. Ghost watched as they neared the star stream, spoke in a deep voice. The others also did not dare to be careless, all stopped, their eyes solemnly and strangely sized up the star stream. This seems to be an endless number of meteorite fragments, all transformed into this star stream, guided by a mysterious power, far away in a certain direction. It is really like this long river in the starry sky. Rashly rushing in is indeed dangerous, just that with our strength, it seems to be not difficult to pass through these meteorite star stream. I wonder what the big trouble that Mr. Ghost mentioned is? After observing for a long time, Mr. Wen, who was dressed like a scholar, was the first to open his mouth. The others heard it and also looked at Mr. Ghost. This galaxy in front of them was boundless, stretched across the starry sky. It was indeed vast and terrifying, made them revere it, but looking carefully, it was only formed by meteorite fragments, and along the way, they had already avoided many of these dangers. It seemed like they did not need to worry too much. After all the meteorite fragments that flew swiftly in the starry sky, compared to this kind of slow-moving meteorite fragments that only existed in the long river, the destructive power it possessed was completely different. I don't know what kind of dangers there are in here either, but as soon as I arrived here, I felt terrified. This place is definitely not ordinary. Mr. Ghost spoke in a deep voice. His words made Zhu Shou look at each other. There's someone over there, suddenly, Mr. Lan exclaimed from the side, and Zhu Shou followed his gaze. So, that ghost granny clearly also saw the person that Mr. Lan spoke of. with a flick of her withered hair, stretched out far, thousands of miles away from Xianxia. At the periphery of the stellar stream, there was a small black dot. Faintly observed, it seemed to be a human figure. Ghost Granny's withered hair stretched out, directly dragged that black dot over. When it was 100 miles away, everyone's expression turned solemn. It was indeed a person, wearing bronze armor, his hand holding half a divine spear, just that he was motionless. This is the demon general of the Dragon Palace of Tsanglan. When they came closer, Lu So shouted out in a low voice, revealing the person's identity. This was indeed the demon general of Tsanglan Sea. The head was clearly a strange fish, only the body was in human form. From the remaining aura, it could be determined that this should be a Yuanying realm great demon. On his body, there was not the slightest injury, just that his entire body was withered beyond words, like dried fish, his withered eyes staring blankly at the starry sky, fear congealing on his face. Why would the demon general of Tsanglan Sea die here? Could it be the nine-headed bug's subordinate? Mr. Wen asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with fear. It is not only one who died here, look, and at this moment, Mr. Ghost suddenly faintly transmitted his voice, then raised his hand and pointed ahead. Everyone looked over, shocked at the same time. They were already very close to that stellar stream, able to see the densely packed meteorite fragments, and at this moment, following Mr. Ghost's finger, looking to the right, they discovered that it was actually densely packed, mixed with countless strange corpses. When they looked carefully, all of those strange corpses, wearing the bronze armor of the Dragon Palace, holding weapons, each and every one of them floating motionlessly in the stellar stream, there were almost 100 of them. What they saw was only one that fell out. Looks like, when Jiu Ling King passed through here, he paid a great price. After a full 10 minutes, Mr. Lon faintly transmitted his voice, causing Zhu Xiu's heart to sink. Very obviously, these Dragon Palace subordinates should be the group of people who followed the nine-headed bug on the path of immortals. At that time, the nine-headed bug was really too bold. The entire Dragon Palace was transported to the starry sky. Naturally, all the subordinates were also brought along, and among these subordinates, the 8 great demon kings were left at the Dragon Gate to block the people who came later, and the others were still with him, and now, these withered corpses, obviously, were left behind when he brought everyone through the stellar stream. Seeing these strange corpses, Zhu Xiu's heart was anxious, surprised and happy. Naturally, happy that they could find traces of the nine-headed bug, it meant that their path of immortals was not wrong. And naturally, shocked that even the nine-headed bug paid such a great price. Who knew how dangerous this stellar stream was? Ghost Granny, thank you. After a long silence, it was Mr. Lon who suddenly spoke, looking at the withered old woman. This old one knows. Ghost Granny laughed coldly, her withered hair swaying lightly. In the starry sky, suddenly, a few black figures appeared. Looking at their appearance, impressively, they looked like the 8 great demon generals who blocked the way at the Bronze Gate previously. They were the subordinates of the nine-headed bug that her withered hair had burrowed into when she broke the dragon binding array. Then she casually picked them up, and refined them into puppets, and at this time, danger was uncertain. This Ghost Granny took out these puppets, smiled sinisterly, and suddenly, 2 of them, rushed forward. Boom! 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 The 2 demon general puppets, impressively, rushed straight into the stellar stream, one on the left and one on the right. Their momentum was very fast. The fragments of the meteorites were smashed by them, but their physical bodies were not damaged. It seemed that the meteorites themselves, indeed, did not have such powerful destructive power like the meteorites that came from the distant starry sky. And seeing the 2 demon generals enter, just when everyone was feeling a little puzzled, they suddenly discovered some kind of change in the stellar stream. On the seemingly silent meteorite fragments, suddenly some black liquid, as viscous as oil, reached out like tentacles. Chi! 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 The countless tentacles, as if they had a mind of their own, pierced into the bodies of the 2 demon generals, and then tied them up tightly. Even Ghost Granny, whose expression changed greatly, could not summon them back. Zhu Xiu actually watched the bodies of the 2 demon generals shrivel up. After a long while, their blood was all sucked out, all the black tentacles retracted. The stellar stream was still silent. So powerful, even the strand of divine sense that I left on the puppet was devoured. Even Ghost Granny could not help but sigh, her expression solemn. That is a creature from the starry sky. Mr. Lon and Mr. Wen murmured at the same time, their expressions solemn. I did not expect such a strange creature to be born in this dead and silent starry sky, usually hibernating in the meteorites, waking up as soon as it sensed the blood, qi, and divine soul. It would immediately suck up the blood, and then hibernate again. It seems that what we have to cross is not this meteorite stream, but this strange black sea of creatures. Lu So heard this and asked, if the divine soul is hidden in it, can we cross it? Ghost Granny shook her head. Those two puppets are dead, their blood and qi are not fluctuating, but they still sensed it. Then what should we do? There must be a way. Didn't Jiao Ling King cross it? But he also left behind nearly 100 corpses of his subordinates. He must have suffered a great loss when crossing the stellar stream. For a moment, the five elders discussed. At this time, Feng Xing and Ao Lai, who were left in the divine palace, looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement and seriousness. Feng Xing said in a low voice, there are countless dangers on the immortal path, but because there are too many dangers, there is no indication at all, just a red line drawn across the starry sky, only at 3 places. The word danger that is hard to see with the naked eye is deliberately written. I think those are the 3 difficulties on the immortal path, and this meteorite stream should be the first one. Ao Lai's expression became a little strange at the mention of the reverse scale, but since things had come to this point, he did not mention it anymore, only nodded and said, our dragon tribe has always been particular about not being able to achieve great things without going through trials and tribulations, so the immortal path has left many difficulties to sharpen ourselves. The intention is for the future generations to face the difficulties, break through the obstacles, and finally see the other side, and enter the ancient world of the dragon tribe. Your dragon tribe's ancestors are really free. Feng Xing could not stand Ao Lai's constant boasting. He rolled his eyes at him and said, if you have the ability, why don't you try? Ao Lai was stunned when he heard this. He said confidently, you were the one who said that using brute force to break through the immortal path is wrong. Ao Lai was ferocious and fearless, but he was not stupid. If there was any kind of strong enemy blocking its way, its pride would rise and it would fight to the death. However, if it were to recklessly charge forward and provoke a strange existence that it could not detect, then it would not be courageous, it would be stupid. Feng Xing did not expose him. He chuckled, what are we worried about? We just have to wait for the 5 of them to figure out a way. Can't we just hide in the small world and go through? That Jiao Ling King also drove the Dragon Palace here. According to legend, the Dragon Palace of the Azure Sea is a small world. Since even he left behind so many corpses of his tribe here, it means that the method of hiding in the small world is not suitable. At the very least, there are many hidden dangers. We are not as rich and powerful as Jiao Ling King, so it is better to be more careful. The 9-headed worm has succeeded. We are not lacking anything. There must be a way to get through this place safely. Even so, we still have to think of a way. Qiu Xian and the other 5 elders were discussing with each other. Facing such a strange star current, none of them dared to be careless. Let's test it out a few more times. In the end, Mr. Lon opened his mouth, and the other 4 agreed. They used their own methods to observe and explore the characteristics of the star stream. They were indeed the top figures of the sky origin sector, just below the sages. Even if they were compared to the sages, they were only slightly weaker. Now that they were facing the star stream seriously, they sent out all kinds of spells, clones, and puppets to test the star stream. After half a day of testing, they got some feedback. However, the situation did not look good. This is terrifying. This thing cannot be burned by fire, cut by saber, or burnt by lightning. It is indestructible. It can even devour the spiritual energy that I put on the talisman. This is terrifying. I can't even defend against it with treasures. Terrifying, terrifying. I sent my avatar in with my strongest aura concealing technique, yet it was discovered. No wonder it's not appropriate to hide in a small world to pass through this calamity. A small world itself must have a door connecting it to a large world. In other words, there will more or less be a trace of aura leaking out. In front of such strange creatures, this trace of aura will be discovered by them. I tried to communicate with it, but my divine sense was devoured. This thing has no spirituality. It only knows how to devour. After a while of testing and exchanging some opinions, they did not look good. The chaotic universe was filled with endless mysteries. They were all existences with extremely powerful magical powers, yet there were such beings born in the starry sky that were hard to fathom and difficult to deal with. And this was only the epitome of a certain type of living being in the vast universe. However, since this type of living being existed on the ancient road of the Dragon Clan, it meant that the true Dragon Clan had subdued them before, and they believed that their descendants had the ability to subdue them. The nine-headed bug had successfully passed through here before, which also meant that there was a way to subdue this thing. However, the problem was, even though it was possible, they could not think of a way. Could it be that they can't pass this place? At this moment, Aolai was also looking forward anxiously in the Divine Palace. If they can't even pass the first test of the immortal path of the Dragon Tribe, then they are not qualified to seek immortality. Fangxing did not raise his head. He was reading a scroll of jade slip. It was something that he had taken from the Divine Lord. Although I don't know how Jiao Ling King passed this place and what method he used, I have an idea. Maybe we can try it. At this moment, Mr. Ghost suddenly spoke, which attracted the attention of the others. Tell us quickly. The others, who were at a loss of what to do, were immediately interested when they heard this. Mr. Ghost did not waste time. He thought for a while and sent a divine sense into their sea of consciousness. If we use this method, it may work, but the risk is higher. Mr. Lon listened and did not say anything. Mr. Wen heard this and looked in the direction of Fangxing, but we need his help. Lu So thought for a while and said, let me give it a try first. After he finished speaking, he sat cross-legged in the star field. His 5 fingers were constantly making calculations, and his old face had an unusually solemn expression. After a long while, he suddenly reached out and pointed. Mana condensed in the void, and the appearance of 8 formation flags appeared. Then, faint silver threads were laid between the 8 formation flags in a cycle. Then, Lu So jumped up again. He used the astral steps and formed the 8 Desolation 6 combination seal. He began to wander in the starry sky, and his hands were constantly injecting mana into the 8 formation flags. After a full 2 hours, he finally finished casting the spell, and the 8 formation flags impressively seemed to have become one. They were still 8 independent formation flags, but in the eyes of others, they looked like one. Lu So's face was pale after he was done. It was obvious that he had spent a lot of effort to set up this formation. Old witch, give me the remaining 6 demon corpses and let me try. Lu So heaved a long sigh and said in a deep voice after he was done. Humph. Old witch sneered, but did not refuse. She still summoned 6 demon corpses. They were the remaining 6 demon corpses. Lu So inserted 6 of the 8 formation flags on the backs of the 6 demon corpses. He then looked at Mr. Wen, who was dressed like a scholar, and said, 1 yin and 1 yang man transformation talisman. Old scholar, can you do it? If I can't do it, then not many people in Tianyuan can. Mr. Wen had the appearance of a middle-aged scholar, but his voice sounded old. He wore a proud expression on his face. He snorted and circulated his magic power to the tip of his finger. Then, he concentrated his attention on drawing in the air. His magic power condensed in the air, and took the shape of 2 extremely mysterious and complicated magic characters. If one were to look closely, they would see that each stroke of these 2 magic characters was composed of countless smaller magic characters. Perhaps, a single glance at these 2 magic characters would cause one to vomit blood due to the profound meaning contained in these magic characters. What was even more strange was that one of the talisman characters was emitting a dense frost chi, while the other one was emitting a faint fiery chi. One was green, while the other was bright. It seemed that the 2 talisman characters matched each other. Mr. Wen retracted his finger as soon as the 2 talisman characters were formed. He flicked his sleeve and shouted, "Wake up, Chi!" The 2 talisman characters were annihilated at the same time. Then, the mystical talisman lights lit up once again, and took the form of 2 people. One of them wore a long robe and had an imposing appearance. The other had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and looked gentle and moving. It seemed as if the 2 of them were real people, creating a spirit out of thin air. Mr. Wen's attainments in the art of talisman characters are commendable. Mr. Lon and Lu So praised. Then, the 5 of them looked dignified. Go. The 2 illusory figures each held a formation flag. Together with the 6 demon puppets, they formed a group of 8. Strangely enough, when the 8 of them held the formation flag, they seemed to have transformed into one person. Then, under the control of the demonic demon grandmother, they charged straight into the meteor stream. Very quickly, they disappeared into the meteorite fragments within the meteor stream. There was no sound for a long time. The 5 of them were waiting anxiously. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was a flash of human figures, and the 8 of them flew back at the same time. This method is feasible. The 5 of them looked at the 6 demon generals carefully. They were happy to find that the 6 demon generals were unscathed. One must be proficient in hundreds of daos to break through the path of immortality, Mr. Lon sighed. He then looked at Lu So and said, I'll have to trouble Senior Lu to persuade that boy. Lu So was the most familiar with Feng Xing among the 5 of them. So, he was duty-bound to help. However, he arrived at the Divine Palace and explained his purpose to Feng Xing. However, Feng Xing glared at him and said, You want me to go in as well? Lu So sighed and said, Along the way, we've encountered all kinds of troubles and dangers. There are at least 30 of them. The 5 of us have solved all that we can. It's not a lack of sincerity, right? Now this formation, with just the 5 of us, we will not be able to pass it. That Mr. Ghost's method is called 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation, using the formation to draw each other, turning into one, but the formation needs 8 people. We have requested Mr. Wen to draw 2 more talismans, to pass off the fake as the real one. Let the talisman person take the punishment for us. Like this, we can divert the attention of that strange creature in the stars, deceive the heavens and muddle through, although it is more dangerous, but in theory it is feasible. Haha, if we're not careful, we'll die without a complete corpse. Feng Xing sneered. He was not very happy about it. But this is the only way. In fact, the most suitable person to cooperate with us is 3rd Prince Ao. His cultivation is profound and it's easier for him to maintain a balance with the 5 of us. If it's you, I'm afraid, you're a little too weak. Lu So did not try to hide anything at this moment and told her everything honestly. I can go. When Ao Lai heard this, he immediately poked his head out of the Divine Palace and said, You can't go. Feng Xing pushed his head back. He glanced at Lu So and then at the others. He seemed to be thinking about something. After thinking for a while, he nodded slowly and said, That's good too. I'll help you. Lu So was speechless. He thought to himself, we were supposed to go through the path of immortals together. But along the way, the 5 of us were like your oxen and horses, opening the way for you, standing guard, and dealing with all dangers. It's only been less than half a year since we entered the path of immortals, but how many dangers have we dealt with? We didn't even get a word of thanks from you. We asked for a cup of wine and you extorted a lot of things from us. Now that we finally got you to help us, you're the one helping us. It's really unfair. However, at least this ancestor had agreed. He was speechless and did not dare to say anything else. As Feng Xing flew forward, he pondered inwardly with a grave expression on his face. To use this technique, one needs to circulate one's dermic power in an endless cycle. Only in this way, with the help of the 8 formation flags, can the technique be integrated into one and pass off as genuine. However, everyone, please be careful. If there is a problem with the circulation of dermic power, then, Lu So explained in a low voice. When he reached the end of his sentence, he pretended to look at everyone deeply. He did not say it directly, but everyone knew what he wanted to express. Danger lurked everywhere in the star stream, and it was difficult to resolve. If they were not careful, they would naturally die under the tentacles of the strange star domain creatures. In the face of such a major event, if they were unlucky, it would not only be their own death, but everyone would also be unlucky. Who would dare to be careless? Although it is a little dangerous, isn't the immortal path a defiance of heaven? Everyone, let's give it a try. Mr. Lon said in a deep voice. His face was sinister, and he stuffed the meteorite stone into his arms. I hope heaven will not make life difficult for you people who always want to go against heaven. Feng Xing also smiled bitterly and took the formation flag. Then, he shrank the skull to the size of a fist and hung it on his waist. In the face of such strange star domain creatures, he was really helpless. In fact, this was the first major obstacle on the dragon tribe's immortal path. How could it be so easy to pass? If he was alone in front of this star stream, he was afraid that he would really be helpless. Now that he could use this method to muddle through, it was not a bad thing. Immortals did not only refer to longevity and cultivation, but also involved too many laws. Let me out and let me hold the formation flag. After all, your cultivation is too low. If they do something to you, how can you resolve it? From the skull on his waist, Aolai's voice continuously came out. This little dragon still wanted Fangxing to let him out. His reason was sincere, but Fangxing would not let him out so easily. This brother-in-law was locked in the divine palace, and most of his dharmic power was sealed by the Buddha formation. Then, he was scolded and forced to feed the pigs every day. He must be very resentful. Once he was let out, he might immediately fight with his life. Moreover, when it came to being schemed against, Fangxing really did not trust Aolai. He was too inexperienced in Jianghu, and when it came to being schemed against, it was simply accurate. Shut up, we are about to enter the star stream. If you don't want me to make a mistake and kill everyone, shut up. Fangxing fiercely warned Aolai, then took a deep breath and held on to a formation flag. 6 people and 2 talismans, 6 real and 2 illusions, just like the 8 directions and 6 directions. With the channeling of the mana, the entire formation started to operate tightly. Life and Death Gate, each had 2 talisman men, and Lu So, as the one who set up the formation and also the one with the highest attainment in formation skills, occupied the most important open gate formation. Mr. Lon occupied the rest gate formation, the withered old woman occupied the stop gate formation, Mr. Ghost occupied the view gate formation, Fangxing occupied the pain gate formation. Their mana slowly circulated, 8 formation flags immediately circled around them, rays of pale white formation light like a misty fog, enveloped the 6 people and 2 talismans. Right now, if one used their divine senses to sense, they would be like the same living being. And to a certain extent, they did not even have any vitality, only at the life and death gate which was replaced by the talisman men, there was a faint chi dynamic revealed. This feeling was like a real person turning into an illusion, the illusory talisman man turning into a real person. Life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this, go. The 6 of them sensed at the same time, found that there were no loopholes in the formation. Mr. Lon then gave an order, the 6 of them flew forward at the same time. Very soon, they were close to the river-like stream of stars. From afar, the densely packed meteorite fragments had also turned into giant white rocks in front of them. The 6 of them did not dare to relax at all. Their divine sense was raised to the strongest, and then the life gate talisman was the first to step into the stream of stars, while the others followed closely behind him. Just as the life gate talisman man entered the group of meteorites, a black liquid suddenly seeped out from the small holes on the surface of the meteorite closest to it, and then, like a living thing, it stretched out countless tentacles, directly piercing into the talisman. This scene looked extremely terrifying, but the talisman man was originally an illusory product. After the tentacles penetrated, there was no flesh and blood to be devoured, only a trace of mana was sucked away by the black living being, but then Zhu Xiu replaced it. This method works. In just a flash, the 6 of them and 2 talismans had already entered the star stream, their tightly clenched hearts also relaxed. This method really worked, the illusory talisman man really fooled the black living beings, treating them as living beings and devouring them. Under the cover of the formation, the 6 real cultivators with flesh and blood were safe and sound. They only needed to circulate their mana from time to time to provide the 2 talisman men with a steady stream of mana, and to ensure that there were no flaws in the formation, and then they could quietly cross the star river like this. That kind of feeling was really wonderful. The surrounding white meteorites were magnificent, pure white like jade, but under this wonderful appearance hid the extremely terrifying creatures of the star domain. Moreover, they were the kind that could easily take one's life. It was really not pleasing to the eye, even Fangxing couldn't help but have a thought in his heart. Was only the method of seeking immortality like the 5 old men was the real good strategy? Each had their own abilities, and they could make up for each other's shortcomings, so they could come up with all kinds of different methods to solve the dangers. If he was alone, he really didn't know how to cross such a strange star river. Back then, the Lord God said that with his cultivation, if he embarked on this path, the possibility of successfully reaching the other side was less than 10%. Now thinking about it, what the Lord God said was really not frightening. If he came, just this star river alone was enough to make it difficult for him to move an inch. It could even be said that to a certain extent, even if a genuine immortal came, it would be difficult to cross without alarming these star-field living beings, right? They couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. The creation immortal path left by the ancestors of the dragon tribe is obviously a dead end. From afar, this stream of stars looked like a silk thread across the sky, but the closer they got, the more they found that it was boundless, like a sea of stars. Standing at the end of the stream of stars, they couldn't see the edge of the other side at all. As far as their eyes could see, there were only endless white meteorite fragments, and occasionally some shriveled Sea Clan demon soldiers and demon generals floating in the Star River. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and the 6 of them didn't dare to raise their speed too fast, but maintained a certain speed. This feeling was really like crossing a river. In this Star River, not every spot was so densely packed with meteorites. Occasionally, they could see some empty areas with fewer meteorites, like islands in the sea. After flying quietly for about 3 days, the array did not show any flaws, but the 6 of them chose to temporarily find an empty area with fewer meteorites to rest for a while. It wasn't that they were tired, but they needed to constantly inject their dermic powers into the talisman figures, and it consumed a lot of energy, so they needed to replenish it with spiritual essence. My friends, please use some spiritual essence first. The 8 desolation formation did not disperse, and Mr. Lon maintained his vigilance at all times. He spoke in a low voice, and then from his own pocket dimension, he summoned a few hundred taels of upper spiritual essence. His 5 fingers grabbed at the air, and this pile of spiritual essence flew towards the other 5 people, as if carried by an invisible hand. Every time it arrived in front of a person, they would take a portion and use their dermic powers to refine it, and use it to replenish their own dermic powers. After all, in this star region, there was no spiritual chi, and this was the only way to replenish their dermic powers. Hee hee, little devil, your cultivation is the lowest, and you use the least dermic powers. Give me a bit more. According to the order, Feng Xing was the last to take the spiritual essence, and Granny Yao was the second last. Mr. Lon took out about 500 taels of spiritual essence, and each person took exactly 100 taels. However, when it was in front of Granny Yao, the old woman tilted her head to look at Feng Xing, then said with a smile, and with a wave of her withered claws, about 150 taels of spiritual essence fell into her hands. Why is this withered-haired old woman so greedy for a few dozen taels of spiritual essence? The rest of them looked at Granny Yao with dissatisfaction, and secretly shook their heads. Although spiritual essence was the only source of dermic powers in the universe, and it needed to be carefully calculated, it was not to the extent of being so calculative. Especially when Granny Yao wanted to take advantage of that little devil out of everyone, it was even more inappropriate. Hee hee, it's unguarded, just take it. Feng Xing chuckled and seemed to be extremely magnanimous. Seeing that he was not angry, Lu So heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next second, he immediately widened his eyes. Feng Xing casually grabbed at the side of the skull on his waist, and a pile of spiritual essence appeared in his palm. The spiritual essence was purple, and the quality was excellent. It was a supreme spiritual essence that could only be refined by a Yuanian cultivator, and from the looks of it, there were more than 1,000 taels of spiritual essence. He casually picked it up and refined it. The surroundings were silent. Even though Zhu Shou's status was extraordinary, he could not help but look over. Even the spiritual essence that Mr. Lon took out was not as good as his, and there was a lot of it. This feeling was like when a group of people were taking a break on their journey, and someone else took out a piece of cornbread and pickled vegetables to chew on. Moreover, he was quite fussy about how he would take one more piece of pickled vegetable for each piece of cornbread, but he suddenly took out a fragrant roasted chicken, and there were 2 of them. This little bastard is just flaunting his wealth, isn't he? Everyone could not help but curse in their hearts, and the way they looked at Feng Xing was very strange. Little devil, since you have so many spiritual essences of such high quality, why don't you offer them to me to show your filial piety? When the withered old woman saw this, she immediately put down the spiritual essence that she was about to refine. She stared at the pile of purple spiritual essence in Feng Xing's hand, and her deep and cloudy eyes actually emitted some light. Her tone was rather arrogant, and even dissatisfied, as if Fangxing was really her junior, and if he had something good, he should offer it to her. Do you want it? Fangxing looked back at her and said with a smile, sure, what elixirs, immortal weapons, talismans, and secret manuals do you have? Take them out for me to see first. But we have to make it clear in advance, 1 tale of spiritual essence for a precious elixir, and 100 tales of spiritual essence for a magical power. No discounts. I just want a few tales of spiritual essence from you, but you want my life-saving elixir? The withered old woman was a little annoyed when she heard this, and she shouted coldly, little devil, are you blackmailing me? Facing the faint hostility that she exuded, Fangxing felt that it was even more ridiculous, and he said, this is a fair exchange, how dare you? The withered old woman was even angrier when she heard this, and she shouted, do you know that in my thousands of years of cultivation, no one has ever dared to blackmail me? So what? Fangxing's expression was also unfriendly and even a little impatient as he looked back. He had no intention of backing down when he met the withered old woman's gaze. He sneered and said, the entire Tianyuan knows that in my decades of cultivation, there is no one that I dare not extort. In the star region, there was no spiritual qi. Although at their level, their bodies were clear, and as long as they were not dead, there would be supernatural power in their blood. However, the speed was much slower than when they were in the star region. Therefore, in the star region, how to replenish supernatural power in time became the most important thing. In addition, there were countless dangers in the star region, so no one dared to be careless. Generally speaking, they would always ensure that their supernatural power was at its peak at all times. Once they consumed a part of it, they would immediately replenish it. It was also for this reason that spiritual essence became an important resource for them on a daily basis. It could be said that, to a certain extent, spiritual essence was similar to food for ordinary people in the star region. The 5 elders had joined hands to seek immortality, so they were well prepared. Naturally, they had prepared a lot of spiritual essence, the biggest resource in the star region. However, after all, they did not have the status to do so. Before they came to the star region, they had robbed everywhere and almost emptied the spiritual essence reserves of the great orthodoxies of the star region. There was simply too much for them to use. After all, the 5 of them had been in closed-door training for a long time and had long lost contact with the cultivation world. Even if they had a few treasures, even if they packed them all up, they would not have as much spiritual essence as Fangxing alone. Usually, when they were in Mr. Lan's small world, most of the spiritual essence they consumed was prepared by Mr. Lan. He would only distribute it to them when they needed it. In this way, how much spiritual essence each of them could get was fixed. It was very pitiful. Therefore, at this time, when they saw Fangxing being so generous, they could not help but stare at him a few more times, no matter how good their self-control was. However, while the others were just looking, the withered old woman from the northern region of the Divine Prefecture directly asked for it. In her opinion, with her status and cultivation, in addition to the journey here, she was indeed working hard to open a path to avoid danger. This little brat had been hiding in the Divine Palace at the back and drinking, so he owed her a lot. Now that she had asked for it, he should have hurriedly offered it to her. However, she did not expect that not only would Fangxing not give it to her, but he also made her speechless with a single sentence. Furious, her withered hair flew in the air and she was about to fly towards Fangxing. With her temper and character, she naturally wouldn't take a junior like Fangxing seriously. She would teach him a lesson if he was unfriendly. Mother *Ker, do you want to die together? Fangxing's face showed no fear, but he suddenly gripped the array flag tightly and said fiercely. Before the old woman could react, Mr. Lan and the others were startled. Naturally, they could tell what Fangxing was trying to do. He was going to crush the array flag and drag everyone down with him. Mr. Lan, Mr. Wen, and Lu So were so frightened that they tried to stop him at the same time. Mr. Lan even yelled, why are you fighting with this kid? Don't you want to become an immortal? Humph. The withered old woman naturally knew how powerful Fangxing was. Her withered hair only fluttered slightly, but she did not make a move. However, the spirit of brotherhood in her heart could not be appeased. She stared coldly at Fangxing and said in a cold voice, this junior is really different from the past. This old woman has protected you all the way here, and I can't even get the slightest bit of respect from you. Humph, I don't know which impolite teacher taught you this. The 9 uncles in the Ghost Smoke Valley taught me. If you have the ability, go and find them, Fang Xing sneered without end, and he glanced sideways at the withered old woman with a provocative expression. Do you think I don't dare? The withered old woman was furious. When I return from becoming an immortal, I will naturally find them to settle the score. They have been dead for decades. You won't be able to find them after becoming an immortal, but you can still turn into a ghost, Fang Xing laughed out loud. He looked at the withered old woman as if he was looking at an idiot. This sentence made the withered old woman so angry that her gray hair flew up again. What? Fang Xing did not show any weakness and looked at her with the intention of making a move at the slightest disagreement. Enough. Mr. Lan was really afraid that the two of them would make a move and put them in danger, so he shouted in a low voice. The Qiuxian 5 elders respected him. Seeing that he was really angry, the withered old woman could not help but retract her murderous aura even though she was dissatisfied. She only stared coldly at Fang Xing. Mr. Lan also felt helpless and glanced at Fang Xing with some dissatisfaction. Along the way, they were not fools who were willing to work like slaves for others. They were still dissatisfied with Fang Xing. At this moment, they could not help but think that this little devil was really not likable. It was fine if he did not give the spiritual essence, but why did he have to deliberately insult this old woman? However, Fang Xing seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and muttered softly, "You are already a few thousand years old and you still have the nerve to bicker with me." Others did not know what the withered old woman was feeling, but they were all very angry and helpless. Let's get ready to go. It's better to reach the other side as soon as possible. Mr. Lan also did not want to be entangled here anymore. A long night was fraught with dreams. It was better to be more well-behaved on the road. The 6 people and 2 talismans continued on their way, crossing the stars just like before. After all, they had been doing this for 3 days. Knowing that this method was very safe, they were not as nervous as they were at the beginning. They knew that as long as they maintained the operation of the 8 Desolation formation and constantly injected mana into the 2 talisman men, they would not have to worry about the strange creatures on the meteorite around them hurting them. The change in Fang Xing's mood was the most obvious. After he went on the road again, his eyes kept looking around, as if he was looking for something. He seemed to be very careless. After this matter, the withered old woman was obviously very dissatisfied with him. She had been paying attention to him, and when she saw him like this, she couldn't help but get angry. She said with dissatisfaction, "Boy, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking for the treasure." "Why do you care?" Fang Xing replied without turning his head. The withered old woman was so angry that her hands trembled. However, she thought that Fang Xing was deliberately arguing with her. She did not know that Fang Xing was really thinking about looking for the treasure at this time. During this period of time, Fang Xing had chatted with Ao Lai a lot in the Divine Palace. Although the little dragon had still refused to cooperate until now and would change the subject when it came to key matters, Fang Xing was so cunning that he still managed to glean a lot of information from Ao Lai. Fang Xing knew that the ancient path of immortality of the dragon tribe coexisted with danger and good fortune. Creatures of the dragon tribe who set foot on this path of immortality could not only overcome the obstacles but also receive gifts from their ancestors, which would greatly increase their strength. This was the main reason why Ao Lai was unwilling to share the path of immortality. For creatures of the dragon tribe, the path of immortality was their own treasure house. Who would be willing to open the treasure house and let so many outsiders share their treasures? At this time, Fang Xing kept thinking about where the treasure house was. Along the way, they encountered many dangers and experienced many hardships. However, they did not see any opportunities or good fortune. They were already at the first obstacle of crossing the dragon tribe's immortal path. Were there still no treasures left? Or rather, the first fortuitous encounter was behind this stream of stars. In that case, he had to be careful not to let others snatch it first. However, when he thought about it again, the 9-headed bug had already crossed the star stream. Could it have already taken all the good fortune? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He could not help but sigh. The time it took to cross this star stream far exceeded everyone's expectations. Although this method was not bad and they did not encounter any danger along the way, the consumption of spiritual essence was obviously beyond their imagination. For Mr. Lon and the others, they had been on the road for a few months now. They did not use up much spiritual essence. They thought that they had enough resources, but they did not expect that they would use up so much on this first obstacle. Hence, they were not confident. On the 9th day, they could not help but ask for help from Fangxing. Fangxing, on the other hand, was very proud of himself. He had this idea when he used wine to exchange for Lu Shou's wealth. However, he did not expect that after preparing so many treasures, the most common spiritual essence would be put to great use. Anyway, he had gotten quite a lot of spiritual essence. The amount was so much that he could not even count it. He was afraid that he would not be able to use it all up even after 1,000 years. Naturally, he was willing to share it with Fangxing. Of course, he was not sharing it for free. When it came to asking for rewards, Fangxing did not hold back at all. He was not embarrassed either. His mental fortitude was quite strong. Whether it was elixirs, treasures, or spells, he was not picky. As long as it was valuable, he would take it, since he had not found the good fortune left behind by the dragon tribe's ancestors on the immortal path. He might as well extort some money from these 5 elders who wanted to become immortals. After all, this kind of old monster that had lived for thousands of years would carry all sorts of treasures on him. Little friend Fang, we are all in the same boat. Why are you so calculative? Sell it to me at a cheaper price. Facing Fangxing's excited face, even Mr. Lon could not help but beg for mercy awkwardly. We are in the same boat. Even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Do you have the heart to deceive me? Fangxing glared at him. He looked incorruptible. Mr. Lon was also speechless. Finally, he exchanged a treasure for 100 taels of spiritual essence. His storage of spiritual essence was not completely used up. It was just that he could not see the end of the road. He was reluctant to use up all the spiritual essence. It was better to save some for himself. Since he had begun to spend money, the others naturally had no other choice. Mr. Wen exchanged 3 talismans for 100 taels of spiritual essence. The withered old woman could only take out 3 of her precious corpse puppets to exchange for 100 taels of spiritual essence. Even Mr. Ghost took out a rare 10,000 miles ice frost jade to exchange for 100 taels of spiritual essence. He held a pile of spiritual essence in his hand and exchanged for 400 taels of spiritual essence. Only Lu Shou remained silent. The old man looked like he was in a difficult position. He had almost used up all his savings to exchange for wine. Take it. Don't stand on ceremony. He had never expected that the stingy Fangxing would hand over the remaining few hundred taels of spiritual essence to Lu Shou after giving Mr. Lon and the others 100 taels of spiritual essence each. Not only Mr. Lon and the withered old woman, but even Lu Shou himself was shocked by his generosity. He held the spiritual essence and looked at Fangxing, not knowing what to do. How can I mistreat you with our relationship? Fangxing looked sincere. He said generously, I still have more if you use it up. Don't feel bad. Is this kid trying to drive a wedge between us? The method he's using is a little too shallow. Fangxing's sudden generosity caused Mr. Lon and the rest to look at each other. They could not understand why this little devil, who was used to taking advantage of others' misfortune, would suddenly be so generous. The only explanation was that he was trying to drive a wedge between them. However, when they thought about it carefully, they found it extremely laughable. They were all experienced people who had lived for many years. Who would fall for such a petty trick? Could it be that they would really be at odds with each other just because he was stingy to them but generous to Lu Shou? Such a childish method was destined to fail from the beginning. I don't believe that I can't anger you to death. Fangxing's thoughts were completely different. He swept a glance at the withered old woman. Mr. Lon and the rest thought too much. Fangxing certainly had the intention to drive a wedge between them, but it was also done in passing. More importantly, he wanted to anger the withered old woman. Who asked this old woman to flaunt her seniority in front of him? In the end, when she saw him selling spiritual essences to them, she even ridiculed him for not respecting his elders. I don't have that. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I wouldn't give it to you. I'll anger you to death. Mr. Lon and the rest could not guess what he was thinking. The main reason was that they had never thought that a cultivator would do such a senseless thing. Of course, to Fangxing, it was precisely this senseless thing that he liked to do. Moreover, the withered old woman was clearly angered. The way she looked at Fangxing did not conceal the strong murderous intent in her eyes. Fangxing could feel it too, but he did not care. In this stellar stream, they depended on each other for survival. Would she really dare to harm him? If she really had such intentions, let alone himself, Mr. Lon and the rest would not let her go. This stellar stream, or rather, the Milky Way, looked like a line from afar. But now that they were in it, crossing it from afar, they found that it was not a river but a sea. Ever since Fangxing and the rest entered this sea, nearly a month had passed and they still could not see the other side. If they were not people with great perseverance, just this seemingly boundless sea of stars with terrifying dark creatures would probably make them feel despair. Who would be willing to suffer in such a place? As they walked and rested, another half a month passed. They had actually spent 1.5 months in this sea of stars. As far as the eye could see, there was still only the boundless white meteorite. Occasionally, they would see the corpses of some sea demon soldiers of the Sea King Palace. At first, Zhu Xiu had the mood to observe, but later, he became numb and almost ignored them. All day long, he was calculating how much spiritual power he had consumed and how much spiritual essence he should use to make up for the consumption of his spiritual power. On the other hand, Fangxing had earned a lot along the way. Whether it was magic treasures, elixirs, or magic arts, he had indeed obtained a lot. The other person who was slightly happier was naturally Lu South. This old man had probably never been so lucky in his life. He had taken so much spiritual essence from Fangxing. After all, other people used real gold and silver to exchange for spiritual essence, and they did not get much. However, Fangxing always stuffed large amounts of spiritual essence into his hands, making him feel uneasy. After a month, he finally hesitantly expressed to Fangxing that if he was willing, he could teach him the way of array techniques that he was most proud of. This was Lu Sou's greatest sincerity. After all, he had cultivated for many years, and his attainments in array formation were extraordinary. When he was in the Tianyuan realm, many people wanted to ask him for guidance but could not get it. There were also many cultivators who were enlightened because they happened to come across his notes or incomplete arrays, and they managed to cultivate the peerless array formation. Before this, when he exchanged wine with Fangxing, he would at most exchange some unimportant elixirs or magic treasures, but he had never said that he would offer his array formation skills. Now, if Zhu Xiu of Tianyuan heard what he said, many people would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. However, in the face of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Fangxing rejected it without thinking. If I want to learn array techniques, there are many masters. Why would I need to find a half-baked guy like you? His words infuriated Lu Su, and he wished he could strangle Fangxing to death. He thought to himself, how many people in Tianyuan are qualified to call themselves array masters in front of me? However, because of this matter, he gave up on the idea and never mentioned it again. Another month passed, and the group of people who were crossing the Sea of Stars suddenly encountered a great crisis. Normally, they would find an empty area with the least amount of meteorites every 3 or 4 days, or at most 6 or 7 days. They would use that place to rest, refine the spirit essence, and replenish their magic power. However, this time, they had not found such a suitable area after almost a month, so they could not rest and could only grit their teeth and rush forward. To a certain extent, a month's time was enough for them to use up more than half of their magic power. In this galaxy, spiritual power could not be recovered with just a few breaths. Once it was used up more than half, it was already an extremely dangerous matter. Moreover, if they could not find a suitable place in another month's time, then they would undoubtedly face the risk of dying. Thinking of this, everyone's mood was heavy, but also at this moment, Mr. Ghost, who had been silent throughout the journey, suddenly seemed to sense something, hurriedly shouted, "Go to the right ahead. There should be something there." Mr. Ghost's spirit was powerful, everyone naturally believed him and hurriedly headed in the direction he pointed. After traveling for another 10 miles, suddenly, a scene fell into Zhu Xiu's eyes. Immediately everyone was shocked. Between the floating white star stones in front of him, there was a huge empty space. It was like a huge island in the sea of stars. What was even more shocking was that there was actually a temple in the huge empty space. It was a bone temple, and it looked as if it was completely made of white bones. Its shape was extremely strange, and the entire temple floated in the starry sky, as if it was rooted there. It did not move at all, and all the white meteorites that were slowly flowing in this sea of stars would subconsciously circle around it when they passed by it, leaving a large empty space in the bone temple. That temple is actually made of dragon bones. Heavens, such a temple, how many dragon bones are needed? Once they saw the temple, Mr. Lon and the rest all exclaimed in low voices, clearly extremely shocked. Let's go there quickly, we can take a rest there. Without further consideration, Mr. Lon made a decision and directly rushed towards the bone temple. Could it be that this is where the dragon clan's immortal path lies? Among everyone, Feng Xing was even more excited, his eyes brightening. Along the way, he had not forgotten to look for the so-called immortal path, but he did not find it. At this time, in this sea of stars, he actually saw such a strange dragon bone temple. His heart naturally linked it to those opportunities. Hua Lu Shou, who was walking at the front, was the first to escape the encirclement of the white meteorites, entering the empty area around the dragon bone temple. Strangely, this empty area seemed to have some kind of force field. All the white meteorites did not dare to invade it, instead going around it from afar. And after Lu Shou went out, it was Mr. Lon, Mr. Wen, Mr. Ghost, and finally, the withered old woman and Feng Xing. At this time, it was clear that they could temporarily breathe a sigh of relief, and everyone could not help but relax. But at this time, just as Feng Xing was about to go over, suddenly there was a sudden change. For some reason, a flaw suddenly appeared in the originally seamless 8 Desolation and 6 Direction formation. The 8 Desolation and 6 Harmonies formation was created to deal with the dangers of this sea of stars. It allowed their chi to blend into one, and the talisman figures protected them from being harmed by the strange creatures in the sea of stars. Most importantly, the formation had to be balanced and complete, and there could not be a single flaw. Along the way, they had indeed achieved this. In almost 2 months, they had not revealed any flaws at all, but at this time, for some reason, someone suddenly forced a strand of Dharma power in. Although it was only a wisp of Dharma power, it had destroyed the integrity of the formation. Lu Shou, Mr. Lon, and the others who had already left the Sea of Stars were defenseless, but Feng Xing and the withered old woman who were still in the Sea of Stars were in great danger. Their chi had already leaked, and countless strange black creatures poked their heads out from the surrounding white meteorite rocks. Then, they grew countless strange tentacles. The strands were terrifying, and it was as if a huge net had been opened and pounced on them. Not good. Mr. Lon and Mr. Ghost, who sensed the sudden danger, were shocked at the same time. Each unleashed their powers. One rolled up his sleeves, a black rope flew out from his wrist, hurriedly came to their rescue, wanted to guide Feng Xing and the withered old woman out, but at this moment, the withered old woman who was trapped at the same time as Feng Xing, suddenly flung her withered hair, like numerous spiritual snakes stretched out, tightly entangled Mr. Lan's sleeves, pulled hard, her body hurriedly swept out. This was not all, as if to increase her speed, she leaped up. Heavily stepped on the meteorite beside her, leaped forward, just that this way, directly blocked Mr. Ghost's black rope to save Feng Xing, and also sent that meteorite straight towards Feng Xing. She used the force to escape the encirclement of the countless strange creatures in the Sea of Stars, but Feng Xing immediately fell into a hopeless situation. Countless strange creatures of darkness surrounded Feng Xing with their thick tentacles. They surrounded him like a silk net. To Feng Xing, this was like flying to the sky, entering the earth with no door, falling into a situation of certain death. For a time, there was no need to mention the terror of the 5 old men. Even Feng Xing suddenly roared loudly, and he was enraged to the extreme. Damn it, which bastard wants to harm me? Danger arose in a split second. This 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation, which Lu Shou had painstakingly pushed out to protect them as they traversed the Sea of Stars, had not had any problems for 2 whole months, but at this moment, a flaw appeared, and this flaw appeared at the right time. Only Feng Xing and the withered old woman were still in the Sea of Stars. That withered old woman was slightly further ahead than Feng Xing. The moment the danger appeared, she immediately used her powers to pull Mr. Lan's sleeve, then stepped on the meteorite and sent herself out. That Feng Xing who was left inside was unlucky. Not only did he not manage to pull the rope that Mr. Ghost handed over, he was also blocked by the meteorite. The black strange creatures that covered the sky and earth extended out countless tentacles and entangled towards him. Everyone was shocked. Whether it was Mr. Lawn, Mr. Ghost, or the others, they were all panicking. They never expected such a scene to happen. A thought appeared in their minds, that was, Fang Xing was dead for sure. In this situation, who could escape? And they, because of the withered old woman's desperate escape, missed the chance to save Fang Xing. After all, Mr. Ghost's reaction was not slow. He immediately sent out the black rope, but it was blocked by the withered old woman. Just this block, time was delayed, and the others had no chance to save him. Move aside, let me. And at this moment, when Fang Xing was about to be drowned by the tentacles of the black creatures, and the others could only watch, unable to save him, a sudden roar was heard. It was Lu So, who was the first to leave the Sea of Stars, who took a step forward. With this step, he reached the edge of the Sea of Stars, then with the formation flag in his hand, he pinched his fingers together. In an instant, the direction of the 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation changed. All the formation's power flowed in reverse, flowing in the opposite direction. At this moment, Zhu Xiu had just left the Sea of Stars and had not put down the formation flag in his hand. The 8 Desolation 6 Harmonies formation was naturally still there, so as Lu So reversed the formation, the entire formation's aura changed with a rumble. Originally, Fang Xing's aura was exposed because of the flaw in the formation, but now as Lu So reversed the formation, this exposed aura, along with the flow of the formation's power, rapidly changed to Lu So's body. Swish 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 swish. In the blink of an eye, the change in the location of the aura immediately attracted the attention of the strange creatures on the meteorite star. These creatures were originally following the aura, and at this moment, they were deceived again. The tentacles that were originally going to entangle Fang Xing suddenly changed their direction and looked at Lu So at the same time. Then, they swept over madly like layers of fog. Almost visible to the naked eye, they were like layers upon layers of tidal waves that covered the sky and the earth, smashing towards Lu So. And it was also at this moment that a vacuum appeared around Fang Xing, who had fallen into a dangerous situation and was almost certain to die. Even he was taken aback and looked at Lu So in disbelief. "Hurry up and come out," someone shouted anxiously and stretched out his hand to save Fang Xing. However, there was no need for them to remind him. When the roar sounded, Fang Xing had already reacted. He took a step out of the starry sea and his body almost turned into a stream of light. In an instant, he rushed out of the starry sea and arrived behind Mr. Lawn. He was finally safe. And after he was safe, the first thing he did was look at Lu So. That old man was really extraordinary. He had actually thought of such a way to reverse the formation at this critical moment and solve his crisis. However, this also caused him to fall into the eyes of the black creatures. After all, his method was to change the direction of the aura. It looked like he had saved Fang Xing, but in fact, he had only changed the position of Fang Xing, who had already been exposed, to his side. This also caused all the black creatures to treat him as a target and rush towards him in an overwhelming manner. Although he was still in the vacuum, and the meteorites seemed to be afraid of some aura and dared not come close to him, they were still rushing too quickly. He could only watch helplessly as at least 7 or 8 tentacles pierced towards his chest. "Elder Lu, retreat quickly." At this moment, everyone was shocked and almost at the same time, they retreated rapidly. No one dared to go near the black tentacles that were madly pouncing out at this moment. Chi! 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 Most of the tentacles that had darted out seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly retracted. However, there were still 3 tentacles that could not be retracted in time and pierced straight into Lu So's chest. Lu So was also shocked. It seemed that he did not expect to be pierced by a tentacle in this area. With a muffled roar, he quickly retreated. Swoosh! At this moment, Fang Xing rushed forward and summoned an ancient sword from the divine palace. He activated his Dharma power and slashed at the tentacles. With a few hissing sounds, the 3 tentacles that had pierced into Lu So's chest were all cut off. Most of the tentacles hurriedly retracted, but the 3 tentacles that had pierced into Lu So's chest pierced into his flesh like snakes. "Old fart, are you all right?" Seeing this, Fang Xing's expression was grave. He hurriedly rushed forward to check on Lu So's injury. However, it was also at this moment that a large hand reached out from the side and grabbed his arm, preventing him from moving forward. Fang Xing was furious. He turned his head and saw that it was Mr. Lawn. Just as he was about to scold him, he heard Mr. Lawn shout in a deep voice, "Retreat quickly." He has already been infected by that strange and vicious star domain creature. Aren't you afraid that you will also be infected by that creature by moving forward so recklessly? Hearing this, Fangxing could not help but be stunned. When he turned around, he was shocked to find that the other elders were hiding far away. No one dared to move forward, judging from their fearful eyes. It was obvious that they were thinking the same thing as Mr. Lon. After all, that kind of creature born in the extraterritorial star domain was too strange. It was like a deadly poison. Now that Lu So had been infected by that poison, they did not know if they would be infected by it if they rashly came into contact with Lu South. Therefore, they kept a certain distance from him. I'm fine. Lu So staggered a few steps back, and he had an embarrassed expression on his face. He didn't understand why no one came forward to help him up, and he just staggered 2 steps in space before he sat down dejectedly. He sat cross-legged and meditated, and he smiled bitterly. I miscalculated. I thought I wouldn't come into contact with such beings if I didn't enter the Sea of Stars. I never expected. As he sighed deeply, he slowly closed his eyes. Strands of extremely vigorous Fa appeared around his body and began to circulate around his body. Strands of powerful Fa surged out of his body and suddenly entered his body. Clearly, he wanted to use his extremely powerful Fa to force out the 3 pieces of the black creature that had invaded his body. However, as his Fa circulated, there was no effect at all. Instead, his own aura was rapidly weakening, withdrawing, becoming weaker and weaker. It's useless. Not only is he unable to force out the black creature, but his Dharma power is also being rapidly devoured. The surrounding Zhuxiu were all people with excellent eyesight. When they saw Lu So's appearance, they had a bad feeling. Lu So was in big trouble. Bastard! Amidst the mournful silence, Fangxing suddenly cursed. The skull on his waist suddenly flew out and crashed into Lu So, sending him flying towards the Dragon Bone Temple. Then, Fangxing flew after Lu So and hurriedly rushed over to investigate. This action caused everyone to be startled. They thought that Lu So had slipped up in order to save Fangxing, allowing the black creature to take advantage of him. In other words, he had truly saved Fangxing's life. How could Fangxing object to Lu So's action? However, when they followed Lu So to take a look, they were slightly stunned and understood Fangxing's intention. Thank you. Lu So, who was pushed to the Dragon Bone Temple by Fangxing, did not hate Fangxing. Instead, he forced himself to raise his head and thank Fangxing. Only then did they realize that the speed at which Lu So's aura was weakening slowed down when he got close to the Dragon Bone Temple. When they looked at the Dragon Bone Temple again, they realized that the black creature was extremely afraid of the Dragon Bone Temple. It did not even dare to invade within 1,000 feet of the temple. Therefore, when Fangxing pushed Lu So closer to the Dragon Bone Temple, the speed at which the black creature devoured Lu So's Dharma power slowed down and almost stopped. It was as if the black creature in Lu So's body was forced to lie dormant and did not dare to move anymore. However, even if he was lucky enough to survive, everyone's heart sank when they saw Lu So's withered and skinny face. It was very difficult for him to escape from this calamity. He was just stalling for time. Just now, just when all the cultivators were focused on Lu So, Fangxing's ruthless voice suddenly rang out. After looking at Lu So, he suddenly turned around. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a terrifying murderous intent in them. Who wants to harm me? This extremely angry voice made everyone's heart tremble at the same time. It was also at this moment that they also diverted their attention to consider this matter. That's right, the cause of everything was that someone wanted to harm Fangxing, so he deliberately added more Dharma power to the 8 Desolation 6 Directions formation. This caused the aura of Fangxing and the withered-haired old woman to be exposed, which attracted the attention of the black creature. In that situation, it was easier for the withered-haired old woman to escape, and Fangxing was almost doomed. However, the person who wanted to harm Fangxing obviously did not expect that it was Lu So who reversed the formation and saved Fangxing, who was it that did not have a sense of the overall situation. The 6 of them were in the same boat. If one of them died, it would be equivalent to harming the other 5. End of chapter 1270. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.